At the age of 40, Shen Mo returned to the year 1985. The child of educated youth from Yunnan, his parents divorced shortly after returning to Shanghai. Dad has one home, mom has another, and I am left all alone. Am I not superfluous? The lyrics of a previous television drama resonated deeply with him, as Shan Mo transformed into a burden, unloved by his maternal grandmother and uncared for by his paternal one. Yet he still had his second uncle. Shan Mo, the urban housing fee is nearly 400, but your second uncle will certainly lend it to you so you can settle your household registration. Second uncle, this is my hard-earned money. During one summer vacation, the young boy nearly became a 10,000-yuan household, impressing his second uncle. Subsequently, he gained admission to a prestigious high school, allowing his uncle to hold his head high among his fellow workers and earn face in front of his girlfriend. When Shan Mo gained admission to the best university in Shanghai, regrettably, he only had one second uncle. Chapter 1. The household registration is a major issue. 300? Where am I supposed to find 300 yuan? You might as well rob a bank. Shen Mo suddenly found himself crouching in a corner, fierce arguments echoing in his ears. A young male voice exclaimed, "Mom, I know there's money at home. Shan Mo is already in the second year of junior high, and if we can't resolve his household registration next year, he won't even be able to attend high school. If he can't go, then he can't go. His parents aren't concerned. So why should you, his second uncle, worry?" A woman's voice replied, filled with discontent and rudeness. Shen Mo cradled his head, pain coursing through him. This was not right. He should be lying in a hospital bed, preparing for surgery. Memories violently fused, and Shan Mo needed a moment to collect himself, yet the clamor of argument persisted around him. Shan Mo is your biological grandson. Are you really going to ignore him? Why should we bear all the costs? The He family should contribute half. Otherwise, I won't pay a single cent. The He family? Memories informed Shen Mo that his father's surname was Shun, named Shunjiang, while his mother's surname was He, named He Mei. The two met while serving in Yunnan and lived together to conceive him. But after returning to Shanghai, they swiftly divorced and established new families, leaving him the burden unwanted. The household registration. His registration had yet to be resolved. According to policy, only children under 12 could move with their parents. Shen Mo was now 14. The policy was enacted in 1983, when he had just turned 12, but settling household registration was a cumbersome affair and neither parent was willing to take action, causing the matter to languish. Now, in 1985, Shen Mo's registration had become even more complicated. From ages 12 to 16, one needed housing in Shanghai and a direct relative to accept them. His grandmother, Wang Xiaoping, could fulfill these requirements. However, she was unwilling to pay the 300 to 500 yuan urban housing fee. Once he turned 16, it would transform into no approvals granted unless under special circumstances. Second Uncle Shen Chuan was still advocating on his behalf. 300 was merely the base amount, and it might rise to 500, with Shen Chuan planning to cover the remainder himself. "Mom, how much can we manage? I don't have a single cent. Go find your brother. I can't even afford to put an extra drop of oil while cooking with your dad, let alone 300. Wang Xiaoping suddenly shouted to her husband on the balcony, "Cut back on the smoking. We can't even afford to buy fermented tofu." On the balcony, grandfather Shun Baihan hurriedly finished his cigarette, yet he did not speak up for his son or grandson. He lowered his head, merely gazing at the cigarette butts beneath him. Shen Chuan felt dispirited. His brother Xinjiang would not provide this money. In Xinjiang's plans, Shen Mo was only expected to complete junior high. Shen Chuan had approached several times, only to be chased away by his sister-in-law, Chen Yi. He had also visited the He family, only to be similarly dismissed. Their response was more blunt. "Shen Mo belongs to your Shen family. If you want money, let him change his surname." Shen Chuan did not make threats. He would not allow his nephew to change his surname. He was acutely aware that neither his elder brother nor sister-in-law wished to take responsibility for their nephew. Even if Shan Mo did change his surname to He Mei would not pay a dime nor support this nephew. Crouched in the corner, Shen Mo suddenly stood up and approached Shen Chuan. "Second uncle, let's go." He clarified the situation and refused to let his uncle remain subservient, even to his biological grandmother, who seemed rather indifferent. "Mom, look here, this is your biological grandson. Are you really going to ignore him?" Shen Chuan was enraged. "Go find his maternal grandmother. I can only afford to contribute half for my own grandson. Make sure to safeguard your savings book. Let me find it." Shen Chuan made a threatening remark, to which Wang Xiaoping scoffed. "Find it? Your father can't even find it. Second uncle, let's go." Shen Mo coolly surveyed his unloving grandmother before him. 300 yuan was a significant sum, and his subconscious told him that this indifferent grandmother could indeed produce 300 yuan, but simply chose not to. While his second uncle and grandmother engaged in their quarrel, he unraveled the entire situation. Grandparents, maternal and paternal, father and mother, uncles and aunts. He had numerous blood relatives, yet the only true family member was the second uncle, a young man in his early 20s. He was scarcely 10 years older than Shen Mo, yet he bore the weight of his life. Shen Mo felt immense gratitude. However, he could not allow his second uncle to shoulder this burden any longer. He had struck the jackpot of soul reincarnation and must take charge of this life himself. The spring breeze cherishes the flowers, granting me youth. Shen Mo had read many novels and envisioned rebirth. The era he most wished to return to was after the millennium, yet the 1980s would suffice. After all, it was a second chance at life. Could he not be discerning? After a heated argument with his mother, Shen Chuan, filled with indignation for not obtaining any money, took Shen Mo out with him. Grandmother Wang Xiaoping, trailing behind, lamented, "Xiao Chuan, do not be foolish. Let your elder brother handle it. How can you pursue a romantic relationship while burdened with this baggage? I am quite willing." Shen Chuan retorted, cycling with Shen Mo towards the dormitory. He occupied a small room in the attic, where the space was cramped, forcing the uncle and nephew to huddle together. As they pedaled back, Shen Chuan reassured Shen Mo, "Xiao Mo, do not fret. It is merely 300 yuan. Your second uncle will manage to gather it in 2 years." This young man, in his early 20s, bore a strong sense of responsibility, determined to resolve his nephew's household registration issues. If all else fails, he could resort to the black market, where those old KLA could certainly get things done for a price. "Thank you, second uncle." Shen Mo expressed his gratitude while perched on the back of the bicycle. His grandmother's words held merit. Having him along made it difficult for his uncle to navigate romantic pursuits, and he could not comfortably allow his uncle to shoulder the weight of his own life. Family members do not speak of family matters. I look forward to you buying me fine liquor in the future. His uncle attempted to lighten the atmosphere, pedaling with a bit more vigor and greeting passing neighbors to mask the unusual tension. "I borrowed some textbooks from your third-year junior high. Make sure to study diligently." Shen Mo was still assimilating memories, and upon seeing an acquaintance pass by, he offered a smile. The neighbors exchanged friendly greetings with the uncle and nephew, nodding at one another, aware that Shen Chuan and Shen Mo had encountered yet another setback today. How pitiful! What will happen if his household registration cannot be settled? Settling a household registration? It is not that simple. If Shen Mo's registration goes through, my girl's milk ticket will certainly be reduced. You think that if Shen Mo's registration is approved, it will necessarily rob your girl of her milk? He qualified for registration when he just returned to the city, didn't he? What are you yelling at me for? I am not the one preventing Shen Mo from registering. I am not yelling at you. We need to advise Shen Chuan not to carry this burden of Shan Mo anymore. His parents are indifferent, yet he, as the second uncle, is overly invested. That is unreasonable. What about Xiao Mo? Back to Yunnan. A few individuals exchanged idle chatter while attending to their own tasks. Upon returning to their residence, Shen Chuan instructed Shen Mo to study while he busied himself with dinner. Their evening meal was quite simple, rice accompanied by fermented tofu. "Second uncle, with summer vacation upon us, I wish to find some odd jobs." Shen Mo did not want to remain idle during the summer. Had it not been for the sweltering heat, he would have ventured to the alleyway to sell tea eggs. Shen Chuan sighed. "Xiao Mo, do not worry about the household registration. Your second uncle will ensure you can remain here." "Second uncle, I cannot focus on my studies. With such a long summer vacation ahead, I do not want to pretend to work hard for your sake." Shen Chuan suddenly wiped his eyes and muttered a curse under his breath. His nephew saw no hope and wished to enter society prematurely. The elder brother and sister-in-law were truly a burden. The parents as well. After all, the nephew was a member of the Shen family. "Second uncle, you should go to work and not worry about me. I'm still a middle school student after all, right? You are still quite young and lack strength." Shen Chuan felt troubled as he bore the responsibility of raising his brother Xinjiang's son, but was reluctant to relinquish it, unable to bear the thought of doing so. "Second uncle, once school resumes, I will study diligently. Next year, obstacles on the road will yield solutions, and boats will navigate through bridges." The uncle and nephew silently finished their dinner, with Shan Mo taking the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes. Starting today, he would strive to become a person of value. Chapter 2. Knowledge Supremacy. At the break of dawn the following day, Shan Mo awoke naturally, earlier than his uncle Shen Chuan. Or rather, it could be said that he had scarcely slept at all. Having lingered in the hospital for such an extended period, he had indulged in an excess of slumber. Throughout the night, Shen Mo had been organizing his thoughts. He, a 40-year-old man who had resided in Shanghai since graduating from university, had finally amassed enough funds for surgery, yet upon awakening from general anesthesia, he found himself in this peculiar predicament. With neither a household registration nor ties to Shanghai in either of his lives, he was determined to secure one in this existence. His summer vacation had commenced, whereas his uncle Shen Chuan had no such luxury and was obliged to report to work. With utmost care, Shen Mo stoked the stove and prepared a modest bowl of congee, ensuring that when his uncle arose, he would only need to attend to his morning routine. How he had matured indeed. Sitting contentedly at the small table, his uncle inquired, "Have you devised any plans for your summer vacation?" Shen Mo replied, "I intend to scout around Garden Road. There are several large private restaurants there, and I shall see if they are hiring." Shen Chuan nodded. "I wish for you to focus on your studies." However, despite his words, Shen Chuan reached into his pocket and produced 50 cents, handing it to Shen Mo with insistence. "Take this." "But uncle, I don't need any money." "Take it because I say so. This is for your transport. If you exhaust this money without securing a job, you must return and devote yourself to your studies. Understood? Now eat." "Understood." Shen Mo, not wishing to appear stubborn, accepted the money, assuring his uncle, "I will certainly find work." He resolved that if he could not secure employment today, he would return to wash their clothes. Idleness was not an option. As for studying, he had no fear of it. He had emerged from the grueling JKO, scoring over 90 on Mr. Gu's paper. Prioritizing his tasks, he aimed to earn as much as possible during the summer. Once school resumed, he would immerse himself in his studies, devoid of distractions. Like he said, "Where there's a will, there's a way." After breakfast, Shen Chuan left for work, and Shen Mo tidied up the dishes, soaked the laundry in a basin, locked the door, and stepped outside. The sun began to assert its strength, and the cicadas were chirping incessantly, a sound that was rather vexatious. The distance from his uncle's dormitory to Garden Road was not insignificant, so Shan Mo decided to take the trolley bus. With the windows open, the hot wind rushed in, providing little relief, but at least freshening the stifling air inside. The ticket saleswoman squeezed beside Shen Mo, and he said to Garden Road, 10 cents. He paid the fare, feeling a twinge of regret. If he failed to find work, he would have to walk back in the evening. He had given himself 5 days. Time was indeed a cost, and he could not afford to dawdle. With it not being rush hour and with the summer break in effect, the trolley bus was not overly crowded, allowing Shan Mo to secure a window seat. The ticket seller, glancing back at him with curiosity, received a smile in return from Shan Mo. The Shanghai of 1985 was far from the bustling metropolis it would become 4 decades later. The buildings along the roads were considerably lower, and the iconic television tower had yet to be constructed. There were few cars on the streets, and the sight of a 4-wheeled sedan was a rarity. Most people relied on the trolleybus or buses for transportation, while those with shorter distances opted for bicycles. The attire of the populace was similarly drab, imbued with the muted tones of the era, gray, blue, green, and white. As Shen Mo surveyed the scenes along the roadside, a surge of ambition welled within him. Despite having emerged from the operating table with virtually nothing to his name, he understood the trajectory of historical development. What reason did he have to be dissatisfied? Even if this were merely a dream, he was determined to make the most of it. Upon reaching Garden Road, the attendant reminded him, and Shen Mo expressed his gratitude as he disembarked. Indeed, Garden Road was bustling, lined with numerous large restaurants. He did not hold out hope for the state-owned establishments, as he would not be permitted entry. Instead, he sought out a larger private restaurant. Although the individual economy had been liberalized, the number of people capable of running large restaurants was still limited. After some time, he finally spotted a sizable private eatery, the Red Maple Leaf Restaurant, which was hiring waitstaff, offering a wage of 40 to 80 yuan per month, with meals and accommodation included. This seemed promising. Shen Mo stood before the job advertisement, the figure of 80 resonating in his mind like a heavy hammer. It was significantly higher than his uncle's salary, yet he felt it was not without its merits. The sun continued to beat down, and as mealtime had not yet arrived, the restaurant was nearly empty. The waitstaff at the entrance were mopping the floor, while a competent-looking woman, presumably the manager or owner, chatted amiably with them, casting an eye toward Shen Mo, who stood out in the doorway. "Young man, come in." The capable woman called out, standing to greet him. Shen Mo entered the restaurant, and she appraised him with evident satisfaction. "Are you looking for work?" "Yes." "Where are you from?" "Nuzha district." "Oh, a local?" "Not really. I don't even have a household registration in Shanghai, nor can I speak the dialect fluently, so I cannot be considered a local." Her smile broadened. "Outsiders are great. They are hard-working. If you're willing, you can work here. If you perform well, you could earn 80 yuan a month. And there are bonuses if business is good. Are you interested?" "That sounds good. Includes meals and accommodation, right?" "Indeed. You can move in tonight." The woman smiled, clearly confident that Shen Mo would find her offer irresistible. "Let us do it," Shen Mo replied. The woman's smile persisted, "But you must pass the interview first." "An interview? For a waitstaff position?" Shen Mo thought incredulously. Sensing his skepticism, she tempered her expression. "Young man, 80 yuan a month is a high salary. Simply carrying plates, 1 tea suffice. You must meet certain standards." Shen Mo overlooked the alternative figure of 40. If he couldn't earn 80, he might as well meet an unfortunate end. Intrigued, Shen Mo stated, "Then I shall give it a try." The woman's smile returned. Let us see how it goes. If you don't pass the interview, you can still stay, but the pay will only be 40. So, they have been waiting for me, Shan Mo mused inwardly, doubting that the promised 80 was anything more than bait to draw in applicants. After a brief wait, he considered how many would flock to the Red Maple Leaf restaurant for that 80 yuan. The confident woman remarked, many will come seeking that 80 yuan. Shen Mo was ushered to a corner to wait, while the other waitstaff chatted and occasionally glanced his way. As expected, within just one morning, 4 more candidates arrived, 3 young women and 1 young man. Xiao Mei, bring us the interview questions for these 5, the woman said with a smile, instructing a server to fetch the test papers. Manager Zhou, how many are you hiring? One of the timid young women asked, her natural trepidation evident upon hearing they would have to take a test. Just 1. We'll see who among you has the capability to stay. She replied with a smile, adding, and please, don't call me manager. My surname is Zhou. You may call me Manager Zhou. Understood, Manager Zhou. The candidates responded in unison. One slender girl with a long braid stepped forward and quickly returned with several sheets of paper to distribute. These are actually printed? Shen Mo had expected them to be mimeographed. Composing himself, he glanced at the test questions and was rendered speechless. The first question required the writing of the 26 English letters. The second asked for a self-introduction in English. The third sought to complete idiomatic expressions. The fourth required the completion of classical poetry, and the fifth involved simple arithmetic operations. This was rather unexpected. Shen Mo had mentally prepared himself for calculus. Yet, considering the current value of educational credentials, it was not entirely surprising that the questions were so basic. Grasping a pencil, Shen Mo set to work, completing the 10 questions in under 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the other candidates were still scratching their heads, struggling to answer. Wow, the young man is quite fast. Shen Mo thought to himself, let us not just say I'm quick, let us say I'm efficient. Here you go. Shen Mo presented his completed test to Manager Zhou with both hands. She glanced over it, and her previously playful demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. After reviewing his answers, she closed the test paper. You're only looking for summer work, right? We cannot hire you. Shen Mo did not even mention that he had a younger sibling in the 3rd year of middle school when the woman provided the answer. Manager Zhou, why? You are clearly someone with great potential. Our establishment is too small to retain you. She glanced over the test paper and found no apparent errors. Shen Mo was at a loss for words. The woman was genuinely complimentary, yet work still needed to be done. While the others continued with their tasks, Shen Mo seized the opportunity to converse with Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou, would it be possible for me to work for just 1 summer vacation? During this time, you could recruit additional staff, and I could fill in temporarily. Would that be agreeable? Let us wait and see, the woman replied, withholding a definitive answer as she still needed to review the papers of the other 4 candidates. After approximately half an hour, she announced, time's up. Please put down your pens. She picked up the paper of the nearest girl, and, upon a mere glance, her brow furrowed deeply. She proceeded to examine the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th candidates' papers. As I previously stated, we are only hiring 1 person this time. Yet, I can only select this young man, even if it is just for the summer. She continued, at Hong Maple Leaf, our servers must possess a solid cultural foundation. My expectations are not unreasonable. Chapter 3. A chance encounter with classmates. Shen Mo remained at Hong Maple Leaf, though not on this day. Manager Zhou granted him time, instructing him to return by 10 o'clock the following morning. Pack your clothing and bedding, and inform your family. Come back tomorrow. Thank you, Manager Zhou. She smiled at him. Go home, take a moment to relax today, and come to work tomorrow. Thank you, Shen Mo sincerely replied. Earning nearly 100 yuan in a little over a month was satisfactory. Should he perform well, he might even find a part-time evening job, allowing him to save up for the city's accommodation fee and focus on his studies. As Shen Mo departed, a group of people gathered around. Manager Zhou, you are incredible. What do you think? Just look at him. He excels far beyond you all. Manager Zhou watched as Shen Mo boarded the tram, somewhat uncertain. If all goes well, this young man might indeed attend university in the future. Zhou Jia, let's not underestimate the youth, right? Absolutely, she replied. The young people chattered excitedly. For them, university felt like a distant dream. Their immediate goal was to live well in the present, work diligently, and strive to return home at year's end with their heads held high. Shen Mo boarded the tram on his way back, and, quite coincidentally, it was the same girl selling tickets. 1 dime, please. Shen Mo felt a surge of happiness for having resolved his first day's work. He wouldn't have to walk back. After paying, he smiled at her. Thank you. The sunlight illuminated his face, easing his heart, making the day feel less oppressive. Along the roadside, he spotted several classmates enjoying popsicles, laughing boisterously. The tram passed by them unnoticed, as they failed to see Shen Mo within. Upon returning to his second uncle's dormitory, Shen Mo quickly washed and hung up 2 sets of clothing. An afternoon and an evening were sufficient for them to dry. With some time still at his disposal, he prepared a small pot of rice. Neighbor Aunt Wu observed Shen Mo cooking with a sense of admiration, remarking, "You've truly grown up." With 30 cents still in his pocket, Shen Mo reserved a dime for tomorrow's fare and spent the remaining 20 cents on vegetables and tofu, crafting a decent dinner. When his uncle Shan Chuan returned from work, he was somewhat incredulous. "Xiao Mo, did you prepare this? When did you learn to cook?" "Actually, I don't know much. I secretly watched the old lady downstairs cook and picked up a few things." "Uncle, it's time to eat." Shen Mo served the rice and offered his uncle a pair of chopsticks. "I found a job at Hong Maple Leaf as a server, working until the start of school." Shan Chuan accepted the chopsticks, his mood darkening. While other children may have helped with chores, his nephew was taking on part-time work. "Let us eat. I'll tidy up the clothes tonight and head to Hong Maple Leaf tomorrow. They provide meals and accommodation." "They provide meals and accommodation? That is quite good. Even if the wages are lower, at least it saves one person's food expenses, and that is a little extra money in and out." After dinner, Shen Mo checked the drying clothes, which were still slightly damp. His uncle sat nearby, engaging him in conversation. "Xiao Mo, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I've saved up 200 yuan over the past 2 years. You'll surely have enough by graduation. The city accommodation fee doesn't necessarily have to be 500. I just want to be a bit cautious," Shen Mo replied with a relaxed demeanor. "If it comes to it, I can always return to Yunnan for high school and take the college entrance exam again." He had confidence in this plan, though he knew the cost of returning to Yunnan would be substantial, and it was an unfamiliar place where he might be easily bullied. Shen Chuan sighed internally. Returning to take the entrance exam? It wasn't as simple as it seemed. Yet, he wouldn't crush his nephew's ambitions nor his own hopes. "Rest assured, you will take the exam in Shanghai. Return to Yunnan? That is absurd. Once Xiao Mo goes back, who can guarantee he will return?" Shen Chuan felt reluctant to gamble. Shen Mo returned to his room, placing the borrowed third-year textbooks into his bag. Working as a server would be demanding, but mornings would provide a bit of freedom, allowing him to learn more. With memories from his past life, a hellish escape, yet another cycle and diligent effort, he believed greater rewards awaited him. Watching Shan Mo pack his books, Shen Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction. That's the spirit. Summer vacation should not be wasted. Lying idle would yield nothing. Shen Mo intended to make productive use of his free time. After a night's rest, Shen Mo intended to rise early to prepare breakfast, but found that his uncle had risen even earlier, boiling noodles. "I've taken care of your clothes." His uncle even cracked an egg into the pot, and Shen Mo surmised that the egg was meant for him, as his uncle carefully protected the poached egg. He stepped forward to take the chopsticks and broke the egg into the mix. Hey, you rascal," Shen Chuan said with exasperation, yet with a hint of pride. "Today is your first day. I'll accompany you." "Uncle, don't delay your work." "It's fine," Shen Chuan replied, still concerned, worried that Shen Mo, being young, might be mistreated by the restaurant staff. After finishing their noodles, the uncle and nephew boarded the tram towards Garden Road. The ticket seller was once again that same girl. Observing Shen Mo smiling at her, Shen Chuan became curious and quietly asked, "Do you know her?" "She sold tickets on both trams yesterday." Shen Chuan glanced at the girl. While he found her somewhat pleasant, his thoughts were primarily occupied with his nephew's situation. Upon reaching Garden Road, the uncle and nephew disembarked the tram and headed straight for the Hong Maple Leaf restaurant. It was early, and the place was sparsely populated. With only a few waitstaff tidying up, manager Zhou was not yet present. It was a large restaurant, which gave Shen Chuan some reassurance. "Uncle, don't worry," Shen Mo reassured him. Spotting the girl who had handed him the test paper the previous day, he waved and called out, "Sister Xiao Mei, Sister Xiao Mei." Upon seeing him, Xiao Mei smiled and approached. "Come here. Your accommodations are arranged. You'll be sharing a room with Lao Wu and Xiao Yu." Lao Wu was the head chef, and Xiao Yu was an apprentice in the kitchen. Both were living in the hotel's arranged dormitory to save costs. As Lao Wu was from out of town and had no housing in Shanghai, while Xiao Yu was a local but lived far from the restaurant. Xiao Mei led Shen Mo to the dormitory, where Lao Wu had not yet risen. Xiao Yu had already gone to the kitchen early to assist with washing vegetables and prep work. Shen Chuan fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and awkwardly handed them to Lao Wu. "This is my nephew, Xiao Mo. Please take care of him." Shen Mo felt a lump in his throat. His uncle did not smoke. No problem, Lao Wu replied casually, stuffing the cigarettes into his pocket. He turned to Shen Chuan and said, "I heard everyone mention this young man is quite capable. Manager Zhou also mentioned he is aiming for university. A promising talent." A glow of pride spread across Shen Chuan's face. Although it was merely polite flattery, he was delighted to hear it. Manager Zhou approached, and just as Shen Chuan was about to offer a cigarette, he suddenly realized that manager Zhou was a woman, leaving him momentarily embarrassed and uncertain of how to proceed. "Welcome," Manager Zhou greeted politely, extending her hand to shake with Shen Chuan. "You are his older brother?" "I am his second uncle." Manager Zhou chuckled. "You're quite the lad. No need to worry." "Thank you, sir," Shen Mo replied. "Uncle, don't worry, I'll be back in a while." "Sir, it seems we're about to get busy here," Shen Chuan interjected. "I must head to work as well. You all carry on." He offered Shen Mo a few parting words of encouragement, visibly uneasy, before boarding the electric car. Shen Mo waved goodbye, while his uncle leaned out of the window to return the gesture, retracting and then peeking out once more until the vehicle was a distant sight. Xiao Mei found a uniform for Shan Mo. "Change into this. We'll be busy come noon." Although Shen Mo had never worked as a server, he had observed the interactions between servers and patrons, and he decided to emulate those behaviors. A group of colleagues mopped the floor, and, as mealtime approached, they began preparing to welcome guests. The business at Red Maple Leaf was thriving. Even before 11, diners started to arrive. And it wasn't until after 1 in the afternoon that Shen Mo and his fellow servers found a moment to eat. Their meal consisted of a mishmash of leftover ingredients, but at least there was some meat to be had. After their meal, they resumed cleaning, and by 3 o'clock, they finally found a moment to catch their breath, gathering around a fan to chat in anticipation of the evening's shift. The servers divided into 2 groups, one of men and the other of women, though both sides couldn't help but steal glances at each other. Manager Zhou came over to assign tasks. "We have several private rooms booked for tonight, one of which is for a young lady's birthday. Shen Mo, you will be in charge of that room. If you don't perform well, you can leave tomorrow." "Understood, Manager Zhou," he replied. Serving dishes and pouring tea was not particularly challenging. Before the guests in the room arrived, he was to assist in attending to other patrons. As the clock struck 4, guests began to arrive. The evening was noticeably busier than noon, with more patrons and a greater quantity of drinks being consumed. Xiao Wan, the greeter at the entrance, suddenly led a group toward the Kaiyu Hall, the very room Shan Mo was responsible for. "Xiao Shun, are you ready?" "Yes, Sister Wan." Shen Mo was not tasked with taking orders. His responsibility was to serve the dishes thereafter. He carried in 4 cold dishes, cheerfully announcing, "Excuse me, Shen Mo?" The girl exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Had he been an inexperienced youth, his face would have flushed crimson, wishing to disappear into a crevice. Yet his mental age surpassed 40, leaving him unencumbered by such feelings. "Wan, do you know him?" A middle-aged woman inquired curiously. "Yes." Zhou Jie praised Shen Mo with a teasing expression. "Who would have thought you, the fragrant mist lemon, secured a job ahead of time?" Chapter 4. An Opportunity Arises. Zhou Jie hailed from a well-off background. In an era where many were generally slender, she possessed a bit of softness, an embodiment of her privileged upbringing. "The fragrant mist lemon needs to eat, doesn't he?" Shen Mo swiftly arranged the cold dishes, but Zhou Jie deliberately stretched her leg onto the table to trip him. Sensing her intention, Shen Mo remained cautious and thwarted her attempt, causing her to nearly stumble instead. He felt a pang of regret. Had he not been committed to working at Red Maple Leaf for the summer, he would have certainly reciprocated her mischief with a nudge of his own. Zhou Jie's prank having failed, she felt discontent. Shen Mo, undeterred, finished placing the cold dishes and continued serving. The conversation within the room seemed to pick up, with Zhou Jie being bombarded with questions. "Both of my parents were educated youth sent to Yunnan after their return. They divorced and abandoned me." Zhou Jie's expression was exaggerated, her gossip shocking, drawing the attention of everyone in the private room with her animated gestures. Once he exited, Xiao Wan stuck her tongue out at him. "An acquaintance?" "An acquaintance with a strained relationship. Should I arrange for you to switch to another room?" Xiao Wan was quite considerate towards Shen Mo, not wishing for him to embarrass himself at the outset. "No, this will do. I can't avoid working just because of an acquaintance. If I encounter them again, I can't keep switching rooms." Xiao Wan gave him a thumbs up before returning to her duties. The kitchen began sending out hot dishes, and Shen Mo carried them towards a private room. Inside, someone had brought out a cake and was inserting candles. "Shen Mo, have you seen this?" Zhou Jie asked proudly. Shen Mo found it amusing. Such naive girls love to show off. "I haven't tea," he teased her. "Let me tell you, this is called." Zhou Jie's voice was soft and sweet, brimming with pride. Shen Mo arranged the dishes. "Enjoy your meal." Just before Zhou Jie could introduce her cake, he exited the room, feigning busyness, interrupting her mid-sentence. Zhou Jie felt more frustrated, but unexpectedly, just as Shen Mo was leaving, he took a few steps back. "Hey, what do you call this?" After his nonchalant interruption, Zhou Jie's desire to boast diminished greatly, and she huffed. "This is called a birthday cake." Shen Mo smiled at her. As a thought unbidden emerged in his mind, Would it be amusing if Zhou Jie's future husband bore the surname Ma? One by one, Shen Mo completed the dish service for the private room before stepping out to assist other guests, while Zhou Jie's family began dimming the lights and singing the birthday song. Another server, Wu Yuan, expressed envy. How nice, you can celebrate birthday. Xiao Shun, have you ever had a birthday? Isn't it just a bowl of noodles? Maybe had an egg at most. Shen Mo hadn't celebrated a birthday in quite some time. Wu Yuan's tone remained envious. I'd like to celebrate once, but cakes are too expensive. Just once before marriage would suffice. Shen Mo set that as a target for him. Men didn't seem to require much ceremony. Just a single celebration would do. Clearly, Wu Yuan shared that sentiment. Once would be enough. Xiao Shun, come here. Manager Zhou beckoned him over. Manager Zhou, we just had a table of guests arrive at the new beauty hall, including 3 foreigners. Please keep an eye on them. Other servers could speak English. But Manager Zhou had concluded from Shan Mo's performance the previous day that his English proficiency was superior. Understood. Xiao Wan, have Shen Mo accompany you to take the order from guests. Shen Mo followed Xiao Wan to the new beauty hall, where she encouraged herself inwardly. It's all right. There are Chinese people here. The foreigners in the private room were there for foreign trade clothing, elegantly dressed individuals attending to them. Red maple leaf excels at local cuisine. You must try this braised pork and this great fish and these oil-fried river shrimp. Shen Mo stood beside Xiao Wan as a backup. The 3 foreigners stared at the menu, their faces betraying helpless confusion. There weren't even any pictures. The Chinese side had brought a translator, but the translator was inadequate, merely facilitating simple exchanges, failing to effectively translate the dishes. Shen Mo was surprised by his own composure. Perhaps he had been waiting for this very opportunity. He stepped forward, speaking in remarkably fluent English, not only introducing the dish names, but also elaborating on the ingredients and preparation methods. The 3 foreigners finally understood, nodding frequently and saying okay repeatedly. Shen Mo then consulted the Chinese personnel. They just ordered the crab meat shark fin. Is that acceptable? It was a rather extravagant dish, but the Chinese personnel were generous. Let's go for it. Young man, the previous order doesn't count. Have them order again. Xiao Wan looked at Shen Mo with delight, whispering, you're quite sharp. Shen Mo didn't hesitate to recommend several reasonably priced signature dishes, adding a few ordinary options, ensuring the Chinese personnel didn't feel like Red Maple Leaf was trying to take advantage of them. The Chinese personnel nodded in agreement. This young man was quite astute, although the initial crab meat shark fin had startled them. All right, young man, you'll be the one to serve the dishes. Once you've delivered them, don't leave. Wait outside, and we'll call for you if needed. Understood, sir. Shen Mo readily agreed. He and Xiao Wan stepped outside, and the individuals inside visibly relaxed. One of the middle-aged men remarked, who would have thought that such a modest little restaurant could harbor such hidden talent? Another chuckled, Manager Su, you'll need to tip the staff later. Of course. Manager Su mused that such talent was truly wasted in a restaurant setting, lamenting the youth of the individual. After Xiao Wan relayed the menu to the kitchen, she eagerly sought out Manager Zhou. Sister Zhou, Shen Mo is incredibly sharp. Just now at Xinmiai, the moment he spoke, everyone in the private room was left speechless. Manager Zhou wore a knowing smile, as if she held the cards close to her chest. Shen Mo is unlike the rest of you. Go and prepare. She had taken a gamble, and to her surprise, Shen Mo truly possessed such remarkable ability. After tonight, she intended to make it known on Garden Road that the Hong Maple Leaf restaurant had an English-speaking waiter, a boon for hosting foreign guests in the future. Unfortunately, Shen Mo was only available for a single summer. Even if it was just a summer, the buzz needed to be generated first to see how many patrons would come and dine, subsequently adjusting Shen Mo's salary to attract students struggling with English. Xiao Wan, take a few people to the entrance for a chat. You can have a half-hour break to discuss. Shen Mo, all right. Xiao Wan happily accepted the mandate to indulge in a little idleness. Manager Zhou squinted at Shen Mo, who remained composed, waiting at the dish delivery area. The waitstaff at Hong Maple Leaf suddenly found themselves in a state of inexplicable excitement, a sentiment that Manager Zhou tacitly endorsed. In the Kaiyo Hall, Zhou Jie and her companions suddenly noticed a change in the waitstaff. Where's Shen Mo? The substitute, Xiao Wu, exclaimed excitedly. He has been assigned to serve foreign guests. Zhou Jie scoffed. Him, serve foreign guests? How many words can he even say? Oh, young lady, he speaks English quite fluently, more so than he does Huai dialect. Zhou Jie believed this, as Shen Mo could barely string together a few sentences in Huai dialect. She muttered something under her breath, anticipating Shen Mo's potential embarrassment. However, Shen Mo did not falter, and Zhou Jie leaned against the doorframe, watching him deliver dishes inside. Chapter 5. Bargaining. Did they bring a translator? Yes, but none as proficient as Shen Mo. Zhou Jie remained unconvinced eager to witness the scene firsthand. But her parents in the private room urged her to return for dinner, leaving her reluctantly retreating. Throughout the meal, she pondered the possibility of Shan Mo being able to communicate with foreigners. How could that even be? In the Zinmi private room, Shan Mo positioned the last dish perfectly, stepped back, and smiled at the patrons. "Your dishes are ready. Please enjoy." Manager Su initially uttered a surprised "ah," prompting Shan Mo to inquire, "Sir, is there anything else you require?" "Young man, please don't leave. Stay with us in the private room." Shan Mo hesitated, replying, "Sir, I must attend to other guests. I can't linger here, or I will incur penalties. I understand why you wish to remain, but if it's for product promotion, that is a different matter. And I cannot join you at the table, merely observing, which also requires compensation." Shen Mo once again smiled at the patrons before exiting the private room. Negotiations could not be concluded in mere moments. He stepped outside. The patrons inside felt a sense of loss without Shen Mo able to communicate, but limited to basic exchanges, making deeper discussions somewhat challenging, especially as they had not even considered offering Shen Mo additional compensation. Upon exiting, Shen Mo was startled to find several waitstaff gathered at the entrance, eagerly watching. "Shen Mo, what do foreigners look like?" "They have a nose and 2 eyes. Nothing particularly special." Zhao Kuan-Yu at the entrance strained to peek through the door, but could see nothing. Xiao Mei arrived to disperse the crowd, saying, "Get back to work. Don't linger here. Sister Zhou just mentioned it." The staff quickly dispersed, assisting one another with serving tea, water, or handling bills. Manager Zhou beckoned Shen Mo over. "Xiao Shun, you will remain near Zinmi for the convenience of the guests inside." "Understood, manager." Shen Mo agreed readily. Manager Zhou entered with a pot of tea, cheerfully announcing, "We have foreign friends dining, and the restaurant should not be stingy. Let us offer a pot of Longjing tea for everyone to enjoy. If you need anything, Xiao Shun is just outside. Feel free to call upon him." "Indeed," Manager Su spoke up. "May we let the young man come in? We need his help with translation." Manager Zhou's smile remained unperturbed. "That would incur an additional service fee." "How much?" Manager Su thought the price should not be exorbitant. 100. Manager Su chuckled, shaking his head, yet he understood that Manager Zhou was not attempting to extort. "Forget it. Next time then. Enjoy your meal." Manager Zhou exited the private room, beaming. "Xiao Shun, do well." Inside, Manager Su's mind began to race. The young man's English seemed promising, but was it worth 100? Or just 100? In the wake of the reforms, translators were scarce in Huhai, and those capable of simultaneous interpretation were few and far between. "Let us give it a try. Consider the 100 as tonight's meal expense." He leaned out, waving to Manager Zhou, who approached him with a smile. "Sir, how may I assist you?" "Let the young man in. We will cover the service fee." "No problem." Manager Zhou emerged, telling Shan Mo, "Tonight, you will only serve this private room. Ignore the rest." "Understood, manager." Shen Mo did not inquire about his potential earnings, but proceeded directly into the private room. Manager Zhou watched the closed door with intrigue, thinking to herself, "This young man is quite sharp." Shen Mo's presence facilitated smooth communication within the private room. He focused solely on translation, refraining from any other inquiries. Manager Su appreciated fine wine, but had hardly taken a sip that evening. His attention fixed on Shan Mo's speed and accuracy in translation, particularly noting any stumbles. For such everyday dialogue, Shan Mo was effortlessly skilled. His vocabulary was adequate, having previously handled meetings with European and American clients directly, making him well-suited for translation during dining. Manager Su nodded inwardly, recognizing the young man's capabilities. As the meal approached its conclusion, Manager Su inquired, "Young man, how old are you?" "Some people have baby faces and appear quite youthful." 14. "I'm working this summer to support my family. How much will be deducted for a day off?" Manager Su contemplated having Shan Mo serve as a translator, but knew he could not overextend. "Probably about 3 yuan." Manager Su chuckled, "Not much, not much. I'll come find you in a few days." He fished out a large bill from his wallet and handed it to Shan Mo, tonight's tip. Another companion went out to settle the bill. 3 foreigners smiled at Shan Mo, and one pulled out a $1 bill, offering it to him. Shen Mo graciously accepted it with thanks, opening the private room door to escort a few guests out. At the entrance of Kaiyu Hall, Zhou Jie stood astonished, watching Shen Mo chatting and laughing with several foreigners as he bid them farewell at the restaurant's exit. "Your English is that good?" Shen Mo nonchalantly replied, "It's just average." After dining, Zhou Jie's family emerged to settle the bill and departed, taking her along. On the way back, Zhou Jie continued to marvel at the fact that it had been Shen Mo speaking with the foreigners. The boy who struggled with Huhai dialect had somehow acquired such abilities. After seeing off the last table of guests, a group of waitstaff began tidying up. "Xiao Shun, come here." Manager Zhou exempted Shen Mo from cleaning duties. Shen Mo set down the mop and walked over to Manager Zhou amidst envious glances. You performed exceptionally today. The service fee for the Zimei private room is 100. 100? Shen Mo quickly processed this information, realizing he would not receive the entire sum. The restaurant would undoubtedly withhold a portion, or Manager Zhou might take her share. That 100 is what you earned, but not all of it can go to you. Then how much can you give me? Shen Mo began to negotiate, aware that if the offer was unsatisfactory, the Hong Maple Leaf would lose this service. I'll give you half, 50. Shen Mo shook his head. I want 70. Manager Zhou chuckled. Xiao Shun, you must understand, without the platform of Hong Maple Leaf, you would never find such opportunities. Shen Mo laughed in response. Manager Zhou, in the entire Huhai, there are no more than 10 individuals possessing my skills, and I am the only one willing to work as a waiter. What if I decline? Then the negotiations will fall apart. After that, Hong Maple Leaf will no longer have any waitstaff capable of communicating with foreigners, and those who have such abilities will be too intimidated to come. Shen Mo exuded the confidence of an adult, showing no signs of trepidation. Manager Zhou maintained his smile. The patrons in the new private room must have intentions of hiring you for a task tonight, right? How does this leave your request for leave? You can't deduct my wages for my absence, Shen Mo replied calmly. You can tell other guests that there is a young man at Hong Maple Leaf who speaks English and is quite busy if they wish to hire me. They must spend at the restaurant first, and we can arrange for it upon my return. I don't need to tally the bill, right? 70 will suffice. Manager Zhou calculated briefly, knowing that if he were to haggle over such a small sum with Shen Mo, the reputation of Hong Maple Leaf as a miserly establishment would spread along the entire Flower Garden Road, resulting in a loss greater than the gain. Manager Zhou, please remember this, and we can settle up when I leave. Shen Mo was in no rush to receive his payment. With so many patrons around, carrying cash could pose a security risk. He still had the tips from the evening, sufficient for his daily needs. All right, go on and get busy, Manager Zhou said, relinquishing any preferential treatment towards Shen Mo unfazed. Shen Mo returned to his duties, resuming the task of mopping the floor. On his first day at Hong Maple Leaf, Shen Mo earned 80 yuan along with $1. At that moment, the exchange rate stood at 128 yuan for $1, while the black market rate could soar to 45 or even 5. By working through the summer, Shen Mo was confident he could cover the costs associated with his household registration and still have a considerable surplus. Chapter 6, Foreign Trade Translation. After finishing his cleaning, Shen Mo took a shower to wash away the fatigue of work and returned to the dormitory to enjoy the breeze from the fan. Lao Wu and Xiao Yu, with their hair still somewhat damp, eagerly approached him upon his return. We heard you made quite an impression last night. It wasn't that remarkable, Shen Mo replied modestly. What did the foreigner look like? Lao Wu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Having spent years in the kitchen, his acquaintances were limited to the waitstaff at the restaurant. He was just average, nothing particularly special. Xiao Yu, intrigued, asked, are all foreigners wealthy? There are certainly poor ones, Shen Mo replied, but those who can travel abroad are likely to be better off than us. Did you receive any tips? Xiao Yu pressed, with Lao Wu's eyes sparkling with curiosity. I received a little, Shen Mo said, pulling out the $1 bill from his pocket for show. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up as he grabbed it. Holding it up to the light, it's foreign money. This could be exchanged for over 2 yuan. Shen Mo refrained from revealing the larger tips he had received throughout the night, as discussing such amounts might be overwhelming. This single dollar seemed more relatable to them. Lao Wu sighed. Ultimately, it is essential to have education. Someone like me can only wield a ladle in the kitchen. However, Shen Mo disagreed. Uncle Wu, wielding a ladle is a skill that can sustain a lifetime. Lao Wu appreciated the sentiment, recognizing it as a true craft. Xiao Yu, lacking both education and skills, could only listen enviously to Shen Mo and Lao Wu's conversation. He returned the dollar to Shen Mo, his mouth busy with smacking sounds. Leaning against the headboard, he absent-mindedly picked up a martial arts novel and began to read, thinking, worrying won't help. I should focus on learning the craft from Lao Wu. The next morning, Shen Mo rose early to wash up. Taking advantage of the quiet, he glanced through the textbooks for his 3rd year of junior high. Mathematics, physics, and chemistry were the focal points, subjects that could dramatically impact exam scores. Mastering these subjects was crucial, as the adage went, with a solid grasp of math and science. One can traverse the world without fear. Shen Mo immersed himself in mathematics. The concepts felt familiar, yet he hesitated when faced with the problems. Despite having the thought process, it had been too long since he tackled exercises, and he struggled to regain his rhythm. Physics and chemistry presented a similar challenge. The knowledge felt like long-lost friends beckoning him with open arms. Xiao Shun, it's time to head to the front. Xiao Mei suddenly appeared, catching Shen Mo by surprise. He looked up to see the sun already high in the sky. Sister Xiao Mei, he greeted, putting away his books and following her to breakfast, followed by cleaning tables and chairs in preparation for the guests. The day unfolded quietly, with no foreign patrons arriving, and Shen Mo experienced a rather ordinary day. Indeed, opportunities do not present themselves every day. However, his tranquility was short-lived, as Manager Su, who had dined there previously, returned. Manager Zhou instantly recognized him. "Sir, please come in. How many in your party today?" Manager Su raised one finger. "Just me. I'd like Xiao Shun to serve me." Manager Zhou chuckled. "You're aware of Xiao Shun's service fee, right? I'm alone, and I didn't bring any foreigners. Does that still warrant a service fee?" Manager Su was candid. If he merely required standard service, he could easily request any waiter. By specifically requesting Xiao Shun, it was clear he sought additional services. Manager Zhou intended to collect an intermediary fee as well, but it couldn't be set at 100. The private room fee is 20 yuan. Manager Zhou knew he couldn't demand too much, as excessive charges might lead Su to contact Shen Mo privately. Very well. Manager Su agreed readily. Manager Zhou called out to Shan Mo, who was standing in the lobby. "Xiao Shun, please take the order for this guest. It's for the new private room." "Understood." Manager Shan Mo replied, stepping into the new room, contemplating that perhaps special arrangements could be made for the private room. What authority did he have? Being merely a temporary worker for the summer? Manager Zhou shared similar thoughts. A summer job was just that, but if possible, he could consider having Shan Mo work part-time during the winter break as well. Inside the private room, Manager Su ordered stir-fried tender greens, June crabs, stir-fried beef, and a steamed fish. After the dishes were served, Manager Su invited, "Xiao Shun, don't just stand there. Come, sit with me and eat." Shen Mo stood stiffly. "Like a statue. There are regulations. I can't do that." Manager Su laughed. "I've spoken with your manager. You can accompany me for the meal. We need to have some formality. After all, I can't just sit down and eat, then leave immediately." "Haha, you're quite mature for your age," Manager Su urged. Without hesitation, Shen Mo sat beside him. Manager Su pulled out a business card and handed it to Shen Mo, glancing at it. Shen Mo noted it read Su Xiangyang, manager of Yanyang Foreign Trade Company. So, he was Manager Su. Shen Mo quickly recognized the title, associating it with Su Xiangyang. In those days, individual entrepreneurs were generally modest, shunning ostentation. Only those in foreign trade would adopt grand titles to foster trust. "You saw the foreigner I brought the other day. We have a meeting tomorrow with them. But I haven't secured a translator. Would you be interested in helping out?" Manager Su did not regard Shen Mo as a mere youth. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Shen Mo. Shen Mo eyed the cigarette in his hand, asking, "How do you calculate the price?" Manager Su replied, "I only need you for less than half a day, so I'll give you 300. 300 was a substantial amount. But Shen Mo was not entirely satisfied. 500, from 8 in the morning until noon, and for every hour beyond that, an additional 100. If it's less than an hour, I'll charge for a full hour." Shen Mo immediately set the terms, clearly defining the time frame. Manager Su chuckled. "Xiao Shun, you certainly have big ambitions. It seems the youth before me isn't easily swayed. The scarcity of translation talents is no secret, and you have the leverage to negotiate. Since you're the first client, I'm being quite generous by not insisting on payment in dollars." Shen Mo felt a slight unease. He needed the money urgently, which Manager Su was unaware of. As expected, Manager Su fell silent. The black market had its own pricing, and Shen Mo remained courteous. "But my young friend, you don't have any credentials." Manager Su attempted to press further, try to negotiate a lower price. Shen Mo stood his ground. "Manager Su, you're here already, and you still doubt my credentials? If that is the case, I can't assist you. Let us proceed as you suggested." Su Xiangyang is of a similar age to Shen Jiang, yet possesses a remarkable eloquence that instantly elevates Shen Mo to the same social tier. The price is non-negotiable. Further discussion would result in Shen Mo declining the order. "Is there a summary of tomorrow's discussion? I must prepare in advance." Shen Mo took the cigarette. Tucking it behind his ear, Su Xiangyang retrieved a stack of documents from his bag and handed them to Shen Mo. "This encompasses the topics for tomorrow's discussion." The moment Su Xiangyang heard Shen Mo request the materials, his anxiety eased considerably. Upon receiving the documents, Shen Mo realized that the company in question was a leather goods firm, which piqued his interest in Su Xianjiang's profitable model. "Wait for me at the entrance of the Grand International Hotel at 8 tomorrow morning." No problem. The two began their meal, and indeed, this fare was far superior to the staff meals. Shen Mo devoured 2 large bowls of rice. Chapter 7. Do they really take me for a child? After dining, Shen Mo requested leave from Manager Zhou. refraining from mentioning the service fee. For the whole day tomorrow? Certainly, Manager Zhou agreed, without bringing up any deductions. Shen Mo presented his business card to Manager Zhou. I will be translating for Xiangyang foreign trade tomorrow, 500 for half a day. He knew Manager Zhou would surely promote this. She needed something to draw attention, otherwise, why would anyone come to Red Maple Leaf for a meal? Take the afternoon off to buy yourself a proper outfit. You can't show up in a tank top tomorrow. Manager Zhou suddenly felt she had a knack for matchmaking. Shall I advance you some money? 20 yuan should suffice. Shen Mo intended to purchase a decent outfit. Follow me to the office. Manager Zhou led Shen Mo to her office, retrieving a notebook from her drawer and flipping to his page. Your wages are calculated separately. Yesterday's 80 yuan, and I'll advance you 20, leaving you with 60. She handed him the 20 yuan. Thank you, Manager Zhou. Call me Sister Zhou. Everyone else does. All right, Sister Zhou. Exiting the office, Shen Mo departed from Red Maple Leaf and went to the mall to buy a white shirt and dress pants, along with leather shoes and socks. Though they were commonplace items, they at least made him look presentable. With some money still remaining, Shen Mo purchased a dictionary. While he could manage everyday conversations that did not guarantee fluency during negotiations, lacking a computer or internet, he could only rely on the dictionary. He also acquired a synthetic leather black bag to hold his materials, striving to appear more mature. On his way back, Shen Mo noticed a vendor selling sunflower seeds and peanuts by the roadside and decided to buy some. He returned to Red Maple Leaf in the afternoon, finding no guests yet, and a group of waitstaff were relatively idle. Upon seeing Shen Mo, now looking quite dapper, they quickly gathered around him. Little Shun, I heard from Sister Zhou that you'll be translating tomorrow for 500 for half a day. Indeed, Shen Mo did not deny it. He needed the staff to gossip and spread the word, or how could he establish his reputation? He offered the sunflower seeds and peanuts. Sister May, please share these with everyone. Once I earn some money, I'll treat you all to cake. The group cheered as they began to distribute the snacks. Manager Zhou approached and grabbed a handful, smiling, Little Shun, do a good job tomorrow. She was quite willing to support Shen Mo, even if just for a summer. Upon his return tomorrow, if successful, she would arrange a private room for him to capitalize on this opportunity. If he performed poorly, they would not lose him, allowing Shan Mo to earn his service fee diligently. That evening, Manager Zhou instructed Shen Mo not to work, allowing him to rest and prepare for tomorrow's translation. Shen Mo complied without complaint, retreating to his dormitory to ready his materials until Lao Wu and Xiao Yu returned. Is it that late? Xiao Yu remarked enviously, Uncle Wu. Little Shen clearly has an education. There's no comparison. He had never considered that knowledge could yield such financial reward. 500 for half a day? That meant 1,000 for a full day. If Shen Mo secured a full day's work, he could earn nearly what others made in a year. Working late into the night, Shen Mo donned his attire early the next morning and set off for the Grand International Hotel. With some time to spare, he ordered sticky rice and soy milk, eating while waiting for his associate. Su Xiangyang arrived later, at 8:30, clad in a sharp suit, his hair slicked back, and his shoes polished to a shine. He was accompanied by several familiar faces from prior visits to Red Maple Leaf. Let us go inside. Su Xiangyang led Shen Mo into the Grand International Hotel, where he had reserved a meeting room. The room, located on the second floor, was modest yet impeccably clean, adorned with a wine-red velvet cloth on the table, and each seat featured a porcelain cup. Little Shun, please sit next to me. The same few foreigners from last time were present. Shen Mo felt a wave of relief. Although he had only met them once, this encounter instilled him with significant confidence. Sure enough, when the foreigners entered and recognized Shen Mo, they greeted him warmly with knowing smiles. Having traveled extensively, they were accustomed to mediocre translators. While Shen Mo was not a professional, his skills were adequate. Many were less capable than he. In business, clarity on key points sufficed, and the meeting progressed smoothly. Shen Mo diligently recorded keywords and translated, managing to keep pace. Su Xiangyang discreetly checked his watch, anxious not to exceed the allotted time. Around 11:50, the meeting concluded. Yet some matters remained unresolved, leading Shen Mo to believe they would require an additional half-day. Su Xiangyang felt a twinge of regret. It appeared he would need to enlist Shen Mo's services once more. 2 half-days equated to 1,000 yuan. The crux was that these 2 half-days combined fell short of 8 hours, leaving him feeling shortchanged. The foreigners stood up, engaging in pleasant conversation post-meeting, preparing to go for lunch. Shen Mo had no intention of crashing the meal. He needed to settle the payment with Su Xiangyang. Su Xiangyang wore a perplexed expression. Little Shun, it's clear I'll need to come back. Let us settle this together. That won't he do, as previously agreed. Payment is due immediately upon conclusion. Shen Mo, not as tall as Su Xiangyang, looked up at him, yet his gaze held no room for negotiation. The 500 yuan was crucial for his household registration. It could not be delayed. The sooner they settled the matter, the sooner he could find peace of mind. Next time we'll settle together, Su Xiangyang chuckled, reaching for his bag to leave. Shen Mo was incensed. Encountering such a situation on his first assignment was frustrating. Mr. Su, will I be considered for the next order? Of course you will, Su Xiangyang assured him readily. Will you be able to pay for the next order? Absolutely. Regardless of whether I continue translating, the next payment will certainly be made. Do you think I can trust you? Su Xiangyang laughed. You must trust me. I do not. Shen Mo smiled in return. If I dare to take this job, I am fully prepared for the possibility of you defaulting. Seizing the moment before the foreigners departed, he approached them. Let me speak with them. Let us see if this deal can still go through. I never said I wouldn't pay you. You did say. Shen Mo raised his voice slightly, drawing the attention of the foreigners. Little Shun, do you know how much is at stake here? If you interfere, you won't be able to bear the consequences. That's between you and the foreigners. It's not my concern. Shen Mo began walking toward the foreigners, but Su Xiangyang grasped his arm. Just a few days delay. What is the rush? I can't wait even a moment. If you can default on my payment, you can default on theirs as well. To prevent other Chinese foreign traders from suffering due to your delays, I feel compelled to inform them. What is your angle? Do you think I'll earn less if I make a profit? I'm only after my 500 yuan. Furthermore, Mr. Su, let me remind you, it's better for us both to lose than for you to profit alone. I'll find out where those foreigners are staying. I won't let you ruin this deal. If I do, I won't bear the surname Shun. Shen Mo's stance was unwavering, akin to an immovable rock. Su Xiangyang, at a loss, reluctantly opened his bag. I was planning to give this to you later. It's inappropriate to count money in front of them. Then Mr. Su should pay in advance next time. That would be more presentable. Su Xiangyang was left speechless, counting out 50 crisp bills and slamming them onto the table. All right, here's your payment. Su Xiangyang's frustration was palpable. He had been outmaneuvered by a mere youth. Shen Mo meticulously counted the bills, placing them into his bag. Allow me to remind you not to entertain thoughts of any unpaid translation debts. Furthermore, should anything happen to me, I will undoubtedly hold you accountable. Just see how I might interfere with your business. One must uphold the principle of evidence. Shen Mo scoffed. I am not the police. What need have I for evidence? Chapter 8. Hand the money to uncle. Su Xiangyang finally realized that he could no longer view Shan Mo as a mere child. For those words struck a chord within him. Goodbye. Shen Mo picked up his bag, waved to Su Xiangyang and the others, and departed. The remaining individuals immediately gathered around. Old Su, what's the situation? What do you think? This little brat refuses to concede niche. I want to be consulting him again, indulging this bad habit of his. Not consulting Shen Mo, Su Xiangyang was at a loss for alternatives. Although he was engaged in foreign trade, which sounded prestigious, he did not consider himself a magnate. Every penny he spent was meticulously accounted for. The translators he had previously employed were even less competent than Shan Mo. Though Shen Mo's rates were high, he was always able to deliver results. The genuine translators were beyond his reach. The thought of having to find another translator made Su Xiangyang sigh inwardly. Everything was turning out to be quite different from his expectations. Let us go treat some foreigners to dinner. Su Xiangyang couldn't bring himself to go to the Red Maple, especially at this hour when Shan Mo might not even be there. Let's just stay here. With a belly full of frustration, he led the group to the upstairs restaurant. Shen Mo certainly would not mooch off his meal after indulging in such a feast. Settling the bill would become an arduous task. As he walked outside, he pondered the upcoming matters. If he had to be out all day, how would he manage lunch? Next time, he should make arrangements for the other party to cover the meal. Once outside, he spent a dime on a bowl of noodles and took a bus back to his uncle's dormitory. He had only been away for a few days. Yet Shen Mo found himself yearning for this place. He changed into ordinary clothes, washed the garments his uncle had left unwashed in the room, and habitually reached for the ingredients to cook. However, upon touching the rice bag, he chuckled. Not today. Let us dine out with uncle. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely, and the wind was warm. Shen Mo sat in the room, fanning himself, with a pile of cash bound by rubber bands in front of him. By 5 o'clock, the streets outside buzzed with noise, the tinkling of bicycle bells chiming as workers finished their shifts. Shen Chuan rode back, greeted neighbors, and with a light step, ascended the stairs. Just as he took out his keys, he sensed something was amiss with the door. Had they been robbed? Sweat immediately beaded on Shen Chuan's forehead as he forcefully pushed the door open, only to find his nephew fanning himself and smiling at him. Uncle, you're back. Shen Chuan's heart dropped back into his chest. Why are you back? Did something go awry at the restaurant? Or did you have a disagreement with someone? Neither. I was doing quite well, lively and colorful, Shan Mo replied, waving the fan towards the pile of money. It was then that Shen Chuan finally noticed the stack of cash. He quickly closed the door and approached, whispering, "Where did this come from?" His expression turned serious, fearing his nephew might have gone down a wrong path. If Shan Mo couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation, he would have to take him to the police station. If there was anyone in this world whom Shan Mo could trust, it was undoubtedly his uncle Shen Chuan. "Uncle, please sit." Shen Mo gestured for Shen Chuan to take a seat, while Shen Chuan remained wary, not even wanting to touch the money. "Shout, Mo, speak truthfully. Where did this money come from? We must return it promptly. I did not expect you to become exceedingly wealthy. I only wish for you to remain above reproach." "I understand. Uncle, I earned this money honestly and fairly." Shen Chuan raised an eyebrow. "Do you take me for a fool? What could possibly earn you so much?" "Uncle, my English is decent. I've been working as a translator for people." Shen Chuan looked bewildered. "Your English is decent? Is it truly that good? Don't deceive me." Shen Mo felt helpless. The previous owner of his identity had only mediocre grades, which explained Shen Chuan's lack of confidence. Yet he needed to maintain the facade. Otherwise, his uncle would truly take him to see the authorities. "Uncle, I assure you, this is genuinely my earnings." After some contemplation, he added, "I encountered foreign guests at Red Maple and just completed a translation for a foreign trade company today. 500 for half a day." 500 for half a day? Shen Chuan was even more astonished. This was entirely beyond his comprehension. Opportunities do not present themselves every day. "And I also received a bonus of 60 yuan from Red Maple." "Uncle, I know you worry about me going astray, but this time it's not the case. You can inquire along Garden Road. Who doesn't he know that Shen Mo at Red Maple speaks English?" Shen Mo wore a smug expression, persuading Shen Chuan to believe him to some extent. "I'll check in a few days, but you better not be deceiving me." Shen Mo insisted. "I need to continue working at Red Maple. Otherwise, who will come to me for translations?" Today as payment was almost not secured. "How so?" Shen Chuan asked tense. "I told the person from the foreign trade company that if they didn't pay me, I would ruin their business, and that ass when they agreed to settle." "You brat, you're far too audacious." Shen Chuan pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "So can everyone in your class become translators?" He still found something amiss. "Impossible. Even our teacher might not be capable." Shen Mo firmly denied. "Then why can you?" Shen Mo replied, "Uncle, I had heard that translation was lucrative, so I began preparing for it. To be honest, I had no expectations for anyone else. I merely wished to earn some tips at a big restaurant this year, and the translation gig was a leap of faith." "Uncle, please don't borrow money anymore. This 500 should be sufficient." "Sufficient?" Shen Chuan believed half of it. His nephew was striving and ambitious, and he was willing to trust him. "But I still need to tell your father and your grandparents that I lent it to you. Otherwise, they might divert this money for other purposes." Shen Chuan was thoroughly uneasy about the family, deciding to take a leave of absence soon to help Shen Mo establish his household registration, ensuring that his nephew could focus on his studies. "Uncle, school starts in the 3rd year. I'd like to apply for dormitory accommodation to save time commuting and dedicate it to studying." Shen Chuan was more concerned about his nephew's living situation. Shen Mo, however, was quite relaxed. "Uncle, this summer, I can surely earn some money at Red Maple. If I can pick up another job, I'll have surplus for my living expenses in the 3rd year. If not, I can manage with a bit of frugality. Besides, I'd like you to find a partner." Shen Chuan scratched his head, amused. "You're even worrying about me now." If Shen Mo stayed in the dormitory, Shen Chuan's personal space would greatly increase, making it easier for him to pursue a romantic interest. Shen Mo had already arranged his plans for the summer after the 3rd year. He intended to work at Red Maple and continue living in the dormitory, hoping to resolve his uncle's personal issues swiftly. "Are you returning to Red Maple tonight?" "Yes, I don't dare leave so much money at the restaurant. It's far safer in your hands." Shen Chuan felt reassured as well. He resolved that even if the money was not obtained through proper means, he would feign ignorance and ensure his nephew's household registration was secured. Once it was settled, even if someone pursued the matter, they could address it gradually. Of course, in a few days, he would also check along Garden Road. He didn't hold out much hope that his nephew truly possessed such skills. "Uncle, let us eat out today." Shen Chuan was reluctant. "What's the rush? We'll go out to eat once your household registration is settled." He still needed to return home to discuss it with his parents and consult with his older brother. His sister-in-law would not accept Shen Mo, so he would have to rely on the old house. Shen Chuan fetched a small pot, boiled some noodles, and cracked 2 eggs into it, serving one to each of them. Shen Mo squatted beside him, watching as Shen Chuan prepare the noodles. Simple as it was, plain noodles with eggs, it truly smelled delightful. During their meal, Shen Chuan noticed Shen Mo's attire. To his surprise, it did indeed look quite impressive. Shen Mo pulled out a $1 bill from his pocket and handed it to Shen Chuan. "Uncle, this was a tip from a foreign guest, $1. You might find it useful." It was a rare item, presenting this when establishing his household registration might yield unexpected benefits. Shen Chuan accepted it without hesitation. Tucking it into his pocket, a dollar tip seemed reasonable enough. Now let us eat. Shen Mo swiftly finished his noodles and washed the cookware. Upon noticing his clothes hanging on the balcony, Shen Chuan reached out to feel them. They were half dry. Wonderful. Second uncle, I must take my leave now. Allow me to accompany you. Shen Mo carried his belongings and bag downstairs, while Shen Chuan escorted him to the tram. It was the same young lady as before. Shen Chuan paid the 10-cent fare and smiled at her, saying, "Would you be so kind as to keep an eye on my nephew?" The young woman merely nodded in acknowledgement. As the summer evening lingered, Shen Mo arrived at Huayuan Road and decided to buy some discounted cake scraps. But he refrained this time. The Red Maple Leaf restaurant buzzed with activity, and when Shen Mo entered with his bag, Xiao Mei's eyes lit up. "Xiao Shun, you're back. I've finished my tasks and returned to lend a hand. It's not ideal to loiter outside. I'll go change." Manager Zhou called Shen Mo over. "No need to rush back. Was everything smooth today?" "Overall, yes, quite smooth. I bought some cakes for everyone. But there seems to be no good place to put them. Let us store them in the dormitory for now. We'll figure it out after the evening rush." "All right." Shen Mo returned to change into his server attire and joined the bustling atmosphere with the others. That evening, there were no foreigners present, and Shen Mo, having just arrived, felt fortunate that Xiangyang Foreign Trade Company happened to be in luck. By 9 o'clock, as diners began to disperse, Shen Mo retrieved the cake from the dormitory. A group of servers shared their meal and the cake, laughter filling the air. Although Shan Mo had already dined, he joined in with the others. Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Xiao Shun, did you know? You're quite the star around here today. Is that true?" "Absolutely. Just ask Sister Zhou." Manager Zhou beamed. Xiao Wu is spot on. "Xiao Shun, were you nervous during the translation?" "Nervous, indeed. It was a formal meeting after all. If I weren't nervous, that would be false." Fortunately, there were no errors. Manager Zhou addressed everyone. "Take your time eating. Xiao Shun, come with me." As Shen Mo followed Manager Zhou, the diners whispered among themselves. Today, Sister Zhou arranged a private room for Xiao Shun. He must be impressive. Even the accommodation is better. Indeed, Xiao Mei felt a twinge of envy. Although she was a supervisor, she could only stay in a shared room. Manager Zhou led Shen Mo to the cash register area, observing the lively crowd in the hall. Was everything truly that smooth? "You can't hide anything from Sister Zhou. Manager Su wants to delay me for a few days." Manager Zhou chuckled. "Does he dare? If he delays you even for a day, I'll ensure his reputation in the vicinity suffers, and he can forget about securing orders in the future. Tonight, you and old Wu can squeeze in together. Tomorrow, we'll arrange a private room for you. Isn't that inappropriate? We rely on your reputation too. This is also the Red Maple Leaf's reputation. If we can attract more servers like Shen Mo, not only for simultaneous interpretation, but also capable of hosting foreign guests, they will earn the right to a private room. Manager Zhou aims to spread this privilege." "Thank you, Sister Zhou." Shen Mo, feeling grateful, reminded her. Manager Su and his team might still come. Their matters are not yet resolved. Understanding Manager Zhou's straightforwardness, Shen Mo decided not to conceal anything. "Sister Zhou, I suspect he may struggle to find another translator. When he approaches you, please handle it as you see fit." "Clever boy." Manager Zhou approved. If Su Xiangyang were to come and his spending did not meet her satisfaction, she would not advocate for him, allowing him to face Shen Mo's wrath directly. In the ensuing days, Manager Zhou was busy inquiring about translation prices, especially after receiving Shen Mo's detailed quote last night, which left her astonished. Knowledge indeed equates to wealth. She mused. 500 for half a day. Among the numerous restaurants on Huayuan Road, without a doubt, only the Red Maple Leaf could boast a talent like Shen Mo. Other establishments would be fortunate to merely take orders from foreigners. With Shen Mo earning money, Manager Zhou felt reassured. It was time to market their establishment's reputation. The restaurant staff had a quick meal, with several helping Shen Mo move his belongings. In reality, there was little to move, just a few garments, some books, and a mat left by the previous occupant. Shen Mo made do with one night of rest. The following morning, he cleaned up and hung everything out to dry. With the morning being relatively free, several servers dressed in other restaurants' uniforms came specifically to see him. While Shen Mo was mopping the floor, a few young ladies and gentlemen came to chat, familiar with those at the Red Maple Leaf. They would whisper and giggle, smiling at Shen Mo before swiftly departing when he glanced their way. Wu Yuan leaned in close to Shen Mo, resting his elbow on his shoulder. His tone filled with envy. "Only today did I realize the value of education. It's never too late to regret. Perhaps I should return for another year?" Wu Yuan sighed, shaking his head. "I'm just not cut out for studying. I'm more suited for work." Shen Mo felt a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of returning to the novice village to fish. As noon approached, Su Xiangyang made his appearance. His hair meticulously styled and his attire clean. Yet Shen Mo could not shake off his dislike for him. What could be accomplished in half a day? Even if he tried endlessly, he would not find someone like Shen Mo. Manager Zhou greeted him with enthusiasm. "Ah, Mr. Su, welcome. Please come in. Just one today?" "Yes." "Excellent. Xiao Huan, please escort Mr. Su for his meal." Manager Zhou deliberately did not assign Shen Mo to him, and having a solo meal, she showed no intention of arranging a private room. "Let Xiao Shun serve." Su Xiangyang's expression remained indifferent, as if nothing had transpired. Seizing the opportunity, Manager Zhou took the chance to press him. "Xiao Shun only services the New Beauty private room. The fee for that room starts at 20, not including the meal." "Then let us go to New Beauty." Su Xiangyang stepped towards the second floor. "Xiao Shun, to New Beauty." "Understood," Shen Mo responded, following Su Xiangyang into the private room. As Su Xiangyang sat down, he scrutinized the young man before him. Shen Mo held a notepad and menu, inquiring, "Mr. Su, what would you like to eat? Do you think your service fee is worth 20? "Not at all," Shen Mo quickly replied. "Mr. Su, don't waste that money. The hall downstairs offers the same dining experience." Su Xiangyang found himself momentarily taken aback. This young man was certainly unconventional. Today, Shen Mo refrained from engaging in banter. After Su Xiangyang placed his order, Shen Mo exited the private room and promptly returned with the 4 dishes he had ordered. "Enjoy your meal, Mr. Su." After setting the dishes down, he added, "I'll be just outside. Call if you need anything." "Xiao Shun, wait. Why the rush? Come, sit and eat with me." Su Xiangyang invited warmly. "I fear I cannot afford my share of the bill if I dine with you." Shen Mo, having earned his keep, was in a state of detachment from desire. He tugged on the door handle and turned to leave. Inside, Su Xianjiang's eyes darted, and he opened the private room door to call out, "Where's the manager? Come here. I wish to file a complaint." His voice traveled downstairs, a smile blossoming on Manager Zhou's face as she leisurely ascended to the second floor. Observing the visibly agitated Su Xiangyang and the composed Shen Mo, she inquired, "Mr. Su, is there an issue with our service? It's the attitude of your staff. They dare to charge me 20 for the room?" "Mr. Su, the room fee is 20, not the service fee. If you're dissatisfied, I can arrange another server for you." "Xiao Shun, please head to the hall. There are other guests arriving." "Of course." Manager Zhou. Shen Mo promptly descended. Manager Zhou turned to Su Xiangyang, her smile unwavering, and asked, "Mr. Su, what specifically about our service did you find unsatisfactory?" Su Xiangyang was momentarily speechless but still insisted, "Just take a look for yourself. Is this fish fresh?" The fish's skin had split, a clear sign of freshness. Manager Zhou's smile turned icy. "Mr. Su, are you here to stir trouble? Yesterday, your server Shen Mo cost me 500. How shall we resolve this?" "Mr. Su, that 500 was widely known throughout all the restaurants on Huayuan Road. Is this amusing? After this meal, will the Red Maple Leaf have to subsidize your expenses? Please, express your needs directly without any roundabout discussions." "Very well. Let Shen Mo come out. He will accompany me tomorrow. How shall we settle the payment?" "Mr. Su, to speak candidly, Shen Mo's fee is 1,000 yuan per day. Given your current demeanor, he is unlikely to go with you." Su Xiangyang had contemplated seeking a pretext to compel Hong Fenjai to have Shen Mo serve him free of charge just once. But he did not expect Manager Zhou to be impervious to such tactics. "Mr. Su, you have transformed a promising collaboration into a mere transaction. Young Shun is too apprehensive to accompany you, fearing for his personal safety. Of course, Hong Fenjai can act as a guarantor." "A guarantor? That cannot be done without a cost. Su Xiangyang must bear the burden." "Certainly, Mr. Su is not obliged to agree. We merely propose a suggestion." Manager Zhou's smile regained a touch of warmth, and Su Xiangyang, to his astonishment, perceived a facade of politeness concealing an underlying mockery. Gritting his teeth, Su Xiangyang replied, "Fine. From now on, all our foreign trade companies' banquets will be hosted at Hong Fenjai, utilizing this new private room for every occasion." "Mr. Su is magnanimous. Shall I consult with young Shen? He is still quite young and was quite shaken by yesterday's events." Manager Zhou's smile broadened. "Please take your time, Mr. Su." Su Xiangyang felt a sense of helplessness. Clearly, the translation service was a seller's market, and he had to concede to their demands lest he jeopardize the business. As Manager Zhou descended the stairs, she inquired of Shan Mo, "Mr. Su wishes to invite you as a translator. What are your thoughts?" Shan Mo responded calmly, "Sister Zhou, I have no desire to serve as Mr. Su's translator." Manager Zhou was taken aback. "Do you harbor a grudge against money?" "There are some earnings I prefer to forego." With an urgent dilemma resolved, Shen Mo's persistence had waned. Manager Zhou speculated that perhaps Shen Mo had indulged in too many books, resulting in an air of naivete. "Sister Zhou, There is no room for negotiation regarding Mr. Su. His reputation is not to be trusted. How could Shen Mo still seem like a bookish youth? Manager Zhou had just conferred privately with Su Xiangyang on the second floor, undoubtedly reaching some form of verbal agreement. Securing benefits for Hong Fengjai was inevitable. If Shen Mo consented to translate for Su Xiangyang, would he not also have to make sacrifices? The situation could lead to a mutually beneficial outcome. Yet he did not wish to allow Manager Zhou to profit from both sides while he owed her a favor. Chapter 10. Authenticating the Truth. Manager Zhou thought Shen Mo was but a trifling youth, easy to manipulate, yet he proved to be quite serious. Young Shen, I will have Mr. Su pay up front. This is not merely a matter of money. Shen Mo's response was resolute. Assisting him would be too vexatious. I refuse to endure that ordeal. Young Shen, why must it be this way? Please, Sister Zhou, others may be accommodating, but Mr. Su is not one of them. Let him seek assistance elsewhere. I shall not serve him. Manager Zhou was astonished to realize she now owed Shen Mo a favor. This young man was indeed impervious to persuasion. Yet, she had already acquiesced to Su Xianjiang's demands, allowing him to host all future gatherings at Hong Fengjai. If this arrangement fell through, Su Xiangyang could tarnish the establishment's reputation entirely. You need not be so agitated. Mr. Su is a long-standing patron of our restaurant. You may have only been here for a short time, but our sibling relationship has been quite amicable, has it not? Consider it a personal favor I owe you. Shall we? Shen Mo pondered for a moment and replied, Sister Zhou, you can convey to Mr. Su that this is a one-time arrangement. Do not approach me again in the future. Additionally, the payment must be made up front, 1,000 yuan, with any excess to be refunded later. Manager Zhou laughed. Refund? That is impossible. It will be considered as Mr. Su's prepayment for the meal. Very well. I shall discuss this with Mr. Su. Manager Zhou ascended the stairs in her high heels, the sound echoing with each step. Su Xiangyang waited anxiously, utterly devoid of appetite. After the previous unpleasant encounter with Shan Mo, his visit this time was a reluctant necessity. If Shan Mo refused to cooperate, this business deal could very well result in a loss. Manager Zhou, what is the update? Young Shen is distrustful of you and unwilling to assist. After much persuasion, he has finally agreed. Su Xiangyang thought to himself, I am not refusing to pay. How could he possibly be unwilling? However, he heard Manager Zhou continue. The conditions are set by young Shen, a prepayment of 1,000 yuan. He must leave by 5 o'clock, and there is no possibility of shortfall. Any excess will be refunded to you. You may either accept this or, after dinner, I shall escort you out. 1,000 yuan? Su Xiangyang nearly exclaimed. He truly dares to demand such a sum. Is that excessive? Manager Zhou regarded him with a puzzled expression. Mr. Su, this is not negotiable. If you find it too steep, you may seek assistance elsewhere. Furthermore, young Shen will only assist this once. You will need to find someone else next time. Observing the fluctuations of Su Xianjiang's expression, Manager Zhou remarked, if you doubt my word, you may inquire with young Shen directly. Su Xiangyang, feeling deflated, found himself devoid of anger. Manager Zhou smiled brightly, awaiting his response. Very well, you have certainly outmaneuvered me this time. I am merely conceding this one occasion to you. Su Xiangyang, begrudgingly, retrieved the money from his bag. Although Manager Zhou continued to smile, the contours of her face shifted slightly, darkening with a shadow of displeasure. Mr. Su, your words are rather harsh. My goodwill is extended only this once. She believed Su Xianjiang's rejection by Shan Mo was not a loss. A person so lacking in eloquence could hardly excel in business. Should there be a next time, he would be obliged to pay 2,000 yuan to secure Hong Fengjai's services. Otherwise, he might mistakenly believe himself to be in a position of authority. Manager Zhou counted the money, 1,000 yuan. Please inform me in advance when you plan to leave. Tomorrow morning, expected to last half a day. Excellent. I shall prepare, Shen Mo. She took the money without leaving a server for Su Xiangyang. Su Xiangyang hastily finished his meal, grabbed his bag, and departed. Manager Zhou placed the 1,000 yuan on the counter and told Shen Mo, the payment has arrived. We will settle it upon your return. Keep it for now. We will account for it when I leave. Shen Mo's youthful visage bore an incongruous maturity that struck Manager Zhou as unsettling. By the afternoon, news of Su Xianjiang's second invitation for Shan Mo to serve as a translator had spread, enhancing Shen Mo's reputation. Other prominent individual restaurants expressed envy towards Hong Fengjai, wondering how they had managed to discover such a treasure so swiftly. As the old saying goes, do not underestimate the youth. This is indeed true. However, it remained uncertain how many more young talents like Shen Mo might exist. How wonderful it would be if they could recruit someone to challenge Shen Mo in their restaurant. Many establishments began to strategize, reaching out to English teachers at various universities. Opportunities for translation were scarce, yet when they arose, they must be seized. During the afternoon break, a group of employees urged Shen Mo to buy some sunflower seeds and peanuts. They were too shy to indulge in more extravagant treats, and a few snacks would suffice. Manager Zhou cautioned, "Enjoy your treats, but be mindful of keeping the floor tidy. Do not scatter the shells everywhere." Shen Mo intermittently gazed out the window, uncertain if his uncle would arrive here or return to the old house that afternoon. Shen Chuan was pondering the same question, feeling restless at work today. He contemplated inquiring around Huan Road, but also wished to return to the old house to retrieve the household registration booklet. Though he had barely graduated from high school, he harbored lofty ambitions. As soon as the workday concluded, he made his way towards Huayun Road, neglecting to eat. Upon boarding the tram, he encountered the same ticket seller. Huayun Road? Indeed. Shen Chuan paid the 10 fare and leaned against the window, the hot wind blowing against him. Yet it could not quell the fervor in his heart. He hoped fervently that his nephew would not deceive him. Upon arriving at Huayun Road, he alighted but did not head directly to Hongfenjai, knowing Shen Mo was there and might not divulge any truthful information. He stepped into a small eatery by the roadside and ordered a bowl of plain noodles. His nephew, Shan Mo, had spoken with great confidence, and he wanted to gauge the surrounding reactions. The boss of the noodle shop called out with a raised voice as he brought over the bowl, smiling widely in joy. "Hey, boss, have you heard any recent news?" The thin proprietor's face was lined with several creases, making his smile accentuate the wrinkles. "You've heard the rumors, I presume?" "I cannot vouch for their veracity. Indeed, today, the servers at Hongfenjai have struck it lucky. I heard that little translator went out and bought a lot of delicious food. How much can he earn? We're not sure. Some say 300, others 500. But I heard he secured another job today. It seems foreign guests dining at Hongfenjai will increase in number." Several patrons nearby chimed in. "Indeed, those with talent are truly formidable. When I return, I must tell my sister's children to study seriously." Shen Chuan was also smiling, pleased for his nephew. However, he had become somewhat wary. After finishing his bowl of noodles, he changed to another small eatery and ordered a serving of pan-fried buns, inquiring about the same matter, only to receive nearly identical responses. One bowl of noodles was insufficient, and adding a serving of buns felt a tad excessive. In high spirits, Shen Chuan took a ride towards the old house. His nephew had not strayed onto a misguided path, which brought him joy. The matter of earning money was secondary. Just before entering the house, Shen Chuan bought some pastries. With his nephew's household registration nearly settled, he felt a sense of relief. "Dad, Mom, I'm back. Have you eaten? I brought you crab shell yellow and pear syrup candy." Wang Xiaoping first glanced behind Shen Chuan, not seeing Shen Mo, and then accepted the pastries. "Your father and I have already eaten. Did you strike it rich to buy these pastries?" "Where is Xiao Mo? Why isn't he here? He found a job this summer. Wanted to earn a bit of money to help with household expenses." "That is more like it." "Oh, Xiao Chuan, let me tell you. Next year let Xiao Mo stay at school. I'll introduce you to a suitable match. It's about time for you to start a family." Shen Chuan replied vaguely, rubbing his hands together, and said, Mom Wang Xiaoping had been waiting for him to speak, and upon seeing his demeanor, immediately raised her voice. "Do you need money? Don't keep fixating on those elusive matters. To be frank, the moment you brought in those pastries, I knew what you were after. Where is Xiao Mo? Is he hiding outside?" She lifted the pastries and shoved them into Shen Chuan's arms. "Take them away. Your mother can't afford such treats." "Mom," Shen Chuan exclaimed in frustration, nearly brought to tears. Why was it so difficult to seek help from family? This time, he wasn't even there to borrow money. Yet he found his parents' prejudices so deeply rooted. "Do you need money?" "Not a single cent. But you just said that Xiao Mo found some work. And I think that's great. He can continue working after graduating from middle school." "I'm not here to borrow money," Shan Chuan asserted, his words heavy with conviction. "Really?" Wang Xiaoping was taken aback. "If you're not here to borrow money, then why bring these pastries? What else could you possibly want?" She naturally assumed that her younger son was there regarding Shen Mo's household registration, which would require at least 300 yuan and possibly more if complications arose. Shen Chuan plopped down onto a small chair, initially hesitating to share the good news about his nephew's promising future. But now he had lost all inclination to do so. "I managed to borrow some money to secure Xiao Mo's household registration, but it has to be registered at home. I've come to get the household registration book." "Mom, you wouldn't deny me even that, would you? Are you foolish? Your brother won't lend you a dime," Wang Xiaoping said, torn between frustration and concern. This matter should not fall on her younger son, yet he was determined to take it on. Initially, it was her elder brother and sister-in-law who refused to handle the matter, and back then, it wouldn't have cost anything. Now, if it dragged on, Xiao Mo would have to return to Yunnan. Do you know how many people are waiting to see him off at the train station next summer? How will the neighbors perceive us? What will they say about us? Wang Xiaoping's face flushed with emotion as she retreated to the inner room. Retrieving the household registration book along with previous documents and handing them to Shun Chuan with a sigh. You're just foolish. If Xiao Mo can show some gratitude in the future, then your efforts 1T have been in vain. But if he turns out like your brother, then your money will have gone down the drain. My own nephew, I'm happy to help. Shun Chuan took the household registration book, feeling a sense of assurance. Tomorrow, he would take a leave of absence to finalize the registration. He had no expectations from his elder brother, who he felt was using his sister-in-law as a shield. After the divorce, his elder brother had essentially neglected Shan Mo. With the household registration book in hand, he returned home, and while it was still early, he sought out the factory leaders to request a day off. He gathered nearly 200 yuan he had saved, plus the 500 yuan Shan Mo had brought back. This substantial sum provided Shun Chuan with peace of mind. Even if prices increased, surely they wouldn't reach 700 yuan, would they? Shen Chuan was so excited he found it hard to sleep. With all the necessary documents in hand, once the money was exchanged, Shen Mo's household registration would be settled. The registration of children of educated youth had always been a significant issue, and for Shen Mo, it was relatively easier. Yet he was still caught up in the urban expansion fee hurdle. Do not underestimate the minimum threshold of 300 yuan. Many families struggle to come up with such amounts. As time drags on, children grow up, and their ages may exceed the limits. After a restless night, Shen Chuan sprung from bed with a start, first checking beside him to see the money and household registration book were still there, a silly grin spreading across his face. With a household registration in Shanghai, even if his nephew failed to enter university, he would at least have job placement opportunities. He splashed some cold water on his face, shaking off the thought of failure. How could his nephew, so promising, possibly fail to get into university? As for what his nephew might return in kind, he had yet to contemplate. He cautiously boiled some noodles, quickly finished, and pedaled his bike straight to the police station. Filled with a mix of excitement and caution, fearful that someone might suddenly appear and rob him. Upon arriving at the police station, Shun Chuan's heart raced. His once distant goal now felt tantalizingly close, leaving him unable to maintain composure, only able to grin foolishly. Perhaps he appeared as if he had lost his mind? A few officers noticed his demeanor and exchanged glances. Excuse me, where is the household registration office? In that office, one officer pointed. Shun Chuan hurriedly expressed his thanks and positioned himself at the door, eagerly waiting. The officers were no longer surprised. How precious was a household registration in Shanghai? Such a silly grin was understandable. The registration officer approached. Hey, make way, make way. If I don't go in, you can stand here until dark. As soon as the door opened, Shun Chuan dashed in, handing over the prepared materials. Here you go. Oh, the child of an educated youth. This matter 1T be resolved quickly. I'll attend to others first. The others were normal newborn registrations, cheerfully queuing beside Shen Chuan. Some even bringing red eggs for the officer. Shun Chuan inwardly lamented. Had he known, he would have brought something as well. Anxiously waiting, after a few people completed their registrations, it finally became his turn. Look, the officer did not rush to review the documents, but instead poured himself a glass of water first. Children of educated youth require policies. You're aware of that, right? Yes, I have all the proof, Shun Chuan replied, handing over the documents and household registration book. Born in 71, 14 this year? The officer looked up at Shun Chuan. What relation are you to the child? This man seemed too young to have such an older child. I'm the child's uncle. His parents are divorced. Oh, the officer found this reasonable. Uncles like this were rare. The proof was compliant. And since the age hadn't exceeded 16, it was permissible. However, there was still the matter of the urban expansion fee. I have that, Shen Chuan said, his voice cautious. Should be enough with a bid over 300, right? Let me see. Father Shun Jiang, accountant. Mother He Mei, elementary school teacher. These are good jobs. 300 is definitely not enough. The officer replied. How much will it be then? Shun Chuan began to feel anxious, wanting to save his nephew some money. I need to calculate. Initially, I estimated LLB around 400. Prepare the money, and come back tomorrow. You should have a definite answer then. The officer said politely. All right, thank you, Shun Chuan said, gathering his things and expressing his gratitude as he exited. Indeed, one day was insufficient. Once outside, his mind was occupied with the red eggs given by the previous household. He purchased a pack of cigarettes and returned to the police station, but instead of entering, he went to the reception room. Excuse me, may I inquire where the officer responsible for household registrations resides? Shun Chuan casually offered a cigarette. The receptionist, seeing through Shun Chuan's intentions to seek a shortcut, did not expose him, but accepted the cigarette nonchalantly. If you head down this road, you'll find a yard where our staff resides. The individual responsible for household registration is surnamed Wang, named Wang Hui, residing in the easternmost building. Specifically on the second floor, at the extreme end, quite easy to locate, wouldn't you agree? Uncle, I am profoundly grateful to you. Shen Chuan resolved to venture out in the evening. This time, he was determined to secure Shan Mo's household registration, come what may. Chapter 12. Refusal for the sake of refusal. As noon approached, Shen Mo concluded his translation work. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered his belongings and departed. Neglecting to mention lunch, Su Xiangyang called out from behind, "Hey, Xiao Shun, you'll need to come back a few more times." Shen Mo turned around and replied, "No. While time permits, you should seek someone else." Su Xiangyang blocked Shen Mo's path. "Brother, where else can I find someone? If this deal falls through, you'll be accountable." "All right." Shen Mo swiftly countered. "Then how much will you share with me if it succeeds?" "Why should I? What investment have you made to deserve a share?" "Indeed, I am merely a translator. If it fails, I bear the responsibility. Yet, if it succeeds, I receive no profit. What ground do you have?" Su Xiangyang was momentarily stumped, his expression shifting rapidly. Hey, brother, let us discuss this amicably. How about we have a meal first? We can talk it over leisurely." "No, your meals, President Su, are far from appetizing. I am well aware of that. If the food is unpalatable, I shall leave. You should quickly find someone else. I cannot take on your burdens any longer. We agreed upon this beforehand. How long have the foreigners been at Huhai? At least a week, I would presume. The expenses are not insignificant. Judging by the progress, one meeting will not suffice. 2 more will be necessary." Su Xiangyang resigned. Realized he would have to dine at Red Maple Leaf tonight. Upon leaving the Grand International Hotel, Shen Mo was met with scorching sunlight, shielding his eyes with his hand as he gazed into the distance, awaiting the tram. First, he would grab a quick bite, then bring back some treats for everyone. Returning at this hour would be neither early nor late, making it inconvenient to assist. Today, his second uncle must have gone to handle the household registration, but he was uncertain of the outcome. Shen Mo's anxiety began to mount as he yearned to know the result. Once the registration was settled, he would no longer need to occupy the designated seat for transfer students at the back of the classroom. Contemplating this, his appetite waned. He hastily consumed a small meal at a roadside eatery, purchased some egg cakes, and boarded the tram towards Red Maple Leaf. Upon arrival at the restaurant, the guests had mostly dispersed, and Shen Mo was greeted with teasing remarks from several waitstaff as soon as he entered. "Oh, isn't this President Shun?" Shen Mo's attire was indeed quite fashionable. Not only among the waitstaff, but even among colleagues in 2025, he would have drawn their jests. "I'll take the egg cakes you brought, then I'll change clothes and return to mop the floor." Shen Mo placed the egg cakes on the counter and slipped back to his dormitory to change into the waitstaff's uniform. When he emerged, he noticed the floor had already been mopped, with even the kitchen staff stepping out to enjoy the egg cakes. Manager Zhou was holding a piece, laughing with everyone, and upon seeing Shen Mo, beckoned him over. "How'd it go today?" "Not too bad. I'll let President Su find someone else as his matters remain unresolved." "Is that so? Half a day's work earns you 500? "Exactly." Manager Zhou laughed heartily, turning to old Wu. "Master Wu, showcase your skills tonight. President Su is coming for dinner. Let us not have him feel like he's wasted his money." Old Wu, also clutching a piece of cake, smiled and assured her. "Don't worry, manager. Have I ever let anything go awry?" Manager Zhou moved behind the counter and retrieved a small notebook, addressing Shen Mo. "Let us add today's earnings to your account, lest we forget." Even if they were solely in the dining industry, Manager Zhou understood the value of time. Su Xiangyang had little time to waste. In that half-day's time, even if he sought someone out, he wouldn't find any leads, and he could only return to Red Maple Leaf. The previous 1,000 yuan had been divided, with 500 sent to Shen Mo, leaving a small remainder. If tonight's expenditure did not meet her expectations, she would not speak up to ask Shen Mo for a favor. That 500 figure made the cake taste less sweet for the waitstaff, as Shen Mo had only been at Red Maple Leaf for a short while, earning in mere moments what they would toil for an entire year. However, a few carefree souls continued to indulge in the cake. After all, Shen Mo was capable, and jealousy did not arise unless they were deprived of tips. After finishing the cake, during the lull, a few remained on duty while others returned to their dorms for a brief rest, conserving energy for the night. Shen Mo felt no inclination to sleep. He lingered outside on duty, engaging in casual conversation with Xiao Mei and the others. A group of young people gathered, discussing a myriad of topics, from their previous schools to their future aspirations. Wu Yuan even lamented about the one-child policy, despite not having a partner at present. Xiao Mei, on the other hand, eagerly awaited the new year to bring back some unique items for the adults and children at home. "Xiao Shun, what are your plans?" Shen Mo replied. I plan to aim for a better high school next year. Wu Yuan suddenly inquired. Xiao Shun, will you come back next summer? I suppose. Shen Mo replied uncertainly. One shouldn't remain idle during summer, right? Xiao Mei suddenly expressed a hint of melancholy. I wonder how many familiar faces will remain at Red Maple Leaf when you return next summer. Yet, her sadness was short-lived, as a few individuals arrived, led by none other than Su Xiangyang. Recently, Su Xiangyang had become a significant client of Red Maple Leaf, and Xiao Mei hurried to greet him. Welcome, President Su. It's not yet mealtime. Our chefs are still resting, so we cannot take orders just yet. Let us start with a pot of Longjing tea while we wait. Su Xiangyang said, casting a glance at Shen Mo. Manager Zhou, who had not left, approached warmly upon seeing him. Oh, President Su has arrived. Will it be a private room, or shall we sit casually in the dining hall? A private room, please, Nu Mei. Su Xiangyang conceded, abandoning his resistance. If he didn't spend the 20, he wouldn't have a chance to entice Shen Mo out. After Shen Mo departed at noon, he had an ominous feeling. As for the others, it was only the English teacher from middle school he was familiar with. The English teacher from 85 either lacked sufficient vocabulary, was reticent, or was unwilling to earn the money Su Xiangyang presumed they could make. Otherwise, translation market rates would not be so exorbitant. Xiao Mei, please serve tea to President Su and his party. Manager Zhou did not allow Shan Mo to approach. She had Xiao Mei do it instead. With a beaming smile, she thought, if she didn't manage to persuade Su Xiangyang to part with an additional 1,000 at Red Maple Leaf, she was unworthy of her managerial position. Xiao Shun, come here. Manager Zhou, not rushing, first called Shan Mo aside. Half a day, for 600. Are you in? She employed no negotiation tactics, relying on brute force. Not doing it. Shen Mo flatly refused, leaving Wu Yuan agape. Half a day for 600 was worth more than half a year's labor for him. Yet Shen Mo dismissed it so lightly? Manager Zhou anticipated Shen Mo would negotiate for a higher price, but was taken aback by his outright refusal. Why not? Do you harbor a grudge against money? Shen Mo leisurely replied, Sister Zhou, I'm simply refusing for the sake of refusal. There is no other reason. Chapter 13. The Assertive Manager Zhou. Refusing for the sake of refusal? What a niche and sophisticated expression. Manager Zhou found it unfamiliar, yet intriguingly stylish. She resolved to remember it for future use. Wu Yuan grew anxious for Shen Mo. Xiao Shun, just do it. 600. Once summer vacation concludes, I'll have to return to school. When he comes looking for me again, will I accept the offer? If they were to offer me 1,000 for half a day, would I take it? Wu Yuan fell silent. Some matters transcend monetary value. Manager Zhou scrutinized Shen Mo intently. Do not be hasty in your refusal. This is the optimal moment to press him for more. Xiao Shun, let me inquire on your behalf. Sister Zhou, I previously stated that this would be the last time. One must uphold their word. Shen Mo's stance was unwavering. He had no desire to profit from Su Xiangyang. This declaration was directed at himself, at Manager Zhou, and most importantly, at Su Xiangyang. Manager Zhou instructed Wu Yuan and the others to disperse, saying, Xiao Shun, if you don't assist him this time, he may hold a grudge against you. Shen Mo remained remarkably composed. Let his partner harbor resentment against him. I have no need to shoulder the blame. Sister Zhou, I shall go speak with them. Manager Zhou, with earnest concern, advised Xiao Shun, one must see things through to the end. Shen Mo replied, Sister Zhou, not everyone warrants a warm reception. Manager Zhou was taken aback, realizing that Shen Mo possessed a clearer insight than she did. Despite being over a decade younger, he was remarkably resolute. Currently, there was only Su Xiangyang. What if, after some time, two individuals simultaneously made requests? Could she continue to navigate the situation with grace and charm without offending anyone? Furthermore, Su Xiangyang had harbored intentions of default from the outset, which only heightened Shen Mo's displeasure. He might believe his business is paramount. Yet would his profits yield dividends for Shan Mo? There was no need for Shan Mo to exhibit such profound empathy. Should he agree to assist this time, Su Xiangyang would likely boast privately about how he merely spent a little extra, and Shen Mo would still scurry over. Very well, I shall respond to him. Manager Zhou ascended the stairs. Su Xiangyang, feeling uneasy, inquired hastily upon seeing Manager Zhou, what is the situation? Where's Xiao Shun? Manager Zhou retorted, the 20 yuan for the private room is entirely on you. Simply deduct it from the remaining 500. I apologize, Mr. Su, but as previously stated, today is Xiao Shun's last act of assistance. You may seek more capable hands elsewhere. Suddenly, a man beside him erupted in anger. Did he say last time, just like that? What about our substantial business? If you want help, fine, return the previous payment. Manager Zhou fixed her gaze upon him, then turned to Su Xiangyang and asked, this gentleman, does he hold decision-making power? Su Xiangyang let out a cold laugh, then abruptly swept the teapot off the table. The crash echoing as glass and hot water scattered, a shard slicing Manager Zhou's calf, drawing blood. Simply returning the previous payment won't suffice. He must compensate for my losses. Manager Zhou scoffed, ignoring the blood seeping from her leg, merely glancing at him. Su, I have extended you courtesy. As a woman managing Red Maple Leaf, if I lacked the ability to mediate, what merit would I have? Voices from above drifted down, alarming several waitstaff. Xiao Shun, do you think the manager might be at a disadvantage? Let us go check. With that, Shen Mo, unwilling to remain idle below, seized a bottle of liquor and ascended the stairs with haste. The ADS truly felt like the ADS, far removed from the tranquility of 2025. Wu Yuan followed suit, clutching a bottle as well. Upon reaching the upper floor, Shen Mo silently smashed the bottom of the bottle, the crisp sound shattering the air. Shards of glass splattering onto Su Xiangyang and his companions. Shen Mo stood beside Manager Zhou, glaring at the group, poised for action. Wu Yuan mirrored his actions, ready to strike. Manager Zhou observed the two young men and chuckled lightly. There's no need for concern. She turned to Su Xiangyang and his crew, stating, I had intended to apologize and waive the 20 yuan room fee. But given this incident, how can we settle this? I, Zhou Lifeng, declare that you shall not be able to access the Grand International Hotel tomorrow morning. Will you take responsibility for the disruption to our business? Su Xiangyang appeared increasingly flustered. Manager Zhou chuckled again. Take responsibility? Will you share your profits with me, if you earn money? These words sounded familiar. Shen Mo recalled having said something similar to Su Xiangyang and his companions. Don't say I haven't given you an opportunity. You may send one person down to try and make calls for connections. The phone bills will be on Red Maple Leaf. The rest of you stay here. Do not squander the 20 yuan room fee. Su Xiangyang forced a smile, no longer bristling. Manager Zhou, Sister Zhou, let us speak amicably. Harmony breeds prosperity. Manager Zhou, sitting across from Shan Mo, instructed, Xiao Shun, you stay. Xiao Wu, you head down to assist. Leave the cleaning for now. Xiao Wu, somewhat anxious, exited while glancing back. Reassured by Manager Zhou's smile. You in foreign trade must negotiate with foreign guests and require a translator. Xiao Shun, I shall make a decision on your behalf. You should listen first. Manager Zhou continued. This translator cannot be valued solely by price. You just stated that if the business fails, we must bear the consequences. I now declare that Xiao Shun will assist as the translator, and for this transaction, we shall share the profits. Xiao Shun will contribute his expertise, and Red Maple Leaf will guarantee his safety. How does that sound? Shen Mo was taken aback. Manager Zhou was indeed ambitious. The atmosphere in the private room was heavy. Yet Manager Zhou, maintaining a casual demeanor, suggested, come now, let us lighten the mood. I'll have Xiao Wu bring some fine liquor for us to toast and close this deal, shall we? Su Xiangyang felt increasingly perturbed. Manager Zhou seemed more like someone who had emerged from the streets. No, it wasn't merely a semblance. She was indeed that. Her demeanor was devoid of the previous politeness. Profit sharing? How much? Zhou would surely demand a king's ransom. Manager Zhou observed the individuals in the private room with ease, reminding them, you may go down to make calls. It won't hinder matters. That Manager Zhou, let us discuss this. By all means discuss. Manager Zhou showed no intention of leaving, merely watching them. Su Xiangyang offered an awkward laugh, timidly suggesting, Sister Zhou, regarding your leg, should it not be treated? Alas, I cannot afford the medical fees. Manager Zhou remained unyielding, prompting Su Xiangyang to propose, we'll consider the funds owed to Red Maple Leaf as your medical expenses. How's that sound? Now, that's more agreeable. Manager Zhou turned to Shen Mo, Xiao Shun, let us step outside and allow them to deliberate. Su Xiangyang, smiling politely, escorted the two out and carefully closed the private room door behind them. Were you off to find a translator? Not only am I left here feeling humiliated, but our business is also at risk. Chapter 14, Navigating Connections. Descending from the upper floor, Manager Zhou summoned Wu Yuan, appraising him with a nod of approval. Well done. I'll credit you for today. The 20 yuan room fee will be your bonus at the end of the month. Wu Yuan, elated, scratched his head, having merely acted on instinct without any ulterior motives. Keep up the good work, Manager Zhou encouraged him. Understood. Wu Yuan responded energetically, glancing around for tasks. Then took a mop to clean the entrance once more. Xiao Shun, what are your thoughts? Manager Zhou, neglecting her injury, posed this question to Shan Mo. Su will not agree. Of course he won T. He is currently calculating the profits. I'm uncertain how much he stands to gain, but without you, he will incur significant losses. Do you think he will act out of spite? He most certainly will. Shen Mo concluded. It's surprising that someone with his character has reached this point in foreign trade. Manager Zhou chuckled. You have a keen eye? This is his first foray into foreign trade, and he is like a headless fly. We may not fully understand the nuances of dealing with foreigners, yet they will certainly adhere to the contract. His little tricks cannot persist indefinitely. He may end up spending a fortune to hire someone else. Shen Mo pondered Su Xianjiang's calculations. The cost of a translator could not be overlooked, and even if Su spent several times the usual rate, he would still need to secure someone. It is important for him to learn a lesson. Moreover, it would enhance the reputation of Red Maple Leaf, demonstrating that our fees are quite reasonable. Indeed, before mealtime, Su Xiangyang and his group descended. They had no time to waste here and needed to disperse to find assistance. Manager Zhou, I apologize. Xiao Xin mentioned this would be his last act of help, and we should not impose. Manager Zhou smiled faintly, her demeanor icy. Safe travels. No need for farewells. Su Xiangyang had seized the opportunity for foreign trade, but with such a disposition, how long could he sustain it? Xiao Shun, you seem unconcerned that Su might retaliate against you. Shen Mo was genuinely untroubled, for he had not taken the matter upon himself. Sister Zhou, might Red Maple Leaf consider hiring a few more translators? Would he not be confined to waitstaff? Let the other party deposit the funds with the restaurant, and once the translation is complete, the payment can be settled by the restaurant. That is certainly an option. Manager Zhou was quite taken with the prospects of Hong Maple Leaf, as it had already established a commendable reputation and could serve as a hub for translators in the future. She glanced outside and noticed that several nearby restaurants were also hiring, offering enticing salaries evidently aimed at attracting translators. Recently, a steady stream of young applicants had been interviewing, yet most were only receiving the most basic wages for waitstaff, with the much-anticipated translation talents still absent. Sister Zhou, consider accepting short-term workers, suggested Shen Mo, positing that avoiding a long-term commitment might facilitate better collaboration. The restaurants outside, unaware that he was only available for the summer, presumed that Hong Maple Leaf had struck gold and desired to establish its own brand. I'll give it a try, Manager Zhou decided, intending to keep the hiring notice out until a second translator arrived. After all, Shen Mo would be returning to school after the summer, and the next opportunity for him to appear here could be as late as the winter break, or possibly even longer. Does Su Fun at the Changjiang restaurant seem rather pleased? Manager Zhou mused, sensing something different. She stepped outside and walked toward the Changjiang restaurant. Su Fun, she called. Li Fong. Wang Su Fan's expression beamed with satisfaction as she approached Manager Zhou, noticing the scratches on her calf. What happened? She inquired, astonished. What else could have happened? Su Xiangyang, that blind fool, went mad at our restaurant and I had to push him out. You look as if you've encountered good fortune. Wang Su Fun smirked slightly. To be honest, our restaurant has also hired a talented individual who speaks English. Oh, from where does this esteemed individual hail? A university student or an English teacher? A university student who is about to become an English teacher. What do you think? Like you, I've offered him 80 yuan a month. Impressive? A hint of skepticism crossed Manager Zhou's face. Wang Su Fun rolled her eyes, a mix of discontent and self-satisfaction evident. The person you hired, Shen Mo, is just a middle school student, while mine is a university student. Help a sister out, will you? Treat me to a meal, and I'll share some insights about your university studentess capabilities. This was regarding Su Xiangyang, and Wang Su Fun appeared entirely unfazed. Oh, you're quite clever. But this is a hot potato. Look at my leg. It's been cut by shards of glass from a teapot. And how much do you reckon this injury is worth? It doesn't seem too costly to me. Be more cautious. The Su fellow is as tenacious as chewing gum. Understood. Wang Su Fun smiled at Manager Zhou before turning back. Both women held strong convictions about their assessments. Yet Manager Zhou was certain that Wang Su Fun's university student might not be as effective as Shen Mo. She was equally convinced that Wang Su Fun was eager to bolster her establishment's reputation, thus allowing the situation with Su Xiangyang to serve as a trial. Wang Su Fun was indeed eager to test the waters. 80 yuan a month was considered a lucrative salary in the realm of waitstaff, especially since the university students she hired had far better working conditions than Shen Mo, who typically bore the brunt of the labor. Should things not pan out, she would swiftly seek a replacement. Within half an hour, Su Xiangyang arrived, drenched in sweat. He was beleaguered by the demands of translation and knew he must seize this lifeline. Casting a glance toward Hong Maple Leaf, he noted the hustle and bustle, regretting that no one seemed to notice him. Nonetheless, finding a translator was a positive development, and he hoped that tomorrow's tasks would not be delayed. Although he did not see Manager Zhou, she had spotted him. As the sky began to darken and diners multiplied, Shen Mo busied himself with the others. Today, he harbored no desire to engage in any tasks, his thoughts entirely consumed by his uncle. He frequently glanced outside, hoping his uncle would suddenly appear, grinning and informing him that the household registration was resolved. yet his uncle remained absent. In the afternoon, Shen Mo ventured to the black market, purchasing a pack of peony cigarettes and some canned fruit. As darkness fell, guided by the instructions of the concierge, he located the residence of the household registration officer. This was his first experience navigating such connections, and Shen Mo felt a twinge of anxiety, his heart racing even more than it had in the morning. What should he say upon entering? Hello, have you eaten? What if the officer was in the midst of a meal? Would that be too abrupt? Shen Mo stood outside for quite some time, enduring numerous mosquito bites that left him with itchy welts. As the enticing aroma of food began to fade, he felt it was time to approach, clutching his items tightly, the glass jars glimmering in the dim light. He knocked softly, nearly exhausting his strength with the effort. Fortunately, someone answered. Who is it? The door swung open to reveal the household registration officer from the morning. It's you? Chapter 15. The household registration is resolved. Upon seeing the net bag and canned goods in Shen Mo's hands, the officer immediately understood the purpose of his visit. Is there something you need? Wang Hui asked politely, ushering Shen Mo into his home and offering him a cup of water. I wanted to inquire about my nephew's household registration. This matter is nearly settled. Wang Hui replied vaguely. Shen Mo quickly placed the cans beside a chair and produced a pack of cigarettes, which had cost him over 20 yuan, a painful expense. Typically, officials preferred to smoke chunyua, but someone like Wang Hui would be cautious. Peony was just right for his status. Seeing the cigarette, Wang Hui thought, Shen Mo is on the right track. Come by tomorrow morning and be sure to bring the money. Your brother and sister-in-law are divorced, leaving behind such a child. It must be challenging for you as an uncle. Wang Hui had encountered many similar cases. Some children were already past the age limit, and unless there were significant policy changes, obtaining a household registration in Hohei would be exceedingly difficult. How much will it be? Shen Mo's heart began to race again. The calm he had managed to establish now replaced by urgency. Prepare 380 yuan. That should suffice. Shen Mo nearly leaped for joy. Thank you so much. After a moment's thought, he bowed to Wang Hui, excitedly adding, I'll come to see you tomorrow morning. With that, he hurried away, as if fearing Wang Hui might change his mind. Wang Hui chuckled at Shen Mo's eagerness, recalling the materials he had reviewed earlier. Shen Mo, you have a good uncle. He tucked the cigarettes away and called for his wife and child. We have some canned fruit. Help yourselves. As Shen Mo made his way back, he felt an unprecedented lightness of spirit, almost bursting into song. However, given the late hour, he worried about being perceived as mad and settled for a silly grin. His exuberance made him appear all the more eccentric to those he brushed past. Several women, glancing at him with concern, hurried by, whispering among themselves. Yet Shen Mo was undeterred. Tomorrow, his nephew's household registration would be finalized, and what did it matter if they laughed at him? Upon returning to his dormitory, he suddenly remembered he had not eaten dinner, but found he was not particularly hungry. Covered in sweat and feeling uncomfortable, he decided to take a shower. As for food, he thought, once the stamp was affixed to the household registration, he would take his nephew out for a proper meal. Lying on the cool mat, Shen Mo continued to grin foolishly. Suddenly, he sat up, counting his money once more in the faint light from outside, chuckling to himself as he lay back down, only to get up again, shortly, to count it yet again. The entire night passed in a state of exhilaration. The next morning, he emerged with dark circles under his eyes, having skipped breakfast and headed straight to the police station. As before, he was first in line, waiting for Wang Hui to unlock the door. When Wang Hui arrived with the keys and spotted him, he laughed. You really don't need to be in such a rush. I want to get this sorted out early for peace of mind. Come in, Wang Hui said, inserting the key into the lock and opening the door. A group of people rushed in, and he tapped on the desk. First come, first served. This individual was here first yesterday, so I've arranged for him to go today. Please step aside. Household registration books, supporting documents. Wang Hui spoke in a rather brusque manner, instructing Shen Mo to promptly produce the two items. Without raising his gaze, Wang Hui retrieved some materials from the drawer and began to fill in the necessary information, stating to Shen Mo, a city expansion fee of 380 is required. If you're unprepared, you may leave. Shen Mo hastily counted out the money and placed it before Wang Hui, saying, Comrade, please verify. Although Wang Hui had already provided him with the exact amount the previous night, Shen Mo took the precaution of bringing a little extra. Wang Hui meticulously counted the money once more before accepting it and issuing a receipt. You know, your elder brother is quite something. I dare say he is not as capable as you. He could resist, making a quip. Shen Mo smiled sheepishly beside him, refraining from retorting. His heart swelled with joy as he observed Wang Hui inscribing his nephew's name on the form. Wang Hui then produced a stamp, took a deep breath, and pressed it firmly onto the document, finally allowing Shen Mo to breathe a sigh of relief. Very well, return home and await further news. It should take about a week. Wang Hui assured Shen Chuan. I am exceedingly grateful to you. Wang Hui replied with a smile. There is no need to thank me. Let your nephew express his gratitude instead. Next, he called out, as a middle-aged man swiftly approached, pushing Shen Chuan aside. Shen Chuan could hardly close his mouth in astonishment. He thanked Wang Hui once more before exiting with his belongings. Now, my nephew will soon become a resident of Huhai, and there will be no need for him to return to Yunnan. This is a joyous occasion, a momentous celebration. Let us gather the family this Sunday. Surely, my nephew can spare some time? Upon leaving the police station, Shen Chuan finally felt hunger pangs. No matter. First I shall seek out my nephew and share this delightful news. He boarded the tram, where the same young lady was selling tickets. You seem particularly cheerful today, she remarked. Shen Chuan could hardly contain his grin. My nephew's household registration is about to be finalized. The driver, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired. How much did it cost? 380. Shen Chuan replied. That is quite a sum. Indeed, I gathered a bit from relatives and friends. I managed to pay it off. What splendid news. The young lady beamed in response. Shen Chuan leaned against the window, grinning like a fool, unable to stop his laughter, which prompted the young lady to tilt her head and chuckle along with him. Garden Road has arrived. Without needing Shen Chuan to speak, the young lady seemed to intuit his destination. He expressed his gratitude and jumped off the tram, stretching his legs as he walked toward the maple trees. Shan Mo rose early, first reviewing vocabulary for a while. After breakfast, he read for a bit and prepared for his upcoming third-year classes. When manager Zhou arrived, he called Shen Mo over. The Changjiang Hotel across the street has hired a university student who should be translating for Su Xiangyang now. I mulled it over. And your suggestion was astute. Our hotel should promote translation as a unique feature, so that when people think of translation, they think of our establishment. A splendid idea. But finding talent is challenging. In 1985, individual businesses began to flourish, yet they remain unrecognized by the mainstream, particularly among university students who have yet to be tainted by money and are reluctant to take on such work. Most of those already employed are merely observing, making it difficult to reach a decision. Let us give it a try. If our hotel is willing to guarantee that translation fees will be settled promptly, we will have a significant advantage. I'll start posting the job advertisement, and when candidates arrive, little Shun, I'll need you to screen them. Ah, it seems someone is here. Little Shun, is it for you? Shen Chuan appeared quite youthful. Had he not been seen once before, Zhou Lifang might have assumed he was there for an interview. It's my uncle, Shen Mo exclaimed joyfully as he rushed forward. Shen Chuan entered and greeted Zhou Lifang, saying, Good day, Madam Boss. I would like to speak with my nephew if that is all right. Certainly, the morning is rather quiet, and little Shun has the freedom to move about. That's excellent, Shen Chuan replied, relieved, and said to Shen Mo, Come, let us go out for a bite. I'm still quite hungry. Shen Chuan's face radiated joy, and Shen Mo wondered if it was due to the completion of his household registration or perhaps his uncle's romantic pursuits. Either reason would bring him happiness. Outside, Shen Chuan ordered soup dumplings and soy milk, savoring a large bite that nearly burned him. Eat, Shen Chuan urged, knowing full well that Shan Mo had already had breakfast, yet he was eager for his nephew to enjoy a bit more. Uncle, is this about the household registration? Yes. Rest assured, next year I will ensure you get into a prestigious high school. Chapter 16, Steady as She Goes. Shen Mo felt a sudden release of tension, as if the string that had been taut for so long had finally relaxed. He yearned for a quiet spot by the river to sit and feel the breeze. The police station mentioned I should return in a week. I was thinking we could all go back together this Sunday and celebrate. What do you think? It turned out there were still procedures to follow. Barring any significant mishaps, his household registration should proceed without incident. Uncle, let us wait until the registration is finalized before we celebrate. Shen Mo preferred to avoid becoming the center of attention prematurely. That is fine. I came specifically to reassure you. Shen Chuan felt confident that no changes would arise, especially since the police officer had expedited the process for him. Thank you, Uncle, Shen Mo said sincerely, knowing that without his uncle's assistance, he might not have even obtained the household registration booklet. We are family, no need for such formalities. Shen Chuan offered a dumpling to Shen Mo. Don't let me be the only one eating. You should partake as well. The soup dumplings were a delightful treat, a luxury that the uncle and nephew had seldom indulged in, had it not been for Shen Mo's registration entering the formal process. Shen Chuan would never have allowed himself such an extravagant breakfast. Shen Mo picked up a dumpling and savored slowly. It's delicious, truly delightful. Shen Chuan, still in his 20s, was in the prime of life. As he relished the soup dumplings, he completely forgot that he had yet to start a family and was unaware that in Shen Mo's eyes, he had not yet reached a point of independence. Indeed, Uncle had yet to marry. Shen Mo aspired to earn some extra money over the holiday to bolster his uncle's confidence. His uncle's job was average, and should he manage to buy a house, courting would become considerably easier. Aside from that, Shen Mo felt he had little else to offer his uncle. As for others, he had no intention of seeking approval from those who might dismiss him. He would focus on studying diligently, aiming to gain admission to university and facilitate the transfer of his household registration. Aren't you usually a light eater? Have a few more. Shen Chuan offered another dumpling, but Shen Mo returned it, saying, Uncle, I've already had breakfast at the hotel. Shen Chuan laughed. True, you work at the hotel, so meals are certainly included. He finished the remaining dumplings and drank the soy milk, letting out a satisfied sigh as he said, I'll head back now. You focus on your work here, and I'll come find you next week. All right. Shen Mo also stood and accompanied his uncle to the tram. With matters settled, Shen Chuan felt reluctant to ask for further leave and hurried back to the textile factory. His co-workers, noticing his radiant complexion, teased him. Oh, little Shen, have you found a partner? Shen Chuan felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding matters of romance. Oh dear, little Shen is quite bashful. A woman jest. A man nearby remarked. Little Shen has the height and looks. He'll surely find a good match. One to you, little Shen. Pray tell, how is this potential partner? Shen Chuan's face flushed even more as he replied. There's no partner. Is it that they're not interested in you? Little Shen, why not offer your nephew to your elder brother? Not to stir up trouble in your relationship, but this matter shouldn't be on your shoulders. The factory workers unanimously agreed that Shen Mo was a hindrance to Shen Chuan. Had it not been for him, several would have been eager to set Shen Chuan up with someone, but knowing the situation, they were disinclined to do so. Even if they did, it would have to wait until Shen Mo was living independently. However, Shen Chuan had no such thoughts. His mind was filled with visions of his nephew gaining admission to a prestigious high school the following summer, and how that would elevate his standing in the factory. With his proficiency in English, how could he possibly fail? Seeing Shen Chuan remain silent, the co-workers assumed they had touched a sensitive topic and exchanged glances before shifting the conversation. The noodles at the newly opened snack shop outside are truly unpalatable. The morning hours passed by swiftly, and during lunchtime, someone beckoned Shen Chuan to venture outside to sample those dreadful noodles. Shen Chuan declined and opted to join his colleagues in the cafeteria instead. He pondered whether his nephew had eaten. The fare at the grand restaurant ought to be superior, right? Shen Mo had yet to dine, and at that moment, he was immersed in the hustle and bustle, on the verge of completing the household registration, filled with enthusiasm. As the clock struck 12:30, the influx of patrons dwindled, and all dishes had been served. Shen Mo was finally able to take a brief respite. Wu Yuan approached, nudging him and whispered, Xiao Shun, how can you be so carefree? The Changjiang restaurant across the street has stolen your business. They're raking in 500 a day. They should be back by now, right? Shen Mo, intrigued, glanced outside, but there was still no sign of activity from across the street. Wu Yuan speculated. Could Su Zong be treating them to a meal? Perhaps, Shen Mo mused. But he was well aware that Su Zionjiang's cooking left much to be desired. As the afternoon sun blazed down around 2 o'clock, a youthful figure appeared at the Changjiang restaurant, dressed almost identically to Shen Mo when he had left earlier. The moment this figure emerged, the staff at Hong Feng perked up. Sister Zhou, Xiao Shun, look, that must be the person. Manager Zhou had long harbored aspirations of transforming Hong Feng into a hub for amateur translators. She feigned indifference towards the encroaching activities of the Changjiang restaurant. Yet she was keenly observant. What do you mean that person? He has a name. It's Fan Qiaqiang. Manager Zhou reached the window and could only glimpse his back. She waved her hand. Xiao Shun, come here. Sister Zhou, do you think Su Xiangyang can afford to pay? Shen Mo shook his head. I doubt it. He will require at least one joint payment to settle everything. Even after that, he may still haggle. Manager Zhou nodded in agreement. Indeed, that Su character is just like that. He might even say the other person's skills are insufficient. Her eyes darted around. If the service concluded without payment, no one would be pleased, and Hong Feng Yi's guarantee could ensure everyone's satisfaction. Neither Shen Mo nor Manager Zhou was mistaken. Today, Su Xiangyang did not settle the bill. The atmosphere at the Changjiang restaurant was far from pleasant. He didn't settle your bill? How could someone named Su do this? Wang Sufen was furious. No wonder Zhou Lifang had refused to take on Su Zionjiang's affairs. The young Fan Qiaqiang was equally dissatisfied. It still held a glimmer of hope. Su Zong said we'd settle it together next time. He can't possibly deceive me, can he? Wang Sufen was not willing to make guarantees either. Overdue payments had become commonplace, similar to their restaurant, where they would contemplate consolidating bills every so often. Perhaps Su Zong is anxious, fearing you won't be reachable after this time. We must see it through to the end. Wang Sufin herself began to doubt her own words. The conflict between Zhou Lifeng and Su Xianyang had become quite tense, undoubtedly due to some misstep on Su Xianjiang's part. In the restaurant service industry, who would willingly offend a customer? Ideally, Su Xianyang would settle the payment honestly tomorrow. Otherwise, she would unite with Zhou Lifeng and others to ensure he had no room for credit along Garden Road. Chapter 17. Su Xianjiang's Default. Upon returning to the company, Su Xianyang began to review his recent expenditures. The costs incurred from entertaining several foreigners were substantial, while the other expenses pertained to translation fees. The mere thought of translation made Su Xianjiang's molars itch. How could he spend such a fortune? Shen Mo was ruthless, taking 1,000 directly from him. Zhou Lifeng was equally shrewd, extracting nearly 1,000 from him for meal expenses and extortion. Moreover, the Changjiang restaurant also sought to profit over 1,000 from him. Such audacity was unacceptable. These 3,000 plus yuan could sustain an ordinary family for several years. How could they expect to claim it in just one short week? Such insatiable greed. Tomorrow marked the final meeting, and he needed to minimize costs, ensuring that the Changjiang restaurant received less. With that resolve, a sly smile crept onto Su Xianjiang's lips. Although Fan Qiaqiang was a university student, older than Shen Mo, he was quite easy to manipulate. By the end of tomorrow's meeting, he even believed he could dismiss Fan Qiaqiang for a mere 200 yuan. The next morning, Fan Qiaqiang indeed appeared punctually outside the Grand International Hotel. He cheerfully invited Fan Qiaqiang inside, concluding the meeting by 11 o'clock. After the meeting, Fan Qiaqiang was eager to leave, wishing to settle the account swiftly. Oh, don't be in such a rush. I will dine at your Changjiang restaurant tonight, and we can settle the bill afterward. But Su Zong, we agreed to settle today. Yes, we will, but tonight at dinner. No need to rush. Su Xianyang glanced at his watch and issued a dismissal. Xiao Fan, I have some other matters to attend to. Why don't you head back first? Oh, but I am an old acquaintance of your manager Wang. Can I really be delayed over this small amount? Fan Qiaqiang was no match for the cunning Su Xianyang, and he watched helplessly as Su Xianyang departed, filled with worry and a sense of helplessness as he returned to the Changjiang restaurant. What? He still hasn't paid you? Wang Sufin's temper flared instantly. Well, Su Xianyang, I will ensure you regret this on Garden Road. Regardless, Fan Qiaqiang was the one she had invited to compete against Hong Fengyi, and she couldn't allow any discrepancies in payment. However, 1,000 yuan for 2 days was an enormous sum. Once lunchtime had passed, Wang Sufin made her way to Hong Fengyi. Manager Zhou greeted her with a smile, pouring her a glass of water. So, Su Zong is satisfied with Xiao Fan's skills, right? She dared not claim that a university student was inferior to a middle school student, but she could assert that Su Xianjiang's character was far below that of anyone here. Has Xiao Shun received the payment? Why wouldn't Xiao Shun receive it? Not only did Xiao Shun receive it, but I did too. However, let me clarify first. The money Su Xianyang has with me is none of your concern. Don't let him say the money is with me, and then you all come here with your hands out. As of now, the account with the surname Su is settled here. Lifeng, I would like to discuss something with you. Go ahead. Manager Zhou had a fair idea of what Wang Sufin was about to propose. After tonight, regardless of whether Su Zong pays or not, don't show him any courtesy at Hong Fengyi. Wang Sufin blurted out. No problem, I agree. Manager Zhou readily consented. Wang Sufin left without even finishing her drink, fuming. The first shot had not even been fired, and she was already envisioning Su Xianjiang's excuses for defaulting, likely criticizing Fan Qiaqiang's abilities and driving the price down. Xiao Shun, I believe this is an opportunity. Shan Mo suddenly interjected. What opportunity? Foreign trade. What a grand spectacle. I cannot predict how much we might profit this time, but perhaps Su Xianyang seeks to garner attention first, fishing for bigger catches later. But what about next time? I don't believe he will find a reliable translator again. He will return here. Then let him bleed a little more. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Lifeng's lips, and the sharpening of their strategies could commence from this moment. Shen Mo gazed at the Changjiang restaurant across the street and inquired if that university student approaches for payment. Sister Zhou, will you pay him? Why should I? It's not my debt, it's Su's. But if you cover the payment, what would be the outcome? Oh, Manager Zhou seemed to have a change of heart. If I do pay, then anyone seeking translation services afterward will undoubtedly choose us at Hong Fengyi, right? If it were me, I would certainly come here. Manager Zhou assessed Shen Mo from head to toe and praised. You are quite the clever one, aren't you? Next time Su Xianyang comes, we shall ensure he pays dearly. When Su Xianyang returns, the price must far exceed that of others. Shen Mo may not be the owner of Hong Fengyi, but the establishment's foray into this business could not do without him. Manager Zhou's best reward for Shen Mo would be to ensure he receives such opportunities at opportune moments. If Su Xianjiang's task coincided with Shen Mo's class schedule, she would reserve Shen Mo's share for him. Zhou Lifang prides herself on being a person of discernment. She believes that when her employees exert effort, she shall reciprocate accordingly. She has long regarded Shen Mo as a clever child, and now he bears the semblance of a legendary prodigy. Should he indeed gain admission to university in the future, he may ascend to a leadership position, thereby amplifying the assistance he can provide to Hong Fengyi. Even if, hypothetically speaking, Shen Mo does not secure a place at university, he would likely excel in business as well. If he establishes good relations beforehand, he would naturally prefer Hong Fengyi when entertaining guests. However, Shen Mo does not ponder such distant prospects. He seeks to use Su Xianyang as a cautionary example. With Su Xianyang as a reference, it would be easier to collect advance payments, thus avoiding the troubles that Fan Qiaqiang encountered today. Offering suggestions to Zhou Lifang is merely a gesture of goodwill based on their pleasant interactions over the past few days. Across from her, Fan Qiaqiang sat by the window, displaying a lackluster demeanor, occasionally glancing towards the Hong Fengyi side, his heart yearning for that promised 1,000-yuan reward. As evening fell, Su Xianyang failed to appear. He was clearly attempting to evade responsibility, unwilling to choose an unfavorable venue for himself. What if he were ambushed by Wang Sufeng and her associates? When Su Xianyang did not show, Wang Sufeng was incensed. It took considerable effort for the Yangtze River Hotel to recruit a talent, and Su Xianyang was tarnishing her reputation. Xiao Fan, do not fret. The hotel bears some responsibility for this incident. I will cover half of your payment for now, and I will pursue Su Xianyang for the remainder. Wang Sufeng was remarkably decisive, agreeing to shoulder half the burden. Fan Qiaqiang expressed his gratitude. Manager Wang, thank you so much. No need for thanks, she replied, her countenance darkening. Using the patrons as her mouthpiece, she spread the word about Su Xianjiang's intention to default on his payment. If an agreement is repeatedly reneged upon, one cannot blame others. That night, Su Xianyang hosted a celebratory banquet, and several individuals from the bad company returned intoxicated. However, upon waking the next day, he showed no inclination to pay Fan Qiaqiang at Huayuan Road. During lunch, he received news that rumors of his defaulting were circulating in the Huayuan Road Hotel. Instead of being angered, he laughed. Very well, since you, Wang Sufeng, have chosen to be rude, I shall prolong this. After all, he mused, you think I cannot find another translator after leaving you? In the afternoon, Su Xianyang arrived at Huayuan Road with great fervor. He could not afford to let his reputation here diminish. Meanwhile, Shen Mo and the others were engaged in conversation when they saw Su Xianyang storm into the Yangtze River Hotel, leading to a tremendous quarrel that attracted a large crowd. Encircling the entrance of the hotel, people craned their necks to peer inside, as if doing so would enable them to hear more. Manager Zhou approached the window to observe alongside the staff. Sister Zhou, Su is not here for friendly purposes, one of the staff remarked. I anticipated this. Just wait. Xiao Shun's reputation is about to spread, Zhou Lifang replied with unwavering confidence. Inside the Yangtze River Hotel, Su Xianyang confronted Wang Sufeng and Fan Qiaqiang. Money? What money? You, Fan, are barely competent. Your English is worse than that of a middle school student. You expect me to pay 500? I have no words for that. Yet you demand it? What audacity you possess. This matter could have been resolved in a single day, but you insisted on dragging it out to 2. Manager Wang, how should we handle this payment? Fan Qiaqiang's voice was barely audible as he struggled to contend with such a rogue, feeling wronged and on the verge of tears. Wang Sufeng, having navigated the streets for years, was not intimidated by Su Xianyang. Don't come at me with that. Trying to default, are you? Why don't you go to Hong Fengyi and ask Xiao Shun? He won't even bother to earn your money. Does he find it too hot to handle? Tell me, why don't you seek him out? Let me make it clear, 1,000 yuan, not a single cent less. She spat. And you dare ask me for 1,000? You nearly jeopardized my significant endeavor. What gives you the right to demand my money? And regarding yesterday's lunch, you, Fan, had the audacity to request wool yanjai and lobster. As someone in the restaurant business, do you have any idea how much that costs? That was for entertaining foreign guests. Fan Qiaqiang's voice was drowned out by Su Xianyang. Have you no shame? Expecting to profit from this? What gall to borrow my goodwill? Wang Sufeng pushed Fan Qiaqiang behind her. Are you trying to bully our inexperienced university students? Su, if you wish to default, just say so. Stop making excuses. After so many words, it boils down to your refusal to pay. She shouted to the gathered crowd. Hey everyone, look. I told you yesterday that this Su fellow wanted to default. How about that? I called it, didn't I? With her hands on her hips, she resembled a fierce warrior. Exuding authority. Su, I don't need your $1,000. If you can't afford it, then get lost. Don't come to me for favors in the future. Su Xianyang spat on the tile floor. I spit on you. You dare demand payment with such incompetence? After returning home yesterday, I recruited others. Otherwise, my business would have been ruined. Listen up, the middle school student from Hong Kong, Yi dares to take on work. How poor must that level be? You at the Yangtze River Hotel can't even compare to him. I want to pay you. Su Xianyang lashed out, dragging Shen Mo into the fray. I've been waiting for this moment. Manager Zhou interjected, stepping forward alongside Wang Sufin to confront Su Xianyang. Su, you tried to default last time. Just look at my leg. It was injured because of you. Why haven't you sought out our Xiao Shun? His character is lacking, so we won't take on his work anymore. Wang Sufin immediately chimed in. We won't accept any work from that Su fellow in the future. So you think you can conspire against me? Su Xianyang persisted. Now that both sides have joined forces, don't expect me to pay the final amount. In reality, I haven't even made an advance payment. Suddenly, Su Xianyang collapsed on the ground, clutching his head, exclaiming, ouch. The Yangtze River Hotel and Hong Kong, ye have assaulted me. Wang Sufin smirked. Lai Feng, what do you say? What else is there to say? If he claims we assaulted him, he must provide some evidence. Su is not a liar. I will call for people. And you should too. If we don't beat the truth out of him today, it will be as if I, Zhou Laifeng, wasted all these years on Huayuan Road. Su Xianyang quickly sprang up from the ground, clutching his head. You want to hit me? I want to let this go. He recognized that these two women were not to be trifled with. It was better to evade the debt than to risk a beating. Wang Sufin crossed her arms, tilting her head with a cold smile. Su, remember, you owe my Yangtze River Hotel 1,000 yuan. This debt will accrue interest. Su Xianyang grasped his head. You nearly ruined my business. I'm not asking you for compensation, and yet you still owe me medical expenses. Remember that. Accrue interest. He bent low and slipped through the gaps in the crowd, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but ultimately relieved to save 1,000 yuan. As Su Xianyang fled, the onlookers gradually dispersed, excitedly recounting the events they had witnessed that day. Zhou Laifeng remained, speaking to Wang Sufin. This cannot continue. From now on, regardless of who receives translation work, payment must be collected in advance. The first time Xiao Shun nearly didn't get paid, scaring Su into paying. The second time, I refused to agree, and he insisted on payment in advance. Otherwise, how could Xiao Shun go a second time? Wang Sufin wholeheartedly agreed, affirming that the current market favored sellers. And with translators in short supply, it would be entirely reasonable to collect payment up front. With Su Xianyang as a cautionary example, it became imperative to adopt this practice moving forward. Let's do it this way. Laifeng, it's settled then. No one is to assist that Su fellow in the future. We can forego that money, but must teach him a lesson. I was just about to propose the same thing. Other hotels will likely be able to connect with English-speaking talents as well. Let them be. Just a gentle reminder will suffice. If they take on Su's work and fail to collect payment, they shouldn't blame us. Wang Sufin said, though she suddenly deflated her anger. Laifeng, could you let my Xiao fan chat with your Xiao Shun for a while? I want to see whose skills are superior. What a coincidence. I'm curious too. Zhou Laifeng held strong confidence in Shan Mo. After all, what harm could a middle school student do? She had witnessed with her own eyes Shen Mo engaging in seamless communication with several foreigners. Both restaurants were eager to promote their establishments, and establishing who was superior held great significance. Wang Sufin turned to say, Xiao Fan, I will have manager Zhou bring Xiao Shun over shortly for a discussion. If you can outshine him, I shall reward you with an additional 100 yuan. Zhou Laifeng, unwilling to concede, retorted, our Xiao Shun is merely a middle school student. It's only natural he cannot compete with a university student. However, should he prevail, I will reward him with 200. The nearby waitstaff gasped in astonishment, realizing that knowledge indeed equates to wealth. Mere competition could yield such rewards. Who will fetch Xiao Shun for me? I will. A young girl eagerly volunteered and dashed out of the Changjiang Hotel, quickly returning with Shen Mo in tow. Chapter 19. The Establishment of Rules. Shen Mo's presence was essential. The waitstaff at Hung Fin Jai possessed an unwavering confidence and an innate fondness for him. They eagerly anticipated Shen Mo's triumph over the university student across the way, as it would bring them immense pride. After all, they were only high school graduates, and if Shen Mo could surpass the university student, it would be a cause for great celebration. Shen Mo, too, was keen to prove himself as the foremost translation talent on Huayuan Road, as his financial future depended on it. Wu Yuan and Xiao Mei clustered around Shen Mo, and it was then that Fan Qiaqiang finally laid eyes on the legendary Shan Mo. The adolescent, clad in the most unremarkable attire, with his hair falling limply, could be described as plain, yet one might easily overlook him on the street. Shen Mo, in turn, scrutinized Fan Qiang, whose eyebrows were somewhat sparse. Yet his eyes were large and brimming with youthful exuberance. Wang Sufin and Zhou Lifang began to usher people away. You need not linger. Let us retreat to the private room. Once the four of them reached the private room, Wang Sufin ordered a pot of tea and promptly closed the door. Several individuals pressed their ears against it, eagerly straining to listen. The girls, slightly shorter, crouched down with their mouths agape, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Inside the room, Zhou Lifang initiated the conversation. Xiao Shun, we are middle school students, so do not feel overly anxious. You can learn from your elder brother Fan. Shen Mo responded affirmatively and inquired of Fan Qiang. Shall we begin? Fan Qiang nodded. I shall start. He proceeded with a self-introduction, which Shen Mo listened to attentively but refrained from reciprocating. Instead, he posed a question in English regarding Su Zionjiang's perspective and subsequently shared insights on Huhai's local cuisine, as well as some scenic spots. Fan Qiang's enthusiasm began to wane, and he stuttered. Shen Mo, however, did not mock him. Stuttering was inconsequential as long as he could be understood. Fan Qiang struggled, searching for words, while Shen Mo remained composed. Zhou Lifang recognized his faltering and cheerfully remarked to Wang Sufin. Is this how it ends today? How about we enjoy tea at Hung Finjai next time? Wang Sufin felt disheartened. Zhou Lifang had fortuitously found Shen Mo on the street. Su Zionjiang's claims were not entirely unfounded. Fan Qiang was indeed no match for Shan Mo. Zhou Lifang spared her some dignity, and Shen Mo did not expose the truth. Simply stating, I shall return another day to learn from Brother Fan. Fan Qiang's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could disappear. As Zhou Lifang opened the door to the private room, several individuals stumbled in. Did you understand? Zhou Lifang instructed. Quickly return to your posts. Mealtime is nearly upon us. Xiao Mei and Wu Yuan, brimming with excitement, asked, Sister Zhou, who won? What win or lose? We merely converse together. You lot are idle. Off you go. Zhou Lifang turned to Wang Sufin. Don't forget the 100 yuan you promised Xiao Fan. The waitstaff at Changjiang Hotel immediately perked up, while Xiao Mei and Wu Yuan wore expressions of dismay as they followed Zhou Lifang and Shen Mo back. How could Xiao Shun be anything but impressive? I witnessed him conversing fluently with those foreign guests. I saw it too. Is it possible that Changjiang Hotel is taking advantage of us? Perhaps, after all, we are on their turf. The two murmured as they returned to Hung Finjai, only to find Zhou Lifang announcing, this month, Xiao Shun receives an additional 200 yuan bonus. Wu Yuan and Xiao Mei's eyes widened. Xiao Shun, did you win? It's not a competition. There is no winning or losing. Yet the staff at Hung Finjai firmly believed Shan Mo had triumphed. Otherwise, why would manager Zhou bestow upon him 200 yuan? The rivalry on Huaiyuan Road spread far and wide, with both hotels convinced of their victory and distributing bonuses. Thanks to the enthusiastic waitstaff, word spread that translation services were available here. People's sentiments weighed heavily, and with the previous incident involving Su Xianyang, many began to favor seeking out Shen Mo at Hung Finjai first. 2 days later, a middle-aged man arrived at Hung Finjai. I heard there's a young man proficient in English here. I'd like to request his assistance. Certainly, but a prepayment is required. The middle-aged man frowned. Prepayment? I've never heard of such a thing. Zhou Lifang remained unperturbed. The Changjiang Hotel across the street offers similar services. If you prefer, you may inquire there. What kind of business pushes clients away? Without a prepayment, we cannot proceed. The competition has a similar policy. You may check with them. The middle-aged man left and headed to the Changjiang Hotel. Following the incident with Su Xianyang, Wang Sufin also decided to collect payment up front. After all, the hotel was stationary. But people could easily slip away, leaving a translator without recourse. Thus, the rules began to take shape. Upon learning that the Changjiang Hotel also required prepayment, the middle-aged man, left with no choice, paid 1,000 yuan at Changjiang Hotel, agreeing to have Fan Qiang wait for him at the entrance of Huangpu Grand Hotel the following morning. Once this matter was settled, Wang Sufin personally visited Zhou Lifang to express her gratitude. Zhou Lifang graciously replied, such matters necessitate establishing rules to ensure no one can undermine them. As they conversed, yet another visitor arrived. The realm of foreign trade was vast, but translators were scarce. With Fan Qiang already booked, newcomers had no choice but to turn to Hung Finjai. A prepayment of 1,000 is required. Zhou Lifang stated with a smile. It's not that we are being unkind. It's simply that we had an incident with a client defaulting on payment recently. So we must be cautious. It's best to establish clear terms right from the start. It benefits everyone. Thus, the translation enterprise on Huaiyuan Road commenced. Over the course of a week, Shen Mo undertook 4 assignments, each lasting half a day. During lunch, He refrained from dining out, wary of encountering someone like Su Xiangyang. Fan Qiaqiang also ceased to mooch meals, returning promptly after each translation. Occasionally, they would meet on the tram, exchanging insights. Together, Hung Fenjai and Changjiang Hotel established their rules, no one daring to transgress them thereafter. Shen Mo's life became fulfilling, as those in foreign trade seemed to catch wind of the burgeoning opportunities and flocked to Huayuan Road. However, aside from simultaneous interpretation, Shan Mo declined other translation jobs. They were too time-consuming and yielded minimal profit, and he needed his rest. He was counting the days until his uncle arrived. Shen Chuan was also keeping track of time. Just a week in, he hurried to the police station. "Hello, officer. I'd like to inquire about my nephew's household registration." Wang Hui was struck by the impression this young man left. He had never encountered an uncle quite like him. "All set. Do you have the household registration book? I will fill it in and stamp it for you." Shen Chuan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he watched Wang Hui inscribe his nephew's name, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. At the moment he received the household registration book, Shen Chuan felt its weight grow heavier. "First, I will tell my nephew, then my parents, and finally my elder brother. This is a momentous occasion. We must gather the family together. Brother, I have accomplished what you could not." Shen Chuan hummed a little tune as he boarded the tram, heading towards Huayuan Road. Chapter 20. Preparing for the weekend return. Today, Shan Mo did not venture out. Instead, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with everyone. Recently, he had taken on numerous assignments and had purchased an abundance of snacks, sharing them generously from the lobby to the kitchen at Hung Fenjai. "Hey, Xiao Shun, is that your uncle?" As Xiao Mei engaged in conversation, she did not neglect to glance outside, her attention perpetually drawn to potential customers. She aspired to ascend to a supervisory position, eager to augment her earnings. Although Shen Mo was merely an ordinary waiter, his proficiency in English set him apart, and his financial gains extended far beyond the meager salary he received. The restaurant staff treated him with marked courtesy, subtly laced with a hint of deference. Despite all being human, individuals often viewed those with talent or wealth through a naturally favorable lens. Shen Mo quickly glanced outside, comforted by the smile on his uncle's face. Rising to greet him, he watched as Shen Chuan retrieved the household registration booklet from his bag and handed it to him. "Take a look, it's all set. You must study diligently once school starts." This was the first time Shan Mo had seen the seal of the household registration from Huhai. The name inscribed in elegant handwriting. A resident of Huhai? He found it hard to believe. Shen Chuan, his uncle, chattered excitedly and hurriedly. "I woke up early today to be the first in line. The registration officer was very helpful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been processed so swiftly. You helped out this summer, so you must continue until school starts. After that, don't concern yourself with money. Your studies are the priority." "Uncle, can you guess how much I'm earning now?" "How much?" Shen Chuan asked, enthusiastically encouraging his nephew. "I have over 2,700 yet to be settled at the restaurant." "Uncle, don't be too hard on yourself. If you want to smoke, smoke. If you want to drink, buy some." Shen Chuan was taken aback. "How much? Are you sure you haven't added an extra zero?" "No." Shen Mo chuckled. "Uncle. Just ask around Garden Road. Who doesn't know my illustrious name?" Manager Zhou emerged from the entrance, warmly inviting. "Shen Mo, uncle, come in for a cup of tea and take a rest. It's quite hot outside." Shen Chuan quickly waved his hands. No, I must get to work. I just came to give Xiao Mo a few instructions before leaving." Having conveyed the important matters, the rest could wait for another occasion. Just as Shen Chuan was about to depart, he recalled something. "Manager, will my nephew be able to take this Sunday off? I'd like to take him back for a visit." "Certainly. Shen Mo can take off whenever he likes." Manager Zhou replied with a beaming smile, adding that Shen Mo need not worry about deductions for his leave. Thinking of this, Manager Zhou found Shen Mo to be quite commendable. Unless something particularly pressing arose, he would surely return in the afternoon with snacks and pastries, donning his waiter-s uniform to join in the evening-s hustle. Going back, Shen Mo was somewhat taken aback. There was nothing particularly urgent. While Shen Chuan might return, Shen Mo preferred to hide away in the attic, instinctively repelled by the thought of going home. "Of course we're going back." Shen Chuan raised the household registration booklet. Such a joyous occasion deserves a celebration. Don't you think? His face radiated joy, more so than Shen Mo's, as if he could hardly wait for the weekend to showcase his achievements to the family. "Uncle, please don't mention how much I've earned while working outside to the family." Initially, Shen Chuan had indeed contemplated boasting about his nephew, hoping to elicit some regret from his elder brother. However, upon hearing Shen Mo's words, he regained some composure. As the saying goes, where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather. If this nearly 3,000 yuan fell into his elder brother's hands, it would likely never see the light of day again, and might even be allocated to support his new niece, Shun Jing, along with contributions to the maternal side of the new aunt. All right, I want to mention it to them. Shen Mo acquiesced. Then I'll come find you on Sunday afternoon. I want to help out at the restaurant during lunch. Sure. A whole day is far too much. Half a day will do, Shen Mo thought, not wanting his nephew's wages to be docked. He inherently believed that individual businesses were not honorable and would find various excuses to withhold workers' pay. Go on in, I must hurry to work. Shen Mo waved goodbye to Shan Mo and quickly made his way to the platform to wait for his bus. As the bus had yet to arrive, Shen Mo did not want his uncle to endure the sun alone, so he accompanied him. Uncle, you should buy a watch. Shen Mo's wrist was bare, making it difficult to keep track of time. What do I need a watch for? He instinctively rejected. I'll buy one for you, Shen Mo said, feeling a pang of concern for his uncle. With a watch, it would be easier for you to find a partner. Clothes make the man, and I can envision my uncle's appearance in the workshop. Others would undoubtedly realize he was struggling to make ends meet while supporting me. I applied to board in the third year of junior high to give my uncle some breathing space, allowing his coworkers to know I wasn't dependent on him. Adding a watch to his wrist would speak volumes on his behalf. I don't want one. Shen Mo rejected without a second thought. If you get into a key high school next year, I can finally hold my head high. He was genuinely pleased, not even feeling the heat of the sun, as he eagerly anticipated the passage of time, longing for the electric car to arrive, and for his nephew to flaunt his acceptance into a prestigious high school. Shen Mo did not echo his uncle's sentiments. He was determined to procure a watch for him. Upon returning, he would seek Manager Zhou's assistance and have the cost deducted from his wages. When the electric car arrived, it seemed somewhat familiar. The ticket collector, noticing the duo, inquired, "One or two?" "One." Shen Mo promptly boarded the vehicle and urged Shan Mo, "Hurry back, it's hot outside." "All right," Shen Mo replied, as his uncle cheerfully paid the 10-cent fare and settled by the window, waving at Shan Mo. "Hurry back. Why are you so happy?" the ticket collector asked curiously. The driver interjected, "Is it because the household registration has come through?" "Yes. I specifically came to share the news with my nephew to brighten his day." The driver remarked, "Isn't the Shanghai household registration quite something? With that, your nephew can feel secure staying in Shanghai and even take on an apprenticeship rather than returning to Yunnan." He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, taking a wide turn. With a Shanghai registration, it meant a stable job after graduating high school, allowing one to firmly root themselves here. Shen Mo proudly proclaimed, "My nephew excels academically and is destined for university." "What is university like?" The driver, the ticket collector, and Shen Mo had only glimpsed it from afar. They had never set foot inside, yet that did not hinder their imaginations. Upon hearing this joyous news, the few passengers in the vehicle felt a surge of happiness, though it did not concern them directly. Sharing in this joy might just bring them good fortune soon as well. Chapter 21. Buying a watch for Uncle. Shen Mo did not return home immediately. Instead, he ventured outside to purchase some candy and peanuts, bringing them back with him. He carried a large bag, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he returned to the red maple leaf. "Oh, Xiao Shun, there's no work today. Why did you buy so many treats?" Xiaoan stepped forward to assist Shen Mo. "My household registration has been finalized. I'm treating everyone to something." Xiaomei looked on enviously as she held a rural household registration from Suzhou. Manager Zhou approached, grabbing a few candies, and curiously asked, "Didn't you say you were from out of town?" Previously, when Shan Mo first arrived, he had identified himself as an outsider. Without a registration in Shanghai, wasn't he considered an outsider? "Hey, Xiao Shun, can you speak Shanghai dialect?" Xiaoan inquired with curiosity. "Just a little. I probably can't speak it as well as Sister Xiao Mei can speak Suzhou dialect." He replied, "What use is it to understand? It's still not as good as yours," Xiao Mei chimed in. "I almost had to return to Yunnan. If I really went back, I'd wish for a Suzhou household registration. Isn't a rural household registration from Suzhou quite poor?" Shen Mo knew that in a few decades, the rural populace of Suzhou would thrive. Their homes would have land, water, and space for pets. If conditions improved, a trendy town might emerge, attracting visitors for leisure and spending. However, Xiao Mei had yet to experience such a life. She was unaware that in a few decades, she too could live comfortably. Yet she envied Shen Mo's Shanghai registration. Manager Zhou, being of considerable age and vast experience, immediately surmised Shen Mo's background upon hearing Yunnan. With no further expectations, securing a household registration in Shanghai would be a significant achievement. Fortunately, this young man has shown commendable resolve and at least has an attentive uncle who cares for him. Or else he would undoubtedly have to return to Yunnan. Of course, given Shen Mo's capabilities, he could certainly manage to return to Shanghai through examination. But that would entail enduring 3 years in Yunnan. 3 years. How would he navigate such a duration? In an unfamiliar place, he could easily become a target for local bullies or fall in with unsavory characters. which might jeopardize his return to Hohei. Xiao Jie, do you have any connections to help me acquire a watch? Shen Mo inquired. Zhou Lifeng was taken aback. You want a watch? For my uncle. As for me, I can simply buy a toy watch later. As long as it functions, that suffices. But it won't be cheap. Xiao Lifeng Gochin Shen Mo Libdang. In 1985, watches were still considered a rarity, a coveted item. Nowadays, purchasing one requires a ticket, or else one must resort to the black market. Shen Mo was aware of the black market's existence, but he had no idea where to find it. Moreover, as a mere adolescent, venturing there might result in being exploited or ignored entirely. Even if it isn't cheap, I still want to buy one for my uncle. Should it be imported or domestically produced? Manager Zhou's connections exceeded Shen Mo's comprehension. Could imported ones even be available? Let's go with domestic. I fear the imported ones might be too ostentatious. Manager Zhou chuckled. Very well, then we shall opt for a Hohei watch. To give you an idea of the pricing, it will cost approximately 150 yuan. Although this amount exceeded the prices at retail stores, it was still attainable, and 150 yuan was manageable. Thank you for your assistance, Zhou Jie. Shen Mo agreed to the price. Await my news. Zhou Lifeng felt Shen Mo was fortunate to have such a considerate uncle. It was not excessive for a nephew to gift his uncle a watch. Shen Mo was to return home on Sunday, and she aimed to procure the watch for him before then. Madam Boss, are you hiring? A man in his 30s cautiously entered and inquired. He wore glasses, had a gaunt face, and exuded an air of refinement. Manager Zhou deduced he was seeking translation work. Indeed. Xiao Shun, escort him to the new private room. Interview him with me. Shen Mo led the middle-aged man upstairs, while Manager Zhou instructed Xiao Mei to prepare a pot of tea and then followed Shen Mo to the new private room. With fewer patrons, conversations flowed more freely. The middle-aged man cautiously addressed Manager Zhou. I heard you offer translation services here? Manager Zhou smiled. You've heard correctly. We often host foreign guests brought by individuals involved in foreign trade, and, at times, assistance in communication is required. Xiao Shan, what was it you called it? Simultaneous interpretation. Shen Mo articulated with professionalism. This service is provided by the restaurant for foreign trade clients, and the service fee is also covered by the restaurant. Shen Mo's statement conveyed much, subtly indicating that Hong Feng you mitigated various risks for everyone involved. I would like to give it a try, the middle-aged man expressed. Manager Zhou remarked, this is not merely a trial. I can inform you of the remuneration. The service fee for simultaneous interpretation is quite high, 500 yuan for half a day. An interview is necessary. I am confident. Xiao Shun begin. Manager Zhou said as she adjusted her chair to emphasize Shen Mo's presence. The middle-aged man was taken aback to discover that Hong Feng Yi indeed had this legendary middle school student. Shen Mo remained composed. Let us commence. As soon as he spoke, he initiated a dialogue in English. He did not ask the middle-aged man to introduce himself, as that was typically prepared material. Instead, he discussed the development history of Hohei and the scenic attractions of the surrounding Suzhou and Hangzhou. The middle-aged man began to sweat profusely, his speech faltering, reminiscent of Fan Qiaoqiang from the Jianyang Hotel across the street. At the end of their 10-minute conversation, a look of despair crossed the man's face. He did not seek Manager Zhou's opinion, merely stating, I apologize for the disturbance. Shen Mo called after him. May I have your contact information? Manager Zhou was surprised. Xiao Shun, do you think he is suitable? Shen Mo shook his head. While he may not be fit for simultaneous interpretation, there may be some documents requiring translation later. I wonder if this uncle would be willing to assist with such tasks? Yes. The middle-aged man eagerly agreed. Although the pay for document translation was not as high as that for simultaneous interpretation, it was still a supplementary income and did not interfere with regular working hours. Shen Mo cautioned, there must be no errors. If a significant mistake occurs, one must bear responsibility. Understood. The middle-aged man left his contact information, repeatedly expressing gratitude as he departed. Manager Zhou voiced her concern. What if there are indeed mistakes? This summer, I will help oversee it, and after the summer, we can see if someone can replace me. Manager Zhou regretted that Shan Mo only had this summer, if only foreign trade contracts could be executed during winter and summer vacations. This seemingly casual remark would ultimately alter the timeline for foreign trade in Hohei. For many years to come, individuals engaged in foreign trade would strive to align their communication with foreigners to coincide with winter and summer vacation periods. Professional translators from the Foreign Languages Bureau did not face seasonal constraints, but among Shen Mo's amateur peers were numerous English teachers and university students, who found their free time primarily during the summer and winter breaks. In the following days, no one else came for interviews, causing Manager Zhou some anxiety. Fortunately, there was a written translation as a backup, ensuring some work could still be secured post-summer. Despite her worries, she successfully procured a watch for Shan Mo. On Sunday morning, she presented it to him, a brand new timepiece complete with packaging. 150 yuan. What do you think? Shen Mo gazed at it with delight. Thank you. Xiao Jie. With this, my uncle can hold his head a little higher in front of others. Chapter 22. Indeed, unwilling to spend money. Shen Mo carefully placed the watch into his synthetic leather bag, changed into ordinary clothing, and exited the Hongfeng Yi establishment, taking the tram back to his uncle's dormitory. Oh, it's you. The ticket seller exclaimed upon seeing Shen Mo, her eyes crinkling into a smile. I heard from your uncle that your household registration has been settled? Yes. That's wonderful. The girl bestowed upon Shen Mo the kindness of a stranger. Thank you. Shen Mo felt the girl was exceptionally lovely today, her face radiating warmth. Upon arriving at his uncle's residence, the landlady downstairs seemed to have received news of his successful registration. Shan Mo, your uncle has had a tough time. You must show him filial piety in the future. I know. Shen Mo replied earnestly, ascending the stairs with a lightness in his step. The neighbors chatted among themselves. He's truly understanding. I heard he's been helping out at a private restaurant, which should lighten Xiaoxin's load somewhat. One must be sensible. He will graduate from middle school next year. If he doesn't start being responsible now, he will need to find something to do, but thankfully his registration has been settled. I heard Xiao Mo's academic performance is average. Will he be able to get into high school next year? Difficult. Our local Zhongxing Middle School is quite ordinary. Xiao Mo isn't exceptional. However, there is still a year left, and with some effort, he may have a chance at a good high school. When Shen Mo reached the second floor, his uncle, Shen Chuan, saw him and joyfully said, You're back. Let me change into a different shirt, and then we can head home. Shen Mo refrained from revealing the watch. Today he intended to gift it to his uncle. But not just yet. He wanted to wait until they were back home. He didn't want his uncle to flaunt it on their way to the old house. Shen Chuan changed into his prized polyester shirt, and once donned, he appeared considerably more spirited. Shen Mo believed that with the addition of a watch, his uncle would exude an air of distinction. Let us go. Shen Chuan tidied his clothes and led Shen Mo downstairs. Uncle, once we arrive home, please say that the money is a loan from you. Shen Chuan hesitated for a moment, then agreed very well. He had no choice but to comply. He couldn't allow the family to think that the money came too easily. However, it seemed that his nephew was no longer afraid of being reproached by his parents and older brother's wife. After all, who would be intimidated by someone capable of earning 3,000 yuan in such a short span of time? With 1 year left in middle school, you must study diligently. Your uncle does not expect you to earn much money. Just aim to get into a good high school. Rest assured, uncle, I will study hard and gain admission to a prestigious high school. As the uncle and nephew engaged in conversation, they made their way downstairs. After greeting the neighbors, they pushed their bicycles, with Shen Chuan leading Shen Mo toward the old house. Their resolve seemed commendable, yet the authenticity and longevity of such determination remained uncertain. It was difficult to say. Indeed, it was quite difficult. Had they not secured a household registration in Huhai, perhaps they might have strived a little harder. Now, with the registration in hand, their motivation appeared to wane. You have expressed both sides of the argument. Just days ago, you lamented that without a Huhai residence permit, Xiao Mo might succumb to despair. Oh, please refrain from such idle talk. Several neighbors, fanning themselves with palm fronds, bid farewell to the duo and switched topics. The old house was not far from the dormitory of the textile factory, and they arrived within half an hour. Shen Chuan held the household registration book as he ascended the stairs with Shen Mo. Mom, we're back. His voice resonated with joy. The old house was filled with people. Shen Jiang was engaged in conversation with his second wife, Chen Yi, and their young daughter, Shen Jing, who was under 3 years old and full of energy. Shen Baihan and Wang Xiaoping were playfully teasing their granddaughter, their faces aglow with smiles. Upon entering, the uncle and nephew were greeted by this heartwarming scene. Mom, here's the household registration. Xiao Mo's registration is complete. Shen Chuan exclaimed, pulling over a small stool and plopping down beside his elder brother, Shen Jiang. How is it going? Wang Xiaoping took the registration book. Flipping to the last page, where Shen Mo's name was stamped with the official seal of the police station. You really managed to get this done, she said, somewhat incredulously. Chen Yi held her daughter close, preventing her from wandering. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Shen Mo's registration. With the registration, even if Shen Mo struggled academically, he could eventually take over a role. But whose role would that be? Certainly not Shen Chuan's. He could only inherit Shen Jiang's position. This thought displeased Chen. Her daughter was still too young for such responsibilities, yet Shen Jiang was an accountant, wielding significant influence at work, far superior to her own status as an ordinary worker. She wished for her daughter to inherit Shen Jiang's position. Meanwhile, Shun Jiang took the household registration book, and upon seeing his son's name on the final page, he felt a slight sense of relief. He had not paid much attention to this son from his first marriage, and his current wife was reluctant to have Shen Mo live with them, yet he was still his son. Shen Mo, your registration is complete. You must study diligently from now on. Shun Jiang avoided mentioning the urban expansion fee, knowing that he would never agree to pay it. However, if Shen Mo were to bring it up, even if his father refused to help, he would still pursue it. The second uncle had borrowed a significant amount of money and owed many favors. Shun Yi spoke up, Shan Mo, your second uncle has it tough, as we all know. Your father cares for you, but your mother is indifferent. This expense cannot solely fall on your second uncle. You need to approach your mother and ask her for half. Everyone in the room, except little Xin Jing, was aware that Shen Mo's mother, Hime, would never contribute to this expense. Yet Shen Mo did not let his father and stepmother off the hook. Dad, Annie, I'll ask my mom for that half. Can you lend it to my second uncle for now? As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell silent, except for the sound of little Shun Jing's cries. Shun Yi quickly took her daughter in her arms, reprimanding Shun Jiang. What are you lingering here for? Waiting for a meal? Shouldn't you be heading back? Chapter 23. The Personal Issues of the Second Uncle. Shun Jiang promptly stood up, avoiding Shen Mo's gaze, and said to Shun Baihan and Wang Xiaoping, Mom, Dad, we'll head back today. We'll visit again some other time. With that, he hurriedly ushered his wife and daughter out, soothing little Shun Jing as they departed. Wang Xiaoping called after them, Hey, why not stay for a meal? The little one is still hungry. The family of three did not respond. Shen Mo observed with indifference as Wang Xiaoping turned back, sighing, Shen Mo. Do you see how much your second uncle has been put in debt because of your situation? I will definitely show my gratitude to him in the future. Oh, let's not speak too soon. Shen Mo, this matter is between your parents and has nothing to do with anyone else. Wang Xiaoping, fearing that Shen Mo might retort, preemptively stated her position, hoping he would comprehend. Despite the divorce, they were still his parents. This matter was not for others, not even for the grandparents. She even felt sorry for her second son. I plan to start boarding school in the third year of junior high. Shen Mo changed the subject. Who will cover the expenses? Wang Xiaoping longed to pose this question, but refrained, asking it might imply that she would have to contribute. That's wonderful. Boarding school will give you more time to study, she said, attempting to avoid the topic of money. Shen Mo, not wishing to linger any longer, said, Second uncle, my dad has left. Let us head back. The restaurant will be crowded tonight, and I need to return to help. Wang Xiaoping remembered that Shen Mo had taken on a part-time job. Right, you've just started working. It wouldn't be right to take a leave. Shen Chuan felt disappointed. The family had barely gathered for 5 minutes before they dispersed. He stood up and said to Shen Mo, Let us go. It's time to head back. Wang Xiaoping called after him, Xiao Chuan, don't worry about that money. I will definitely speak to your elder brother and ensure he gives it to you. Shen Mo turned and replied, Grandma, I'll earn the money for my second uncle in the future. Wang Xiaoping immediately responded, You've truly grown up. Mom, I'm leaving. Shen Chuan felt quite disheartened. He exchanged brief greetings and hurried down the stairs. Pushing his bicycle, he forced a smile as he greeted a few old neighbors, taking Shen Mo back to the dormitory. Along the way, the uncle and nephew exchanged no words. Shen Mo took out a watch from his bag, carefully polishing it. Half an hour felt both prolonged and fleeting, the new watch's second hand remaining still. Wei Ve arrived. Shen Chuan announced to his nephew behind him. Shen Mo hopped off his bike, and, as Shen Chuan secured it, he turned to find his nephew offering him a small box. Second uncle, this is for you. Shen Chuan accepted it and opened it to reveal a watch. Shen Mo. Second uncle, just assume I'm being extravagant. You should quickly find someone to introduce a match for me. You can say this watch was a reward from the boss for my significant contribution at the restaurant. What contribution did you make? At least I've served foreign guests, right? The uncle and nephew exchanged wry smiles, and after a few seconds, Shen Mo said, Second uncle, I'll head back to the restaurant to help. It would be right to just sit idle. Don't overexert yourself. Remember to study diligently once school starts. I will. Shen Mo ran to the platform to wait for the tram, urging his uncle to go upstairs. Second uncle, you should start cooking. I have meals provided at the restaurant. Holding the watch, Shen Chuan felt deeply touched. His nephew was considerate and kind to him. Watching Shen Mo board the tram, he finally felt a sense of relief as he ascended the stairs, suddenly feeling a weight lifted. With his nephew's registration completed and the potential for earning substantial income, he no longer needed to worry. He could now focus on his own personal matters. He meticulously wound the watch, setting it into motion. Although the time had yet to be calibrated, he felt a surge of joy. In the dormitory, a small radio served as a source of entertainment for him and Shen Mo, and he eagerly turned it on, awaiting the punctual time announcement. As he prepared to cook noodles, The chime of the clock rang out, prompting him to hastily adjust the time and wipe the surface with a breath. Ah, dear brother. Mom and Dad, you have no idea of Shan Mo's capabilities. Shen Mo returned to the crimson maple leaf, and, as mealtime approached, the restaurant began to bustle. Shan Mo was pleasantly surprised to see him. Oh, we thought you wouldn't be back today. I wrapped up my tasks quickly. There's no point in idling at home. Is there? Indeed. Hurry and change into your uniform to help out. Shen Mo changed into his attire, transforming into a waiter. Manager Zhou, while attending to guests, noticed him and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Shen Mo was indeed a diligent young man. As the clock approached 9, the guests began to disperse, allowing everyone to finally relax. Chef Old Wu quickly sautéed the leftover dishes from the kitchen, and a group of them gathered in the hall, joyfully sharing a meal. Hey Xiao Shun, how did your second uncle react to the watch? Was he pleased? Xiao Mei posed a question that piqued everyone as curiosity. They knew the answer, but wished to hear it from Shen Mo himself. He was thrilled. My second uncle was absolutely delighted. Shen Mo picked up a chopstick full of bean sprouts and ravenously devoured a few bites of rice, having gone without food since noon. Laughter erupted around him. Noting that Shan Mo as his second uncle looked quite sharp. With a watch, he seemed more spirited, and perhaps in time, he might even find a partner. The following morning, Shen Chuan donned the watch as he headed to work, and his colleagues immediately noticed a change in his demeanor. Oh, Xiao Shun, you seem quite cheerful. Shen Chuan raised his wrist, proudly flaunting the watch. After all, he was still in his 20s and enjoyed such things. With his nephew by his side, he had endured years of hardship and repression, and now he could finally hold his head high. Where did you get that? A nearby woman inquired, gazing at his wrist for a long moment before commenting to the others. It's new. Shen Chuan replied with pride. You have no idea. My nephew is quite proficient in English. He works part-time at the restaurant on Garden Road, assisting foreign guests, and they gifted him this watch as a token of appreciation. He said he'd buy me other things with the money he earns. Oh, your nephew is quite thoughtful. Several colleagues began to reassess their opinions of Shen Mo. Another man asked, Xiao Shun, how is your nephew's household registration coming along? What does your elder brother say? Shen Chuan's mood soured at the question, but he didn't want to appear foolish in front of others. My elder brother is quite pleased. Xiao Mo says he'll focus on his studies in the 9th grade. He plans to board at school to use the time spent commuting for studying, aiming for a prestigious high school next year. The colleagues latched onto the key phrase, boarding school. The registration process required a hefty urban expansion fee, several $100s. And Shen Chuan didn't ask them for money. It seemed his nephew's boarding expenses wouldn't fall on him either. This suggested that Shen Chuan's prospects were looking brighter. They exchanged glances, mentally selecting suitable young women. Chapter 24. Interviews come at a price. Xiao Mei, go call Xiao Shun. Another candidate had arrived for an interview, and Manager Zhou was in urgent need of a backup. As summer progressed day by day, this urgency grew exponentially. The Garden Road had witnessed the power of the translation market. The Crimson Maple Leaf had Shen Mo, while the Yangtze River Hotel had fanfictionaudiobook. Over time, the market's recognition of the two was not uniform. Although Shan Mo was young, he commanded attention and handled simultaneous interpretation with composure, effectively saving time. Fanfictionaudiobook was somewhat less adept, often taking considerable time with his interpretations. Were it not for the vast gap in the translation market, Fanfictionaudiobook might have been overlooked entirely. Nonetheless, he still had his niche and enjoyed the benefits of advance payments. Manager Zhou thought it would be beneficial to have someone like Fanfictionaudiobook to fill in. She couldn't afford to wait until Shen Mo returned to school and left her in a bind. The candidate arriving that day appeared quite cultured, and Manager Zhou hoped he would possess some skill. In the afternoon, with no tasks at hand, Shen Mo took a brief nap, while time still permitted. He flipped through his physics and chemistry notes from the 9th grade. He was entirely unaware of the standards for the Huai High School entrance exam in the 1980s. Nor did he know where his peers stood, but he understood that everyone was beginning to study earnestly and that he must approach this with caution. The restaurant staff had grown accustomed to his routine and rarely disturbed him before 4 o'clock unless there was an urgent matter. Xiao Shun, hurry. Someone's here for an interview. Shen Mo set aside his book and dashed to the new private room. Upon seeing Shen Mo, the young candidate seemed unfazed. He even proactively extended his hand for a handshake. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiong Ming, and I have heard much about you. Though today is our first meeting, then let us commence. Shen Mo seized the moment, directly entering into English dialogue mode. Xiong Ming had a solid foundation and engaged in a lively exchange with Shen Mo. However, he felt a twinge of resentment towards Shen Mo, thinking, he merely a middle school student. How good can his English truly be? Yet, as their conversation began, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. as he rapidly processed Shen Mo's words and searched for the appropriate vocabulary to respond. Manager Zhou couldn't understand their dialogue, but her logical acumen allowed her to perceive that they were conversing well. Previously, the longest exchange had lasted no more than 10 minutes, but this time, they managed to converse for 20 minutes without stumbling. Zhou, he is quite capable. Shen Mo offered a reassuring response. Manager Zhou's anxiety dissipated. Without a substitute, she would have been at a loss. Before Shan Mo entered the room, she had conversed with Xiongming, who could assist after the summer holiday. But he needed to wait for the class schedule to be released before informing Manager Zhou of his available times for the next semester. That was quite satisfactory, and Manager Zhou felt a sense of relief. Individuals like Shen Mo who remained at the restaurant were exceedingly rare across the table. Fan Qiang was barely adequate, but began to stay home, awaiting notification. Xiongming followed a similar pattern to Fan Qiang. He was reluctant to stay at the restaurant during the glorious summer months. Zhou, let us have Xiongming try the next task. Shen Mo suggested proactively. Certainly, Mr. Xiong, please prepare yourself. It won't be long before we begin. Indeed, it wouldn't take long. Shen Mo had recently been busy and hadn't had much time to study. His earnings from the Crimson Maple Leaf had accumulated to 5,000 yuan. Moreover, as he participated in more activities, the reputation of Garden Road grew, drawing many foreign trade professionals to dine there, eager to make introductions in advance. Shen Mo foresaw that in the near future, both the Crimson Maple Leaf and the Yangtze River Hotel would receive multiple requests for translation services simultaneously. Within a week, this scenario unfolded. Two separate groups sought to reserve a new private room at the Crimson Maple Leaf and requested simultaneous interpretation for the same time slot. Manager Zhou felt a wave of anxiety. Thankfully, she had recruited Xiongming. The Crimson Maple Leaf was well known, and with the added allure of a middle school student like Shan Mo, Xiongming's first choice was indeed the Crimson Maple Leaf, attracting others as well. Yet another day of departure. In the morning, both Shan Mo and Xiongming ventured out, while Xiao Mei and Wu Yuan chatted in the lobby, their expressions filled with envy. Xiao Mei, I regret not studying diligently. Otherwise, I could also be out earning money now. Regretting now? It's not too late. When you get married and have children, make sure they study hard. You know, I'm seriously considering that. Wu Yuan replied cheerfully. Enough chatter. Someone is coming. Xiao Mei spotted a young man approaching and said to Wu Yuan, I bet he is here for an interview. You think so? Xiao Shun and brother Xiong aren't here. Wu Yuan stepped forward to greet him. Hello? The chef hasn't started yet. If you wish to dine, you'll need to wait until 11. I'm here for an interview. Wu Yuan turned and called out, Zhou. Another candidate arrived for the interview, and Manager Zhou was quite pleased. However, only Shan Mo and Xiongming possessed the qualifications to interview him. It depended on who would return first. How about this? She suggested, come back at 2 o'clock. It's not convenient right now. Is that acceptable? By 1 o'clock, both should have returned, giving Manager Zhou an extra hour to prepare. Sure, the newcomer replied eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the part-time opportunity. Shen Mo's meeting ran slightly late, extending past noon, since it was already delayed. The host of the negotiations chose to prolong it a bit further, concluding around 12:40. As he departed, Shen Mo remarked to his colleagues, upon returning, I will need an additional 100. No problem, they responded. Not everyone was as accommodating as Su Xiangyang. Shen Mo declined the offer of hospitality, opting instead for a bowl of noodles before taking the bus back. Upon reaching Huayuan Road, the midday crowd had largely dispersed. He entered, carrying egg cakes and ice pops. Is it hot? Have an ice pop to cool off. Wait, this atmosphere feels wrong. Shen Mo handed his items to Wu Yuan and spotted Manager Zhou, who stood behind the counter with her arms crossed, gazing intently at a corner, her expression as frosty as the ice he was holding. Sister Zhou? Shen Mo ventured closer to greet her. Manager Zhou forced a smile. Little Shun is back. Come, give me an ice pop. Shen Mo retrieved one from Wu Yuan and quietly inquired, what is wrong? You should ask Sister Zhou, came a reply. Shen Mo approached Manager Zhou, handing her the ice pop. Sister Zhou, what is going on? She sighed. I thought people would be like you. What do you mean? Shen Mo asked, bewildered. Just now, little Xiong returned first. I asked him to assist me in interviewing a candidate, and he quoted me 100. Manager Zhou took a hefty bite of the ice pop. Ice shards flying in all directions. Shen Mo hadn't expected Xiongming to bring money into the discussion, but upon reflection, it didn't seem too surprising. Did you give him that? I told him 20. Manager Zhou expressed her displeasure. Little Shun, I took advantage of you, but must we always equate everything to money? Rest assured, as long as there are tasks ahead and you are available, I will not assign them to anyone else. Shen Mo inquired. What about the candidate who came for the interview? I think he is acceptable. Little Xiong disagrees. I kept a close eye on it and asked him to return tomorrow morning for you to take another look. Manager Zhou felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that the interview might indeed involve monetary considerations. She was willing to compensate Shen Mo for his efforts, but not for Xiongming S. The next morning, the candidate returned, appearing quite anxious. He had spoken with Xiongming the day before, believing himself to be competent, only to be told by Xiong that he did not qualify. He thought he was done for, but the female manager had granted him a second chance. Are you the prodigy everyone speaks of? Upon seeing Shen Mo, he naturally recalled the rumors about a middle school genius capable of simultaneous interpretation. Me? A prodigy? Shen Mo chuckled. Please don't say that. I must first gain admission to a prestigious high school to be deemed a qualified junior. His notion of a qualified junior was for his second uncle. For others, simply avoiding trouble and not imposing on them sufficed. What should I call you? Shen Mo invited him to take a seat. My surname is Zhao. I am Zhao Mingyang. Zhao Mingyang seemed to have moved on from his previous failure. His demeanor bright and sunny as he looked at Shen Mo. I'm Shen Mo. If all goes well, I'll be calling you Mingyang brother in the future. Clearing his throat, Shen Mo commenced the conversation. Zhao Mingyang found chatting with Shen Mo to be quite comfortable, easing his nerves. After discussing various topics for several minutes, Shen Mo paused and offered, Mingyang brother, have some water. Manager Zhou inquired, how is it, little Shun? Mingyang brother's skills are quite good. He can take on this task. Manager Zhou beamed. I knew I wouldn't misjudge. He had talked quite a bit with little Xiong, following Shan Mo's previous approach. Even if he couldn't serve as a simultaneous interpreter, he should at least have been given a chance for written translation. It was surprising to her that little Xiong hadn't even afforded him that opportunity, which instantly raised her suspicions. Sister Zhou, if there are tasks in the near future, let Mingyang brother take one. That is fine. Manager Zhou readily agreed. Zhao Mingyang expressed his gratitude. Shen Mo, thank you so much. He anticipated being able to jump right in. He thought he would have to wait until Shan Mo and Xiongming were too busy to give him chance. Let us exchange contact information. If something comes up, we'll reach out to you. If there is nothing on the horizon, you are welcome to swing by any time. Zhao Mingyang promptly wrote down his contact information for Manager Zhou and shared a firm handshake with Shen Mo. After seeing Zhao Mingyang off, Manager Zhou grumbled from now on. I want to entrust any tasks to little Xiong. This matter will end once it's completed. We can't afford to keep this prodigy. Xiongming's approach was too harsh. He seemed intent on blocking the paths of others before any real work had even begun. Sister Zhou, I'll be heading back after the 25th. Manager Zhou understood her unspoken thoughts. Currently, Shen Mo was the only individual she could trust. She led him downstairs and pulled out her notebook, which contained records of Shen Mo's earnings. Sister, I can't let you go without your due. Xiongming nearly blocked little Zhao from coming in and charged me 20. You've helped me interview so many people. How about I settle on 150 for you? Plus, with nearly a month and a half's worth of waiter wages, I'll say 150 for that too. She jotted down a number, including the earnings Shen Mo made from translation, 8,300. Sister, hold on. Didn't you forget to deduct the watch money? I see you're a decent person, so I want to deduct it. I'm counting on you to come back during the upcoming winter and summer breaks. Manager Zhou smiled, recalculating the dates. The 25th is a Sunday when the bank is closed. So, have your second uncle come on the 24th to deposit the money. Shen Mo had no intention of withdrawing all the money at once. Sister, I'd like to take 3,000 for now. Can the rest remain at the restaurant? Of course. I'll even calculate interest for you. In any business, the more liquidity you have, the better. If you're willing to leave over 5,000 with me, I couldn't be more pleased. Yet, she couldn't understand why Shen Mo wouldn't take it all. Wouldn't it be safer in the bank? Shen Mo was cautious. His translation income fell into a gray area and might not see the light of day, necessitating a careful approach. 3,000 was substantial enough to support his second uncle for a while. Should his second uncle's partner agree to marriage, he could return to withdraw the funds for the wedding. Zhao Mingyang frequented the Red Maple Leaf during the mornings, anxious not to miss anything. If there were many guests at noon, he would also lend a hand with some tasks. Shen Mo had mentioned he would be the next to step up, and Zhao Mingyang was eagerly anticipating that moment. Before anything else could transpire, Xiongming returned first. Manager Zhou, it's done. This time it's 500. Unlike Shen Mo, Xiongming insisted on taking his earnings immediately after each job, refusing to leave any at the counter for fear of unforeseen circumstances. Manager Zhou counted out the money for him. Count it. Xiongming verified the sum and remarked, it's all there. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something seemed amiss, and upon closer inspection, recognized it was the candidate he had interviewed a few days prior. Manager Zhou, didn't I tell you? This person isn't suitable. Manager Zhou smiled sweetly. I had little Shun take another look, and he believes he is capable. Xiongming's expression soured instantly. You don't trust me? Then do you believe I should trust little Shen? Xiongming fell silent. If Shen Mo could not be trusted, then he had no place here. All right, little Xiong, you may head back for now. I'll contact you if anything arises afterward. Contact? What is there to notify? You're at the back of the line, behind those at the Changjiang Hotel. Only if no one else is available will I consider it. Xiongming did not hurry to leave. Instead, he sought out Shen Mo. Xiao Shun. You are rather foolish. If you bring another person in, what will be left for the two of us? Xiongming felt a sense of frustration, realizing that with one less person, their bargaining power as black market translators would be somewhat strengthened. He ranked just behind Shen Mo and had earned over 4,000 this summer. He was reluctant to let go of such a substantial sum. Shen Mo understood the mindset of someone like Xiongming, always eager to seize every advantage. However, he believed this approach was flawed. It was crucial to leave some room for negotiation, much like how he had previously allowed that middle-aged man to handle written translations. Brother Xiong, my perspective differs from yours. The more connections I have, the broader my future prospects will be. What can I say to you, Xiao Shen? Just wait. It will be a stroke of luck if they don't push you out in the end, Xiongming retorted, his tone tinged with exasperation. I know what I'm doing, Shen Mo replied with a smile. Losing such a significant figure could mean that he might not appear at Hong Maple Leaf again. Moreover, having taken on several jobs previously, he had established connections that might allow him to work independently outside of Hong Maple Leaf. As Xiongming exited the Hong Maple Leaf restaurant, he found the weather oppressively humid, making it somewhat difficult to breathe. Chapter 26. Bringing food and drink for Uncle To. The heat was indeed stifling. The clouds hung low and began to gather, as if rain were imminent. Yet the wind carried little moisture. The cicadas were shrieking, adding to the sense of restlessness. Shen Mo was engrossed in his reading, while Zhao Mingyang, having little to occupy his time, chose to join him. You're only in the second year of junior high? Yes. Zhao Mingyang slightly closed his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them again. Have you decided which high school you want to attend? Yongxing No. 1 High School. This school is one of the key high schools in the Xinzai district and is a common aspiration for many parents and students. With the resumption of the college entrance examinations, this high school consistently ranks among the top in terms of university admissions across Shanghai, with many students being accepted into prestigious institutions. Zhao Mingyang suddenly inquired, Xiao Shun, have you thought about what you want to do afterward? I want to study mathematics, physics, and chemistry, get into university, and work in research and development. Being a scholar is quite admirable, Shen Mo mused, appreciating the scholarly connotation of his name. As for money, he would not be lacking. With so many pivotal moments in history, seizing just one or two would allow him to live comfortably while pursuing his interests. Zhao Mingyang reminisced. When I was younger, I too pondered what I wanted to do. I'm older than you. Back in junior high, when the college entrance exams had just resumed, I was still quite naive, thinking that merely getting into university would be wonderful, without considering what to pursue. Brother Mingyang, what are you studying? Is it something you enjoy? Zhao Mingyang sighed. I've been assigned to mathematics. I'll wait for my placement after graduation. Mathematics? Shen Mo was impressed. Brother Mingyang, that's impressive. Shen Mo did not regard mathematics as futile. Those who excel in it are often exceptional and can adapt to various roles in the workplace. Zhao Mingyang, however, did not share this sentiment. He could not envision what he might do in the future. There is only one Chen Jingran. I can't think of another famous mathematician. Shen Mo proposed an idea. Brother Mingyang, if you study diligently, perhaps one day you could join the team that designs the college entrance exam papers. Zhao Mingyang's eyes sparkled momentarily. Now that's an interesting thought. If that day comes, I must show those kids what I'm made of. Shen Mo felt he might have suggested a rather dubious idea. If Zhao Mingyang were indeed responsible for the mathematics exam, it could lead to widespread despair. He chuckled awkwardly. Brother Mingyang, just put in the effort and make the questions a bit easier when it's my turn for the exam. Aren't you aiming for scientific research? The questions can't be simple. Zhao Mingyang teased Shan Mo. The two continued their playful banter until guests began to arrive. Despite the summer heat, some were dressed in casual suits, exuding an air of sophistication. Xiao Mei attended to them first, allowing Shan Mo a few more minutes to read. However, Shen Mo and Zhao Mingyang overheard a guest inquiring about the manager's whereabouts, and manager Zhou promptly appeared. It's Boss Xue. Don't call me boss. It makes me feel old, Boss Xue chuckled, gesturing to manager Zhou. I've heard there is someone here. How about coming to help me out tomorrow? Oh, Boss Xue is venturing into foreign trade? Oh, we're just chatting for now. Half a day, a deposit of 1,000. I'll find you someone. Manager Zhou stated assertively. Zhao Mingyang whispered, why is the deposit so high? How else can we ensure the safety of those outside? For the sake of money. They want to treat us too harshly, or else they risk losing it. Oh, after hearing Shen Mo's explanation, Zhao Mingyang found it quite reasonable. However, he was unaware that once that 1,000 yuan entered Hong Maple Leaf, it would be irretrievable, and the remaining fund would also be consumed here. Brother Mingyang, this time I'll leave it to you, all right? Zhao Mingyang felt a bit shy. Is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? You need to get out there and test your skills, Shen Mo encouraged. He didn't feel any reluctance. He might very well have numerous interactions with this group of translators in the future. Borrowing money was out of the question, but exchanging information could prove invaluable. For instance, Manager Zhou could likely gauge the business development trends of these individuals based on how often they requested translators. Manager Zhou glanced at Shen Mo and Zhao Mingyang, smiling. It's the same price to chat. This could lead to broader opportunities, with charges starting from half a day. All right, I want to discuss the pricing with you. When do you need it? Sunday. I'll come and pick someone up. All right, any time beyond that will incur extra charges, 100 per hour. And if it's less than an hour, we'll count it as a full hour. Also, you'll have to cover lunch, which 1T count towards the fee. I said, Xiao Zhou, is your brother that kind of person? Manager Zhou laughed. We're just laying out the ground rules to avoid disputes later. The more tasks they undertook, the more refined the procedures at Hong Maple Leaf would become, minimizing any unpleasant occurrences. The guest generously placed cash on the counter, and Manager Zhou counted it with a beaming smile. You'll be satisfied. Boss Shui did not stay for a meal, with translation fees being so high. It was prudent to save on food expenses. Manager Zhou then called Shen Mo and Zhao Mingyang over, according to Hong Maple Leaf's tradition. This task will be entrusted to Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao, do well and continue. If not, the opportunity will be lost. In truth, there was no such tradition. But it seemed that each time a newcomer arrived, Shen Mo would pass on opportunities, which earned him Manager Zhou's admiration. All right, Manager, you heard that, Sunday. This timing is excellent. Don't be late, come over earlier. All right, feeling reassured? Go back and rest. Zhao Mingyang returned home joyfully, eagerly awaiting Sunday's arrival. Shen Mo also wished to take a leave. Sister Zhou, I would like to gather with my second uncle tonight and have him come over on Saturday. That's fine. Manager Zhou beamed, calling out, Xiao Mei, check on how Old Wu in the kitchen is doing. If he is ready, have him make some braised pork and sliced chicken. All right, Xiao Mei responded and headed to the kitchen. Manager Zhou remarked, Xiao Shun, we've been working together for over a month, and I truly think highly of you. At Hong Maple Leaf, while you may not be able to bring back much, surely you can manage to take a dish or two, right? Shen Mo felt a bit embarrassed about taking such substantial dishes. You don't bring things back every day, if you did. I'd ensure Old Wu prepares you some greens. Manager Zhou wanted to maintain their rapport. Xiao Mei returned. Sister Zhou, Old Wu has started preparing. Get our aluminum lunchboxes ready, and let Xiao Shun take them home. All right, Xiao Mei responded cheerfully. Before long, the dishes were ready, and Xiao Mei packed them into the aluminum lunchboxes, handing them to Shen Mo. Are you coming back tonight? No need to return tonight, Xiao Shun. You should stay comfortably at your second uncle's for the night. Manager Zhou also offered Shen Mo a bottle of Yanghe Deku. Make sure to rest well. Just arrive by noon tomorrow. Thank you, Sister Zhou, Shen Mo expressed sincerely. Why should we be so polite? I still cherish the thought of coming over to lend a hand during the holidays. Shen Mo, bearing a bottle of wine and 2 aluminum lunchboxes, cheerfully boarded the tram. It was that ticket seller again. Although they had only met a few times, she seemed to hold a profound impression of this uncle-nephew duo. Taking the day off today? She inquired. Indeed, I brought some dishes for my second uncle, he replied. The girl smiled with her lips pursed. How filial. Shen Mo returned her smile. The weight of the net bag felt reassuring, filling his heart with delight. In Chapter 27, titled Xiong Ming Changes His Course, Shen Mo returned home. Oh, little Mo is back. What have you brought? More wine? Your second uncle is in for a treat tonight. The uncles and aunts downstairs began to tease him as they observed the contents of his net bag. The aluminum lunchboxes were sealed tightly, preventing them from catching a whiff of the aroma, leaving them to speculate. Recently, the neighbors had expressed nothing but praise for Shen Mo, most believing he had indeed matured. With just a year left in middle school, little Mo appeared to have truly found his bearings. Indeed, even if he brought tofu and greens, it would still be a sincere gesture. I see there's also a bottle of Yanghe Deku. This isn't inexpensive. A bottle of Yanghe Deku costs over 3 yuan. A fine choice for weddings. The dormitory of his second uncle was tranquil. Arriving early, Shen Mo seized the opportunity to wash his uncle's clothes and hung them on the balcony. As the wind rustled, only one thought filled Shen Mo's mind. Please, let not rain. The sun gradually dipped towards the west, and the streets became more populated. Shen Mo stood on the third-floor balcony. his heart buoyant with anticipation as he yearned to witness his uncle reveling in meat and wine. His second uncle, clad in work attire, appeared on the street, riding his bicycle, flashing a bright smile as he bantered with his co-workers. Sensing someone watching, Shen Mo looked up and spotted his nephew on the balcony, waving and grinning. "Your nephew is back," one of his co-workers remarked, following his gaze. "My nephew is quite sensible. He treats me well." Shen Mo turned a corner, saying, "See you tomorrow." The uncles and aunts downstairs greeted him with smiles. "Little Shun, your nephew has brought you good things. Hurry up and see." "Good things? What might they be?" Shen Mo wondered, bounding up the stairs with 3 steps at a time, eager to reach his dormitory. "Why are you back today?" "Oh, you brought delicious dishes." Shen Mo's eyes fell upon the braised pork and sliced chicken. There was also a bottle of wine. Shen Mo pushed the Yanghe Deku towards his uncle. "What is the occasion today?" Shen Mo asked, his face lighting up. "Uncle, I've informed the restaurant that after the 25th, I want to be going back. Preparing for school instead." "Excellent. It's time to focus on your studies." Shen Mo opened the bottle of wine, inhaling its aroma, and praised, "Good wine." Though he was merely in his 20s and seldom indulged, he felt this wine was exceptional because it was brought by his nephew. With no wine glasses at home, Shen Mo poured the wine into an enamel tea mug. Taking a sip, he pretended to savor it, nodding in feigned sophistication, and said to his nephew, "Let us eat." The dishes were delightful and ample, allowing the uncle and nephew to indulge thoroughly, finishing both plates completely. After half the bottle of wine was consumed, Shen Mo carefully set the remainder aside. "Uncle, on the 24th, please come and pick me up." "What? Aren't you supposed to stay until the 25th? Shen Mo, still clear-headed, understood the difference between the 2 dates. "Bring the savings book with you. I want to withdraw over 3,000 from the restaurant." Shen Mo, now more sober, was curious why his nephew wouldn't take it all out, but refrained from asking, realizing that it was his nephew's money. Shen Mo assured him, "Uncle, this 3,000 ISNT meant to sit in the savings book earning interest. Spend it when you need it. And I'll withdraw more from the restaurant when it runs low." Shen Mo felt relieved, knowing the money was safe. "Is it secure at the restaurant?" "It is. Manager Zhou will calculate the interest for me. Come winter break, I'll see if I can take on another job. You may not have time during winter break. Focus on your studies. The high school entrance exam is next year, and your uncle is counting on you to shine in front of my colleagues. Don't let my reputation suffer. Rest assured, Uncle, I will certainly secure a place in a good high school. Once school starts, I will strive for Yongxing No. One high school. Excellent." Shen Mo trusted his nephew. One who could earn thousands could surely excel academically. "Remember to pick me up on the 24th, and don't forget the savings book." "Understood." Shen Mo retrieved a small radio, turning it on, as the uncle and nephew exchanged amused glances, listening to the music emanating from the device. Time for bed. Shen Mo opened the window, setting up the mosquito net, allowing a gentle breeze to flow in, mingled with the calls of a few cicadas, ensuring a comfortable slumber for both. The following morning, Shen Mo returned to Hengfenjai to continue working, intending to only stay until the 23rd. Manager Zhou was reluctant to see time pass so swiftly. But after Zhao Mingyang left on Sunday, she too resigned herself to the reality of Shen Mo returning to school. "Little Shun, may I discuss something with you?" "What is it, Sister Zhou?" "From now on, could you come to Hengfenjai on Sunday mornings? I'll ask Old Wu to prepare a couple of dishes for you to take home." Sister Zhou had her own motives, should anyone else seek translation work. She wanted them to come on Sunday mornings, with Shen Mo acting as a gatekeeper. For each interview he conducted, she would compensate him 20 yuan. "Sound good to me." Shen Mo agreed. With food and payment involved, it seemed quite favorable. Manager Zhou's heart felt somewhat steadied. She aimed to establish her reputation, ensuring that whenever someone thought of seeking a translator, they would think of her. Around 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Mingyang returned with a client surnamed Shui. "How'd it go?" "The young brother is quite astute," the client remarked, giving Zhao Mingyang a hearty pat on the shoulder. "I discussed it with the young brother, and we settled at 700. "That's fine," Manager Zhou replied with a smile, having no objections, especially since Zhao Mingyang was agreeable. "Set a table for me. I'll treat the foreign guests to dinner tonight." "Absolutely." Manager Zhou beamed, personally escorting the guest out and returning to settle the payment with Zhao Mingyang. "Are you serious?" Despite having been told beforehand by Shan Mo, Zhao Mingyang still swallowed hard upon seeing the cash. "Little Zhao, if you have any classmates proficient in English, feel free to introduce them. Sister Zhou won't shortchange you." "Of course, Sister Zhou," Zhao Mingyang eagerly replied, trembling as he accepted the 700 yuan, still in disbelief. However, upon looking up again, he spotted Xiongming. "Oh, little brother, you are quite clever." Xiongming glanced at him, then at Shen Mo and Manager Zhou, sneering. "I wondered why it had been so long since I heard from you. Turns out you were here." Manager Zhou was not inclined to indulge him any longer. What? Little Shun hasn't said a word. Who do you think you are? Xiongming brushed non-existent dust from his hands and stated, I just wanted to inform you, sister, that I'm moving to Huaiyuan restaurant. I won't be taking on any more work from your side. In chapter 28, take the tram more often. Xiongming remained disgruntled, for he did not perceive any hint of regret on Manager Zhou's face, nor on Shen Mo and Zhao Minjiang's. Only a few waitstaff appeared somewhat surprised, but there was no sense of loss. Let us part on good terms. We at Hung Finjai never signed a contract with you. Your informing us is much appreciated, Manager Zhou said with a smile, albeit with a hint of insincerity reminiscent of Su Zionjiang's earlier encounter. In the future, on Huaiyuan Road, we must continue to look out for one another. Xiongming felt as if he had struck a cotton pillow, his mood further darkening as he desired Hung Finjai to retain him, only to coldly refuse. Although the offered terms remained unchanged, the restaurants on Huaiyuan Road provided nearly identical compensation, and no one had broken ranks. However, Xiongming had secured other advantages for himself, such as charging fees for interviewing newcomers, ensuring that all subsequent work would pass through him for allocation. He secretly chuckled at Shan Mo's naivete. After all, he was merely a middle school student. Although his English was somewhat proficient, he was still far from matching his own prowess in generating wealth. Perhaps finding the situation mundane, Xiongming absent-mindedly rubbed his nose and departed from the red maple leaves. Manager Zhou was equally relieved to have Xiongming leave so early. This lad was not trustworthy, and trouble would inevitably arise. Zhao Mingyang carefully stowed away the money, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Manager Zhou and Shan Mo Zhao. Be cautious on the road. Sigh. Before August 20th, Shen Mo had taken on a significant assignment, attending a conference for 3 consecutive days to provide simultaneous interpretation, earning an additional 1,500 before returning home. On Saturday, the 24th, Shen Mo began packing his belongings early. With some money still in his pocket, he ventured out to purchase an assortment of candies and cakes, filling a corner table in the lobby to the brim. Xiao Shun, are you robbing a bank? Manager Zhou was taken aback upon seeing him placing items on the table. Initially intending to treat everyone to a meal, he found it peculiar since they were in a restaurant, so he decided to supplement their snacks instead. Xiao Shun, you are quite the spendthrift. Wu Yuan stepped forward, nearly astonished by the bounty before him. Just tell me if the candy is delicious. Shen Mo playfully shoved a handful into Wu Yuan's hands. Wu Yuan was merely 3 years older than Shen Mo, and during the 1980s, snacks were not particularly abundant. Thus, he had a low resistance to sweets. Xiao Mei and Xiao Wan gleefully approached to grab a few candies, while old Wu from the kitchen also emerged, and everyone shared in the delight. Sister Zhou, you should partake as well. I'll have some later. Save me a few. Xiao Shen approached. Manager Zhou led Shen Mo to the counter, calculating his earnings. The translation fees plus your salary total to 9,800. Manager Zhou exclaimed with a laugh. I didn't realize it until I added it up. What a surprise. Xiao Shun, it's not an exaggeration to call you a 10,000-yuan household. Just a little short. Sister Zhou, I'll take 3,300 and leave 300 for myself since school is starting soon. That's fine. You still have 6,005 at the restaurant, which rounds off nicely. Manager Zhou counted out 3,300 for him. At that time, there were no denominations of 50 or 100. The largest bill was 10. These notes, bundled in hundreds, were quite a sight on the counter. Manager Zhou counted each note meticulously, fearful of making an error. Come, take a seat. Xiao Shan is counting the money with Sister Zhou. Xiao Mei, with candy in her mouth, ushered Shen Chuan inside. Shen Mo turned and flashed a smile at his uncle. It's almost done. Manager Zhou did not lift her gaze. This isn't done in an instant. It requires counting over 300 times and must be accurate. Shen Chuan stood beside Shen Mo, watching Manager Zhou count the money, hesitant to speak, but his eyes fixated on her hands, anxious about a miscount. Manager Zhou's hands moved swiftly, finishing the count and sighing in relief. Just in time. Your uncle has arrived too. You can count it again, 3,003. Shen Mo wanted to say no need to recount, but Shen Chuan, feeling uneasy, counted it once more. Let us keep the remaining money at the restaurant. I'll calculate the interest for you, and you can withdraw it any time. After Shen Chuan finished counting, he said, Xiao Mo has agreed. I have no objections. Uncle, did you bring your deposit book? I did. Let us go put it away. With such a substantial amount of money, Shen Chuan felt apprehensive about carrying it. He almost felt like a thief as he took his nephew and the money to the bank. 3,003 astonished the bank staff. Upon entering the bank, Shen Chuan felt reassured. This was the fruit of his nephew's hard work. He straightened up and spoke loudly. The clerk counted the money several times before successfully depositing it. Shen Chuan kept 100, intending to use it for Shen Mo as third-year junior high. What a fortune, remarked the clerk behind the counter, a hint of envy in her voice. Shen Mo chimed in, selling tea eggs is profitable nowadays. Unexpectedly, the clerk replied earnestly, indeed. As civil servants, they often found it beneath them to sell goods on the street. Yet they were aware that many individual entrepreneurs were genuinely thriving, quietly amassing considerable wealth while still dressing simply and selling their wares on the roadside. After leaving the bank, Shen Mo packed some clothes for his uncle to take back home. Tomorrow is Sunday. There will be more people around, so I'll help for one more day. Okay. Shen Chuan agreed, and the two waited for the tram at the station. Shen Mo joked, Uncle, if it's that girl-esque tram again, should we ask the driver to mention it? Shen Chuan's face flushed. He knew exactly which girl his nephew was referring to. The girl wasn't stunningly beautiful, but her features were well-proportioned. With a few harmless freckles on her face, she appeared polite, and Shen Chuan felt unworthy of her attention. You're just a child, worrying about my matters. Focus on getting into a top high school first. Shen Chuan assumed a stern demeanor. Admonishing Shen Mo chuckled, Uncle, sometimes fate has its arrangements. Just then, the tram arrived, and Shen Mo craned his neck, spotting the girl. The more he looked, the more charming she appeared. Uncle, let us board. Shen Chuan's face turned beet red as he grabbed his bag and stepped onto the tram. The girl smiled at the uncle and nephew, and Shen Mo returned the smile, albeit a bit too broadly. Is there something to be happy about? The girl inquired curiously. Shen Mo grinned. Tomorrow I'm going back to prepare for school. Uncle, what time is it now? Shen Chuan looked at his wrist and replied, It's 11. Shen Mo said to the girl, You can count on me tomorrow afternoon. I'll be back on Monday morning around 11 as well. That is fine, the girl responded, turning to Shen Chuan to collect 10 cents for the fare. Shen Chuan discreetly admired the girl. She truly was quite lovely. In a moment of spontaneity, he spoke up. I work at a textile factory. Earlier, when Shan Mo had asked about the time, the girl had noticed the watch on his wrist. Possessing such an item suggested a comfortable lifestyle, leaving a favorable impression on the girl. Shen Chuan felt optimistic about the future, not for any particular reason, but simply because his nephew was thriving. As his nephew was about to start school, he thought that as long as Shen Mo managed his finances well, his salary would cover it, and he could afford to take the tram to Garden Road for a stroll. Chapter 29. A group of people looking to play matchmaker. Shen Chuan sat by the window of the tram, stealing glances at the girl. She was standing, holding onto the seat back, swaying slightly. The driver, catching sight of Shen Chuan in the rearview mirror, smiled and asked, How old are you, young man? Shen Chuan jolted, realizing the driver was smiling at him in the mirror. 24. Quite good, quite good. The driver chuckled, not pressing further, causing Shen Chuan to blush once more. Once Shen Chuan alighted, the driver turned to the ticket collector and said, You effing, what do you think of that young man? The girl's face turned beet red. Which one are you referring to? The one from earlier. You were chatting with him and his uncle, remember? An employee from the textile factory, not bad at all. Oh dear, are you trying to play matchmaker? Yufeng's face flushed even more. The driver chuckled, no longer teasing her. However, some familiar passengers grew intrigued, and an older woman curiously asked, Yufeng, what kind of young man is he? Tell us. The driver grinned. She is shy. She wouldn't say anything to you. He is a young man from the textile factory, decent looking, and seems to come from a good family. He was secretly watching our Yufeng on the tram. Several familiar passengers immediately began offering advice to the girl. What do you think? If you find him appealing, we can help inquire. It's easy to find out. The driver just spilled the beans. I don't know his name, but he works at the textile factory. By the way, he has a nephew who works at the restaurant on Garden Road. It seems he is going back to prepare for school on Monday. The young girl was so bashful that she could hardly lift her head, yet a few elder sisters noticed that she seemed to offer no objections. Thus, they agreed to come by on Monday morning to witness the commotion. Shen Mo had spent yet another day assisting at Maple Leaf, and, on Monday morning, gathered the last of his belongings before departing. Manager Zhou, accompanied by a group of waitstaff, came to see him off, and even old Wu from the kitchen hurried out. Shen Mo was capable, composed, and generous, earning the affection of many. Do visit often on Sundays in the future, Manager Zhou remarked, somewhat reluctant to part with Shen Mo. With Shen Mo heading back to school, she was left with only Zhao Mingyang, who was fortunately a decent person as well. All right, Shen Mo replied, everyone should head back. It's sweltering out, and the customers will be arriving shortly. He had purposely chosen the 11 o'clock tram, intending to boast about his uncle in front of the ticket collector. Oh, it's no trouble. We'll just see you off before returning, Manager Zhou assured him, leading the group as they awaited the tram. I'm not leaving for good. I'll be back during the winter break to serve plates and earn my living expenses for the next semester, he added. The group laughed, unaware of the specifics of Shen Mo's earnings, though many could estimate a figure that was both hard to believe yet willingly accepted. They would share tales of Shen Mo's accomplishments with their younger relatives during the new year, encouraging them to study diligently. As the tram approached, Shen Mo spotted it in the distance and prepared to board. Inside the tram, the driver, surprised by the large crowd, exclaimed, "What's the occasion today? So many passengers." The ticket collector echoed his surprise. Perhaps there's a special event. Meanwhile, the onlookers inquired of the driver, "Which one is the young man's nephew?" As the tram moved forward, the driver pointed out, "The one carrying the bag." "Oh dear, don't just call him the bag carrier. Mention that he is holding a bag." They corrected him. Indeed. The group of women playfully chastised the driver for his verbal slip, who felt quite aggrieved, as it was not his intention to offend. Shen Mo boarded the tram, paying 10 cents, and before he could speak, he noticed the ticket collector's face flush. Just as he settled into a seat, a woman beside him asked, "Young man, I heard you've been working here? Since I had free time during the summer vacation, I came to lend a hand and keep myself occupied. It wouldn't do to be idle at home," he replied. "Well done. I heard you have an uncle. Why isn't he here to pick you up?" Shen Mo, eager to praise his uncle, seized the opportunity. "My uncle is diligent. He came last week to help me carry my things home. Otherwise I wouldn't be so relaxed today." "Oh, your uncle must care for you." The women exchanged glances, keen to gather more information. "Where does your uncle work?" "At the textile factory in the Nuzhou district. His name is Shen Chuan, and he is a wonderful person." Shen Mo, embodying the naivete of youth, inadvertently divulged his uncle's details. The women were satisfied. Having that name would allow them to uncover much more upon returning home. They glanced at the ticket collector, and Shen Mo sensed he had struck a chord. "My uncle is also a good cook," he added, further extolling his uncle's virtues. After all, the quality of one's cooking is subjective, and should anyone claim otherwise, he would assert they hadn't experienced fine cuisine. His uncle's cooking was the best. The women were even more pleased, although they hadn't tasted it. A man who could cook was undoubtedly a treasure. Once Shen Mo alighted from the tram, they surrounded the ticket collector. "Yu Fong will help you gather information." The girl's face turned crimson. "Sister's I don't know him that well." "Oh dear, what is there to be embarrassed about? Off we go, await our news." The women worked swiftly, and within a few days, had pieced together information about Shen Chuan that closely matched Shen Mo's account. The only downside was that Shen Chuan had been living with his nephew, which was of little concern. The reports from the factory noted that Shen Mo was soon to enter the 3rd year of junior high and would be applying to board at school. They had seen Shen Chuan, a fine young man with a bicycle and a wristwatch. Few young men could afford a watch, and the women decided to play matchmaker. With only a few days left before the school term began, Shen Mo prepared all he could, tidying up his uncle's small abode, while hanging clothes on the balcony. He glanced down and noticed a few familiar faces. The women waved at him with smiles, and he returned a grin, feeling oddly reminiscent of Pan Jinlian peering out of a window. Once they reached the ground floor, the women chatted with several neighbors for a while. When Shen Chuan returned that afternoon, a few neighbors greeted him with knowing smiles, leaving him somewhat perplexed, as it seemed more people had recently taken an interest in him. Upon reaching their apartment, Shen Chuan first inquired about his nephew's progress. "Are you all prepared? School starts in just a few days." "All set," Shen Mo replied, feeling a tinge of reluctance at his uncle's departure. After the term commenced, he would compel himself to adopt a diligent study regime, akin to the relentless grind of a 996 work schedule. His intelligence was commendable, and combined with hard work, he was confident in his future success. While many bright adolescents existed, few possessed self-discipline. Some hadn't even realized for whom they were studying, merely sitting in classrooms alongside others. Flowers may bloom again, yet youth is fleeting. Having lived through youth once, Shen Mo resolved not to squander the second chance, but to commence his efforts immediately. Shen Chuan checked Shen Mo's belongings. Scratching his head, "It seems you're not lacking anything." His nephew was well off. He could buy whatever he desired at any time, and Shen Chuan found his only concern was Shen Mo's academic performance. However, Shen Mo had his own matters on his mind. "Uncle, about that ticket collector. You're worrying about me now." Shen Chuan chuckled, not wanting his nephew to dwell on his personal affairs, yet subtly reminding him, "Just focus on your studies and avoid any romantic entanglements at school." Shen Mo was speechless. His uncle was overthinking things. "Rest assured, my primary goal is the high school entrance examination." Both were preoccupied with each other's concerns when a knock on the dormitory door interrupted. "Xiao Shun, come." A neighbor lady called from downstairs, beckoning Shen Chuan outside. Her face was alight with smiles, and Shen Mo felt that this was the genuine warmth of an aunt's affection. He crept to the door, using it as a barrier to eavesdrop on their conversation. Xiao Shun, that girl is quite nice. Yes, yes, I know. But how could someone like her ever notice me? Oh dear, you've got height, looks, and even a watch. With Xiao Mo boarding soon, who wouldn't he be interested? But Xiao Mo needs somewhere to go during the summer and winter breaks. Shen Chuan fretted, always thinking long-term. Shen Mo emerged from behind the door. Uncle, I have a place to go. I'll be living at Huayuan Road. Both were taken aback by his sudden interjection. The lady seemed quite pleased. Xiao Shun, see how well you treat your nephew. He knows how to care for you. If Xiao Mo can get into high school next year and continue his studies, you won't need to worry. If he doesn't, settling for an apprenticeship is also a worthy path. Shen Mo chimed in. Indeed, Ani. Which girl were you mentioning about my uncle? You're even concerned about your uncle now? The lady laughed. Perhaps you know her. She is a ticket collector. Then I surely know her. Shen Mo exclaimed, excitement tinged with regret. What a pity we don't even know her surname. Oh, so you're acquaintances? Xiao Shun, don't pretend with Annie. The neighbor lady laughed heartily. Very well. Later I'll go convey a message and see if she is interested. All right, Xiao Shun. You two take care of dinner. Annie will be on her way. In the presence of his nephew, Shun Chuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shun Mo began to survey the room. Second uncle, once I settle into school, please dispose of this bed and consider acquiring some new furnishings. You have over 3,000 yuan in your savings account, so don't hesitate to spend a little. Dispose of the bed. Where will you stay when you return? I will be living on Garden Road. I must reside there. Shun Mo replied with an air of certainty. Second uncle, I have grown up. I cannot remain under your roof indefinitely. Shen Chuan was taken aback by his nephew's transformation, believing that Shun Mo should still have a few more years of adjustment ahead. Let us leave it at that. Shen Mo made the decision for Shen Chuan. That evening, while cooking noodles, he hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits lifted. Shen Chuan felt a peculiar sensation. After all, they were discussing relationships. Yet, Shen Mo was perceptive enough to recognize that his uncle had worked diligently to help him secure his household registration, and he should be grateful. He was no longer a mere child, and with money in his pocket, what was there to fear? That night, a group of inquisitive aunts conveyed the news to the girl in question. Little Sue, I have inquired thoroughly. The young man is quite decent. Once you are free, I will introduce you. On August 31st, Shun Mo commenced his school year. Shen Chuan wished to accompany him, but Shun Mo refused. Second uncle, I'm a third-year junior high student. What would it say about me if I needed my parents to drop me off? It would be quite embarrassing. Once I get into a prestigious high school, you can accompany me then. Shen Chuan felt there were gaps in his nephew's reasoning, but found it difficult to counter. With a bit of money in his pocket, Shen Mo headed to school. He needed to pay 10 yuan that day, which included tuition and miscellaneous fees, with accommodation costs calculated separately. Zhongxing Middle School, predominantly attended by factory children, had a mediocre academic atmosphere. Its enrollment rate was also average, with only a few students qualifying for prestigious high schools. Less than half would progress to vocational or regular high schools, while the remainder would enter the workforce. Shen Mo had a clear ambition. He aimed to be among those who entered the top high schools. The school embodied distinct characteristics of its era. The teaching building was merely 3 stories tall, and the walls bore the marks of neglect, with chipped paint revealing the underlying plaster. Shen Mo found a certain charm in this antiquity. Though worn, it radiated a vibrant energy. The class assignment information is over there at the bulletin board. Following the crowd, Shen Mo approached the bulletin board, where many familiar faces gathered. Well, look who it is, the Yunnan lad. You're here too? He spotted his classmate Wang Hao, dressed in bright clothing, stood out among the other students. Let's see which class we're assigned to. No need to look. I'm in class 2 with you. Yunnan lad, I worry about you. What will you do after graduating from junior high? Return to Yunnan? Wang Hao shook his head, feigning sorrow, while another voice chimed in. It was Lu Yulin, a former classmate whose father, like Shen Chuan, worked in a textile factory. Having heard about Shen Mo's situation, he gleefully announced, You all might not know, but Shen Mo's household registration is settled. What did you say? Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Yes now, just like us. He was already eligible under the policy, Lu Yulin retorted, harboring a dislike for Wang Hao, who looked down on their less affluent group, instinctively placing himself in a different social stratum. What class are you in? Shen Mo inquired of Lu Yulin. I'm in class 2 as well, Lu Yulin declared, puffing out his chest, believing that Shen Mo's academic performance was not exceptional and that they were both likely to end up in ordinary high schools. Wang Hao suddenly brightened. Great. With both of you in class 2, I won't have to worry about being at the bottom of the exams. I can at least provide an explanation at home. Chapter 31. Seating Arrangements. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel pleased. His grades were indeed average, but he had a supportive father. His father had high expectations, which placed immense pressure on him. After each exam, His father scrutinized his paper. As he progressed to junior high, his father allowed him more freedom, only reviewing his midterm and final exam results, which added to his anxiety, leaving him eager for someone to share the burden. Let us head to the classroom. Yunnan called to Shen Mo as they made their way to the classroom for class 3, 2. Do you know who our homeroom teacher is? Shen Mo asked Yunnan without checking the bulletin. Suddenly, someone nearby interjected. It's Yuan Li. Shen Mo turned to see Zhou Jia. Yes, indeed, Xiang Wuning. I'm also in class 2. The group collectively sighed, reminiscent of the characters in Reply 1988 upon learning that their homeroom teacher was the head of the department. Yuan Li was a name that resonated throughout the school. In her 40s, she was known for her strictness. In the third year, resources were heavily allocated to the graduating class, compelling these energetic students to focus solely on their studies and refrain from causing disturbances. However, Wang Hao clearly had his own amusement. Oh, Hezuking from our previous class has transferred here as well. Hezuking was the most prominent girl in their grade. She was affluent, academically gifted, and exceptionally beautiful, a dream girl for nearly all the boys. If one arrived early enough, they could find letters from male classmates in her drawer. However, she seldom read them, merely reaching into her drawer to dispose of the surplus items after wiping the desk clean. These discarded letters were often retrieved by mischievous peers, leading to ridicule for the boys who had penned them. Zhou Jia, however, had never received any, as she lacked the attributes that made her comparable to Hezuking. Boys like Shen Mo and Yunnan could only observe from a distance, devoid of the courage to write letters, nor would they consider writing to Zhou Jia. Wang Hao possessed that courage, but his letters had been rejected multiple times, and it was only after enduring mockery that Hezuking discovered who had written to her. Previously, male students from other classes who had transferred to class 3, 2 were elated upon seeing their names on the bulletin. Shen Mo and his peers casually selected seats, knowing these would only be temporary, as the homeroom teacher would assign permanent seating later in the afternoon. Do you know how the seating will be arranged? Shen Mo was particularly interested in this matter. His emotional maturity was comparable to that of the homeroom teacher, yet among these junior high students, he was equally delighted to embrace his youth and willing to indulge in a touch of immaturity. If he were to appear overly mature in front of them, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed. What other way is there? Aunt Yuan always assigns seats based on academic performance, allowing the top students to choose first, Wang Hao said lazily, resting his chin on his desk. More students entered, only to find the back seats occupied and reluctantly moved to the front. Fortunately, they would only sit there temporarily. The homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, entered with a stern expression, her eyes glinting coldly as she surveyed the classroom, which fell silent at once. Excellent. It seems you have all heard of me, Yuan Li stated impassively. I want to waste time with unnecessary words. I am your homeroom teacher. Anyone thinking of causing trouble here should abandon that notion immediately. Tuition and miscellaneous fees total 10 yuan. Bring them tomorrow. How many students will be boarding? Hands began to rise in the class, and Shen Mo also raised his hand. Yuan Li counted briefly, taking note. Accommodation fees are 8 yuan. Bring that tomorrow as well. She scanned the classroom again, her gaze landing on Wang Hao, who attempted to shrink back, but was nonetheless called out. Wang Hao, you will be our class monitor. Selecting a student known for mischief as class monitor can be quite effective, especially since Wang Hao came from a well-off family and spoke with confidence. Yuan Li quickly chose a reasonably suitable candidate. Wang Hao felt deflated. He had no desire to take on that responsibility. All right, now for seating arrangements. Everyone line up, and when I call your name, you may enter and choose your seat, Yuan Li announced, glancing at the list before suddenly calling out. Shen Mo. Here, Shen Mo thought. Could it be that he would get to choose first? To his surprise, Yuan Li continued. Has your household registration in Shanghai been settled? If not, you'll have to sit at the back. Laughter erupted among the crowd of youthful boys and girls, all eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. However, Shen Mo disappointed them. Report, Teacher, my household registration has been successfully established. Yuan Li was also taken aback. Since the educated youth returned to the city, she had seldom encountered students with successful registrations. So it was indeed an exception today. Just wait, when your name is called, come in and choose your seat. Shen Mo had sat at the back of the classroom for many years, and now he finally had the opportunity to move forward. Among the crowd, Yunnan and Wang Hao remarked, Hey, do you think Shen Mo will perform better if he sits closer to the front? Who knows? Wang Hao did not believe it at all. After all, they were in the third year of junior high, and even if there were improvements, how much could be expected? Moving up 10 places would be quite an achievement. Hezuking. Yuan Li called the first name, and there was no surprise in the crowd. If Hezuking were not the top student, they would indeed be astonished. Naturally, she sat in the middle of the third row, a position many believed she would choose. Zucking entered the classroom first and, as expected, selected a seat in the middle of the third row. Dongsheng, Zhu Quan, one name after another was called, and even Wang Hao and Lu Yulin were summoned, while Shen Mo remained at the back, waiting. Yuanli did not allow her students to choose their seats too freely. For instance, if a shorter student attempted to hide at the back, she would promptly escort them to the front. Other students from different classes looked at Shen Mo, some internally murmuring, "What a waste of such a fine name." Shen Mo, Yuan Li's voice rang out, and upon entering the classroom, Shen Mo noticed that the desirable seats had mostly been taken. While not everyone was particularly keen on studying, they certainly wished to secure good positions. Lu Yulin had someone sitting next to him, and he grinned at Shan Mo, pointing to a nearby seat, implying that it was also quite good. Shen Mo agreed. Although it was on the side, the boy sitting there wore glasses and appeared rather earnest. To his surprise, when he approached, the boy shrank further in, revealing an unwilling expression, clearly disdainful of his previous identity from Yunnan. Shen Mo was taken aback. He had already made it to the fifth row. It still chose to be picky? Fine, I'll one sit with you. Shen Mo moved back a bit further and selected the sixth row. Lu Yulin was displeased and shot a glare at the boy, who dared not confront Shen Mo, but was bold enough to stare back at Lu Yulin, which infuriated him. Just as Shen Mo settled into his seat, another boy came along and unceremoniously sat next to him, eagerly gazing forward, chattering away. "I'm Li Dai. I'm Shen Mo. I know. I saw you when the homeroom teacher called your name." As the last few students trickled in, the seating arrangement was finalized. Yuan Li returned to the podium and surveyed the room, appearing somewhat satisfied. "For now, the seating will remain as is. I know some of you may not be content, but that's all right. The third year involves numerous exams, and there will be plenty of opportunities. If you wish to change to a better seat, then study diligently. For those dissatisfied with their current positions, adjustments could be made, but only to move further back. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of some individuals' thoughts." Chapter 32. Confirming Household Registration. Wang Hao, take a few boys to fetch the books. Wang Hao, feeling quite dejected, stood up and summoned a few boys from around him. But he did not call Shen Mo, who was at a distance. Teacher Yuan continued from the podium. "Today, there are no major matters. We will distribute books. And in the afternoon, we will clean. Tomorrow, September 1st, classes officially begin. You are in the third year now. Many truths need not be spoken by me. If you do poorly on the high school entrance exam, you won't even find a place to cry." She earnestly lectured, but only a few of the young students comprehended. Zhou Jie even turned and made a face at Shen Mo, mouthing the words fragrant mist lemon. Wang Hao and the others returned, clutching books, passing them from front to back. Just as the books were distributed, homeroom teacher Yuan Li called for the boarding students to register with her, and Shen Mo also went over. "Shen Mo, please bring your household registration book tomorrow. The teacher needs to confirm that your registration is finalized, or if there are any discrepancies, it will be troublesome for you next year." "All right, teacher." After Yuan Li completed the registration, she instructed Wang Hao to lead the students in a thorough cleaning before returning to her office. Wang Hao wore a glum expression. While other class leaders might show some enthusiasm, he felt utterly unmotivated. "You all sweep the floors, wipe the windows, and you come with me to the playground to pull weeds." The downside of being class leader is that the worst tasks always fall to oneself. It's not a rule, but everyone tacitly accepts it. Zucking had the lightest workload, remaining in the classroom to sweep, and once finished, she was done. Zhou Jie was not afforded such luxury. She was dragged off by Wang Hao to pull weeds, along with Shen Mo and Lu Yulin, as they were from the same previous class, making it easy for Wang Hao to round them up. The sun was blazing, and Zhou Jie was quite reluctant, swinging her arms as she walked in the shade of the trees, asking Shen Mo, fragrant mist lemon, "Is your household registration really finalized? What would I gain from lying to you? My second uncle has made several trips." Lu Yulin could not stand Zhou Jie's attitude. "Hey, how much did it cost?" Wang Hao was also interested in this topic. "Over 300, less than 400. There was nothing to hide, yet Shen Mo did not disclose the exact amount. Wang Hao pretended to be mature. "That's about right." "Well, Shen Mo, you're officially a citizen of Hohei now." Zhou Jie rolled her eyes. "What citizen of Hohei? With your registration, you're still fragrant mist lemon. Why glare at me? You're one too." She unceremoniously added a remark to Lu Yulin. Lu Yulin snorted. "You think you're so special, city girl?" Shen Mo felt that this banter seemed to transcend mere jest among classmates. Zhou Jie genuinely looked down upon them as country bumpkins. Although Wang Hao appeared to congratulate him, it seemed he did not take it too seriously. Lu Yulin was particularly concerned for Shan Mo. "The teacher said you need to bring your household registration book back. I'll go back and get it." Shen Mo was not foolish enough to confront the teacher. What good would it do to win a petty argument? Ultimately, it would all come down to the household registration book. Lu Yulin was excited. In my opinion, just go back and get it. Let the city dweller see what's what. Zhou Jie's eyes twinkled. Shen Mo, how much did you earn working at Hong Maple Leaf during the summer? She expected Shen Mo to feel embarrassed or angry, but her small ploy was easily seen through. I earned over $30. That is quite a bit. Lu Yulin suddenly felt regret. Had I known, I would have gone too. The textile factory's wages were average, while Lu Yulin's family was relatively well off. They could not simply hand him $30 outright. I spent more than 30 on a meal. Zhou Jie grinned, winking at Wang Hao, who was about to chime in but suddenly remembered his role as the temporary class leader and could only say, all right, let us get to work. Lu Yulin and Shan Mo murmured together, what is so great about it? Nearby, Zhou Jie was also quietly chatting with Wang Hao. I always feel that Shen Mo's household registration is fake. We'll know tomorrow, won't we? Wang Hao replied impatiently. Zhou Jie simply did not meet his standards of attractiveness. Had it been Izuking, he would have certainly agreed. In the afternoon, after the thorough cleaning, everyone returned home. Some students wishing to board thought about bringing their bedding over today. Shen Mo first returned to the old house at Shikumen, where his grandparents were present. Upon seeing Shan Mo return alone, they were quite surprised. Aren't you supposed to be starting school? Whereas your second uncle? My second uncle still has to work. Is there something going on? Wang Xiaoping could not fathom what else Shen Mo might need. Could it be for money to pay for school fees? Alarm bells rang in her mind, as this was quite possible. Should I give or not? Wang Xiaoping swiftly pondered, but after a few seconds, she felt dejected. Large sums could be withheld, but small amounts could not. She even thought of what to say. Your grandparents will cover the school fees, but for living expenses, you'll have to ask your mother. Yet when Shan Mo opened his mouth, it was not about money. Grandma, the teacher heard that my household registration has been finalized and asked me to bring the household registration book back to school for registration. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoping sighed in relief, thinking perhaps Xiao Chuan had already given Shen Mo some money. All right, I'll get it for you now. Wang Xiaoping hurriedly took the household registration book from the drawer, reminding Shen Mo, be sure not to lose it. Okay, Shen Mo replied, taking the household registration book and turning to leave without further ado, leaving Wang Xiaoping feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Has my grandson matured or become more considerate? Yet she felt no guilt. After all, she was merely a grandmother, not a parent. Now, she is preoccupied with the hope that her younger son will find a suitable partner and hasten to marry and settle down. Shan Chuan finished work rather early today and was soon intercepted by several aunties downstairs. Xiao Shun, the young lady, is off today. Gome, let us take you to meet her. Shen Chuan, gripping the handlebars of his bicycle, felt a twinge of embarrassment. But Xiao Mo will be back shortly to pick up some things. Oh, come now. Xiao Mo is a big child and can manage on her own. Just lock up your bicycle properly and come along with us on the tram. The women moved forward, pushing Shen Chuan's bicycle aside, securing it, and pulling him onto the tram, chattering animatedly along the way. The girl's surname is Su, and her name is Su Yufeng. She's 2 years younger than you. Quite a suitable match. Just as they departed, Shen Mo returned. Oh, where's second uncle? She asked, no matter, she thought, gathering her things to wait for him to return for dinner. However, it was nearly 7 o'clock when Shen Chuan finally walked in. Have you eaten? Both uncle and niece inquired simultaneously. I have, but you haven't, right? Let me boil some noodles for you. With nimble hands, Shen Chuan set about preparing the noodles. Shen Mo watched her uncle with evident delight and asked, second uncle, where did you go? Shen Chuan chuckled. Do you remember the ticket seller? Well, I had a run-in with her today. Really? Shen Mo exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Indeed, I'm determined to make her your second aunt next year. You must study hard and gain admission to a prestigious high school, so you can bring honor to your uncle and her family. Chapter 33, Titles of Teachers. Shen Chuan boiled a small pot of noodles for Shen Mo and added 2 eggs. Now that he was financially secure, he was reluctant to deprive his niece. Yet he had always been frugal. Even when he wished to indulge, he dared only to add 1 extra egg. As Shen Mo savored her noodles, she reminded her uncle, from now on, don't deny yourself at home. That 3,000 yuan ISNT, just for show, it should be spent. Once it's gone, go to Hung Finjai to withdraw more. Second uncle, the girl is quite excellent, and I want to show her my admission letter from the prestigious high school next year. Shen Chuan merely chuckled foolishly and affectionately ruffled Shen Mo's hair. You're still quite young. Why are you so concerned about your uncle's affairs? And remember to behave at school. Don't waste money on female classmates. I know, she replied. Regardless of the era, youthful hearts inevitably awaken to nascent feelings. Yet he was different. Having lived once before, he looked upon his classmates as one would observe children, likely needing a few years to truly understand. With only 1 year left in middle school, he resolved to work diligently this year. Shen Chuan reminded her once more. thinking of his elder brother and former sister-in-law. Did they even know that Shen Mo was entering the third year of middle school? After spending the night in his uncle's dormitory, Shen Mo set off for school early the next morning. September 1st, Sunday, brought no scheduled classes. The homeroom teacher typically handled various preterm matters. Shen Mo moved into a dormitory designed for 12, though it was not fully occupied. Most students lived nearby and had little need for boarding, resulting in empty beds. Choosing an upper bunk located at the far end, Shen Mo settled in. A few dorm mates were flipping through their new textbooks for the third year, engaging in casual conversation. "Let us go and pay the fees," someone suggested. As Shen Mo organized her belongings, a voice called out, "Hey, Shen Mo, didn't teacher Yuan ask you to bring your household registration book?" She raised the document in her hand. "Is there any doubt?" A few of them approached to examine her household registration book, erupting in astonished laughter. "You really do have your name here. Is there any doubt? Let us go." The classroom buzzed with excitement. Before they even entered, someone shouted, "Shen Mo has brought her household registration book. What is all the fuss about?" Zhou Jie stepped forward, peering at the book in Shen Mo's hand, still unable to believe it. "You're really a resident of Hohei now? Is there any doubt?" Before Shen Mo could respond, Lu Yul interjected, "You didn't believe it yesterday, but now look. The household registration book is here. Wait until teacher Yuan registers it, and then we'll see what you say." Zhou Jie scoffed, tossing her ponytail dismissively. Lu Yulin leaned closer, brimming with excitement, but soon fell silent, obediently retreating to his seat as their homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, entered, exuding an air of authority. "From the first row, come up one by one to pay your fees." "Shen Mo, have you brought your household registration book?" "Yes." "Then you go first." Shen Mo was the first to step up, handing over her household registration book along with the tuition and accommodation fees. Yuan Li examined it carefully, nodding in approval. "Good. Obtaining a household registration in Hohei is no small feat. Focus on your studies, and perform well in next year's entrance exams." "Thank you, teacher." After paying the fees, Shen Mo returned to her seat. Yuan Li felt reassured, knowing that other classes had students from Yunnan whose registrations were not yet secured, which would pose complications next year. As Shen Mo returned to her seat, she inadvertently exchanged a glance with Lu Yulin, who responded with a nod, then glanced over at Zhou Jie, who was merely visible by her ponytail. During the lunch break, Shen Mo left the school and returned to the old Shikumen house. It was best not to keep the household registration book on hand. If a curious child were to take a look and misplace it, it could lead to trouble. Upon arriving at the old house, Grandma Wang Xiaoping was preparing lunch. "Xiao Mo, aren't you starting school?" "Oh, I just needed the household registration book for now." The aroma of the meal wafted through the air. The elderly couple was quite frugal, typically eating simple meals. Wang Xiaoping took the household registration book, hesitated for a moment, but refrained from asking Shen Mo if she had eaten, instead urging her to return to school. "Now that you're in the third year, focus on your studies and don't play around. If you don't get into high school next year, you'll have to start working as an apprentice. Your second uncle still owes several hundred yuan. I'll head back to school now." After so many years, her grandparents had grown accustomed to treating her this way, and Shen Mo did not expect a mere household registration to change anything. A song echoed in Shan Mo's mind. "Beautiful Zishuangbana, cannot keep my father. A home for my mother, a home for my father, and I remain, perhaps superfluous." Thankfully, she still had her second uncle, so she didn't feel entirely helpless. Shen Mo declined the invitation to stay for lunch, hastening down the stairs. On her way back, she enjoyed a bowl of plain noodles, marking the official start of her third-year life. Her deskmate, Li Dai, was not particularly studious, often tinkering with various odd projects. Shen Mo suspected he might have given up on pursuing further education, intent instead on becoming an apprentice. As soon as the English class concluded, Zhou Jie slipped to the back and called out loudly, "Shen Mo, didn't you serve foreign guests? Your English must be excellent, right? You'll find out during the exam." Shen Mo found the girl quite amusing. Her condescending attitude seemed to presume that she was seeking Shen Mo's validation. "Shen Mo, let me copy your homework." Seizing the remaining moments of the break, Li Dai hurried to catch up on his work. He also boarded the dormitory and attended evening study sessions, but his version of study involved playing 5 in a row on scrap paper. Shen Mo appreciated this deskmate. Although he didn't study, he didn't disrupt others either, nor did he pretend to ask Shen Mo for answers. The next class was physics, and Shen Mo handed him her homework. "Your homework is so well done. How did you only score that little on the last exam? You're mingling with us now," Li Dai remarked as he copied. "I didn't study seriously before. Now that I'm in the third year, I have to make up for lost time." Li Dai paused his pencil. "Hey, can we talk about something I like to hear?" The teacher might not check the homework, but it's still interesting, right? "It's interesting," But I don't believe it. Li Dayai quickly finished copying the homework. Zhou Jie was puzzled. You've copied the homework. Why didn't you do it last night? I was busy during evening study. Li Dayai returned the homework to Shen Mo, justifying himself. Uncle Xiaofeng is here. Someone shouted from the front, and the classroom instantly fell silent. The physics teacher, Feng Xiaofeng, had only just started the school year when a few mischievous students affectionately dubbed him Uncle Xiaofeng. Other teachers also received their own monikers. The homeroom teacher was referred to as Mama Yuan. The English teacher Dai Guangwan was called Sister Wan. The chemistry teacher Wu Gang was known as Brother Gang, and the math teacher Gokun was humorously addressed as Uncle Ge. Shen Mo was unsure why Gokun was singled out with the title of uncle, yet it seemed to be accepted by everyone without question. Chapter 34. The Potential Dark Horse. The third-year physics curriculum primarily focused on electricity. During a lecture, Teacher Feng cast a glance in Shen Mo's direction, instantly raising the hairs on the necks of several students. Li Dayai whispered, "It's over. He doesn't want to go up and embarrass himself." Sure enough, the next moment, Teacher Feng announced, "Let us practice a problem. Li Dayai, come to the podium. The first question in the textbook. We've just covered this knowledge point. Give it a try." With a grimace, Li Dayai approached the board, glanced at the textbook, and then at the class, his hand clutching the chalk, paralyzed. Teacher Feng urged, "What are you waiting for? It's such a simple problem. Just plug it into the formula. If this question comes up in the entrance exam, you'll be laughing all the way to the bank with free points." Li Dayai cast a glance back, hoping for a hint from Shen Mo. Teacher Feng pressed. "What are you looking at? Do the other students have the answers? Hurry up and write." With great difficulty, Li Dayai's chalk began to trace a formula on the blackboard. UIR. And then, nothing more followed. Teacher Feng expected him to elaborate, but it became clear that Li Dayai's knowledge of physics was limited to this point. The mechanics they had previously studied were not taught by Teacher Feng, and hence he was at a loss. Teacher Feng was left speechless. The formula was indeed applicable, but required some transformation. He had not anticipated that a student would be halted at this juncture. "Well, let your deskmate come up. If you can't do it, stand at the back." It was an exceedingly simple question, and Shen Mo felt as if he were detonating a novice village. He approached the podium and swiftly wrote down the answer, feeling no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. Teacher Feng was quite pleased with him. "See, this is what attending class attentively yields. You should study more with your deskmate. You may return." Li Dayai joyfully followed Shan Mo back, murmuring, "Thanks to you. I would have been humiliated today." But what surprised Teacher Feng was that thereafter, every time he called Li Dayai to the podium to solve problems, Li Dayai consistently utilized the formula for Ohm's law, and this pattern continued until graduation without deviation. After class, boys from both the front and back rows gathered around. "Dayai, your uncle is quite kind. He didn't even reprimand you." Li Dayai beamed with pride. "He's not just my uncle. He's your uncle too." Shen Mo interjected, "Hey, do you think the teachers know we call him that?" A hush fell over the group for a few seconds before Luo Hung hesitantly replied, "They probably don't know, right? There must be someone who has spilled the beans." From several seats away, Lu Yulin chimed in, recalling that there had always been informants. Likely one of the class representatives or student leaders. Wang Hao stepped forward. "I certainly didn't tell anyone." His poor academic performance made him an unlikely suspect, while no one dared to suspect he Zucking, or perhaps they were unwilling to cast doubt on her. In the office, several teachers had indeed caught wind of this. Yuan Li wore a peculiar expression. This batch of students previously calling adults uncle and aunt is understandable, but how did uncle come into the picture? "Teacher Feng, how do you feel about it?" She felt even more vexed, as no teacher had yet been called mama by the students. This was easily comprehensible, perhaps due to her strict demeanor. Dai Guangwan and Wu Gang were both bemused. While they were indeed elders, among this group of students, they had become peers. Regardless, the students' logic was impressively coherent. Feng Xiaofeng sighed in exasperation. "How have I become an uncle? I don't even know their families." The English teacher, Dai Guangwan, chuckled, "Be grateful. I'm considered a generation younger. I'm an older sister." She organized her textbooks and lesson plans. "Time for class. Let us see how my younger cousins are doing." Although she had taught for less than a month, Dai Guangwan could distinctly perceive the disparities in English proficiency among her students. Previously, it was widely believed that Zucking had the best command of English, yet she suspected that rumor might be erroneous. A boy named Shen Mo, seated towards the back, seemed exceptionally adept in the language. Today, she intended to test her hypothesis. The printed test papers were passed down from the front. Shen Mo pondered. How many years had it been since he had seen such a paper? The last time he encountered it was likely in middle school, back when the new millennium had not yet dawned. He began to calculate when he had attended middle school in his past life. Dai Guangwan cleared her throat, refocusing the student's attention. "In English, I have no shortcuts to offer. You should memorize vocabulary during morning reading sessions and practice regularly to familiarize yourselves with context and grammar. And naturally, your English skills will improve. Zhou Jie suddenly turned to Shen Mo, still skeptical that he could converse with foreigners, after the test. She intended to gauge his true abilities. As Dai Guangwan walked past, she lightly tapped Zhou Jie on the head. Stop looking at others. Do the others have the answers? Zhou Jie muttered. Why does it feel like I'm talking to an uncle? No way. After class, she needed to rank a few teachers. Since the math teacher was designated as Uncle 2, then this uncle could be Uncle 3, and from now on, she would call him that. As for this sister, she seemed slightly older than Wu Gang, so she would be older cousin. She pulled the test paper towards her, carefully placing a sheet of paper beneath her wrist, and began to work diligently. As Dai Guangwan strolled past, her main focus was to observe how He Zuking and Shen Mo tackled the test. He Zuking wrote rapidly, barely finishing reading a question. Her answer was already on the page, taking only the time it required to read the question. Dai Guangwan even felt that He Zuking hadn't fully read the problem. Was the question too simple? This thought crossed Dai Guangjun's mind, leading her to wonder if her painstakingly printed test papers were in vain. Moving to a classmate further back. The pace was much more typical. Moving back again, Dai Guangwan felt irritation rising, as that student had completed fewer than 5 questions, 4 of which were incorrect. Was the one correct merely a fluke? She continued to move back until she reached Shen Mo's side. He had not yet reacted, but Li Dai quickly shielded his test paper with his arm. Dai Guangwan promptly tapped his head. Move your hand. Are you afraid someone will copy you? She first examined Li Dai's paper. As expected, it was all speed, no substance. Glancing at Shen Mo's test, she noted his rapid pace. He seemed to read nearly linearly, and the trap she had set for the options appeared non-existent to him. Dai Guangjun's mind began to formulate an idea. This previously unassuming Shen Mo might emerge as the dark horse among the third-year students. Before the class had even reached its halfway point, Shen Mo completed the test. He sat in his seat, diligently sharpening his pencil. The next class would be mathematics, potentially involving graphing functions, so he needed to prepare. Li Dai glanced at Shen Mo and whispered, let me copy a bit. Just don't copy everything. Don't worry, I have experience. Chapter 35. The Teacher's Anticipation. As the English class concluded and Dai Guangwan collected the test papers, Zhou Jie made a face at Shen Mo. Hey, do you think you can surpass He Zuking this time? Only a small group of classmates knew about Shen Mo's part-time work on Garden Road. Yet they generally believed he could converse with foreigners. But to surpass He Zuking, that seemed as unlikely as the sun rising from the west. He Zuking kept her head down, silent. She couldn't fathom why Zhou Jie would compare her to Shen Mo. Was there even a basis for comparison? Among the over 200 students in the entire third-year cohort, she had a rough idea of who excelled in English, and Shen Mo had never crossed her mind. It was likely just Zhou Jie's prank. She lifted her head and smiled at Zhou Jie. Why are you teasing him? Currently, He Zuking remains unconvinced that Shen Mo can surpass her academically. She even doubts his ability to attain a respectable score. That fragrant mist of a lemon-scented individual claimed he could engage in conversation with foreign guests, and I am eager to uncover the truth behind his facade. Zhou Jie, brimming with self-satisfaction, eagerly anticipates the unfolding drama. I've heard that our esteemed cousin operates with remarkable efficiency. The results will be released by afternoon. Esteemed cousin? This title immediately piqued the interest of the surrounding crowd, who murmured in approval. From now on, we shall refer to Teacher Dai as our esteemed cousin. Indeed, Dai Guangjun's efficiency is commendable, as she promptly returned to her office to begin grading the examinations. He Zuking's paper was the first she assessed, and, as expected, it was exceptionally well done. Out of a possible 60 points, she scored 58. Dai Guangwan believed He Zuking had the potential to achieve a perfect score. But the reason she fell short was that English had not yet attained the same status as Chinese and mathematics in her priorities. The young lady simply did not regard it with adequate seriousness. She then selected Shen Mo's paper, recalling that he had not made any errors during the examination. To her astonishment, upon grading it, she discovered he had indeed achieved a perfect score of 60. Teacher Du, was Shen Mo under your tutelage during his second year? The nearby Teacher Du looked up. Yes, indeed. What of it? Did he cause disruptions in class? Not at all. I merely wished to inquire about his previous performance in English. Mediocre at best, replied Dai Guangwan, handing over the paper. Take a look at his latest examination. It's perfect. He must have copied it, Teacher Du instinctively remarked. He Zuking only scored 58. Whose answers did he replicate? After perusing the paper, Teacher Du expressed his bewilderment. How curious. He has never scored this highly before. Could it be that he has finally grasped the concept? Upon overhearing their conversation, Yuan Li approached, glancing at the paper, the marks adorning it pleasing to the eye, a sight she relished. It's not impossible, is it? Shen Mo has settled into his residence in Shanghai. It's no surprise that his spirits have lifted. Yuan naturally defended her student. This reasoning was compelling, convincing the teachers present. During evening study time, Dai Guangwan clutched the papers, preparing to leave her office, only to encounter mathematics teacher Gokun, who also bore a stack of papers, appearing eager to claim his territory. Hey, Teacher Go, allow me to distribute these papers first. Could you grant me 10 minutes? You'd best be quick. Time is short, and the students want to finish otherwise. Dai Guangwan hurriedly moved ahead, but turned back. Teacher Go, since the mathematics exam is over, let us take a look at Shan Mo's score. Her suggestion resonated with the group, and Yuan Li, intrigued, added, Teacher Go, let us prioritize grading Shan Mo's paper. Very well. Yuan Li was curious to see how Shan Mo had fared in Chinese. It was a subject where high scores were not easily attained, yet neither were low scores. The classroom was serene during evening study. Shen Mo diligently worked on the assignments left by the teachers. Though tedious, they served to solidify his understanding. Nearby, Li Da-Ei awaited the opportunity to copy his work, while boredom prompted him to doodle on scrap paper. The game of Go, a battle of wits, had momentarily ceased. As Li Da-Ei focused on his writing, Shen Mo cast a glance at him. Oh, this fellow is quite avant-garde. Li Da-Ei had penned numerous small hearts, forming a larger one. He was now inscribing little sentiments, seemingly aiming to create a grand romantic declaration. He toiled earnestly, utterly absorbed. Regardless of whether the teacher entered through the front or back, none would discern his peculiar activity. Dai Guangwan appeared at the front door, and upon hearing her footsteps, Li Da-Ei hastily concealed his writing. Chenwen, please distribute the papers. Chenwen, the class representative for English, ascended the podium to collect the papers and began handing them out. The first paper was revealed to be Shan Mo's, rather than Hezuking-S, and it bore the remarkable score of 60. Her expression was one of disbelief, and amidst the astonished faces of Zhou Jia and Hezuking, she presented the first paper to Shan Mo. You truly can converse with foreign guests? Chunwen inquired softly, before glancing at the second paper, which belonged to Hezuking, who scored 58. I can only say hello, Shen Mo replied, accepting his paper and feeling quite pleased with the score. Chunwen approached Hezuking, who curiously asked, what did Shen Mo score? Dai Guangwan answered on behalf of Chunwen, standing at the podium, surveying the class as she summarized the examination results. This time, one student has given me a delightful surprise. Shen Mo, a perfect score. I hope you will continue to strive and maintain this momentum. Classmates, do not neglect English simply because its overall scores are not high. With the reforms and opening up of our country, the demand for foreign languages is substantial, and you ought to give it the attention it deserves. If only Dai Guangwan were aware of the translation rates on Garden Road, she would certainly have shared them with everyone. Hezuking gazed at her paper. Had it not been for Shen Mo, she was certain that the esteemed cousin would have praised her, commending her for only missing one multiple-choice question and encouraging her classmates to emulate her performance. Dai Guangwan continued her discourse. Some students, I know, do not possess such high capabilities. This time, the teacher did not catch you, but your true colors will eventually be revealed. Li Da-Ei, accustomed to enduring hardship, remained unfazed, yet upon receiving his paper, he was shocked to discover he had exceeded 40 points. This one do. I must pay more attention next time. Li Da-Ei had not anticipated Shan Mo achieving a perfect score. Had he known in advance, he would have comfortably controlled his score around 30. Teacher Dai. Gokun appeared at the door, softly greeting Dai Guangwan while raising his paper for her to see. He could hardly believe Dai Guangwan would adhere to her promise of 10 minutes. Many teachers profess such leniency, only to occupy an entire evening study session. Do not ask how he knew. He had committed the same act himself. Dai Guangwan tapped the podium. Tomorrow, we will discuss the papers. Some students should engage in serious reflection. Gokun entered, distributing several stacks of papers to the front row. Passed them back. He wandered the aisle between the seats, casting glances at each student, his voice unceasing. Earlier in the office, Teacher Dai mentioned a delightful surprise in English. Let us see if we can uncover any surprises in mathematics. You cannot be preferential. Treat your second uncle with equal regard. As he uttered these words, he deliberately glanced toward Shen Mo. He had just taken a moment to review the homework submitted that day, noting Shen Mo's work was neat and exemplary. Li Da-Ei whispered to Shan Mo. The mathematics teacher knows we call him second uncle now. Chapter 36, The Bet. Upon receiving the papers, Li Da-Ei set aside one for himself and Shan Mo, passing the rest back. How did you fare in mathematics? Can you copy it? Be cautious. Understood. Li Da-Ei resolved to learn from his mistakes, aiming to achieve a score around 60 that wouldn't be too shameful. In this era, Underperforming students often had minimal stationery, necessitating borrowing from one another: compasses, pencils, erasers, ink, and the like. Li Dayai sought to borrow a compass from Shen Mo, but it appeared that second Uncle Gokun was firmly positioned by Shen Mo's side, unwilling to leave as he observed Shen Mo at work. Li Dayai, in a flurry of anxiety, furtively shielded his paper from Gokun's view. The junior high questions posed no difficulty for Shen Mo. He merely lacked practice. And once he acclimated to school life, his potential began to flourish. This small test marked the beginning of his self-affirmation. Every era produces its prodigies, and he firmly believed he was among them. I have emerged from the hellish gauntlet of the college entrance examination. If I cannot manage the current situation, I might as well find a tofu block to end it all. This was Shen Mo's resolute inner monologue. Within a month, his state of mind had reverted to its former glory. The pen in his hand seemed to possess a mind of its own, continuously providing accurate answers on the paper. Gokun stood beside Shen Mo for an extended period, observing intently and ultimately recognizing that this student was indeed not cheating. He was simply adept, displaying confidence without concealing anything. He reached out and playfully tapped Li Dayai on the head, saying nothing, before wandering off to other areas. Li Dayai rubbed his head and nudged Shen Mo with his elbow. "Let me take a look at that." Time was somewhat tight, as Dai Guangwan had occupied a few minutes beforehand. Shen Mo hastened to reveal the exam paper and engaged in intensive calculations. As the bell rang, a collective sigh echoed through the classroom, and Gokun announced, "5 more minutes before we collect the papers." A group of students immersed themselves in their writing. Once Shen Mo completed the exam, he rubbed his wrist, feeling considerably more relaxed. Gokun directly approached him, took Shen Mo's paper, and informed the others. Those who were finished can place their papers on the podium. Those in need of the restroom may go. As he departed, he didn't forget to give Li Dayai a light tap on the head. Li Dayai, feeling quite aggrieved, muttered softly, "I haven't finished copying yet." Many students proceeded to submit their papers, feeling indifferent since it was merely a quiz. If scores were unsatisfactory, they could always attribute it to the time taken by their cousin. After Gokun left with the papers, a few students immediately gathered around. Shen Mo, quickly, "Let me see your paper. Did you really score full marks?" Li Dayai chimed in proudly. How could it be fake? The cousin herself said so. "Hey, Zhou Jie, come have a look." Zhou Jie shot him a glare. Just moments ago, the cousin was warning certain individuals. Li Dayai, unashamed, retorted, "I barely copied from the math exam. This time I guarantee I'll score around 60. Lu Yulin strode over, snatched Shen Mo's paper, and scrutinized it for a long while. "You really can converse with foreign guests, huh? Zhou Jie, you have no rebuttal now?" Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the front row, resembling a pencil case crashing onto a desk. A group of curious students leaned forward to see that it was Zuking. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach the back. Who knew that Xiang Wanting could cheat like that? Li Dayai retorted indignantly. "What are you talking about? Who cheated? Huh? It's fine to say he cheated since he indeed did. But to say Shen Mo cheated is unacceptable because I have not seen any evidence of it." Having sat together for some time, Li Dayai and Shan Mo had developed a good rapport. Shen Mo never lectured him and even let him copy homework. Where could one find such an excellent deskmate? Zuking had spent an entire evening study session organizing her thoughts. Could Shen Mo really surpass her? That was implausible. But could Shen Mo achieve full marks? That was utterly impossible. If Shen Mo's grades had been comparable to hers since the first year of junior high, even if he ranked within the top 10 of the class, she could accept it. Or, if Shen Mo had transferred from another school, perhaps she could comprehend. However, Shen Mo had not. She had never heard of this name before. How could she believe what was unfolding before her? She was convinced that Shen Mo had cheated. There was no other explanation. Dai, don't get worked up. You're not Xiang Wanting. Zhou Jie relished the drama. Lu Yulin, feeling indignant, remarked, "Oh, are you anxious because you can't compete? And you think he cheated?" Just a moment ago, the math teacher stood in front of Shen Mo for quite a while. "Let us just wait for tomorrow's math exam." After making such bold claims, he leaned in and quietly asked Shen Mo, "You did well in math, right?" Zhou Jie couldn't help but chuckle. "I say, Lu Yulin, do you dare to speak so recklessly without any discussion? How about a bet? If Shen Mo can outscore Zuking in math, I'll lose you a compass." "All right. If Shen Mo doesn't outscore Zuking, I'll lose you a compass too." Thankfully, it was just a compass. Lu Yulin could afford to lose that. But he would dare to take on a larger wager or risk embarrassment. Shen Mo glanced ahead. Zuking did not turn back, merely sitting quietly with her head lowered, seemingly engrossed in a book. Li Dayai chimed in, "Count me in." Zhou Jie was astonished. "Is that for real?" "Absolutely. I'm Shen Mo's deskmate. I saw him working on the exam. I didn't even know the formulas for those questions. He is bound to outscore Hezuking. Although Li Dai struggled academically, he hoped Shen Mo could surpass Hezuking. The reason was simple. Shen Mo provided him with a sense of identification. The grades might not belong to him, but the thrill would be his. Zhou Jie asked curiously, "How can you be so confident? What if Shen Mo just scribbled randomly? If he scribbled, I would be able to tell, unless Hezuking scores full marks. Otherwise, Shen Mo will surely have the highest score. I'm betting on it." The onlookers laughed eagerly. Betting is a must. Zhou Jie bit her lip. "I refuse to believe this. I'll bet with you." She glanced at Shen Mo and asked, Xiang Wanning, "Can you outscore Hezuking?" Shen Mo remained calm. "Didn't Dai just say? Unless Hezuking scores full marks. Can you achieve full marks?" Zhou Jie couldn't help but sneer again at Shen Mo. "You're proficient in both arts and sciences?" Although junior high does not separate arts and sciences, the adults and teachers often begin to introduce this concept in conversation. This time, Zhou Jie employed this term. The evening study session was somewhat noisy, with many students speaking in hushed tones. Some students struggled to accept Shen Mo's remarkable progress, believing it impossible. This was partly due to their ingrained thinking. As they were unwilling to have the world they had accepted be shattered unless they were the protagonists. Others, however, hoped to see Shen Mo rise to prominence, putting the former academic elites in their place, reminding them that there are always greater talents beyond. The homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, approached, standing at the door without uttering a word, immediately restoring silence to the classroom. "We're in the third year, still playing around. How much time remains until the high school entrance examination? You'll be crying when you graduate next year." She did not linger in the classroom for long. After a few words, she hurried back to the office, where Gokun had already begun grading Shan Mo as paper, and by now, results were likely imminent. Chapter 37, another full score. "Teacher Ge, how did it go?" Yuan Li even neglected to reprimand the noisy students in the classroom, solely to see if there was truly a delightful surprise awaiting her. If Shen Mo's math score could match his English, there would be another student in the class capable of entering a key high school this year. She would be delighted regardless of whether it was a district or city key school. She rushed back to the office, only to find Gu-kun overwhelmed by a crowd of teachers. Many instructors had gathered around, making Gu-kun feel quite uncomfortable. "I said, it's fine if Sister Yuan is here, but you all don't teach class 2. What else with the commotion?" Noticing teachers from other classes also converging, Gu-kun began to usher them away. Yuan Li joined in. "Go back to your classes. If it weren't for being on the first floor, those rascals would have torn the roof off." Just as she departed, Class 2 erupted in noise once more, with many speaking in soft tones. Physics teacher Feng Xiaofeng stood up. "What a waste of a self-study session. I'll see what questions the students have." Yuan Li continued watching Gu-kun grade papers. Shen Mo's paper had yet to exhibit any red marks, filling her with joy, even reluctant to turn around. "Teacher Feng, it's time for physics quiz 2. We can start preparing the paper tomorrow." Wu Gang chimed in. "Today is indeed a good day. I'll start preparing. Teacher Feng, you should head to the class." A month had passed, and it was time to gauge the students' levels. Without previous references for his chemistry class, he could only use other subjects as a basis for his expectations. With a promising student emerging from the class, Wu Gang's expectations grew even stronger. Feng Xiaofeng moved closer to Gokun. "I'll go over this paper before heading over." Gokun's red pen danced continuously, marking each question one by one. The red ticks multiplying on the paper without a single red cross appearing. Upon reaching the later complex questions, Gokun suddenly smiled. There should be no issues. These complex questions are either understood or not. Yuan Li urged, "Finish grading first." Gokun meticulously examined Shen Mo's solution steps and verified the results. Correct. After completing the final few complex questions, he sighed in relief. "Great, it's another full score." Yuan Li joyfully patted him on the shoulder, as if invigorated, prompting Gokun to start rubbing his shoulders. "Sister, if you break it, you'll have to compensate." "Oh, come on. If there's another full score, I'll let you massage me, all right?" Quickly, pull out Heezuking's paper. Yuan Li could hardly resist getting involved herself. Gokun flipped through the papers and retrieved Heezuking's. "Sister, this year our class has gained a Shen Mo. I suspect he might rank first in the upcoming entrance exam." The class division was based on academic performance, with the top students achieving average scores. However, Class 2 had an additional student, Shen Mo, who appeared poised to seize the position that rightfully belonged to Heezuking. Several teachers speculated that next year's bonuses might be more substantial. Heezuking had performed commendably in mathematics, but not perfectly. Over the past few years at Zhongxing Middle School, there had not been a true academic prodigy. Students might score high marks, yet always seemed to fall just short of perfection. A score of 95 was certainly commendable. The young lady is still somewhat careless, A thorough review would reveal the mistakes, lamented Gokun. Yuan Li felt a sense of satisfaction. A score of 95 is quite substantial, with ample room for improvement. Previously, she had few rivals. But now, with Shen Mo in the class, I have faith that Zuking will make further progress. Competing directly with classmates will heighten the pressure and provide greater motivation. Unlike the lackluster competition with students from other classes. She glanced at Feng Xiaofeng, who was preparing to head to the classroom, and cautioned, Mr. Feng, please refrain from discussing scores with them upon entering the classroom. Understood, sister, Feng Xiaofeng replied, finding the term sister a bit peculiar. Especially since the students refer to Yuan Li as aunt, Yuan and him as uncle. If only these students could exhibit such strong independence in their studies. Leaving the office, he could hear the lively chatter emanating from the classroom. The first and second year students had already left for the day, leaving only their class behind. A late self-study session proving quite a challenge for them. He first visited class 1, which was equally boisterous. With a stern expression, Feng Xiaofeng stood silently in the classroom for 3 minutes, surveying the students, who felt a chill run down their spines under his gaze. A few brave souls attempted to glance up to check whether the teacher had departed, only to be startled into submission upon locking eyes with Feng Xiaofeng. Still talking. It seems your homework was insufficient, he reprimanded. Do you know what class 2 is doing? They are diligently studying. Why can't you exhibit the same seriousness? With the midterm exam approaching, we shall have a comparison between the two classes. The students, unwilling to raise their heads again, began to scribble on their papers. And after 3 additional minutes of scrutiny, Feng Xiaofeng moved on to class 2. The moment he left, a slight commotion ensued. The first whispered words were low, yet audible to the entire class. The teacher has left. Gradually, the noise level increased from whispers to chatter. Class 2 was no better. It did not live up to Feng Xiaofeng's praise. As he stood at the door, he even caught sight of Zhou Jie turning to speak with Zuking. Upon noticing him, Zuking quickly nudged Zhou Jie, saying, the teacher is here. Zhou Jie hastily turned away and leaned over her desk. Li Daoyai did not look up, remaining focused on his writing, but he noticed the sudden decrease in surrounding noise and quietly remarked to Shen Mo, the teacher must be here. Shen Mo, too, kept his head down, fully immersed in the demands of the third-year curriculum. Although the workload in middle school was relatively heavy, he consistently managed to complete it on time. Failing to finish today's tasks would leave him restless at night. As footsteps approached, Feng Xiaofeng first examined Zuking's exercise book before moving on to Shen Mo's. Zhou Jie, peeking sideways, wondered if the math scores had been released. It was quite possible. Everyone, prepare for a review. You've already taken the English and math tests, right? I can reveal a little secret. Tomorrow, or at the latest the day after, we will have a chemistry test. You might be wondering, Mr. Feng, why not physics? I'll tell you, physics will be last. After chemistry, we'll take a break for your brains. I just visited class 1 next door. Do you know how seriously they were studying? The entire class was quiet, with not a single person chatting. During my lesson, I'll be watching you all closely. If there is anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask. Li Daoyai, don't focus solely on OMS law. You need to bring me something else to show. Li Daoyai chuckled and pulled out his physics textbook, feigning diligence. Zhou Jie boldly inquired, Teacher, have the math papers been graded? Not yet, but I can share some exciting news. Someone scored full marks in math. Consider if it might be you. If you think it's impossible, focus on physics and strive for a perfect score there. Chapter 38, The Crying Genius. Full marks? The mere mention of this phrase instantly ignited a buzz in the class, with many students whispering excitedly to one another. Feng Xiaofeng rapped his knuckles on the desk. What did I just say? Class 1 is diligently studying, and when I stood at the door, not a single head was raised. Look at yourselves. You'd leap at the slightest disturbance. How can you compete with class 1 under these circumstances? Li Daoyai, brimming with excitement, whispered to Shan Mo, it must be you. How do you know it's me? Shen Mo replied. Because I felt guilty when I was copying your answers, Li Daoyai reasoned. He could discern who excelled academically merely by glancing at their assignments, especially someone like Shen Mo, whose work was neat and logically sound. He wouldn't even know how to mark it, ultimately having to forego several of the more complex problems. Zhou Jie, sitting in front, felt an itch of curiosity. Teacher, could be Zuking? Feng Xiaofeng chuckled. I wouldn't know. When I left the office, I overheard your teacher go mention a full score. But I didn't go back to check. Why do you ask so many questions? Have you considered it might be you? Zhou Jie fell silent, having never imagined the teacher could have such expectations of her. If I could score 80, I'd be delighted. You must have confidence, young lady. No one starts off scoring 100, right? Feng Xiaofeng encouraged. If Shen Mo can make such a leap, surely others have a chance too. He glanced at Shen Mo, who was still diligently studying. Zhou Jie did not turn around but could sense Feng Xiaofeng's gaze was directed at Shan Mo. Could it truly be Shen Mo? Several classmates noticed Xiaofeng's attention towards Shen Mo. Was it possible that he was the one again? Zhou Jie felt a sense of frustration. Why should he have that privilege? Just because of his household registration in Hohei? Could that really hold such weight? She lowered her head, pressing her pencil forcefully against her notebook. Xiang Wu Ning, what gives you the right? Crack. The pencil tip broke. She picked up a small knife, sulking as she sharpened it. Many students, hearing about the impending chemistry test, hurriedly pulled out their chemistry books to review. Some, quick-wit, began studying physics upon noticing the arrival of the physics teacher. Feng Xiaofeng could no longer contain himself, stepping down from the podium to feign interest in the work of several students, observing their study habits. Upon reaching Shen Mo, he noted that Shen Mo had completed a physics problem without consulting any references. He nodded to himself, wishing for Shen Mo to achieve a perfect score in physics. He then glanced at Li Daiyai, playfully tapping his head without uttering a word. Li Daiyai rubbed his head, feeling a bit downcast. Had he been too obvious? Seeing his classmate receive a light tap, two boys behind him grinned widely. As the teacher turned, they quickly lowered their heads, only to look up again when he was out of sight, sharing a conspiratorial smile behind their textbooks. Feng Xiaofeng remained for a substantial portion of the evening's self-study session before returning to his office. Less than 5 minutes after he left, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Instantly, the classroom erupted into excitement, with several boys gathering around Shen Mo. That full score has to be you. Zhang Yahua is also a contender. He is a math whiz. Shen Mo replied. Zhang Yahua might be somewhat uneven in his subjects, but he truly excels in math. Yet, the group remained unconvinced. It has to be you. The teacher was looking at you when he spoke. At that moment, they ceased discussing his zucking, firmly believing that the individual with the full score could only be Shen Mo nonsense. Zhou Jie exclaimed, turning to Hizuking, let us go home. A group of girls walked together, chattering animatedly as they exited the school. Xiao, it appears that our class's Xiang Yuning has suddenly experienced a breakthrough. His prowess is truly remarkable. This time, the perfect score in mathematics may very well belong to him. Zhou Jie felt somewhat disheartened, but she still engaged in conversation with the girls from other classes. Was this math exam difficult? Asked Liu from class 1. Zhou Jie hesitated for a moment and replied, it was manageable. What does manageable mean? Is it difficult or not? Liu pressed on. Oh, Zucking, are you about to cry? Cry for what? Zhou Jie suddenly noticed that Zucking seemed out of sorts. Ever since she exited the classroom, she had been silent and was now shedding tears. Liu, curious, inquired, how did Zucking fare on this exam? I don't know, Zhou Jie said, pulling a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe Zucking's tears. You truly are a crying magnet. Have you given up already, and the results aren't even out yet? What have I given up on? The results haven't been released yet, Liu remarked, puzzled. Zucking, are you so certain you want to score full marks? Zucking longed to assert that she could achieve a perfect score, yet she lacked the confidence. It had been over a year since she had last received a perfect score. She felt assured she could score 99, but claiming a 100 felt beyond her reach. As they progressed through the grades, scores seemed to decline. During the second year of junior high, achieving full marks had been quite rare, not just for her, but for her peers as well. Now in the third year, although it was the first math test, the pressure felt even more intense. She grabbed Zhou Jie's handkerchief and dabbed at the corner of her eyes, only for more tears to spill down her cheeks. What right does he have? Being a Xiang Yuning? Zucking found it unbearable to be surpassed by a classmate who had previously lagged behind her. Suddenly, Liu remarked, do you think Shen Mo might be secretly studying in the classroom after we all head home? That goes without saying, of course. Zucking cried again, her heart racing with anxiety as she wished she could fly home and sit at her desk immediately. Oh dear, why are you crying? Just study when you get home, Zhou Jie said helplessly. I can't do that. I must study when I return. Liu's sense of urgency heightened. I was looking forward to going home happily. And now you've made me all tense. Zhou Jie, however, remained unfazed. Well, you can study if you wish. She was confident in her academic standing. She believed her performance in next year's entrance exams would neither be outstanding nor abysmal. But her parents would undoubtedly find a way to enroll her in a prestigious high school. 1 month into the third year, it seemed time to reward herself. Zhou Jie's thoughts often diverged from those of her peers, but this time she opted not to visit the large restaurant on Garden Road. For Shen Mo was not working there anymore, rendering the trip uninteresting. In classroom 32, the lights remained on. A few boarding students had returned noisily, while Shen Mo and 2 others stayed behind to study under the flickering lights. The lights in adjacent classrooms had been extinguished, making the illumination in classroom 32 particularly glaring. A few teachers in the office tidied up, preparing to leave. Feng Xiaofeng glanced towards the lit classroom and remarked to Yuan Li, sister, your students are quite diligent in their studies. Yuan felt a surge of pride, her face glowing with satisfaction. Learning should not be excessive. One must balance work and rest. I will send them back to the dormitory. Chapter 39. Joyful occasions bring vitality. Yuan approached the classroom door and peered inside, noticing only 3 heads: Zhang Yehua, Shen Mo, and Su Kaiman. Shen Mo, having achieved perfect scores in the past 2 assessments, rapidly ascended in Yuan Li's esteem. The other 2, Zhang Yehua and Su Kaiman, also ranked among the top students in class, making them focal points of Yuan Li's attention. Checking the time, she noted it was nearly 8:40 p.m. In the 1980s, entertainment options were scarce, and 8:40 p.m. was considered quite late. Yuan Li wished to ensure these students rested early. She knocked gently on the door and, with a kind demeanor, said, "It's getting late. We have an early start tomorrow, so you should return to rest. A sharp axe cuts wood more efficiently." Shen Mo looked up and replied, "Teacher, we'll stay a little longer and leave before 9. All right, but it must be by 9. Do not let late-night studying hinder your daytime energy. That would be counterproductive." Yuan Li offered one last reminder before leaving the classroom. Feng Xiaofeng commented, "Sister, I doubt these students will leave by 9. The dormitory supervisor will come to fetch them back," he added. While the school provides extra care for the graduating third-year students, the power supply cannot be indefinitely sustained. After 9, the classroom lights may not remain lit. He worried whether the students could maintain their energy levels. Can they really keep up? This posed a valid concern. Shen Mo, residing on campus, dined at the school cafeteria, which offered simple and coarse fare, lacking any merits beyond its affordability. A group of boarding students relied on the cafeteria for sustenance, dreaming of a better meal when they returned home. However, even at home, meat was not guaranteed. At least a few eggs or some tofu would be available. Shen Mo had not visited his uncle in nearly a month. He resolved to return this Sunday to purchase some good ingredients, allowing them both to enjoy a nice meal. Tomorrow we have a chemistry exam, and physics afterward. Good. Let us get it over with quickly. Once I finish, I'll take the test paper home to show my uncle and make him happy. Shen Mo, can you help me with this problem? Zhang Yehua approached him with a question. I'll give it a try. Shen Mo hesitated to guarantee success, took Zhang Yehua's notebook, and glanced at the problem. Fortunately, it was not overly challenging. He wrote a formula in the notebook, and, after less than 3 steps, Zhang Yehua exclaimed, "Thank you, I understand now." The problem was not meant for Shan Mo to solve entirely. Zhang Yehua merely lacked a guiding thought. If Shan Mo did all the work, he would lose the opportunity for practice. "I believe the perfect score in math belongs to you," Zhang Yehua stated with certainty. "Why can't it be you?" Shen Mo asked, puzzled. "Your math has always been excellent." Zhang Yehua shook her head. "My math is merely on par with Izuking. My performance in other subjects is not as strong, which is why my math stands out. That's not certain. If you memorize more vocabulary and recite more prose or classical poetry in the morning, your scores in Chinese and English could also improve." Zhang Yehua still preferred mathematics slightly more. As 9 o'clock approached, the dormitory supervisor arrived to collect the stragglers. "The whole dormitory is waiting for you. Back to bed. All of you." The 3 boys obediently exited the classroom. There was no reasoning with the supervisor, nor could they keep their classmates waiting. They quickly completed their evening routines with the remaining light and laid down in their beds. Among the day's students, a few were still awake, but very few were studying. Lu Yunnan refused to sleep, helping his mother, Guan Swame, organize yarn in preparation for making sweaters for the autumn. "Dad, Mom, you remember Shen Mo? My second uncle's nephew, right?" His father, Lu Qiang, replied, "Of course, how could we forget? We just finalized his household registration this summer." And the people at the workshop were still thinking of introducing a girl to him. Who would have thought someone was even more concerned? "Dad, that's not what I meant. It seems that since his registration was completed, Shan Mo has transformed. In the last 2 assessments, one in English and one in math, he scored perfect marks." Lu Qiang, who had been slightly drowsy, perked up at this news. "Is that true? Perfect score? Don't tease your old dad." "No, really." Lu Yulin beamed with pride. "If only I had registered in Yunnan first." Guan Swame playfully swatted her son. "All right, that means you're going to Yunnan. Don't worry. Your dad and I will be counting on your sister in the future." Lu Yulin's little sister, Lu Yufan, a 3rd grader, was sound asleep and unaware of the family conversation. Lu Qiang recalled, "He got full marks. How did you do?" Lu Yulin replied sheepishly, "I did all right, I suppose." "All right?" Lu Qiang looked around, and Lu Yulin quickly added, "Dad, it's late. Let us not escalate things." He could tell his father was searching for the feather duster. Guan Swame suddenly asked, "Hey, Lao Lu, what's the name of Shun's potential partner?" Lu Qiang was momentarily distracted, relinquishing his intention to reprimand his son that evening. After all, he was already in the 3rd year junior high. Physical discipline was no longer appropriate. "What was her name?" "Su Yufeng, I believe." "A lovely name. I've heard she is quite a remarkable young lady. And Xiaoshan is not lacking either. Lu Yulin breathed a sigh of relief as the conversation finally shifted. The following morning, Lu Qiang went to the workshop and encountered Shen Chuan. Since falling in love, Shen Chuan's smile had become considerably more radiant. Indeed, happiness begets a buoyant spirit. Lu Qiang jested. Brother Lu, you're laughing at me, Shen Chuan replied, touching his face, seemingly in agreement. Last night, Yulin came home from school and mentioned that Shan Mo scored full marks in both English and mathematics on his recent test. Really? Shen Chuan's joy intensified. He felt this year was truly fortuitous, with his nephew's household registration settled, his ambition apparent, and his caring sisters even finding him a partner. How could this be untrue? Speaking of which, how long has it been since Shan Mo returned? That rascal has immersed himself in his studies, not having returned for a month. He must have forgotten his uncle. Shen Chuan complained, yet his heart brimmed with delight. However, he also felt his nephew was overly sensible. When he returned from school, he would surely prepare some delicious treats for him. Alas, it was merely a minor test. If only it were the actual high school entrance examination. Putting aside everything else, surely scoring full marks in 2 subjects would warrant exceptional admission to a prestigious high school. Shen Chuan felt a glimmer of hope. Nearby, the eldest sister enthusiastically remarked, "Is it possible that Shan Mo refuses to come back because he only took 2 subjects? Perhaps he wants to complete all his subjects before returning?" Shen Chuan chuckled. That little rascal better not mess up his exams. In classroom 32, the chemistry teacher, Wu Gang, distributed the test papers, freshly printed, warmer than the rice dumplings and fried dough sticks outside. If any of you perform poorly, you'll have disappointed both me and teacher Feng, who fought hard to secure this time for you. Shen Mo leaned on his desk, swiftly answering the questions. Wu Gang approached, observing his work and nodding approvingly. Not bad. Not bad. As expected, you've achieved full marks in mathematics. Shen Mo, if you don't score at least 95 in chemistry, you would be harboring a prejudice against me. Chapter 40. The Marvels of Self-Study. Suddenly, Hezuking in front lost her rhythm, nearly miswriting a molecular formula. The mathematics class hadn't commenced yet. She had anticipated a twist, but was caught off guard by the chemistry teacher's early remarks. She steeled herself, determined to reclaim her standing in chemistry. Wu Gang circulated around the classroom, incessantly stating, "Everyone wishes to score high. I am the sole invigilator now." And there are textbooks on the desks. Perhaps some students, upon hearing that Shan Mo scored full marks, are tempted to entertain unworthy thoughts. I advise against such notions. Grades obtained through dishonesty can only deceive temporarily and cannot carry through to the high school entrance examination. Reality will ultimately prevail. The students in the class offered no response, focused solely on their work. In the office, Yuan Li and Feng Xiaofeng were diligently grading the test papers. Early that morning, Wu Gang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, had printed the tests, and they could not afford to lag behind in assessing this group of students. While grading, Feng Xiaofeng inquired, "Sister, what if your Chinese scores don't reach full marks? What else can be done?" "It shall be as it is," Yuan Li replied with a sense of resignation. As the homeroom teacher, she needed to maintain composure. As a Chinese teacher, she felt a certain helplessness. In Chinese, one must possess reading comprehension skills. Often, I don't agree with the answers provided, as the authors may not have intended that meaning. Moreover, there's the essay, which cannot receive full marks. Once teacher Wu has finished grading, I'll wait for him to review Shan Mo's paper before printing. You go ahead and print first. Yuan Li began to assert her authority as the homeroom teacher and your senior. You should go print first. The two exchanged light-hearted banter while continuing to grade their papers, awaiting Wu Gang's return. After a lesson, Wu Gang returned with the graded papers, and Yuan Li looked up. "I've been waiting for you. Let us see how Shan Mo did." Wu Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. "I observed him while he was taking the test. He is likely to achieve full marks." "Sister, what will you do if your Chinese doesn't reach full marks?" "Shan Mo certainly will." He jested, yet upon sitting down, he immediately extracted Shan Mo's paper, preparing to grade it with a red pen. "Teacher Go, you needn't linger. Hurry to class. Aren't you supposed to be going over the questions?" "No rush. I'll leave after reviewing Shan Mo's paper." Go-kun chuckled, nodding toward the paper, signaling him to continue grading. Wu Gang hastened his pace, completing Shan Mo's paper and turning to Go-kun. "What do you think?" "Shen Mo is diligent in my chemistry class, showing no signs of bias." Go-kun replied with a smile. "If he can score full marks in mathematics, he would be inclined to neglect physics or chemistry, right, Teacher Feng?" "Indeed." Feng Xiaofeng responded without looking up, but upon finishing, he quickly raised his head. "Full marks in chemistry as well?" "Correct." Wu Gang beamed. "Sister, After the high school entrance examination next year, you must treat us to some June crabs. Oh, understood. I'll keep that in mind. Yuan Li's smile widened. It was merely a handful of crabs, but she would treat them. Shen Mo was a delightful surprise. Potentially the top student in the grade, Yuan Li felt she had struck gold. Among the other homeroom teachers of the third year, she held her head high. Now, sitting at the front during weekly meetings, her students being her source of confidence. After reviewing Shen Mo's paper, Gu-kun gathered the mathematics tests and headed to the classroom. Before class began, Gu-kun first instructed the class representative to distribute the papers, using his lesson plan as a fan to cool himself. If you need to go to the restroom, do so. Do not gaze at me. We shall discuss the problems once class begins. Gu-kun was in high spirits. Shan Mo was like a catfish, igniting a sense of competition among the students. Previously, they were all rather ordinary, yet how had he distinguished himself? Unfortunately, mathematics had been tested first, so Wu Gang and Feng Xiaofeng had the advantage. Seizing the moment before class, Zhou Jie turned to glance at his Zuking's paper. Wow, 96 points. Without Shen Mo, she wouldn't be dissatisfied with 96. Just 4 points shy, just 4 points. Observing his Zuking's expression, Zhou Jie remarked, if you don't want it, share 10 points with me. By the way, I'll check Zhang Yahua's paper. Zhang Yahua scored 95 points. Once the papers were distributed, he immediately recognized where he had erred. He silently lamented why he hadn't noticed it at the time. Zhou Jie then rushed to Shen Mo's side. With a glaring red, 100 stood out prominently. You little fragrant mist lemon truly scored full marks. Zhou Jie mumbled as she returned. Hey, Zuking, how did you do in chemistry? Can you achieve full marks? Zuking shook her head. I don't know, I did my best. Zhou Jie wanted to implore her not to lose to the fragrant mist lemon this time, but feared it might make Zuking cry. So she decided to wait until the results were out. Such a lovely girl, yet she was so easily brought to tears. The bell rang, and Gu-kun cleared his throat. All right, class is in session. After discussing the test papers, the students in the class finally sighed in relief, feeling exhausted from consecutive examinations. After a tense afternoon, the remaining teachers still showed no signs of activity. They believed they could finally take a breather. However, after dinner, the homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, appeared with a beaming smile. Rest assured, our Chinese class will only occupy one of the 3 evening study sessions. Come now, pass the papers back. All the other subjects have been tested, and we must not fall behind. Li Dai whispered. Shen Mo, you did well in Chinese, right? Shen Mo quietly replied. I'm not sure, but I'm certain that 1 TB is impressive as mathematics. He too was uncertain of what some authors were thinking. Li Dai shared the same sentiment. Thus he resolved not to copy. The risk was too great and would earn him a reprimand from the homeroom teacher. During the exam, Yuan Li had also deliberately glanced over at Shen Mo for a moment. His foundational knowledge was indeed solid, but in terms of reading comprehension, well, everyone was about the same, grasping the central ideas similarly. As expected of boys, they leaned more towards mathematics and the sciences. Regarding her proficiency in English, she perceives it as still lingering in the rudimentary stage. Had Shen Mo been tasked with reading Shakespeare's original text to address questions, he would likely, much like in his Chinese literature exam, fail to achieve a perfect score. After completing a Chinese exam, Shen Mo felt far more fatigued than after a mathematics test. Yuan Li collected the papers for grading, and just as a cheer erupted among the students, Feng Xiaofeng entered. Chuckling softly, he remarked, I guess you all missed me, so I came by on my own accord. I understand how hard you worked on the Chinese exam during the last study session. Thus, for this period, we shall tackle a physics paper to refresh our minds. Feng Xiaofeng took pride in commandeering the study session for an exam, thereby circumventing his own teaching time. A collective sigh of exasperation arose from the students, particularly from Zhou Jie and Li Dai. Suddenly, Feng Xiaofeng remembered. Li Dai. I want to require you to show your problem-solving steps, but do ensure your formulas are correct. If your formulas are right, you'll at least earn 1 point. Li Dai slumped over his desk and muttered to Shen Mo, how am I supposed to remember all those formulas? Just mastering Ohm's law would be quite sufficient for me. Chapter 41. Homeward Bound. Li Dai dared to copy physics answers, albeit cautiously. As his confidence in Shen Mo grew, he began to selectively copy answers, calculating points as he went, ultimately opting to copy the answers for the larger problems after removing them first. Physics was exceedingly challenging. He did need to score too high, merely more than a few peers around him. Yet, why did Mr. Feng linger so close to Shen Mo? Couldn't he check on other students instead? He scratched his head, feeling anxious. Feng Xiaofeng glanced at his paper, and from behind, gave him a light tap on the head. Hurry up and write. Li Dai responded, bending back over his exam paper. Shen Mo wrote swiftly, and once Feng Xiaofeng finally departed, Li Dai quickly began to sneak glances at his work. During 3 evening study sessions, 2 were examinations. Once completed, the students knew there wouldn't be any more tests for a while, and a wave of relief washed over them. Shen Mo's mind drifted back to his uncle's dormitory, contemplating whether he should return home on Saturday. Yes, I'll go back on Saturday. First, he would stop by Garden Road to find manager Zhou to collect some money for living expenses, then seek out Old Wu for a couple of hearty dishes, and purchase a fine bottle of wine to bring to his uncle. Moreover, there was the matter of this test paper. His uncle would undoubtedly wish to see it. Wouldn't he? Nothing could bring his uncle more joy than that. As for his Chinese score, Shen Mo felt uncertain, but he aimed at least to surpass his previous performance. Regarding physics, he had checked multiple times and believed he could attain another perfect score. Shen Mo, what are you smiling about? You expect to get a perfect score in Chinese? Li Dai inquired with curiosity. He had no doubts about Shen Mo's capabilities in physics. That's impossible. Shen Mo couldn't suppress a smile, his heart already soaring. In the 3rd evening study session, he sat quietly, gazing at a challenging math problem he knew how to solve, yet he needed it to distract him. Suddenly, Li Dai recalled something significant. He had won a compass from Zhou Jia, which she had yet to fulfill. Shen Mo was startled. What's wrong? I forgot something important. Li Dai declared with pride, I'll bring you an egg tomorrow. He feared Zhou Jia might flee after school. An egg? What is that about? Shen Mo had completely forgotten about Li Dai's bet with Zhou Jia alongside Lu Yulin. When the class ended, as he stretched, Li Dai sprang up beside him. Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia paused, puzzled. What is it? The compass. Li Dai reminded loudly. Shen Mo suddenly remembered. So that was it. Lu Yulin also recalled. Right? I have one too. Zhou Jia turned in irritation. Do you have no shame? What's shameful about it? If you won and I didn't pay up, you'd surely talk behind my back, Li Dai retorted. He felt no guilt about claiming his prize from Zhou Jia. Lu Yulin chimed in. Miss Zhou, you wouldn't consider backing out, would you? Do you think I'm like you too? Zhou Jia, who despised being accused of dishonesty, although she hadn't taken the wager seriously, thought she would simply bring them 2 compasses. With a cunning glint in her eyes, she proposed, how about we wager again? What shall we wager on? Physics? Zhou Jia scoffed. Why not wager on Chinese? Let us bet on what Miss Yuan teaches. Absolutely not. Li Dai immediately replied. He had already questioned Shan Mo and knew he couldn't achieve a perfect score. Since it was a perfect score, the risk was too great. Lu Yulin instigated further. How about we bet on physics? What do you think? No way. Zhou Jia huffed, storming off while pulling Hezuking along with her. In a series of 3 subjects, Hezuking hadn't secured first place, and her mood was far more dismal than Zhou Jia anticipated, leading her to speak little on the way. In contrast, Zhou Jia chattered incessantly like a sparrow. If you ask me, Shan Mo's Chinese score 1 surpass yours. Don't be fooled by Li Dai's lackluster studies. He is not foolish. If Shan Mo dared to claim he could score high in Chinese, he would have certainly accepted the bet earlier. Hezuking managed a forced smile, but remained silent. I noticed in the office earlier that someone was still there. Miss Yuan was inside, and Uncle Feng hadn't left either. They must be grading papers, Zhou Jia declared. Tomorrow, I'll sneak and take a look. Yuan Li and Feng Xiaofeng remained, intent on completing the grading promptly to prepare for their lessons the next day. Sister, how did Shan Mo fare in Chinese? Not bad. He scored 86. Yuan Li seemed satisfied with his score. Is that first place? Feng Xiaofeng inquired eagerly. No, Hezuking scored 89. Yuan Li continued grading without looking up. At least the young lady has one subject where Shan Mo hasn't surpassed her. How did Shan Mo do in physics? Perfect score. Sister, we might have struck gold. It would be splendid if he could maintain this pace. By the end of the year, I'll certainly present him with a certificate for outstanding student. I thought you'd get him 2 hairy crabs instead. A certificate? He is in the 3rd year. Does he still need that? He might not even care for the crabs. I believe Shen Mo has already become the top student in our 3rd year. This lad needs some stability. Having a household registration in Hohei has certainly calmed him down, giving life a sense of purpose and prompting him to study diligently. Yuan Li continued to attribute this situation to his household registration, yet no one in the office contradicted her. They simply could not find any other explanation. Feng Xiaofeng lagged behind by a lesson, being the last to leave, as his class was scheduled before Yuan Li's the next day. He needed to distribute the exam papers. The next day, tales of Shan Mo began to circulate throughout the 4 classes of the 3rd year. The new top student, 4 perfect scores out of 5 subjects, and Hezuking only surpassed him in Chinese by 3 points. Chinese is too difficult. How was I to know what that passage expressed? Hey, when it comes to the next midterm exam, what do you think Shen Mo will sit? According to the tradition at Zhongxing Middle School, The better one performed, the closer their exam seat would be to the front. This was to prevent cheating among acquaintances and to dissuade those wishing to cheat, as they would be deterred by the similar skill levels of their peers. Yu only hoped to place Shen Mo in the front row for the exam, but this was vetoed by Teacher Yu, the grade leader. Let us stick to the original seating arrangement. He wished to witness Shen Mo progress from the back to the front firsthand. After the final class on Saturday afternoon, Shen Mo dashed out. After a month at school, he was eager to return home. He carefully stored a few test papers in his yellow backpack and exited the school. First, he would take the tram to Garden Road to meet Sister Zhou, Old Wu, and Sister Xiao Mei. At Garden Road, 1 dime. Shen Mo looked up and spotted the girl from before, offering her what he believed to be his most charming smile, causing her cheeks to flush deeply. What is this? Seems there's potential here. Could it be that my uncle is truly courting her? If so, this girl might soon become my second aunt. Shen Mo turned towards the window, generously sharing smiles with passers-by. Chapter 42. An old friend appears. With a smile like that, he can't be anything but a fool. Can he? Shen Mo's smile was so captivating that it was nearly impossible for passers-by to overlook. However, the ticket seller, Su Yufeng, remained oblivious. She observed as Shen Mo turned his head towards the exterior, the flush on his face gradually fading. She touched her cheek, relieved to find it no longer burning with the same intensity. Yet, when they arrived at Huayuan Road, she still reminded Shen Mo, "We're at Huayuan Road." "Thank you," Shen Mo replied, hastily averting his gaze from her, eager to disembark, fearing that he might inadvertently disrupt the delicate sensibilities of the young lady and jeopardize his uncle's prospects. It had been a month since he last visited, and he found himself rather nostalgic for the vibrant red maple leaves. "Oh my, am I not seeing things? Little Shun?" Xiao Mei, the greeter at the entrance, pretended to rub her eyes and exclaimed dramatically. The signature smile on her face transformed, becoming far more genuine. "Sister Zhou, little Shun is back." Xiao Mei called out excitedly into the establishment, prompting manager Zhou to appear before Shan Mo. Well, I thought you had forgotten all of us and would never return. How have you been, Sister Zhou?" Shen Mo inquired. "Not too bad. There are those seeking a translator, and with you absent, Mingyang has managed to carve out some time at the university to piece things together, albeit in bits and pieces." Manager Zhou replied with a hint of concern. "It's certainly not as convenient as during the summer break. I'll be back for the winter break." Shen Mo assured her. "Ah, sister has been waiting for those words. How are things at school? You should be able to gain admission to a top high school next year, right? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should manage," he responded. "Fingers crossed. Where would any surprises come from?" Manager Zhou pretended to spit on the ground for good measure. "Sister Zhou, I came to see if there's anything I can assist with tomorrow, and I'd also like to withdraw some living expenses." "Of course," Manager Zhou smiled. "How much do you need? Is 500 enough?" Shen Mo was taken aback. "No need for that. I won't even spend 50. Then 50 it is. It'll allow you to return sooner," she said. "As for tomorrow, there are no interviews scheduled, so take the opportunity to rest. Sister will be waiting for your return in the winter." Sister, could you prepare 2 nice dishes for me take? You could deduct the cost from my account." "Oh, no need for that." Manager Zhou immediately shook her head in refusal. Shen Mo mimicked her gesture, insisting, "I must, sister. If you refuse, I'll bring my uncle tomorrow and withdraw all the money. Family must be clear about finances. Only with clarity can relationships prosper," he added sagely. Manager Zhou was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected such insight from Shen Mo. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have cheerfully acquiesced without a second thought. "Very well, sister will keep a record. What would you like for dinner?" "Stir-fried prawns, and perhaps some ribs," Shen Mo pondered before suggesting those 2 dishes. The local cuisine was replete with delightful offerings to be savored slowly. "Excellent. Xiao Mei, please let Old Wu know to put in some extra effort." Manager Zhou instructed with a smile, then turned to Shen Mo. "What wine will you be bringing for your uncle tonight?" "A good bottle, perhaps Lezhu Laojiao." "Such ambition. I thought you might be bringing him Maotai or Wulianjai," Manager Zhou teased. "I genuinely considered that, but he'd likely hesitate to drink it. Better to take it slow." Shen Mo replied thoughtfully. "Sister Zhou, could you set aside a few bottles of good wine, just in case my uncle needs to visit his partner's family by the year's end?" "Oh, rest assured, sister will not let you down on such matters." Shen Mo contemplated hosting a celebratory meal here after the upcoming high school entrance exams as a means to convey his gratitude. As Xiao Mei relayed the menu to the kitchen, she informed them it was Shen Mo's request, prompting Old Wu to smile. "He can't just indulge in my egg cake and sweets. Let's show him some culinary flair." Out in the main hall, Shen Mo occupied a vacant table in the corner, taking the chance to chat with Xiao Mei and the others. "Hey, little Shun, is that not President Su?" Shen Mo leaned forward to take a look. Indeed. It was Su Xiangyang, who appeared to be scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Xiao Mei speculated. Could he be looking for a translator? Wu Yuan remarked. Or perhaps yes, just here to dine. He's alone, Xiao Mei countered. Businessmen often arrive early to await their associates, Wu Yuan reasoned. That made sense to Xiao Mei. However, Shen Mo discerned a tinge of agitation on Su Xianjiang's face. Sure enough, Su Xianyang made a beeline for Huayuan restaurant. Previously, he had experienced a rather unpleasant encounter with Hung Finjai and Changjiang restaurant, making it difficult for him to appear there without losing face. It was rumored that the translator of Huayuan was Xiong Ming, a young man who had previously worked at Hung Finjai. If he had left, it likely indicated discontent. Yet, it was remarkable that Hung Finjai had 2 translators available. Upon entering Huayuan restaurant, Su Xianyang found that matters were still unresolved. The restaurant was courteous, but could not provide any guarantees. Firstly, Xiong Ming's schedule was not flexible outside of the summer and winter breaks. Secondly, Su Xianjiang's reputation preceded him, as he still owed money to Changjiang restaurant, prompting them to avoid any risk. Xiong Ming was indeed a young man with aspirations, and Huayuan restaurant was considering finding a replacement for him, showing little enthusiasm for translation matters at present. The previous foreign trade had netted Su Xianyang a significant profit, enough to sustain him for years, yet he was not content. He envisioned a broader path ahead. Having tasted success, Su Xianyang was fervently seeking opportunities, finally securing another chance. However, it seemed that the previous incident had escalated, as it was rumored that restaurants on Huayan Road were now requiring payment up front before providing services. Fine, I can endure that, he thought, but why was Huayuan restaurant refusing to even accept payment? Feeling vexed, Su Xianyang exited the establishment, muttering about the winter and summer breaks. For small orders like his, there was no chance of employing translators from national institutions. Even if he applied now, he would likely be placed on a waiting list for 6 months. By then, the opportunity would have long since passed. He would not dare approach Changjiang restaurant, knowing that Wang Sufin would demand payment, and he had no desire to make a fool of himself. As for Hung Finjai, although their previous interactions had been unpleasant, at least he did not owe them any money. He had heard they had a second translator of decent caliber. As Su Xianyang wandered around Huayuan Road, he quickly drew the attention of several restaurant managers or owners. After circling back and forth, he exited Huayuan restaurant, suggesting he had encountered obstacles in his search for a translator. Manager Zhou, peering through the window, observed Su Xianjiang's discomfort. She was curious whom he might approach next. With a sardonic smile, she remarked to Shen Mo, Su Xianjiang's journey is nearing its end. Standing on the bustling streets of Huayuan Road, the throngs of people began to diminish Su Xianjiang's fervor. Lacking a crucial intermediary, he found himself unable to secure this foreign trade deal. Even if he agreed to all the foreign parties' conditions without a translator, he still needed to comprehend the documents he would receive. He couldn't simply scribble yes or okay on every page. Suddenly, Su Xianyang turned around, his eyes meeting Manager Zhou's. A sheepish smile spreading across his face as he approached the direction of Hung Finjai. Chapter 43. Su Xianjiang's frustrating journey. Before Su Xianyang could arrive, Manager Zhou inquired of Shan Mo, if he were to come to you for help, what would you say? Sister, I have classes. I have no time to entertain him. No matter how much I earn, what if I fail to get into a prestigious high school? Shen Mo firmly rejected the notion, resolutely distancing himself from Su Xianjiang's affairs. Such a person as Su Xianyang would only find success by sheer luck, but his narrow-mindedness guaranteed he could not sustain this path for long. It was only a matter of time before he faltered. Once he did, he would find all sorts of external reasons to blame, never acknowledging his own shortcomings. Shen Mo wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, using the rigor of his studies as an excuse. Manager Zhou commented, I have no intention of introducing this matter to Xiao Zhao. It's best to keep a distance from anyone with the surname Su. Zhao Mingyang would hardly be a match for Su Xianyang, likely to be exploited for his talents while being left to count the profits. Upon entering, Su Xianyang was pleasantly surprised to see Shen Mo. Ah, little Shun, you're here too. My legs have been running thin these past few days. Manager Zhou, we need the new private room. Shen Mo adjusted his attire and addressed Su Xianyang. Mr. Su, let me make it clear. I am no longer with Hong Maple Leaf. I merely came to purchase a couple of vegetables to take home. A smile froze on Su Xianjiang's face, and he felt utterly disheartened. How could one simply quit without notice? Brother Shun, such behavior is rather ungracious. Your sister has been good to you, hasn't she? Su Xianyang lamented. Oh, so now you're resorting to moral coercion. Shen Mo retorted. By your logic, should I drop out of school then? This statement momentarily rendered Su Xianyang speechless. Indeed, Shen Mo was still a student. Manager Zhou chuckled. Look at what you're saying, mister. Su is merely jesting. You must prioritize your studies. Your sister is eagerly awaiting your admission notice next year. She turned to Su Xiangyang, her smile unwavering, mister. Su has not visited us at Hong Maple Leaf for quite some time. The new private room is vacant today. Feel free to use it. Outside peak holiday seasons, we do not charge additional service fees. What do you mean? No service fee? Su Xianjiang's heart sank once more. Without translation services, what service fees can we possibly charge? Manager Zhou replied with an air of inevitability. If the situation is not favorable, how can one claim services are available or not? Su Xiangyang was on the verge of tears, repeating the same phrases endlessly. Xiaomei approached with 2 lunchboxes, placing them in a net bag and handing it to Shen Mo. Here you go. Xiao Shun, your vegetables. Bring over that bottle of Luzu Laojiu from the counter. Manager Zhou chided Xiaomei, who hurriedly added the liquor to the net bag, testing its weight to ensure it wouldn't leak. Manager Zhou took the net bag and handed it to Shen Mo. You see, even Mr. Su thinks you should come by more often. Do visit us on Sundays if you have the time. All right, Sister Zhou. I'm off now. Shen Mo bid farewell to Manager Zhou and made his way to the platform. Su Xiangyang was left dumbfounded. Shen Mo truly came just to buy vegetables? How could he simply leave after that? Was he really going to forego earning money? Manager Zhou called out to Xiaomei, go upstairs and prepare the new private room. Mr. Su will be dining here tonight. Su Xiangyang exclaimed, what do you mean dining? Oh dear, Mr. Su, this isn't how things should be. How can you say you're dining one moment and then say you're not the next? You requested the new room, and I cleared it out without charging a service fee. What more do you want? Manager Zhou retorted, returning the words to Su Xiangyang. Su Xiangyang waved his hand impatiently. I can't explain this to you. He grabbed his bag and headed for the exit, questioning what meal he could possibly have without translation. However, as he reached the entrance, he recalled that Hong Maple Leaf had 2 translators available. He turned back resolutely, forcing a smile, and raised his right hand, making a gesture of counting money. Manager Zhou, how about we discuss the room fee? Oh dear, with Xiao Shen absent, why would we charge a service fee? Manager Zhou dismissed him, not out of unwillingness, but out of fear of complications. How scarce were translators? They were in such high demand that one might struggle to even queue for their services. She was not concerned about a lack of clientele, but isn't there still one available? Su Xianjiang's eyes sparkled with hope at this moment. He would accept even the most exorbitant demands from Manager Zhou. Only during peak holidays is there availability. They are currently occupied. Why not inquire at Huayuan or the Yangtze Hotel? One must not hang oneself on a single tree, right? Su Xiangyang, feeling helpless, left Hong Maple Leaf with a heavy heart and reluctantly made his way to the Yangtze Hotel across the street. Manager Zhou accompanied him to the door, and upon raising her head, she spotted Wang Sufin standing at the entrance. The 2 women exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken understanding palpable. At the Yangtze Hotel, Wang Sufin delivered a resounding rejection. As for our little fan, she has to focus on her studies, and honestly, her skills are not even on par with a junior high student. We cannot afford to delay your important matters, can we? Su Xiangyang reached for his bag. Sister, I admit I was wrong last time. I will repay the money now. People fight for their dignity. It's not merely a matter of money. Your sister simply lacks the confidence to persuade Xiao Fan to skip class for you. You should seek someone more capable. Sundays, surely that is feasible? Su Xiangyang gritted his teeth, contemplating how to extend the stay of several foreigners in Huihei, covering all their expenses. Do you know how long it has been since Xiao Fan last showed up after school started? How long? She hasn't come at all. How do you expect me to find her? Wang Sufin gestured towards Huayuan Hotel. You might have better luck there. Their Xiao Xiong is bolder. Perhaps you'll have a chance. Su Xiangyang felt a surge of frustration. Aren't you all just bullying the honest ones? Huayuan, Huayuan. He left the Yangtze Hotel and headed to Huayuan. This time, he learned his lesson and refrained from mentioning the translation issue. Instead, while dining in the private room, he discreetly slipped a 10-yuan tip to a waiter. If someone here needs a translator, who informed Xiao Xiong, the young lady, delighted to receive the generous tip, replied cautiously, it's Wong Kong. Su Xiangyang smiled broadly and produced another 10-yuan note, placing it on the table. If you can arrange for him to assist me, feel free to take this. The young lady bit her lip and hurriedly exited the private room. Her heart raced furiously. She knew introducing side work could lead to her dismissal if the manager found out, but the tip was too generous to pass up, and she was merely introducing Wong Kong, not directly Xiao Xiong. Su Xiangyang felt a sense of calm wash over him. It seemed the situation was finally turning in his favor, and the dishes on his plate tasted significantly better. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of footsteps approached, and a slightly older young man appeared. Sir, is there anything about our service that has left you dissatisfied? His gaze immediately fell upon the 10-yuan note on the table, and the young lady, unbothered by his presence, stepped forward to collect the money before exiting. Chapter 44. To delight Uncle. Shen Mo boarded the tram, carefully cradling the net bag as he made his way to his uncle's dormitory. The early October daytime weather remained warm, but the evenings had begun to carry a hint of chill. The aluminum lunch box radiated warmth, cradled comfortably in his arms. Upon arriving at the station, Shen Mo cast a glance in the direction of his uncle's dormitory, wondering if he had prepared dinner yet. His uncle had always been averse to fuss, likely opting for either porridge or noodles. Shen Mo swiftly ascended the stairs, finding his uncle still at the stove. It appeared he managed even better when not in his dormitory. "Uncle, don't you have money in your savings account? Why not take some out to spend?" Shen Chuan looked up to see his nephew standing at the stairway, holding an aluminum lunchbox along with a bottle of liquor. "You rascal. I thought you had forgotten about your uncle," Shen Chuan remarked, taking the net bag and inquiring curiously, "What dishes have you brought today?" "Shrimp and spare ribs." Shen Chuan pulled out the Luzhu Laozhou, examining the bottle with interest. This is indeed fine liquor. For Shen Chuan, it represented quality, as he had only ever seen bottles of liquor without ever contemplating drinking any. There were simply too many fine liquors in the world for him to fathom. "Uncle, you must try it later." "No, I'll save it." Shen Chuan still hesitated. Shen Mo chuckled. "Uncle, rest assured, I will bring you fine liquor from all over the country in the future for you to savor. This little rascal has quite the conscience." Shen Chuan smiled. It still set the liquor aside, unwilling to indulge. Shen Mo arranged the dishes on the table in the room, noticing his little bed still in place. "Uncle, you should get rid of this bed." "No way. You'll eventually return to stay for a night." Shen Chuan insisted. Several aunties downstairs had advised him to dispose of the bed, noting that it would raise questions when a young lady came to visit. Shen Chuan had refused, choosing to keep the bed indefinitely. "Uncle, let me show you something." "What is it?" Shen Chuan abandoned the stove, deciding to enjoy the meal brought by his nephew. Shen Mo pulled several sheets of exam papers from his yellow backpack and handed them over. "Uncle, look." These perfect papers from his third-year junior high exams were merely a small achievement, but Shen Mo wished to share them with his uncle, knowing he would take pleasure in viewing them. Shen Chuan received the examination papers, and the first one was Chinese. "Oh, over 80 points. Quite impressive indeed. You truly took this seriously." Shen Chuan felt a surge of joy upon seeing the Chinese score, but it was the second paper, mathematics, that brought him a delightful surprise. A perfect score of 100? His happiness soared. Just a few days ago, he had heard Lu Qiang mention this, yet had dared not believe it. To think that his nephew truly achieved full marks. "Did you copy?" He pondered. "Surely not. I have never heard of anyone managing to copy a perfect score in math." The third paper was English, and the score was 60, just when Shen Chuan thought his nephew had the potential to become a translator. It suddenly dawned on him that the maximum score for English was 60. Upon inspecting the paper, he found it devoid of any red marks. The subsequent physics and chemistry papers also boasted perfect scores. "I never imagined you would truly excel. Uncle, next year I will certainly gain admission to a prestigious high school. After perusing your papers, I have decided to raise my expectations. A district-level school will not suffice. It must be a city-level one." Shen Chuan's spirits lifted, and he fetched a bottle of Luzhu Laozhou, handling it with care. Today was a day for celebration, indeed. Shen Mo seized the bottle from him, twisting off the cap, and Shen Chuan could only lament his misfortune. "Uncle, just enjoy yourself." Shen Mo handed the bottle to his uncle, glanced at the small table, and remarked, "It seems there is no staple food. I'll go buy some plain steam buns." "All right, don't purchase too many. If we buy excess, they spoil." When Shen Mo returned with a few steamed buns, he found Shen Chuan engrossed in the examination papers, savoring the wine, while popping a crispy shrimp into his mouth. "Uncle, I'm back. Come sit, let us eat." Shen Mo grabbed the bun and began to eat heartily with the dishes. After spending a month at school, he had only dined in the cafeteria, where the best meal consisted solely of tofu, leaving his palate quite unsatisfied. Shen Chuan set the papers aside and inquired, "This doesn't need to be taken back, does it?" "No, the teacher has already gone over it." Shen Chuan felt reassured. "Then it shall remain here with your uncle. Just gazing at it brings me great joy." Suddenly, Shen Mo said, "Uncle, today after school, I encountered that ticket seller from before." Shen Chuan nearly strained his back. The conversation had taken an unexpected turn. He hastily raised his cup to take a sip of wine to mask his surprise, only to end up choking. "Oh dear, I'm not destined for fine liquor." Coughing, his face flushed from the irritation. Shen Mo, unreserved with his uncle, remarked, "Uncle, you ought to stroll down Garden Road more often, indulge in some good dishes as a reward for yourself, and perhaps invite someone over for dinner on the weekend." Shen Chuan, puzzled, questioned, "How come you are so knowledgeable? Have you found romance at school?" Shen Mo quickly pulled the papers closer, declaring, "Uncle, as a student, one must ultimately rely on grades." Shen Chuan fell silent, but Shen Mo was not ready to let the topic go. "Uncle, you need to keep up." All right. I am well aware. I am counting on you to gain admission to a prestigious high school next year to bring honor to your uncle." "Uncle, I have arranged with manager Zhou to set aside 2 bottles of fine wine at the end of the year. You will need them for gifts. Let us eat. Such splendid dishes must not go to waste." It seemed the end of the year would be a good time for a visit. And Shen Chuan could not suppress a smile. "Uncle, I will return in a month. Can't you come back once a week? Surely your uncle can manage to get you some spare ribs? Once a week? How can you pursue a relationship then?" Shen Mo shook his head. "Midterm examinations are approaching. I will return after they conclude. Can you achieve first place?" Shen Chuan felt confident that his nephew could secure the top spot. However, Shen Mo was cautious. What if Zuking scored over 95 in Chinese, and with a bit of effort, secured over 95 in the other subjects as well? He truly felt uncertain. Can't you have a bit of confidence? If you manage to come in first for the midterms, your uncle will treat you to a restaurant. Then let us go for soup dumplings. The uncle and nephew enjoyed their ribs and shrimp, their thoughts lingering on soup dumplings. The atmosphere felt somewhat discordant. Yet soup dumplings possessed their own unique flavor, distinct from these hearty dishes. Shen Chuan drank half a bottle of wine, feeling tipsy and content, reclining and burping. His nephew had grown considerate, granting him ample space. Another day, when he had the chance, he would take the young lady out for dinner. Yes. Breakfast would be soup dumplings and lunch would be ribs. Early the next morning, Shen Mo rose early and went out to purchase rice balls for both himself and his uncle. "When we return to school, I'll head back shortly. I feel a bit anxious not being in the classroom." Shen Mo primarily wished to bring joy to his uncle, intending to return after the midterm exams, at which point Shen Chuan would surely be even more delighted. Chapter 45, An Unexpected Encounter. The following day, Shen Chuan did not rush Shen Mo to leave early. The uncle and nephew, disinclined to cook, ventured downstairs to buy rice balls and soy milk for breakfast. "Sister, another serving of rice balls." Soy milk was inconvenient to take away, so Shen Chuan opted not to order any. "Uncle, aren't you full?" Shen Mo found it curious that his uncle's appetite seemed greater than his own. "No, I'll take you to buy some clothes later. It's getting cold." His nephew's clothing was too thin. While it was manageable at the beginning of October, in a few days, it would no longer suffice. His nephew had earned a considerable amount of money. Purchasing a few garments was not unreasonable. Shen Chuan and Shen Mo waited for the tram, and when one arrived, Shen Chuan refrained from boarding, prompting Shen Mo to suspect that his uncle was waiting for someone. He chuckled to himself, not urging him to hurry. "Here it comes. Let us go." Shen Chuan and Shen Mo boarded the tram, and while purchasing tickets, Shen Chuan handed over his rice ball. Shen Mo turned his head aside, pretending not to notice. The ticket seller, Su Yufeng, accepted the rice ball and softly instructed, "You two should sit at the back." "MHM," Shen Chuan murmured in response. In public, they both appeared rather shy. The driver, observing the two through the rearview mirror, grinned. "Oh, it's little Shun." "Yes, indeed. Taking my nephew to buy a few clothes." Once Shen Chuan engaged with the driver, he felt at ease, sharing a plethora of conversation, allowing Su Yufeng to overhear. "Oh, you're quite the good uncle." The driver continued driving, not turning around, yet he maintained a friendly chat with Shen Chuan. Shen Chuan proudly declared, "My nephew has done remarkably well. He ranked first in the class, and might even be first in the grade." The driver's tone shifted from casual to astonished. "Really?" Su Yufeng's expression also brightened with surprise. She had not anticipated Shen Chuan's nephew to be so accomplished. Generally, families place great importance on kinship, and nephews and nieces tend to be quite close, if Shen Mo's parents had not divorced. Shen Chuan would not comprehend why they had chosen to part ways when their children were already so grown. The passengers nearby were equally taken aback. "You're not just bragging, are you? What nonsense am I spouting? First place is quite easy to verify. If I were boasting, wouldn't I claim he was among the top 3 instead?" Shen Chuan's logic was sound. While showcasing his nephew's achievements, he subtly nodded towards Su Yufeng. Though they need not speak, there was an unspoken connection. Despite their romantic involvement, the driver evidently viewed both young individuals as trustworthy, believing they were both of good character. He anticipated that, come the new year, he might partake in celebratory sweets. Su Yufeng blushed, taking small bites of the rice ball. She had brought a water bottle, taking a sip to wash down her food. As she began to eat, Shen Chuan felt as though he had tasted honey himself, his mood lifting and his voice growing louder. After disembarking from the tram, Shen Chuan did not forget to wave goodbye to Su Yufeng, though somewhat shy. She reciprocated the gesture. "Uncle, buy some sweets, like egg cakes, for her to try later." "I don't need your guidance." Shen Mo retorted. I was merely concerned you wouldn't want to spend money. Uncle, this is a significant moment in your life. Oh fine, I know what I'm doing. With some money in their pockets, the uncle and nephew forwent the large shopping mall and instead entered a nearby boutique. The clothes here were of decent quality at more affordable prices, and crucially, the customer service was excellent, allowing for haggling. Shen Mo opted not to choose trendy outfits, but instead selected 2 gray-blue jackets and 2 pairs of black trousers, aligning with the current fashion. As Shen Chuan urged his nephew to try on clothes, he expressed a tinge of regret, wishing that Yue Feng could join them, for her discerning taste surpassed his own. The 2 men, while purchasing attire, merely managed to avoid looking unkempt. The term handsome was far from applicable. Shen Mo, too, did not desire overly flamboyant garments. Aware that many brash adolescents might covet his well-chosen wardrobe and seek to borrow money from him, he preferred to save the pursuit of stylish clothing until after gaining admission to university. After donning a brand-new outfit, Shen Chuan scrutinized his reflection with evident satisfaction. Uncle, you should choose a few items as well. He prompted. Do I really need to? Shen Chuan hesitated. Had he been single, he would never have indulged in acquiring new clothes. Yet, the persistent image of Yue Feng lingered in his thoughts, leading him to relent and ask the shopkeeper to retrieve a garment from the wall for him to try on. Shen Mo observed the shopkeeper's actions and couldn't help but recall the extravagant scenes from online novels of the future. Envisioning a command to take all the clothes from the wall, he stifled a laugh, leaving the shopkeeper perplexed, nearly uttering a dismissive remark. After selecting 2 articles of clothing, Shen Mo remained dissatisfied. Uncle, let us buy a pair of leather shoes as well. Let us go. We should purchase shoes at the mall. Their selection is superior. Shen Chuan replied. The uncle and nephew, bags in hand, excitedly made their way to the shopping center, heading directly to the 3rd floor where shoes were sold. Let us try on a different pair. Those brown ones look promising. A woman's voice, both familiar and distant yet strikingly clear, pierced through Shen Mo's awareness. Instinctively, he turned towards the source, his eyes widening in surprise. Sensing someone gazing at him, the woman turned around, momentarily frozen. Shan Mo? Indeed, it was Shen Mo's mother. She held a small boy's hand and was accompanying a man as they tried on shoes. However, her smile faltered the moment she recognized him. When had it been since their last encounter? It seemed to have been before he entered junior high. Beside her was Shen Chuan, and it was only thanks to him that she dared to recognize Shen Mo. Regret washed over her as she called out to her son. What good would it do? Would she buy him a pair of shoes? The prices here were exorbitant, with the cheapest costing over 10 yuan, a sum she hesitated to part with. Auntie, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Shen Mo's words sent a tremor through May's heart, as if something deep within her had been touched. He led his uncle to another counter, sorrow welling up within him. What a happy family they seemed, reminiscent of his father's new family. Who would have imagined such a reunion after so many years? What good would it do to approach them? It was perhaps best not to intrude. May handed the small boy over to the man, saying, I'll go take a look. The man replied impatiently, What are you looking for? They've already said you've mistaken him. Isn't it your fault? If you hadn't tea-dawdled, we could have left earlier. May, unwilling to back down, retorted before making her way towards Shen Mo. Shan Mo, I'm your mother. She stepped forward, attempting to grasp Shen Mo's hand, but he instinctively withdrew. Glancing at the man, he stated, Your family is still waiting for you. Shen Chuan felt at a loss. After all, his elder brother's divorce and the fierce arguments with his sister-in-law had left a complex aftermath. Who could be blamed? It seemed both parties bore their share of responsibility. Ajia, you should head back, Shen Chuan addressed her, unable to refer to her as sister-in-law. May's eyes brimmed with tears. Shan Mo, I know you resent your mother, but I never wanted to abandon you. It was your father. He changed his heart once he heard he could return to Hohei. Shen Mo's heart quivered again. I have no father, so I cannot say who is right or wrong. Chapter 46, Not Buying Here. A warm face cannot be pressed against a cold backside. Forcing it will only lead to discomfort. You should go back. I won't intrude any further. May began to fumble for money, her expression fraught with urgency. Let me buy you a pair of shoes. No thanks, keep your money, Shen Mo replied, feeling it unnecessary. His uncle had visited many times, yet he had never received a single yuan from him. Wait, a thought crossed Shen Mo's mind. He hesitated to mention the city's relocation fee, but May's movements immediately halted. Shan Mo, you must understand your mother. I don't have that much money. I understand, Shen Mo nodded. I won't disturb you anymore. For now, I'll accompany my uncle to try on shoes. May felt a tightness in her chest. After all, he was a piece of her heart. Although she had neglected her eldest son, she wished for him to have a decent life. hoping Xinjiang would fulfill his responsibilities as a father rather than relying on Shan Chuan to take care of Shan Mo. But the mere thought of Xinjiang made her scoff. If he were here today, he wouldn't even dare to buy a pair of shoes for Shan Mo. So, why should she feel guilty? The Shuns were indifferent, and she, an outsider, should not concern herself. Yet, Shen Mo could never change his surname to he. Returning to the man, he teased, "All done pretending? Let us head back." "What do you mean pretending? I genuinely want to buy shoes for Shan Mo," she retorted. "I know you too well," he replied. "Let us go. We'll take this pair." The man led her and the child to pay. He made carrying the shoes while the man held the child, walking side by side as they exited the mall. Without Shen Mo, it would have been a perfect family moment. "What did your eldest son say?" The man inquired curiously. "He said he wouldn't come looking for me anymore." "Is that reassuring?" He may shot him a glare, her annoyance palpable. The man glanced back. "Let's hope so. The child is old enough to be independent now." Yet, he wondered about Shan Mo as household registration status. After graduating junior high, would he remain adrift in Hohei or return to Yunnan? He had no desire to worry about such matters. After all, Shen Mo was not his son. However, for the child in his arms, he would go to great lengths to secure a proper household registration. He was grateful that his wife chose to leave Xinjiang for him. That man was not someone to rely on. With a firm grip on his son, he declared, "Let us go. Dad will treat you to some Shangjian. Are you happy?" The little boy erupted in joyous laughter. "Yes. I want 10. No, 20. All right," the man said indulgently. The little boy turned to Hime. "Mom, who was that person just now?" "Just someone. Now let us eat more," she replied. "Okay." The little fellow nodded vigorously. As Shen Chuan watched the family depart, his enthusiasm for buying shoes waned. Yet, Shen Mo insisted he stay, determined to try on a pair. "Uncle, in a few years, I'll help you take care of the children, whether they be a brother or a sister. I'd love to take them out for delicious food." "Shout Mo. Your mother." Shen Chuan struggled to find the right words. In truth, his elder brother had not handled things well, leaving him unable to stand on a moral high ground to condemn Hime. Shen Mo scratched his head. "Uncle, don't worry about me. How about my household registration sorted? What else is there to be concerned about? Just try it on." Shen Chuan felt a pang of discomfort. Having just overheard the conversation between the mother and son, his nephew seemed to have given up hope for his elder brother. "Uncle, isn't enough to have you? My father probably doesn't want to see me either. One must know their place." "Ah, let us try on the shoes." Shen Mo hastily shifted the topic, urging his uncle to sit down while he called the salesperson to bring over a pair of leather shoes. "Uncle, let us try these first. After we buy them, we'll go have some Xylong Bayo, and you can take an extra portion. No need to bring extra. I'll get her some snacks and a pack of cigarettes for the driver." Shen Chuan replied, noticing his nephew changed the subject and deciding not to press further. The salesperson, observing their attire, presented a pair priced under 20 yuan. Shen Mo frowned. "No, I want those ones, the 50 yuan pair." Shen Chuan was taken aback. "Are we not budgeting anymore? I decide how to spend the money I earn, right, uncle? Not when you spend so extravagantly." The salesperson regarded them with disdain. "Young man, look closely. Those are 50 yuan leather shoes." Shen Mo felt a surge of frustration. He longed to pull the 50 yuan from his pocket and slam it down on the counter to claim those shoes. But why should he enrich them? He had heard tales of certain salespeople being overly arrogant from novels, but he never expected it to be true. He reached into his pocket, counted the money, and found he had exactly 50 yuan. The saleswoman curled her lips in disdain, about to fetch a pair of shoes, when she heard Shen Mo utter, "Uncle, let us change locations. We lack sufficient funds." The saleswoman thought to herself, "Don't you have 50? This thought escaped her lips as well. "Isn't your money enough? Do you expect me to entertain you? Am I not supposed to eat? Will you treat me to the dumplings after buying the shoes?" Without hesitation, Shen Mo retorted sharply. The saleswoman was at a loss for words. Why should she treat them? The money from selling shoes did not line her pockets. Shen Chuan, in agreement, found the shoes excessively priced. He rose accordingly. "Let us go. It's too expensive. Let us explore other options." The saleswoman displayed no pretense. Her face a mask of contempt. "Xiang Wuning." Shen Mo turned back and glared at her. "Just wait, Xiang Wuning. I'll fill my stomach first. And when you finish work, I'll teach you a lesson." His mood soured. He had no desire to indulge this saleswoman. Engaging in a quarrel was a waste of time. Shen Mo didn't wish to bicker with her, yet he couldn't allow her to insult him without consequence. It was better for both to feel a burden than for one to emerge victorious. The saleswoman's face turned pale with anger, mirroring Shen Mo's displeasure. He provocatively declared, "If I don't run into you today, I'll return tomorrow. I will catch you eventually." "What are you glaring at? Planning to call security?" "If you do, I'll hit you twice." The saleswoman, indeed, dared not call for help. This young man was serious and bore no psychological burden. The words Xiang Wu Ning lingered on her tongue, but she refrained from uttering them, helplessly watching Shen Mo and Shen Chuan depart. At the moment their figures vanished at the staircase, she finally spat out the name, only to see Shen Mo turn back deliberately to glance at her, startling her into turning away. I knew she was untrustworthy. Shen Chuan advised, Xiao Mo, prioritize your studies. This behavior is unseemly. Uncle, I know. Am I really going to hit her? I want to attend evening self-study. Besides, if she complains to the school, will I still have a chance to get into a prestigious high school? Your nephew is clear-headed. A retort is sufficient. There is no need for me to jeopardize my bright future over a saleswoman. Once outside, the uncle and nephew switched to another mall. Salespeople were the same ilk. Some good, some bad. Shen Mo indeed purchased a fine pair of leather shoes for Shen Chuan, spending over 40 yuan. This time, Shen Chuan paid, wanting to ensure his nephew had a comfortable school life. To be fair, the new shoes felt splendid, and Shen Chuan felt invigorated. During lunch, Shen Mo ordered an extra serving of dumplings. Both were at an age where they could eat heartily, and they could easily finish the additional portion. Uncle, the next time we return will be after the midterm exams. You must perform well. I just boasted, so don't let your uncle down. I certainly won tea. If I do achieve first in the grade, you must invite everyone to celebrate with a meal. How about that? Chapter 47. Can these two truly collaborate? At times, Shen Chuan genuinely admired his nephew's ideas, as they flowed seamlessly and seemed quite plausible. Then it settled. At over 20, Shen Chuan had never dated and cherished this prospective partner immensely. If all went smoothly, they might wed after the new year. As for his elder brother's marriage, it seemed somewhat unhappy, yet not entirely bad. Could his brother have remarried twice if it were truly miserable? Thus, Shen Chuan began to yearn for love and fantasized. Chuckling to himself, forgetting that his nephew was in the midst of a hearty meal, Shen Mo devoured the dumplings with great enthusiasm. 3 servings of dumplings proved insufficient, prompting the uncle and nephew to order another round, leaving them pleasantly full. Shen Mo patted his belly. From last night until now, I've eaten well enough to sustain me until after the midterms. Uncle, I'll head back to school first. In a hurry? Gome, let us buy some snacks before we take the tram back. The nephew seemed to lack a strong desire for snacks, which concerned Shen Chuan. He wanted his nephew to indulge a little. As they exited, Shen Mo stretched lazily. Uncle, next time I'll bring back more dishes. Halfway through his stretch, he seemingly spotted familiar figures. The land of who high isn't that small, is it? Are acquaintances everywhere? Shen Mo believed he saw Xiong Ming and Su Xiangyang. Though just a fleeting shadow, he was certain it was them. He trusted his eyes and felt that it was quite reasonable for the two to be together. One, desperate and reckless. The other, bold and unafraid. Shen Mo thought this time they might teach each other a lesson. Su Xiangyang had arranged to meet Xiong Ming for lunch through Wong Kong. The two dared not venture to the restaurant on Huayan Road, clearly avoiding it. Yet unexpectedly, they were still spotted by Shen Mo. However, he couldn't be bothered with their trivial matters. Brother Xiong, please. Xiong Ming first established his authority over Su Xiangyang. Mr. Su, I'm here to pick you up from the restaurant, but payment is required up front. Even so, Su Xiangyang was still preoccupied with the meager funds in his pocket, reluctant to pay initially. Brother Xiong, let us eat first and discuss while dining. Just so we're clear, this meal cannot be charged. If you charge me, I want to eat. Of course. Su Xiangyang assured him repeatedly. The two entered another restaurant, where Xiong Ming ordered several substantial dishes without hesitation. And Su Xiangyang felt no remorse. Compared to the translation fees, this cost was negligible. Mr. Su, I'm risking skipping class to assist you. I know. The advance payment was set at 1,000, with no room for negotiation. Come on, can we lower that? I'll need about 3 to 4 days. Plus there will be a second round. Xiong Ming was not easily fooled. Then, brother, please pay for the second round up front as well. Su Xiangyang was at a loss for words, quickly adopting a pained expression. Brother, can we settle this once and for all? Next Tuesday at 8 in the morning. And we must finish before noon. Since this is our first private collaboration, it's normal not to trust each other. How about I pay a 300 deposit first? Is that acceptable? Xiong Ming squinted, contemplating, and deemed that Su Xiangyang likely wouldn't pull any tricks. Seizing the moment while Xiong Ming pondered, Su Xiangyang began to lament his financial woes. Doing foreign trade sounds glamorous, but can lead to total ruin if one is not careful. Many foreigners lack integrity. They can simply back out of orders before they are finalized. I'm actually a poor man drowning in debt. Xiong Ming scoffed. If the risks are that high, Mr. Su should reconsider foreign trade. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Su Xiangyang accepted the dishes from the waiter, placing them on the table, extending an invitation to Xiong Ming, Brother, trust me. If you work as my translator, you'll soon develop an interest in foreign trade, and then I'll take you along. Xiongming felt a stir of interest. It wasn't a bad idea. With parents, siblings, and some relatives, he could invest and personally work as a translator, aiming for a larger share in the future. Su Xianyang casually mentioned this, but suddenly realized that Xiongming seemed intrigued. He eagerly grabbed a bottle of beer and poured a glass for Xiongming to save costs. He specifically ordered beer, claiming it was what young people should drink. Xiongming, indeed intrigued, agreed. All right, I'll take a 300 deposit. That's the spirit. Brother, generous and refined. Cheers. The two clinked their glasses, reaching a verbal agreement. Outside the private room, as people came and went, Su Xianyang glanced outside and spotted Shen Mo. The young lad was standing with an older man, carrying several bags while waiting for the tram. Brother Xiong, take a look. Carrying bags. Su Xianyang seized the opportunity to mock Shen Mo, even though he couldn't hear. Xiongming looked out the window and couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Su, you're quite humorous. The October sunlight, akin to gold, fell upon Shen Mo, seemingly merging him with the city, yet in Su Xianyang's eyes. Shen Mo was merely the fool waiting for the bus. Su Xianyang achieved his goal, successfully igniting a shared animosity in Xiongming against Shen Mo, aligning them together. Yet neither of them could fathom that Shen Mo had witnessed their actions and discerned their intentions, yet chose to refrain from wading into this murky situation. Once a person's true nature is revealed, the potential consequences of collaboration with them become all too predictable. Thus, when two such individuals converge, it is an ominous sign indeed. The tram arrived several times, but none were the one Shen Chuan wished to board, leaving the uncle and nephew foolishly standing beneath the sign, waiting until Su Yufeng's tram finally arrived. Get on. Shen Chuan, agile and sprightly, effortlessly boarded, his polished leather shoes gleaming. He first handed a pack of cigarettes to the driver, saying, Brother, thank you for your hard work. The driver replied, Xiao Shun, this isn't appropriate. Oh, new shoes? The driver, ever observant, immediately noted Shen Chuan's distinction. Shen Chuan chuckled, Brother, smoke, smoke. He leaned toward Su Yufeng. 2 tickets, Xiao Mo, pay up. Wishing to spare Su Yufeng any discomfort, he sent his nephew to handle the fare. With his nephew paying, Su Yufeng had no choice but to accept. Here. Shen Chuan handed Su Yufeng a small bag, and, just as she was about to peek inside, he remarked, Look at it after you get back. Oh, Xiao Shun. So mysterious. What could it be? The driver eagerly inquired. Surely better than cigarettes, Shen Chuan retorted, gesturing for Shan Mo to find a seat at the back while he remained by Su Yufeng. Observing his uncle in the throes of romance, Shen Mo suddenly realized that perhaps his uncle wasn't as foolish as he had initially thought, or perhaps he simply spoke more when Shen Mo was absent. With a smile, Shen Mo watched the interaction between his uncle and the ticket seller, suppressing the inner turmoil of discontent. When the tram reached its destination, Shen Mo collected his thoughts and bid farewell to Shen Chuan. Uncle, I shall return to school now. I will come back after the midterm exams. Chapter 48. Registering with the school leadership. Shen Mo, come. Let us fetch some water. Today it was Shen Mo's group assigned to clean, and Li Dai beckoned him to join in fetching water, which they would sprinkle while sweeping later. The two of them set out with a bucket, aiming to tidy the classroom before evening self-study. Shen Mo, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Li Dai asked. Of course not. It's still early. The cafeteria isn't even cooking yet. Li Dai pulled a boiled egg from his pocket and handed it to Shen Mo. I didn't make tea eggs. Those are difficult to carry. Wait, you really brought this for me? Shen Mo stared at the egg, momentarily taken aback. I thought you were worried I'd go hungry. Zhou Jie gave me the compass. Heh, you can use it for drawing in math class. Shen Mo accepted the egg with gratitude. Thank you. It will be perfect for dinner. Li Dai beamed. Exactly. Did Zhou Jie say nothing? Not a word. But who could resist having a great deskmate like me, right? After a moment of pride, Li Dai grew somber. After the midterms, they likely rearranged the seating, and I might not sit with you anymore. Not necessarily, right? I think our current seating is just fine. Let us keep it the same next time. Li Dai was a good-natured fellow. Importantly, did he stir trouble or lead Shen Mo astray? He simply enjoyed amusing himself during self-study. What more could Shen Mo desire in a deskmate? Li Dai was quite pleased. I thought you'd be moved to the front. The front is for those who need it. Shen Mo waved grandly, positioning the bucket beneath the tap, and the two filled it to about half. As they carried it back, Li Dai took the dirtier end, causing Shen Mo to feel a tad embarrassed. In the classroom, a few female classmates prepared to sweep, and upon seeing the two returning with water, hurried to assist, sprinkling a bit to minimize the dust before promptly settling down to study. With less than a month until the midterms, a sense of urgency permeated the air, finally instilling a semblance of the pressure typical of the third year. After dinner, Yuan Li arrived in the classroom to assess the students' conditions, offering a few words of encouragement before heading to the weekly meeting. On her way, she encountered Zhao Zhaijun, the homeroom teacher of Class 3. Yuan Li, you seem quite spirited. Indeed. By the way, is that little potato in your class really so remarkable? Little potato is a term used affectionately for the children of educated youth from Yunnan. Quite remarkable. They then crossed paths with Zhang Junhai, the director of education. Upon hearing Shen Mo's name, brightened. Old Yuan, keep an eye on that precious little potato of yours. If he encounters any difficulties in life, do not hesitate to let me know. Rest assured, I am quite attentive to him. Shen Mo's name began to gain recognition with the director of education. As the first round of assessments for the third year concluded, Shen Mo seemed to have undergone a transformation akin to being refined in the crucible of Laozi himself during the summer vacation. Students who excelled academically would naturally draw Zhang Junhai's attention. Shen Mo, residing at school, was relatively safe. However, many day students were at risk if any local delinquents sought trouble, and he would stand up for them. With a background in sports, he was well-built and had taken to jogging around the school grounds, which had become a habit. A few years prior, he had confronted local delinquents with several strong male students from the school, but after a crackdown, those troublemakers had vanished, though it seems some new faces were emerging in recent years. After the weekly meeting, Zhang Junhai shared a cigarette with Principal Yao Bang, discussing the exceptional students in this year's third year. I am now merely awaiting the midterms. If Shen Mo can maintain his current level, we will have one more student admitted to the municipal Key High School this year. Yao Bang, however, remained a bit concerned. During the meeting, he had considered presenting Shen Mo as a model student, but ultimately held back. What if the boy's achievements were merely the result of cheating? If that were the case, it would be rather embarrassing during the midterms. Thus, during the midterms, he would instruct the invigilators to pay particular attention to him, to see if he had truly found his footing. In the lead-up to the midterms, Yao Bang would closely monitor Shen Mo, for such students were exceedingly rare. He might even gain admission to some of the nation's top universities. Shen Mo aspired to attend a prestigious institution. During his previous high school years, he often observed seniors returning to retake exams, eager for another chance. Some had failed, yet many had succeeded. They all, to varying degrees, managed to raise their scores. The most remarkable was a student who gained admission to a private civil engineering program at Fujian. Shen Mo's starting points surpassed those of the retaking seniors, and he wished to test his own mettle. In the classroom, the sound of chatter persisted, while Shen Mo diligently worked through problems to cultivate his critical thinking skills. While Li Dai doodled a turtle beside him, suddenly, silence enveloped the room, prompting Li Dai to quickly hide his drawing and feign concentration on a physics problem. However, no teacher approached. Li Dai cautiously glanced up, realizing it was merely a false alarm. He did not understand why everyone had abruptly fallen silent. But the absence of a teacher was always a good thing. Outside the window, the autumn insects began to chirp, restoring some semblance of normalcy to the classroom. The bell for evening self-study rang, and the students cheered, swiftly gathering their belongings, heading home, or returning to the dormitories. Shen Mo, Zhang Yahua, and Su Kaiman, as usual, remained behind to continue studying. He Zuking, a day student, began to feel the pressure, deliberately delaying her departure by 5 minutes. She caught sight of the three diligently studying in the classroom. Zhou Jia waited for her for 5 minutes, and in a moment of boredom, suddenly noticed the new clothes adorning Shan Mo. They were inconspicuous, yet undeniably new. Oh, fragrant Miss Lemon, new clothes, huh? She approached Shen Mo with a cheerful smile. Shen Mo looked up. I did well this time, so my uncle bought me these. Zhou Jia immediately felt displeased. She could surpass Shan Mo from the second year, but not this Shen Mo of the third year. She found herself puzzled, wondering what kind of magical remedy he had consumed. Zhou Jia, Zuking, let's go. Li Yu from the adjacent class approached them, and the three girls walked together, feeling much safer in numbers. Zuking glanced longingly back at the three still engrossed in their studies. She too wished to stay a bit longer, but ultimately decided to return home to study. Just as she exited the school gate, a group of boys approached her. Zhou Jia waved her hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies. Not on your route, is it? Do what you need to do. It's not like I'm seeking you out, so why all the chatter? A boy shot a retort at Zhou Jia before sidling up to Zuking, pulling a letter from his pocket. I penned a little essay and would appreciate your guidance, he said. Li Yu interjected. That should be correct or revise. It's essentially the same. No, why are you so verbose? I'm not even talking to you. The boy shot back at Liu. Zhou Jie suggested, Zuking, let us go ignore him. Suddenly, Zuking felt a stir in her heart and asked, Fong Chong, what score did you get on your final exam in the second year? Chapter 49, Not going to the first exam hall. Fong Chong braced himself for a retort from Zuking, but to his surprise, she posed him such a question. He stammered, feeling quite embarrassed. Zhou Jie urged, come on, say it. What is there to hide? It can't be lower than mine, right? In truth, Fong Chong's score was indeed lower than Zhou Jie's, and he interpreted Zuking's inquiry as a means of establishing distance. Let us go, Zuking. He clearly knows. Zhou Jie seemed to agree. However, Zuking remained steadfast and pressed. Fong Chong, how much did you score in your final exam? Less than 300, he admitted. Zhou Jie burst into laughter. Less than 300? I could just as easily claim to score less than 400. The boy before them was both naive and amusing. Yet he was also trying to be clever. Hey, Fong Chong, come with me for a moment. Zuking, sensing something, pulled Fong Chong aside. Addressing Zhou Jie and Liu, you two stay back for now. Fong Chong felt puzzled. He had never heard of a boy receiving such treatment. A group of boys nearby looked on with unfriendly expressions. He proudly nodded towards them, following Zuking to a more secluded spot. During the recent midterm, Zuking initiated a conversation. Contemplating her wording, Fong Chong boldly declared, I will definitely do well. I'll be in the top 10 of the class. Zuking nearly burst out laughing. You? In the top 10? On what grounds? Not that. She steadied herself. You might share an exam hall with Shen Mo. What? You like him? That boy from Yunnan? Fong Chong protested. Recently, Shan Mo's name had been on everyone's lips, as each teacher used him as a model for the class. Could it be that Zuking had developed a liking for Shan Mo? This was not entirely impossible. He needed a plan. As Fong Chong was lost in thought, Zuking continued, I don't believe Shen Mo could surpass me with just one summer of study. He must have cheated. Fong Chong quickly agreed, exactly. I don't believe it either. Not just me, many in our class doubt it. Perhaps that kid learned a few tricks over the summer, employing some hidden methods of cheating. He scored almost the same as you in the second year. During the midterms, keep an eye on him for me to see if he is truly cheating. Absolutely. I'll make sure of it. Fong Chong boasted. Ready to tackle any challenge Zuking laid before him. All right, let us go. Although Zuking promised nothing in return, Fong Chong was elated, even as she withheld his letter. Zhou Jie and Liu exchanged puzzled glances at Fong Chong, who turned back every few steps. Zuking, do you really like him? What could you possibly see in him? Zhou Jie asked in concern for her friend. Zuking replied calmly, when did I say I liked him? I merely need him to assist me. Nothing more. What could he possibly help you with? Zhou Jie murmured, just as the three girls departed. Fong Chong's companions gathered around him. They playfully punched him on the shoulder. Oh, look at you. Of course. Don't you see who I am? Just look at my swagger. Fong Chong posed, trying to appear more dashing, only to notice a group approaching from a distance. You, come here. The leader barked, pointing at him. What is the matter? Looking for a fight? Just so you know, I'm warning you to stay away from Zuking from now on. If I see you again, I'll hit you again. I won T. As the assailant advanced, raising his fist to strike Fong Chong's nose, Fong Chong dodged, and the two groups of youths quickly became embroiled in a brawl. The surroundings were sparse, with only a few timid students present. The streetlights provided ample illumination, making an ideal setting for a scuffle. Occasionally, a few adults passed by but dared not intervene until the police arrived, causing the youths to scatter like birds. Fong Chong clutched his arm, wincing from the pain. Liu Tang, find out who that group is. Those little bastards dare to hit me. Let us see if I one T show them a thing or two. Leave it to me. Liu Tang readily agreed, understanding the importance of their reputation. They could not let this go unaddressed. Fighting had its techniques. One had to choose the right moment when the opponent was alone for a higher success rate. If one encounter didn't suffice, multiple attempts would eventually yield results. However, the opposing group clearly had the same strategy, planning to strike when Fong Chong was isolated. If one attempt failed, they would try again, hoping to eventually intimidate him. The news of the brawl at the school gate spread quickly the next morning. During the morning reading session, Li Dai, taking advantage of the recitation, excitedly recounted the incident to several classmates. Impressive, truly impressive. I heard Zuking received a love letter from Fong Chong. What did you say? Zuking received a love letter from Fong Chong? How can that be? Don't believe me? I don't either, but later you can ask in Fong Chong's class. The boys at the back all know. The boys from class 2 exchanged incredulous glances towards Zuking, who was busy memorizing vocabulary, seemingly unaffected by the rumors. While the conversation thrived, the excited voices clashed with the reading, prompting Zhou Jie to turn around and glare at them. Stop talking nonsense. Zuking didn't receive anything last night. Yet her denial was only acknowledged by a few boys in the class. While the rumor flourished in class 4, where Fong Chong was. There was no need for Lu Tang to investigate. News had already circulated that the boy they fought with last night was Feng Yangfeng from Class 1. His boastful tales had reached Class 1 as well, and Feng Yangfeng, gritting his teeth, resolved to confront Fong Chong again that night. Fong Chong was particularly in high spirits today, with a steady stream of visitors from Class 4 seeking information. He reveled in his glory, starting to fantasize about what would come after the midterm examinations. Once the deed was done, surely Hezuking would reward him with some sweet favor, right? Yet, before the midterm exams, Fong Chong faced multiple ambushes, nearly having his head smashed in. The weather grew colder as the exams approached. During the first evening study session, the homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, entered the classroom. You can hear the noise from our class outside. Let us go take a look at Class 1. Get out now. Just see how they study. Do you think you have much time left? The midterm exams are right around the corner. After the midterms, how much time will you have left? After the midterms comes New Year S, and after New Year S is the Spring Festival. Once the Spring Festival is over, the weather will warm up, and then it's the high school entrance exam. Just take a look at yourselves. Yuan Li hurled a piece of chalk that struck Li Da-Yi squarely on the head. Look at yourselves, and yet you can only recite Om-S law. Li Da-Yi, stand at the back. You can't even sit next to Shen Mo properly. Li Da-Yi felt wronged. He hadn't been listening to the homeroom teacher's lecture. But how did she find out? Nearby, Lu Yulin grinned at him, but quickly suppressed it, fearing that Yuan Ma would also punish him to the back. Tonight, we will distribute the admission tickets for the midterm exams. Please take them seriously. Wang Hao reluctantly stepped forward. Being class monitor was truly tedious. They were in the third year and nearing graduation, and he didn't dare to manage the disobedient boys in the back. When he reached Shen Mo's desk, Wang Hao exclaimed, "Oh, you didn't go to the first exam hall." Chapter 50, Midterm Exams and Their Outcomes. Originally, Wang Hao intended to pull Shan Mo into the fray for support, but now he didn't even dare to mention Shen Mo's name at home. He handed Shan Mo his admission ticket and placed Li Da-Yi's ticket on the desk, sighing inwardly. Shen Mo would only take the exam in the 7th hall this time. He would certainly have to go to the first exam hall later. Yuan Li continued from the podium. Everyone, please put away your books. For those residing in the dormitory, store them there. For day students, take them home and bring them back after the exams. During the examination period, sit facing away from your desks and ensure a staggered seating arrangement with the first and second year students. Now that you are in the third year, there is no need to deceive yourselves. Your capabilities are what they are. The examinations at Zhongxing Middle School are quite distinctive. Not only do we sit apart, but the subjects are also divided. For the first session, third-year students will take Chinese, second-year students will take mathematics, and first-year students will take English. There's no chance for cheating. This is mainly to prevent the younger students from receiving help, as it is conceivable that third-year students, having studied more, might be tempted to assist them. However, during major subjects, no one has the luxury of time to spare. One is too preoccupied with their own exams to concern themselves with others. Yuan Li spoke for quite a while before finally returning to her office. Li Da-Yi quickly dashed back to his seat, glancing at Shan Mo's examination permit, lamenting, "What a pity. It would be wonderful if we could be in the same room. But you can't see," came the reply. "True, but even if I can't see you, just knowing you there makes me feel capable of answering some questions." Huh? Shen Mo was somewhat puzzled, unsure if he was being treated as a lucky charm or a mascot. Perhaps it's for the best that we aren't in the same examination room. Who knows? We might end up in the same venue for the high school entrance exam, right? Shen Mo offered him a rather unreliable hope. Li Da-Yi held no such expectations. He simply wanted to enjoy his time with Shan Mo as desk mates and pass the third year joyfully. Should he fail to gain admission to high school, he planned to enlist in the military. The next day, Shan Mo organized his books and moved to the dormitory. Li Da-Yi, not wishing to bring books home, joined Lu Yulin in borrowing Shen Mo's bed space. Many others came to squat in the dormitory, which was small and had its underbed space stuffed full. By the end of the semester, everyone would take their books home. Everyone was excited, preparing for the upcoming midterm exams. Today, Shen Mo did not return to the classroom for self-study. The classroom door was plastered with examination room numbers, prohibiting student entry. A group of students went to the cafeteria for a simple dinner, chatting together. Shen Mo, do you think you could take first place this time? The dormitory residents were most concerned with this topic. Shen Mo chuckled. First place isn't that easy to achieve. What do you think? If someone could take first place in the midterms, would they be recommended for high school? Perhaps by the finals, but midterms are still a stretch. Zhongxing Middle School did not offer any recommendation slots. This group of youths had only heard of them, never seen one. It did not prevent them from indulging in their fantasies. Is a recommendation necessary? Shen Mo thought not. He preferred to enter based on his merits. eager to ascertain his standing among middle school students in Hohei. Great talents abound in every era, and he, as a cheater, must constantly remind himself of this. Outside the school, Fang Chong finally cornered He Zuking again. Let me have a word with Zuking. His audacity was evident, as he dropped the formalities and addressed her in a familiar tone. Zhou Jia wished he would take a moment to reflect, but as she was not directly involved, she merely glared at Fang Chong. He Zuking felt quite repulsed but still walked a short distance with him. I've confirmed it. I'm in the same examination room as Shen Mo. That kid has worked hard for half a semester, but still hasn't made it to the first examination room. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. All right, I understand. Thank you. Is that all? What else do you want? Fang Chong scratched his head, realizing there was indeed little else he could do. After all, if he had to keep tabs on someone, would He Zuking have to be divided into n parts? He was pleased with his newfound knowledge of n. After thanking him, He Zuking left with Zhou Jia and Li Yu. Just as they turned the corner, another brawl erupted nearby. Wang Hao and Lu Yulin passed by, glanced in, and saw Fang Chong, guessing it was another jealousy-fueled skirmish. They had no time to indulge in the spectacle, as exams were imminent. What now? It seems I can only mention your name from here on out, Wang Hao thought, feeling disgruntled that Shen Mo was progressing too quickly. Lu Yulin reassured him, it's fine. I can mention your name too. The two were evenly matched, and it was hard to say who would perform better. They needed each other as a safety net. Meanwhile, on Fang Chong's side, the fight continued, while the two of them were in a state of chaos. By the next morning, Fang Chong stubbornly showed up, his arm in a sling, indicating a serious injury. Yet, he boasted to everyone that he was only lightly wounded and still in the game for the exams. He may not excel academically, but he had a knack for pursuing girls. Looking at his arm, he had already conjured an excuse to present to He Zuking. I endured such hardship for you. Are you moved? In the 7th examination room, Shan Mo found his seat, carrying only a fountain pen, leaving everything else behind. As for Chinese, Fang Chong regretted it. He could have skipped the exam. How could one cheat? He had not heard of Shan Mo achieving a perfect score in Chinese. Shen Mo dared not underestimate the subject, having not scored full marks in 2nd grade, due to the addition of essays in 3rd grade. Yet, Chinese was indeed unique. If one took it lightly, their scores would undoubtedly plummet, perhaps not drastically, but enough to cause discomfort. After the last assessment, Shen Mo had dedicated a significant amount of time to Chinese. He had reduced his English study time, as he felt entirely confident in that subject. This time, he hoped to score a few more points than before. There were 2 invigilators, and one of them kept a watchful eye on Shen Mo. The school had produced this student, and no one wished for any deception. The printed examination papers were visually appealing, and Shen Mo's answering was notably swift. Nearby, a first-year student fidgeted, casting glances at Shan Mo, but daring not to speak, resorting instead to more fidgeting. Fang Chong also noticed the unusual attention from the invigilators, who seemed to be fixated on Shan Mo. Goodness, this is serious. Though he was reckless, he was not foolish. Students like Shen Mo were not to be trifled with at school. Once the morning Chinese exam concluded, the 2 invigilators were promptly summoned by the head of the teaching department, Zhang Junhai. So, did Shen Mo cheat? No. He only brought a fountain pen and was very focused while taking the test. Good. Zhang Junhai felt a sense of relief, acknowledging that diligent reading would yield results. They would see how the afternoon math exam went. In the afternoon math session, Shen Mo brought additional stationery, ruler, protractor, compass, and pencils. The 2 invigilators remained vigilant, watching Shen Mo closely. He focused intently on the problems, unaware of their scrutiny. Whenever the 2 invigilators conversed quietly, they would still keep an eye on Shen Mo. If Shan Mo truly scores first in the grade this time, Principal Yao and Director Zhang will surely be relieved. I want to see how many perfect scores this Shen Mo can achieve. Chapter 51, A Reason. The first day of examinations concluded, and students streamed out of classrooms, their expressions ranging from joy to concern, though most bore a look of relaxation tinged with fatigue. The morning had seen Chinese history, while the afternoon was devoted to mathematics and geography. Tomorrow would bring English and chemistry in the morning, followed by physics and biology in the afternoon, a tight schedule that necessitated rest. Shen Mo returned to the dormitory, encountering Zhang Yehua midway. How did it go? They both posed the same question and exchanged smiles. Zhang Yehua answered first. I felt good about it, but time was a bit tight. I only managed to check a few major questions. How about you? As for me, I also ran out of time and couldn't revisit the last major question. Shen Mo had enough time, but he couldn't afford to be overly proud. Being too boastful would invite resentment. Moreover, it was wise to remain modest until the scores were released. If he boasted prematurely and faced an unexpected turn of events, it would be quite embarrassing. Shen Mo's cautious nature meant that, even with confidence, he would not boast too soon. Popping champagne before the final results was a definite faux pas. Are you hungry? Zhang Yahua rubbed her stomach, feeling somewhat depleted after the math exam. Shen Mo felt fine. Perhaps his grasp of the third-year math problems kept his mind from being overloaded. Let's eat later. It's not time yet. What are we waiting for? Come on, let's head to the cafeteria first, Zhang Yahua urged, pulling Shen Mo along. We should finish eating early to return to the dormitory and study. Lu Yulin, Li Daiyai, and Wang Hao also emerged from the examination hall. Upon spotting Shen Mo and Zhang Yahua, Li Daiyai and Lu Yulin greeted them warmly, while Wang Hao greeted them with a frown. Shen Mo, do you think you could take first place this time? Lu Yulin harbored great hopes for Shen Mo's success, not only due to their amicable relationship, but also out of a desire to see Wang Hao face a setback. He beamed at Wang Hao, who appeared increasingly troubled. You really think like that? Wang Hao nearly lost his composure, his expression a tumult of confusion and frustration. Can someone change so dramatically over a single summer? Shen Mo replied, it's not impossible. How does one achieve such a transformation? Teach me. Wang Hao, along with a few others, was intrigued. Even Zhang Yahua couldn't help but express her curiosity. Shen Mo recalled a classic tale from a future era where a young man, under the cover of night, scaled a wall to access the internet, only to find his elderly father huddled beneath a street lamp, too frugal to afford a night's lodging. The young man, filled with remorse, scrambled back to his dormitory, vowing to study diligently from that moment forward. Others speculated that he must have encountered a ghost during his midnight escapade. Yet in truth, it was a moment of profound awakening. During the summer, I spent my time washing dishes. Zhou Jie spoke no falsehoods. My uncle, in his desperation to secure my household registration, sought help far and wide, all for this elusive documentation. Now that I have it, how could I possibly neglect my studies? Am I still a person if I do? Shen Mo's intellect was not lacking. Yet he required a compelling and credible justification for his resolve. This household registration served as that rationale. The surrounding individuals remained silent, recognizing the strength of Shen Mo's reasoning. They had consumed numerous motivational articles and were inclined to believe such transformations could occur in their midst. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hao finally spoke. Indeed, one cannot emulate the wisdom of impoverished children who mature early, although he hesitated to label Shen Mo as poor. Wait a moment, this lad is clad in new garments. Can he truly be impoverished? Wang Hao sensed something amiss. However, Lu Yulin and the others found no fault. Shen Mo had performed exceptionally well in the last quiz. Ranking first in the grade, acquiring a few new outfits seemed reasonable. If it were them, their families would undoubtedly indulge in similar purchases. Lu Yulin admired Shen Mo greatly. You are remarkable. At this rate, you might not even need to pay for high school. It was a natural assumption that students with excellent grades would receive preferential treatment. Wang Hao began to calculate expenses, pondering the possibility of attending the same high school as Shen Mo, which could be quite costly. Lu Yulin held little hope of sharing the same high school with Shen Mo. As long as he could progress to higher education, any institution would suffice. Say, do you think anyone from our school exchanges exam questions with students from other institutions? The examination for the third year of middle school followed a strict sequence, leaving no room for such exchanges. However, for the first and second years, it was plausible that students might gather during lunch to swap major questions. What does it matter? We can't exchange anything ourselves. What good would it do now? The third year's exam will reveal the truth. They parted ways at the cafeteria's junction. Lu Yulin and his friends contemplating whether they should study upon returning, with exams looming in the coming days. They felt a renewed sense of urgency spurred by Shan Mo's example. As they exited the school gates, their motivation lingered. However, from a distance, they spotted He Zuking, Zhou Jie, and Li Yu. Wang Hao instinctively considered approaching them, but Lu Yulin scoffed. They're ignoring you. Don't waste your efforts, all right? Wang Hao, momentarily disheartened by his words, retorted defiantly. How can it be a waste of effort? Just as he was about to step forward, he noticed Fang Chong, whose hand was bandaged, making his way towards He Zuking. Go for it. Lu Yulin encouraged Wang Hao. You're not being sincere. Approaching now will only earn you a beating, Wang Hao thought. Although Fang Chong only had one usable hand, it still had its moments of strength. Wang Hao hesitated, casting a wary glance and refraining from intervening, while Lu Yulin simply chuckled, watching the spectacle alongside Li Daiyai. Fang Chong approached He Zuking with an exaggerated display of distress, greeting her warmly. Zuking, I have no surname. Call me He Zuking. She could hardly tolerate it. If she became accustomed to such familiarity, it would be intolerable, especially with so many witnesses present. Fang Chong had undoubtedly chosen this moment deliberately, seeking to be seen. Her tone was firm, her demeanor unyielding, effectively rebuffing Fang Chong's enthusiasm. Fang Chong, sensing her resistance, hesitated to press further, fearful of losing her favor. There were many students in the 7th examination hall, and Hizuking was not obligated to rely on his assistants. By the way, I observed that the proctor was closely watching him. He won't stir up any trouble. In my opinion, he'll still be in the same examination hall as us. Fang Chong firmly believed that no one could overturn their fate in the 3rd year. If such a person existed, they would have emerged in the 1st or 2nd year. I see, thank you. Fang Chong blocked their path, his eyes wide. Is that all? Zhou Jia, hands on her hips, challenged him. What do you want? Is this such a trivial favor you're after? Let us see just how shameless you can be. What? I've been beaten to a pulp and not a word of sympathy? Fang Chong protested, attempting to showcase his injuries. Did Shen Mo do this? Zhou Jia tossed a remark at him, sending Fang Chong reeling. Although the conversation between Hizuking and Fang Chong did not explicitly mention Shen Mo, it was not difficult to infer. Zhou Jia was skeptical that Shan Mo could be responsible for the incident, cautioning against attributing all accomplishments to him. Fang Chong was left speechless, his expression awkward as he shot Zhou Jia a furtive glare, which she returned with equal intensity. Hizuking tugged at Zhou Jia. Let us go. She then turned back to Fang Chong. But thank you anyway. Fang Chong trailed behind. Rest assured. I'll keep an eye on him tomorrow. No need. Hizuking's voice floated back, her back turned as they walked away. Chapter 52. Steady. Fang Chong was quite dejected. The onlookers around him wore expressions that were half smiles, half mocking. Scram! Fang Chong shouted in frustration, yet a few individuals restrained him. These individuals began to disperse the crowd. Everyone, move along. We need to speak with Fang Chong. Wang Hao, lingering at a distance, felt a pang of anxiety. Fang Chong is about to get beaten up. Lu Yulin encouraged him. This is your moment to be a hero and save the damsel. If it were Hizuking being attacked, I would definitely step in. But Fang Chong is not in our class. I can't intervene. Wang Hao was unwilling to take the lead, especially for someone he deemed undeserving. Following this commotion, the flicker of motivation for studying that had ignited in Wang Hao, Lu Yulin, and Li Daiyai dimmed once more. Hizuking and her companions walked far away, turning a corner, unaware of the unfolding events behind them. Those arriving later would also prevent them from witnessing what transpired. Hey, Zuking, did you have Fang Chong keep an eye on Shen Mo? Zhou Jia speculated, knowing the unnamed individual could only be Shen Mo Zhou Jia. Do you think someone could suddenly score full marks? I just want to validate my suspicions. Liu also found it too surreal. After all, a perfect score was no small feat, even if one were to cheat. Achieving perfection would be unlikely. That truly was an extraordinary score. She began to believe that Shan Mo could indeed attain such results, yet remained difficult to fathom. Just earlier, hadn't Fang Chong claimed that Shan Mo had not cheated during the math exam? Let us wait and see how he performs in mathematics. If he scores above 90, I'll concede to him. In the faculty room, the teachers were not resting on their laurels. They were diligently grading the exams. The papers were sealed with names, so the teachers were unaware of whose work they were assessing. Among a sea of unremarkable scores, one suddenly stood out with a perfect score, and Teacher Wang, reviewing the papers, immediately thought of Shen Mo, having heard that he remained in the 7th examination hall. Gokun promptly approached, glancing at the handwriting and nodding in approval. Indeed, this should be his. Seeing the perfect score only heightened Gokun's satisfaction. Earlier in the day, he had discussed with the dean, Zhang Junhai, how the proctor had been advised to pay special attention to Shen Mo during this midterm examination. Gokun held great confidence in Shen Mo, as he was Shen Mo's subject teacher and was well aware of his students' capabilities. Naturally, it was normal for others to be skeptical, but he eagerly anticipated the opportunity for Shen Mo to vindicate himself in front of his peers. As a mathematics teacher with an inherent affinity for the sciences, Gokun's confidence was rising, even though physics and chemistry had yet to be tested. With a student achieving a perfect score, Gokun's spirits were high as he poured himself a cup of hot water, leisurely returning to his desk to continue grading the remaining papers. The teachers of Class 2 were in high spirits, as they felt they had fortuitously acquired the most outstanding student. Their elation was entirely unrelated to any monetary rewards, but rather stemmed from the joy of encountering such a talented individual. Early the next morning, Shen Mo re-entered the examination hall, where Fang Chong, his arm bandaged, watched him from a distance. The previous day, after school, a number of male classmates had engaged in friendly discourse with him, imparting some valuable insights. Now, as he observed Shen Mo, he lamented inwardly, wishing he could perform well enough to avoid sharing the examination room with him. You should strive to excel, he mused. Is it really necessary to receive such preferential treatment just for exchanging a few words with Hizuking? If I were to take her for a bike ride, I'd probably not make it back to the examination hall today. In junior high, some delinquents relished fighting and stirring up trouble, employing their own methods to deal with grievances typically resorting to physical altercations with anyone they perceived as an annoyance. They were experts in the realm of early romantic entanglements. However, attractive female classmates were scarce, and those willing to associate with them even more so. Thus, they would seize every potential opportunity. How would they pursue these opportunities? By engaging in fights. If one skirmish proved insufficient, they would initiate several more. Fang Chong had hoped to showcase his abilities today, intending to impress his Zuking after school. But this ambition had been extinguished the previous night. As the chemistry exam commenced, Shen Mo seized his pen and began answering the questions with remarkable speed. Another examination concluded, and Shen Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Even when accounting for political science, he was confident he would secure the top position in his grade. Eagerly anticipating the release of his scores. In physics and chemistry, he aimed for no less than 95, but it was Chinese literature that concerned him most, as it remained a challenging subject for him. Even if it took another week, the scores would eventually be revealed, and he would return to visit his second uncle. Shen Mo, can you achieve first place? Several dormitory mates gathered around him, unknowingly beginning to recognize his capabilities. Shen Mo refrained from claiming the top position, modestly responding, "It would suffice to be the best in our dormitory." His friends teased him, "Why the humility in front of us?" Outside the school, Zhou Jie walked alongside He Zuking and Li Yu, glancing around as they strolled back. "What are you looking for?" He Zuking inquired. "I'm searching for Fang Chong." "It's unusual for him not to show up today," Zhou Jie expressed her surprise. He Zuking pondered for a moment before replying. "Perhaps he feels he has no reason to appear today after I thanked him yesterday." "That doesn't seem right," Zhou Jie insisted, scanning her surroundings. Noticing many fleeting glances directed their way, Li Yu, uninterested in such discussions, shifted the conversation to the exam. "Hey, Zuking, do you think you can secure the top spot this time?" "Didn't Fang Chong say Shen Mo didn't cheat?" He Zuking was uncertain. During the last term exam of the second year, she had placed second in her grade, determined to surpass Wang Gu, the first of Class 1, only to be unexpectedly outshone by Shan Mo. She moved forward slowly, meticulously recalling every detail of the test, believing she had done everything within her power. If that wasn't enough to surpass Shen Mo, what right did he have to claim the top spot? Nearby, Li Yu remarked, "Today, we encountered some students from our class who mentioned that Shen Mo suddenly became enlightened in his studies due to difficulties with his household registration, prompting his second uncle to plead for assistance." Zhou Jie was perplexed, thinking, it's merely a household registration. He Zuking shared her confusion. Li Yu struggled to comprehend. They had heard that the household registrations in Huhai were precious, yet they had possessed theirs since birth. "Let us go. The teacher will discuss the exam questions tomorrow. I need to calculate how well I can perform." The following day, there was no morning reading. Everyone returned to class after having breakfast at home, books in tow. Indeed, the teachers of each subject began discussing the midterm exam papers. "I know the papers haven't been distributed yet, but that's of no consequence. You all have a good sense of your standings." Though deceiving the teachers was permissible, self-deception was not. Gokun cleared his throat and began to explain the mathematics exam. Shen Mo tackled the questions one by one, making no mistakes. Gokun, aware of his performance, paid particular attention to another student in the class, glancing around after every explanation to gauge the responses from others, seeking the answers he desired from their expressions. He Zuking's eyes suddenly dimmed, and Gokun recognized that the young girl had made a mistake on one question. Zhang Yahua, seated in the third row by the aisle, slightly twitched her lips, indicating another careless error. Such scenes repeated themselves, but they occurred most frequently during Chinese literature class. Chapter 53. Truly First. After each teacher completed their lesson, they would select a few students to inquire about their anticipated scores during the break. Although the scores had yet to be released, nearly every teacher was already aware of Shen Mo's results. In the office, whenever a teacher mentioned the existence of a perfect score, others would rush to check. Yuan Li felt somewhat frustrated, as there was no perfect reference for the Chinese literature exam. After the Chinese class concluded, she approached Shen Mo's row, first playfully tapping Li Daiyai on the head. "All you think about is playing." Li Daiyai looked aggrieved, too intimidated to retaliate. Yuan Li then switched to a cheerful demeanor, asking Shen Mo, "What do you estimate your score to be?" "It's hard to gauge the essay, but I'd say around 85 or above," Shen Mo replied, hesitant to set his expectations too high for fear of being disappointed. 85? Yuan Li was not entirely pleased with that score. If it were Li Daiyai, she would have been quite satisfied. She silently calculated, 85 is fine, combined with the other subjects that have standard answers. Quite good. It could be first in the class, and very likely first in the grade, unless someone pulls ahead in Chinese literature. She nodded and moved on to other students. Just as Li Daiyai was about to laugh, Yuan Li turned back and playfully threatened him. Li Dai recoiled, and Yuan Li withdrew her hand, saying, "You sit with Shen Mo, you better study hard." Okay, Li Dai obediently agreed. As soon as Yuan Li left, Lu Yuan leaned in. "Shen Mo, you and Tino. But last Sunday, your second uncle brought his girlfriend home for dinner." "Really?" Shen Mo responded, surprised. "What reason would I have to lie? It doesn't add any weight to me." Lu Yuan calculated the timing if all goes well. "I might even get to eat wedding candy before next year's high school entrance exam." Shen Mo replied, "If I get to eat my second uncle's wedding candy, that's an extra 10 points on the exam." He too wished to return, but only with commendable results in hand. Lu Yuan flashed a grin at Wang Hao. "Hey, class monitor, have you informed your dad about how much you scored this time? If I can't surpass Shen Mo, how could I possibly surpass you?" Wang Hao retorted defiantly. He had no doubts about Shen Mo's performance, firmly believing he would fall short, and with Shen Mo now possessing a high household registration, he no longer shouted the name Xiang Wuning. It would be quite amusing if you truly didn't outscore me." Lu Yuan would seize any opportunity to tease him, engaging in friendly banter before the results were released. Li Dai chuckled. "Next time, we should all sit together for the exam. I say, Comrade Li Dai, can you say something auspicious? Something positive?" "No," Li Dai replied, unyielding yet boisterous. In the office, several teachers were busily compiling the scores. "So, have the top 10 emerged?" The very first thing Yuan Li wanted to know upon returning was this. She was more anxious than Shan Mo or he Zuking. Next door, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Gu Nanfan, exhibited a hint of jealousy in his gaze and a slightly sour tone. "Your class's Shen Mo ranked first. What is the total score?" "How do you do in Chinese?" Yuan Li's primary concern was Shen Mo's total score, followed by the subject she taught, Chinese literature. "Well, it depends on how we calculate it." Gu Nanfan began to play coy. "How else can we calculate it? According to the few subjects in the entrance exam. Hasn't it always been this way?" Yuan Li began to push her way through the crowd, but several teachers quickly blocked her. Calm down. Your class has taken the top spot. Why are you in such a hurry?" "All right, then tell me, how many subjects did he score full marks in?" Several teachers chuckled. "Apart from Chinese and political science, he scored full marks in everything else." "Sister, you'll have to reprimand Shen Mo when you get back. You're his homeroom teacher. And he only managed to score 88 in Chinese literature. Isn't that a bit excessive?" "That is an improvement compared to last time." Yuan Li sat down, gleefully sipping water, and then asked a rather provocative question. "How many points did Shen Mo outscore the second place by?" 12 points. Gu Nanfan replied somewhat irately. "Oh dear. Then I know which class the second place is from. Who is the third?" Yuan Li believes that it should be he Zuking from her class, a young girl whose academic performance remains quite stable. "In class 4. "Nonsense. Isn't he Zuking from our class?" "Sister, you've taken the top spot. Can't you leave a little breathing room for the other classes?" "He Zuking is ranked 5th. Zhao Zaijun, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, also joined the conversation. "How many points behind Shen Mo is she?" 18 points. Yuan Li began to feel uneasy. 18 points is quite a significant gap. However, she quickly shifted her perspective. After all, that merely indicates a difference of 6 points from the second place. She resolved to have a chat with He Zuking, who had fallen from second in the previous semester to 5th this time. She must not lose her confidence. The head of the teaching department, Zhang Junhai, was not present. Upon learning that Shen Mo ranked first, he immediately sought out Principal Yao Bang. "Principal Yao, the results are out. Shen Mo is first. What did the invigilating teacher say?" Yao Bang handed him a cigarette, and Zhang Junhai struck a match to light it for Yao before lighting his own, discarding the matchstick. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he comfortably stated there was no cheating. Think about it. Who could cheat their way to a perfect score, especially under the watchful eyes of the invigilators? What did old Yuan say? Her? Zhang Junhai chuckled. She has probably just found out the news after class, and will likely be in the office laughing and banging on the desk. Old Zhang, keep an eye on Shen Mo. Don't let the local delinquents harass him. Rest assured, I'm vigilant. Zhang Junhai felt a twinge of irritation at the thought of those delinquents, especially since they had recently engaged in a brawl outside the school. Unfortunately, he had learned of this too late, and the troublemakers had escaped. Shen Mo is a promising student from a key city school. He must be protected. If any fool dares to provoke him, they will swiftly learn their lesson. In the 1980s, 90s, and even around the turn of the millennium, many teachers were quite protective of their students. Although they might discipline them physically, they would never allow others to bully their own. The ranking of the top 10 students spread rapidly, with several well-informed classmates being the first to hear the news. Shen Mo, you ranked first in the grade, exclaimed Guopin, the sports committee member, as he burst into the room, panting. Zhou Jie stood up. Guopin, where is Zuking? She is second in our class. 5th in the grade, I believe. Zhou Jie turned around to see He Zuking sobbing over her desk. Oh my goodness, why are you crying? ISNT 5th place, still respectable? Don't cry for my sake. Zhou Jie quickly turned to comfort her, only to hear someone from the front row shout. Cousin is here. Wu Gang entered with a smile, standing at the podium. Today we'll discuss the midterm exam papers. What's wrong with He Zuking? Who bullied her? The boys in the back appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, while He Zuking sat up straight, wiping her tears away, trying to regain her composure. Zhou Jie explained. Cousin teacher, it's nothing. She just recalled something unpleasant. Do we even have a cousin teacher? Wu Gang mumbled, glancing at He Zuking, seemingly not concerned about the matter. Chapter 54, Seating Issues. After the chemistry class, Wu Gang hurriedly dashed off to report to Yuan Li. Sister, He Zuking from our class is crying again. Oh dear. The crying magnet. Yuan Li felt a headache coming on, knowing why the girl was upset. Did you mention she ranked 5th in class? I didn't even bring up the scores. I didn't even dare to mention Shan Mo South 1st place. Wu Gang protested, feeling wronged. Not true. She was already crying when I entered the classroom, so it was my fault. All right, I get it. Yuan Li dreaded encountering tearful girls. If they were bullied, she could seek justice, but what could she do if they simply didn't perform as well as their peers? During evening study hours, she planned to talk to several students in the class. The rankings were still being tallied, but Yuan Li had already obtained the overall performance of her class and was in the process of organizing it. As they transitioned to the 3rd year of junior high, occasional surprises arose, with a few students making remarkable comebacks. They might not be as formidable as Shen Mo, but based on previous experiences, these students had shown signs of awakening, presenting opportunities to aim for key high schools. Even some who had previously seemed hopeless had chances to enter vocational or regular high schools. Director Zhang, how does Shan Mo rank district-wide? Yuan Li unabashedly expressed her pride, loudly posing the question. Why the rush? We must wait for the scores from other schools to be compiled. In a few days, let old Lu deliver the results to the Education Bureau, and then we'll know everything. But I'm so anxious. Yuan Li joyfully remarked as she flipped through the scores, noting a few students whose performance had declined. She intended to call them out that evening as well. Shen Mo had an 18-point lead over He Zuking, yet He Zuking was only 11 points behind the 5th-ranked Zhang Yahua. For these top students, every point represented an insurmountable chasm. While they might make progress in the next exam, their competitors would likely do the same, firmly anchoring their positions. Zhang Yahua scored 98 in mathematics, just shy of a perfect score. While Yuan Li felt some relief, she was also worried. This student needed to focus more on other subjects, as achieving full marks in mathematics alone was insufficient. Time must be allocated to other subjects as well. As the bell for evening study rang, Yuan Li entered the classroom. Shen Mo, come out. She beckoned, and Shen Mo hurriedly stepped outside. Yuan Li smiled at him, increasingly pleased. You must have an inkling of your results by now, right? Even if you don't, you can figure it out. This time, you are the top student in the grade, 12 points ahead of the 2nd place Tang Wuzi, and 18 points ahead of our class's 2nd place He Zuking. 18 points sounds substantial. Yet Shen Mo only needs to score 2 or 3 points more than He Zuking in each subject to widen the gap. Yuan Li had also heard that Shen Mo had explained to Wang Hao and Lu Yulin. It served as excellent motivation. This first place must not lead to arrogance. You may be the top student in our school, but we still do not know how you rank district-wide or city-wide. You must continue to strive for excellence. Understood, teacher. I will remember. You may return now. Let Zhang Yahua come out. Yuan Li smiled, confident that Shen Mo's achievements required no further admonition, even though his language score had not reached 90. All right. Upon returning to the classroom, almost everyone looked up at him. He was still unaccustomed to such attention. Zhang Yahua, the teacher wants you to come out. Zhang Yahua quickly stood and walked out, nearly tripping over his chair. Zhou Jie whispered, Zhang Yahua can't possibly be the 2nd, right? It must be the 1st, right? Li Dai quietly said to Shen Mo. Yes. Li Dai was genuinely happy for Shen Mo. I knew it was you. But he began to worry about the seating arrangements. Having sat in their spots for half a semester, they would definitely need to be rearranged this time. Unfortunately, now that Shen Mo had taken 1st place, many would want to sit with him. Even if Shen Mo didn't change seats, his would surely be occupied. In truth, Shen Mo also felt a bit reluctant to part from Li Dai. Now that he had achieved 1st place, would he be entitled to some privileges? He didn't desire excessive pampering. Simply sitting next to Li Dai would suffice, as he appreciated Li Dai's quiet demeanor. Alternatively, sitting with Zhang Yahua or Su Kaiman would also be acceptable, as they were both solid students who only needed a little guidance to grasp the concepts. He dreaded the thought of being paired with someone who would require explanations starting from the foundational knowledge of the 1st year. Many wished to sit with Shen Mo, especially since he had achieved perfect scores in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, making him a living reference book complete with standard answers. Anyone could approach him with their questions. Zhang Yahua returned from outside. Zuking, the teacher wants you to come out. Zuking walked out, and Yuan Li instructed her to stand properly. This time, you ranked second in the class. The reason you're the third called out is due to the significant progress made by the first two students. I've heard you were crying. Zuking's eyes reddened again, and Yuan Li, bemused, said, Why are you crying? Will your tears bring you to first place? Observe Shen Mo, who possesses a clear understanding of his aspirations. He diligently applies himself in his studies, and you hardly see him indulging in leisure. His dormitory mates mention he returns home only once a month. You are all aware of his parents' divorce. Has he ever wallowed in self-pity? Has he shed tears? Academic excellence is his own achievement. There is no need for tears anymore. They serve no purpose. With more than half a year left in the 9th grade, if you commit to hard work, opportunities may yet arise. Yuan Li harbors the belief that Zuking is unlikely to surpass Shen Mo, as the latter's momentum is formidable. After resolving his household registration, he remains in a state of perfection. She is uncertain how long Shen Mo can maintain this flawless status. But she understands that the chasm between a score of 99 and 100 is far greater than that between 99 and 98. Now wipe away those tears. We shall reconvene at the end of the term. Let us return and summon Su Kaiman. One by one, the students are called out for discussions. And after 3 evening study sessions, Yuan Li's throat feels parched from speaking. When Li Daiyai steps out, Yuan Li advises him to study earnestly with Shen Mo. Li Daiyai inquires, Teacher, can I still sit next to Shen Mo? Yuan Li finds herself at a loss for words. That depends on whether Shen Mo desires to sit beside you. A thought suddenly crosses her mind. If Shen Mo and Li Daiyai were to sit together, it seems there would be little impact, but with someone else, the outcome might differ. Should Shen Mo wish to sit with Li Daiyai, she would grant her approval. In the 9th grade, maintaining one state is paramount. A seemingly trivial change could sap students' considerable energy. Li Daiyai beams. Shen Mo, doesn't he wish to separate from me? If you don't believe me, I'll call him out. No need for that. I will inquire myself. Yuan Li interjects, playfully poking Li Daiyai's forehead. You ought to take this seriously. Others would leap at the chance to sit beside Shen Mo. Chapter 55, Returning to Improve Life. Before the 3rd evening study session concludes, Yuan Li approaches the podium. She scans the classroom. Following this exam, I have spared some students from public reprimand, but if you continue to disappoint, do not blame me for withholding my leniency next time. Additionally, on Sunday evening, we will arrange seating. I trust you have a notion of who you wish to sit with? The students instantly begin to whisper among themselves, prompting Yuan Li to rap her knuckles against the desk. Let me clarify, you should communicate in advance with your desired partners. If they do not wish to sit with you, do not force the issue. Once seating is assigned, if anyone approaches me expressing a desire to switch, we shall revert to our previous arrangement. The classroom falls silent for a moment, but as soon as Yuan Li departs, a cacophony erupts. Li Daiyai declares first. Shen Mo said he will still sit with me. Several eager boys feel deflated, yet some remain undeterred. Why should Shen Mo want to sit with them? Of course he does. Shen Mo retorts, stating he wishes to avoid the adjustment period with a new desk mate. His words dampen the spirits of his classmates. Li Daiyai, brimming with pride, reassures, do not worry. Shen Mo said he want to take the prime seats. We shall remain here. His youthful complexion glows vibrantly, exuding joy. Zhou Jia, perplexed, turns to Zuking. Do you think Shen Mo is genuine? Does he truly wish to sit with Li Daiyai? Sitting with Li Daiyai could guarantee the top score. Zuking responds nonchalantly. Zhou Jia, intrigued by the prospect of fate, muses, could it be that there is indeed some truth to this possibility? As the rain begins to fall, Zuking gathers her things and heads outside to wait for Li Yu, with 3 girls walking back together. Lu Yulin walks alongside Wang Hao, accompanied by Li Daiyai. The class rankings have been released, and Lu Yulin did not surpass Wang Hao. In fact, since Wang Hao became class monitor, the weight of responsibility has compelled him to study more diligently, improving his standing. Alas, when we return, I can only mention your name. Lu Yulin laments. Mention me for what? Speak of Shan Mo. Why should I compare myself to the top student? Then simply avoid mentioning Shen Mo's top position. Just state you did not surpass him, Li Daiyai suggests, prompting Lu Yulin to enthusiastically agree. Wang Hao, wanting to give Lu Yulin a piece of his mind, retorts, what good does that do? At least I made progress. What about you? Will you go home and tell your father that Shen Mo topped the grade? And then mention your own decline? You might just get smacked. Lu Yulin, troubled, muses, it's impossible to conceal Shen Mo's South achievement of first place. Li Daiyai proposes again. Such a significant achievement, Shen Mo must share it with his family, so you needn't bring it up. Yes, yes. Lu Yulin feels this is indeed a splendid idea. But what if your father asks? Wang Hao presses on. Perhaps I should apply to board instead. Lu Yulin sighs, overwhelmed by the thought. Upon returning, Lu Qiang indeed inquires about the midterm results, to which Lu Yulin ambiguously responds. It's about the same. The homeroom teacher said, I can enroll in an ordinary high school. Lu Qiang feels reassured. He had not expected his son to excel, and an ordinary high school suffices. Ah, how did Shen Mo perform? Lu Qiang recalls Shen Chuan's nephew, who recently boasted that Shen Mo had achieved several perfect scores. Surely, that cannot be false? Lu Yulin feels both thrilled for Shen Mo and conflicted about his own situation. Shen Mo is the top student in the grade. His mother, Guan Suomai, sighs. At long last, young Shen has a glimmer of hope. What life had Shen Chuan endured in previous years? Caring for his nephew while saving money for his household registration. Now, everything is in order. The registration is settled, and his nephew is thriving. Shen Mo appears to be a conscientious young man, and soon Shen Chuan will enjoy a life of ease. Lu Yulin finds himself unable to harbor jealousy towards Shen Mo, as the disparity in their academic performance is too vast. If Shen Mo had merely outperformed him by a small margin, he might have felt anxious, but currently, his jealousy towards Wang Hao far surpasses that towards Shen Mo. As the rain begins to pour, Lu Qiang hastens to close the windows, though a few raindrops still drift inside, bringing a chill. The patter of heavy rain against the window is crisp and invigorating, a soothing lullaby. Shen Mo lies on his dormitory bed, listening to the rain tapping on the glass, a smile creeping to his lips. This week, he plans to visit his uncle. What delicacies should he bring? It seems the hairy crabs are in season. He should bring a few back, alive, so he can steam them himself. Perhaps lamb is also in season. He could ask Sister Zhou to prepare some extra to satisfy his uncle's cravings. He is hungry for it too. The sound of rain outside calms him. Let it pour. Let it pour. It shall aid my slumber. Li Dai does not stay in the dormitory, and without him, many seek Shen Mo privately, hoping to sit beside him. But Shen Mo does not acquiesce. As soon as Saturday afternoon classes conclude, Shen Mo hastily stuffs his books into the drawer and follows the throngs out of the school. While others walk or ride bicycles, he board an electric bike, heading first towards Huayuan Road. Shen Chuan has not cooked today. He learned from Lu Qiang that his nephew topped the grade in the midterms. He does not favor the term grade group. He prefers to say the whole school. In front of his co-workers, he stands tall, his laughter booming, exuding confidence and warmth, prompting many of the older women to realize that Shen Chuan is indeed quite a catch. They quietly lament that such a fine young man was never introduced to their own daughters. With money in his pocket, a girlfriend, and a successful nephew, Shen Chuan cannot fathom a life more promising than the present. His nephew had mentioned wanting to invite Su Yufang to dinner. Seizing this opportunity, he could invite several members of her family, strengthening their relationship. If all goes smoothly, perhaps they could secure a marriage certificate after the new year. Shen Chuan chuckles foolishly, standing on a balcony, gazing down Huayuan Road, awaiting his nephew's descent from the electric bike. He finds his nephew quite amusing and suspects Shen Mo is no longer willing to ride the same bus as Yufang. Shen Mo, uncertain how to greet her, feels that ignoring her would be impolite and thus chooses to evade the awkwardness. As soon as he disembarks from the electric bike, Xiao Mei spots him, exclaiming in delight, Little Shun, we are all delighted to see you today. She called out, Sister Zhou, Xiao Shun has arrived. Manager Zhou stepped out, smiling, Please. Esteemed guest, come inside. Shen Mo also chuckled, Sister, you make me feel quite awkward. I didn't notice at all. Coming quickly. I heard that the top student from your school in the midterm exams is named Shen. Indeed, Shen Mo, sharing the same name as me. Isn't that a coincidence, sister? Shen Mo raised his eyebrows, joking with Manager Zhou. That is indeed a coincidence. Manager Zhou beamed even brighter. The hairy crabs from Lianhua Lake in Lekang have just come into season, and I saved some especially for you. Chapter 56. The Wind Blows Free. The news of Shen Mo's top rank in the midterm spread among the employees of Hung Fenjai, from the lobby to the kitchen, filling everyone with joy. After all, Shen Mo is considered half an employee of Hung Fenjai, and they share a sense of pride. Hardworking and academically outstanding. These two descriptors embody what they have witnessed. This is a real person with a name, someone they can boast about. Tonight's braised lamb, Old Wu added a little extra to what Manager Zhou had specified. After all, Xiao Shen Mo only gets to leave school once a month, and in his eyes, that is quite a hardship. He deserves a proper treat. As for the hairy crabs, Manager Zhou advised against steaming them at Hung Fenjai to take home, as they lose their flavor when cold. She had the kitchen select 8 pairs for Shan Mo. each weighing over 5 taels, securely bound with straw and placed in a net bag. Sister added a vegetarian dish for you. It will balance out the richness of the lamb. Avoid the hairy crabs tonight. They should be dipped in vinegar, which doesn't pair well with lamb. This is a fine delicacy, Shen Mo remarked, accepting the large crabs, knowing his uncle would surely be pleased. Manager Zhou recalled another matter. Last time you came, didn't we run into Su Xiangyang? Shen Mo remembered. Has his translator been found? Perhaps. I've seen him recently on Huaiyuan Road, looking radiant. This time he didn't default on payment? Shen Mo immediately thought of this issue. Manager Zhou was puzzled. Well, that's the thing. Su Xiangyang didn't default. He successfully negotiated. During meetings with the foreigners, Xiongming mistakenly believed he understood Su's background. Indeed, foreign trade can be lucrative. However, Xiongming is unaware that foreign trade cannot be merely discussed in the conference room. One must build relationships in the foreign trade building, vie for production capacity in factories, and chase deadlines. Xiongming was only involved in the most glamorous aspect. Su Xiangyang oversimplified the other tasks, even neglecting to mention them, leading the inexperienced Xiongming to believe the conference room was where the real action took place. Su saved a considerable amount of money, and both parties felt they benefited. At this moment, Su Xiangyang was hiding in a small noodle shop, enjoying Yanchun noodles. It was tea that he lacked funds, but recent expenses had been substantial, and he felt a twinge of regret. Although saving on food was minimal, it did provide him with a sense of security. Is your living allowance at school sufficient? If not, take a bit more. The interest alone would be more than you can spend. It's enough. Shen Mo wouldn't elevate his living standards excessively. Being able to live like everyone else was perfectly fine. Let us stick with 50 yuan this time. Manager Zhou handed him 50, while Xiaomei brought over the bag of food. Manager Zhou then added a bottle of Songhe liquor, pondering for a moment before including a bottle of yellow wine as well. Rest assured, sister has kept track of your expenses. You won TB overcharged. As Shen Mo hesitated to take an extra bottle, Manager Zhou stopped him. Holding the heavy net bag, Shen Mo felt he had truly gained something. However, the accounts shouldn't be too meticulously tallied. It was better this way, as they might continue their relationships for many years to come. Sister, I'm off. I'll come again next month. Manager Zhou, Xiaomei, and Wu Yuan accompanied Shen Mo to the door. It was mealtime, and they could not wait with him for the tram. Shen Mo returned to his uncle's dormitory, and upon disembarking from the tram, he instinctively looked up to see his uncle smiling down from the balcony. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, I've been starving. Shen Mo grinned, quickly purchasing a few steamed buns downstairs, and hurried up the stairs. Uncle Lamb, these hairy crabs look delightful, Shen Chuan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the crabs in the net bag. Sister Zhou even brought an extra bottle of yellow wine. Look. Shen Mo handed him one bottle of white liquor and one of yellow wine, and Shen Chuan happily accepted. Your uncle is in for a treat. It seems I may taste wines from all corners of the world in this lifetime. This should have belonged to the elder brother. But it seems he has forgotten about his son, or perhaps his new sister-in-law prevents him from remembering. Yunnan told Lu Dage that you are the top student in the entire school, right? Yes. Uncle, can you rest easy now? I will remain the top student until the midterms. Good. Shen Chuan said, for the final exams at the end of the year, let's South aim for first place again. When we return home for the new year, we can hold our heads high. Shen Mo hesitated and said, Uncle, let us not discuss it. What does it matter if others know? Would they truly be happy for me? Why wouldn't they be happy for you? That's your biological father we're talking about. Shen Chuan's voice softened considerably. Besides him, no one else seemed to care. Forget it. If my nephew doesn't want to speak of it, I want press. You focus on your studies, aim for university, and then go abroad for studies on scholarship. Shen Chuan set a goal for his nephew. Shen Mo's heart stirred. Abroad? Uncle, is someone selling their house to cover the costs of going abroad? Shen Chuan feigned anger. What? You lack confidence in securing a scholarship? No, I meant, if someone is selling a house, perhaps you could consider buying it for marriage purposes. It wouldn't be appropriate for you and Annie to live in this cramped dormitory forever. Hey, now you're worrying about me. Shen Chuan scratched his head. Private property in Huhai is scarce, possibly around 10, and most people rely on their workplace for housing. However, ordinary workers like Shen Chuan would have to wait several years to receive a larger apartment. Uncle, I still have 6,000 yuan from Hung Finjai. We don't need to buy anything too big. Can't we settle for something smaller? Shen Chuan felt somewhat embarrassed to use his nephew's money. Let us just eat. I'm just trying to eat. The riding of fate was already in motion. Once that last stroke is made, he might indeed have to rely on his nephew's funds. He initially wanted to share the news that Shan Mo could earn money with the family. But upon realizing that his nephew would rather keep a portion set aside for himself than risk it being spent by others in the family, he hesitated. I'll return to school tomorrow afternoon. Uncle, please take the hairy crabs to Annie. Shen Mo didn't mention inviting anyone over for dinner, as Liu Yulin had already informed him that his uncle had brought people over before. Let's eat. Shen Chuan grabbed a steamed bun and took a big bite. However, what his nephew said made sense. Tomorrow he should send the hairy crabs over to Ufang. There's a lot of lamb tonight. Shen Chuan picked up a piece and suddenly realized that there were hardly any vegetable dishes in the box. If he wanted greens, he would have to get them from another container. Sister Zoe was concerned that there wouldn't be enough for the two of us. There's plenty. Can lamb not serve as a meal? Shen Mo slept soundly in his uncle's dormitory, skipping breakfast entirely. The two of them only got up when the sun was high. Shen Mo hastily slurped down a bowl of noodles before rushing to school, wanted to free up time for his uncle. As soon as his nephew left, Shen Chuan promptly grabbed the net bag to find Su Yufeng. He took the bottle of yellow wine as well, as crabs pair perfectly with yellow wine. Chapter 57. How many letters are there? Come out and line up. Yuan Li stood at the classroom door, pointing her chin outward, causing the class to buzz with excitement. The rankings have been announced. Let us set the rules. You can move back, but not forward. If you want to sit with someone, discuss it. Those ranked lower should stand together. Hey, Shen Mo. What are you doing? Shen Mo replied, Teacher, I still want to sit with Li Dai. Yuan Li thought Li Dai was just joking, but to her surprise, Shen Mo genuinely wished to sit with him. She felt there might be some impact, but given that Shen Mo had scored full marks in several subjects, she couldn't quite articulate what that impact would be. Several male classmates wore expressions of regret, as they had all prepared to sit beside Shen Mo after he entered. Li Dai chuckled foolishly, while Yuan Li shot him a glare. You need to be influenced by Shan Mo since he is your deskmate. She dared not suggest that Li Dai seek Shen Mo's guidance, fearing it would hinder Shen Mo and deviate from her original intention. Teacher, I've got it. You can rest assured, Li Dai assured, thumping his chest, yet no one, including himself, truly believed it. He's zooking, you go in first, the rest follow behind. Some boys took the hint, thinking more about studying than crowding around girls. Yuan Li aimed to prevent early romances and harassment. Zhou Jie stood in the middle of the queue, curiously glancing back. This Shen Mo was indeed intriguing, opting not to be the first to choose a seat. It was said that Shen Mo intended to take his previous seat. So, are you all going to reserve it for him? What is so special about that seat? Shen Mo sat towards the back, and although it was a side seat, there were no issues with sidelines. Shen Mo, Li Dai, you may enter. Li Dai eagerly followed Shen Mo inside, while Yuan Li felt a surge of annoyance and playfully rapped Li Dai on the head. Upon entering, a group of classmates eagerly watched as Shen Mo selected a seat. Fortunately, his previous spot was still available. He approached and sat down, while Li Dai followed suit, taking his own seat with a sense of pride. Many students had changed seats, while only a few remained in their original places. Zooking did not switch seats, as she was accustomed to that spot, having sat there throughout her 3 years in middle school. Once everyone settled into their new seats, the classroom erupted into a flurry of activity as students moved their books to their new locations, while Shen Mo had already begun solving problems. Halfway through the first semester of the third year, Shen Mo had regained his student mindset in just half a term. He relished this state, reluctant to part from it. Surrounded by youthful exuberance, their emotions simple and fervent, he felt as though he had returned to the essence of youth. The pressures of studying were significantly lighter than those of working and followed a regular rhythm, crucially infused with hope. After several autumn rains, the weather turned cold. Shen Mo's name resonated across several third-year classes, and although Zhou Jie still referred to him as Xiang Wu Ning, she was astonished to find fewer and fewer who echoed her sentiments. The standards of success for adults are manifold, but for students, particularly those in their third year, only grades matter. Surely, they no longer harbor any affection for that Xiang Wu Ning. One evening after class, as they walked home, Zhou Jie voiced her doubts. Zooking remained silent, unwilling to ponder such matters. With the monumental high school entrance exam looming, there was little energy to indulge in trivialities. However, she was intrigued by the gossip, believing that a bit of seasoning was occasionally necessary in academics. Liu glanced around, noting several boys lingering nearby, but no girls. It seems we might have some in our class. How should I put it? Zhou Jie asked excitedly. Guess. How can I guess? Is there someone who wants to write to Shen Mo? I can pass it along. You? Zooking scoffed. You just want to see, don't you? What is wrong with wanting to see? Zhou Jie replied with a grin. I want to compare their writing skills to the boys who write to you. A bunch of excuses, Zooking retorted. How can it be excuses? I've noticed that Shen Mo isn't exactly unattractive. Liu was speechless. How did you come to that conclusion? What does not exactly unattractive even mean? He is quite handsome, not just not ugly. Zooking suddenly pondered. If Shan Mo were to start dating, would his grades decline? Li Yu, if someone in your class truly wants to pass a letter, let Zhou Jie help her out. Zhou Jie grinned mischievously. He's Zucking, you want to see too, don't you? I'm not interested. He's Zucking replied. Though Zhou Jie was unconvinced. New Year S is approaching. Are you all performing? Zhou Jie, animated, love being in the spotlight. I'm the host and have signed up to sing. Has Shen Mo signed up? No. He seems to engage in little beyond studying. Zhou Jie began to notice something unusual about Shen Mo. Li Dai said that Shen Mo doesn't even read novels. He is truly focused. Li Yu naturally linked it to Shen Mo's earlier reasoning. He Zucking chimed in. Zhou Jie, you should motivate Shen Mo to sign up for a performance. Li Yu, let the girls in your class come watch him. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, barely illuminating the path beneath them, rendering the faces of those further away indistinct. Zhou Jie squinted, sensing something amiss. Me motivate him? He certainly won't agree. We're just not compatible. Zhou Jie used the phrase, not compatible, without an ounce of embarrassment. Though she and Shen Mo had been classmates for 3 years, she still addressed him as Xiang Wu Ning, unable to break the habit. It would be remarkable if he even engaged in conversation with her. Why not have Wang Hao do it? He Zucking suggested, her mind sharp. Wang Hao is the class monitor and has decent rapport with Lu Yulin, Li Dai, and Shan Mo. You're still the youth league secretary. Zhou Jie pointed out a reason he Zucking hadn't considered. The class secretary had little presence, with Wang Hao managing most class affairs. Li Yu added, yeah, he's Zucking, you're the secretary. You should take charge of some matters instead of leaving everything to Wang Hao, or he'll steal all the limelight. He Zucking suddenly found herself at a loss for words. True, she was the secretary, but she feared that if she tried to manage her classmates, they might not listen to her. All right, you clumsy one, if I let you manage things, you'll probably just cry again, Zhou Jie teased. She might not be fond of studying, but she had a clear insight into other matters. She could easily guess he Zucking's little thoughts. She turned to Li Yu. Hey, how many letters do we have? Chapter 58, it's not me writing. Hey, Shen Mo, how about performing a program? During the break, Wang Hao and Lu Yulin approached to persuade him. Zhou Jie made a valid point. Shen Mo was the top student. He had to perform, even if it were just a poetry recitation. Lu Yulin thought Shen Mo wouldn't partake, and intended to reply on his behalf. Why not give it a try? Shen Mo hasn't said no. Don't make decisions for him. What if he is interested? Wang Hao and Lu Yulin decided to give it a shot. Shen Mo, look at you. You've sorted out your household registration and are top of the class. It's time to say goodbye to the past. How about performing? Lu Yulin presented a compelling reason. Wang Hao added, right, when other classes inquire, I want to know how to respond. How about this from now on? You call me Xiang Wu Ning, okay? Li Dai burst into laughter. Sure, you Xiang Wu Ning. Shen Mo, don't agree to him. I'm telling you, this Xiang Wu Ning will only get you to sign up. He wants to wait for you to perform for real. Wang Hao raised his fist, huffing near his mouth, ready to strike Li Dai, who immediately yelled, help, the class monitor is hitting me. He shouted joyfully, showing no fear. Wang Hao, annoyed, gave him a few hits, prompting Li Dai to yell even louder. That LL teach you to talk too much. After finishing with Li Dai, Wang Hao leaned closer to Shen Mo. Hey, support us a little, will you? I've never seen a top student without a performance. Shen Mo contemplated. How about I sing a song? Great. Wang Hao immediately agreed. No matter what Shen Mo sang, if too many wanted to sing, the others could change. He shouted ahead. Zhou Jie. Note this down. Shen Mo will sing for New Year S. Got it. Zhou Jie replied brightly, quickly leaning over her desk to jot it down. Shen Mo was both amused and exasperated. Is it that quick? You're not giving me a chance to back out? Oh, come on. What is there to back out from? Singing a song is hardly a life or death matter. Just think about what to sing. It should be positive and uplifting. Had Wang Hao not been class monitor last year, he would have surely suggested a pop song from Hong Kong or Taiwan. What are the melodious tunes? He delights in listening and is equally eager to sing. Should I then perform the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention? Shen Mo is reluctant to be too unconventional. Wang Hao, rendered speechless, remarked, can you keep up with the trends? Are you aware that we have embraced reform and opening up? He did not expect Shan Mo to be outlandishly avant-garde. Yet he hoped he might at least select a popular song. Must it be that only themes of love and affection are off-limits? Were not Luo Deu's childhood or stories of time from a few years back quite splendid? Wang Hao found himself wanting to choose a song for Shen Mo. Then what should I select? I don't have many options, Shen Mo lamented, though he possessed a fair number of songs, few of which resonated with the essence of the current era. Take your time to ponder. If nothing comes to mind, I can recommend one. Wang Hao tossed over his shoulder as he turned to wink at Zhou Jie, returning to his seat to prepare for class. That evening, after school, Zhou Jie walked alongside He Zucking and Li Yu. Li Yu, you have something, don't you? What is it? Li Yu asked, handing a sealed envelope to Zhou Jie. Oh my, there truly is something? Zhou Jie exclaimed, lifting the envelope to the streetlight for a closer inspection, yet she could discern nothing. Who is it from? Zuking inquired, equally intrigued, but Li Yu refused to divulge. The name is inside. Only Shen Mo can see it. Zhou Jie's curiosity piqued. Li Yu, who is it? If you two keep prying, no one will dare seek your assistance in the future, Li Yu retorted, unwilling to let them in on the secret. Zhou Jie, feeling disappointed, tapped the envelope against her palm, held it up to the light once more, and then tucked it away. Rest assured, I will deliver it to Shan Mo. Is the girl beautiful? All the girls in our class are beautiful, Li Yu replied matter-of-factly. Zhou Jie took the letter home and awoke early the next morning, stepping out just past 6. Her mother, Luo Juing, felt a mix of concern and pride. Darling, why are you leaving so early? It's going to go early. With just over a semester left, if you exert yourself, you can get into a good high school. Her father, Zhou Chaodong, assumed she was determined to strive for success, believing that even with little time left in the first semester, it was not too late to begin working hard. Zhou Jie opened her mouth to speak, but refrained from revealing the truth, that her early rise was for a specific purpose, not merely for morning study. She hurried out, traversing under the starlit sky, toward the school. Do not say a word about the early risers. There are always those who rise even earlier. Upon arriving at the classroom, she noticed several classmates already present, including Shan Mo, who was busy memorizing his lessons. She had never come this early before and suddenly felt immense pressure, realizing that some students indeed managed to rise so early. Zhang Yahua cast her a glance before returning to her studies. Shen Mo did not even acknowledge her presence. Why has Zhou Jie gone to the back? What does she have in her hand? How did she end up at Shen Mo's desk? Zhang Yahua and Su Kaiman pretended not to notice, but their studying rhythm betrayed them. The others ceased their reading altogether, now watching Zhou Jie. What is this? Shen Mo looked at Zhou Jie with astonishment, fully aware of the contents of the envelope. It isn't from me. I am merely fulfilling a request. Zhou Jie unexpectedly felt a tinge of embarrassment, as if the contents of the envelope were her own writings. Shen Mo's first instinct was to return the letter. Thank you, but I cannot accept it. Zhou Jie, however, firmly refused to take it back, having promised Li Yu she would deliver it. Just take a look before you decide. She would not relent. Zhou Jie was eager to know who the sender was, hesitating before ultimately returning to her seat, pulling out her English textbook to recite vocabulary. When she glanced back, Shen Mo had yet to open the envelope. After the morning study session concluded, everyone returned for breakfast, and upon coming back, Zhou Jie was pulled aside by Zuking. What's going on? Someone just told me you've taken a liking to Shen Mo. Zhou Jie, in distress, covered her face and remained at her desk for a while before lifting her head. Zuking, next time, help me out. She had never anticipated becoming the subject of gossip. I wouldn't dream of it. Has Shen Mo looked at it? Who wrote it? Zuking had no desire to wade into such murky waters. Fearing she might also become the center of attention, she merely wished to observe the spectacle. No, Shen Mo hasn't opened it yet. Zhou Jie instinctively looked back, prompting Zuking to urgently advise, don't turn around. Yet Zhou Jie had already glanced back, noticing Shen Mo seemingly unmoved, engrossed in his writing, oblivious to her presence. Shen Mo found himself in a quandary. He knew this was not Zhou Jie's handiwork. Given her personality, it was inconceivable that she would harbor feelings for him. A sense of vanity surged within him, accompanied by a hint of self-satisfaction. Yet he was not prematurely mature. Rather, he was genuinely mature. After vanity came emptiness. Rarely do middle school romances endure, and Shan Mo wished to spare the girl, whom he did not know, from heartache. Glancing forward, he surmised Zhou Jie might still be awaiting a reply from him. He resolved to find a time to inform her that he neither read nor responded to the letter. Should the girl wish to reclaim it, he would return it. Chapter 59. Attempting to spread one's wings during evening study, Shan Mo retrieved the envelope, which was sealed meticulously. He harbored no doubt that among his classmates, there were those skilled enough to stealthily unseal the letter and restore it afterward. People often exhibit boundless creativity and motivation when not preoccupied with serious matters. Li Dai seemed to have stumbled upon a new discovery. Have you received something? It's not a love letter. The envelope bore no signature, nor even Shan Mo's name. It was entirely unmarked. Oh. Li Dai expressed a hint of disappointment before returning to his studies on paper. Shen Mo was unsure of his undertakings, but he was certainly busy. Do you have glue? I do. Li Dai produced glue from his drawer as if performing magic. Shen Mo cut several narrow strips from his notebook and, with a small knife, made incisions in these strips, transforming them into fragile labels. He carefully affixed these strips to the seams of the envelope and inscribed "Study hard" at the juncture. Li Dayai watched Shen Mo's actions with keen curiosity. As soon as the teacher was out of sight, he whispered, "What's this for?" To prevent anyone from peeking. Li Dayai took the envelope, examining it thoroughly, and gave Shan Mo a thumbs up. "Brother, you've got skills. This letter could be taken, but it could not be inspected and returned afterward." Many were eager to sneak a glance at the letter, for when Zhou Jie approached that morning, several had witnessed it, and by the time evening study arrived, the number of those aware of the letter had increased significantly. Shen Mo did not instruct Li Dayai on anything, yet he still shared with Wang Hao and Lu Yulin after school. However, his focus was not on the letter, but rather on Shen Mo's method of handling it. "I saw it. Shen Mo is definitely a pro. Anyone attempting to sneak a peek at its contents will undoubtedly be caught. Where do you get all this certainty? Could you please have a bit more faith?" Li Dayai shook his head. "I have no faith. I can assure you, no one can pull it off. If you don't believe me, I'll show you tomorrow." Shen Mo placed the letter in his drawer, leaving it conspicuously visible. The classroom was the safest place. He arrived the earliest and left the latest, and during breaks, there were always other classmates present. He consistently ranked first. Anyone attempting to take anything from his seat would draw immense scrutiny. Meanwhile, Liu anxiously inquired, "So what is the verdict? Has Shen Mo looked at it?" "No," Zhou Jie replied, visibly frustrated. "Liu, regardless of who wrote that letter, you must tell her she owes me a huge favor for delivering it. I risked my reputation for her." Zuking chuckled nearby. "Liu, you're unaware. The entire class is buzzing with rumors. Previously, Zhou Jie called someone Xiang Wu Ning, and now she has taken a liking to another." Liu paused, unable to suppress her laughter, which drew the attention of those around them. "You two must be at odds. How could you end up being gossiped about together?" "Ha ha, that is hilarious." Zuking, feeling curious, asked, "Do you think Shen Mo will take a look?" "He absolutely will," Zhou Jie retorted. "If you received it, wouldn't you look?" Zuking regarded her with a perplexed expression. "Why would I? I've discarded several. Shen Mo wouldn't he have lost it either. I hear he is quite serious now." Liu felt a twinge of anxiety. Boys and girls are fundamentally different. Boys, with their thick skin, are prepared for ridicule when they hand over a love letter, while girls harbor a glimmer of hope within. "The program rehearsal is in a couple of days. I will inquire about it then." Zhou Jie believed that Shen Mo would take a look at it. Much like one would examine a new gift from their parents, something that had never been received before is bound to pique curiosity, although if it were stationary, interest might wane. That night, as they settled down to sleep, neither Zhang Yehua nor Su Kaiman broached the subject of Shen Mo's letter. They understood that everyone has their own affairs, and they were reluctant to pry. "I heard you signed up for singing. Which song are you performing? What would you like to hear? You can request a song." Zhang Yehua asked incredulously. "Can you sing them all?" "I never claimed I could sing them all, but I can learn," Shen Mo replied. "You can pick up on the spot." Su Kaiman chuckled. "You've got this, Shen Mo." The following evening study session, Zhou Jie and Wang Hao called out the students who had signed up for the program. While Wang Hao was busy questioning others, Zhou Jie quietly asked Shen Mo, "Did you see it?" "No." Shan Mo replied softly, "Please return the letter for me. It's better for everyone this way." "Returning it is fine, but at least take a look first," Zhou Jie insisted, still contemplating Zuking. Zuking had too many ideas, but she wondered how Shen Mo's self-control would hold up. She wanted to see for herself. "Could you ask that girl if she has decided what she wants to do after middle school?" Zhou Jie inquired in surprise. "You really haven't looked?" "Not looking is best for everyone," Shen Mo affirmed. "You can do it, Shen Mo. Oh, by the way, I need to help out at Huayuan Road during the winter break. Remember to come and support me." "Support you? Not a chance." "Hey, enough chatting, Shen Mo. Have you decided which song you'll sing?" Shen Mo sighed. "I might as well say the 3 major disciplines and the 8 points for attention. But you want to agree. Shen Mo, have you never thought of singing a Hong Kong or Taiwan song? You've heard of Luo Day, right? Or Li Zongsheng?" Wang Hao felt he had been kind enough to give such hints. If Shen Mo still couldn't come up with a program, it would be a disservice to his brilliant mind. "Then I'll sing the earth," Shen Mo decided. Zhou Jie burst into laughter beside him. "Oh, fragrant mist and lemon? What a quaint song." Shen Mo almost mentioned beyond, but quickly bit his tongue. "Time is of the essence." Wang Hao asked in confusion. "Who? I've never even heard of them." "I suggest you choose Luo Deu or Li Zongsheng. Their songs are all quite good." At this point, beyond was still relatively unknown, even to those like Wang Hao and Zhou Jie who prided themselves on being trendy. A curiosity blossomed in Shen Mo's heart. What would happen if he performed the earth ahead of time? How great a storm could the flutter of a butterfly's wings unleash? But he could only sing the Mandarin version. As Wang Hao pointed out, his Cantonese was not up to par, and it might not resonate with his classmates. "All right, the earth it is. Wang Hao, do you have a guitar?" "You have high demands." Wang Hao turned to Zhou Jie and said, "You have one at home, right? Bring it." Zhou Jie Shamaglair, her eyes a mix of exasperation and amusement. You've been eyeing our guitar for quite some time now, haven't you? Absolutely not. Don't slander the innocent. Wang Hao retorted stubbornly, unwilling to admit it. Yet both harbored the same thought. They were curious just how much knowledge Shen Mo possessed. A guitar? Was that something Shen Mo could actually play? Chapter 60, The Earth. Life in the third year of middle school was relatively monotonous. Aside from select few who could endure it, the majority longed for a touch of excitement. The New Year's gathering served as this much-needed spice. Though it had yet to arrive, it provided a glimmer of hope that helped them persevere through their third year. Many students would count down the days to make the passage of time more bearable. Some counted down to subjects they disliked, while others looked forward to holidays and weekends. Li Da belonged to the latter group. He cherished weekends, relishing the extended New Year holiday even more, eagerly anticipating the upcoming winter break. Although the winter break was not yet upon them, he was already thinking about supplementary classes, yet no one paid him any mind. After evening study, neither Wang Hao nor Lu Yulin engaged him in conversation. Let us get through the New Year's gathering first. I've ordered peanuts and sunflower seeds, along with some candy. You two can help me carry it later. Li Da beamed, sure. I'll grab an extra handful, thanks. Lu Yulin, however, was more concerned with another matter. Hey, have you seen Shen Mo's letter? No. Li Da replied mysteriously. Several people wanted to sneak a peek, but couldn't find the opportunity. I came back early at noon and saw Zhao Lianquan sitting at our desk examining it. He was startled when I approached and kept insisting I shouldn't speak to Shan Mo. Shan Mo was surely aware. How could he not know if his belongings had been tampered with? But the envelope was too well sealed for anyone to open without Shan Mo noticing. I'll keep an eye out during the New Year's party, Wang Hao thought, wondering who the girl could be. In the office, many teachers were preparing for the New Year's gathering, as they were invited to the classrooms to watch the performances and then asked to take the stage themselves. Some teachers with children remained relatively calm, allowing their kids to take the stage to sing on their behalf, while those like Wu Gang and Dai Guangwan were expected to perform themselves. On the afternoon of December 30th, Wang Hao began his recruitment efforts. He pestered teachers in the office, even intercepting them on the way to the cafeteria. Zhou Jie arrived at school clad in a brown woolen coat, her feet adorned with brown leather shoes, a headband atop her head, and a guitar slung over her back, reveling in the attention of those around her. That evening, she would be the host and wished to look particularly nice. Ordinarily, she kept a low profile, but today she could afford to be herself. Shen Mo, I brought the guitar. It will be your turn soon. Be careful not to damage it. Don't worry, I'm always careful. As Shen Mo accepted the guitar, he could tell it was of excellent quality, and he thought to himself, simply exquisite. Holding the guitar, he felt an ephemeral sense of being transported back to the 21st century. The Earth, Zhou Jie muttered. The title was rather pedestrian, and she couldn't envision any remarkable possibilities arising from it. Nearby, a few students whispered, could it be that Zhou Jie is the one who wrote to Shen Mo? Though their voices were hushed, Zhou Jie caught wind of it and shot them a glare. Hands on her hips. What are you babbling about? The gossipers fell silent immediately. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, and candy. Come on, let us share. The weather was quite cold, and the other class officers were bustling around, sweating as they enlisted a few more to help distribute the snacks they had purchased. Every desk was piled high with treats, and the eager, ravenous students had already begun to indulge. The desks in the classroom had been pushed apart, the fluorescent lights wrapped in colorful paper, and a makeshift microphone was set up. Several students dashed up to strum the red cloth covering the microphone. Testing, Li Da declared, even though he had no performance planned. He was testing the microphone with a piece of candy in his mouth, making his speech somewhat unclear. It's my turn now. Another boy stepped forward, snatching the microphone, tapping it a couple of times, satisfied with the dull sound it produced, leaning closer to the microphone, testing. Shen Mo, cradling the guitar, watched them play. Each time they tested the microphone, his mind would complete the phrase, Is Kaya here? Is Kaya here? He smiled, and Li Da, curious, asked, what is so funny? I want to give it a try too. You should have done it earlier. Now Zhou Jie and Wang Hao won't let anyone play anymore. If they continued, the red cloth covering the microphone would soon be ruined. As night fell, many classes began their gatherings, with only slight variations in timing. Zhou Jie, microphone in hand, announced as the host, once again, the new year has arrived. Let us gather in class 2 of year 3. Her spirits soared as she enjoyed the moment. She frequently glanced outside, eager to see who might be peeking through the window. The homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, occupied a central position, with several empty seats beside her reserved for other subject teachers. A few class leaders stood dutifully against the wall, serving as support staff. Now, let our celebration commence. Please welcome Su Ran for a recitation of the dawn's notification. The students erupted into enthusiastic applause, and Su Ran, her cheeks slightly flushed, rose from her seat and made her way to the center of the classroom. Clad in a simple blue garment, she steadied herself, cleared her throat, and began her recitation. For my prayer, poet, arise, and please inform them that what they await is nigh. Li Da Yi, showing little interest in poetry, resembled a hamster, incessantly cracking sunflower seeds. Yet, out of respect for Su Ran, he remained attentive, albeit distracted by his snack. Shen Mo, I've decided what I want to do, he suddenly declared, catching Shen Mo off guard as he prepared to perform. What do you wish to pursue? I intend to attend a technical school and become a skilled worker. You can do it, Shen Mo encouraged, lightly strumming his guitar strings, producing a brief, muffled sound. As Su Ran concluded her recitation, the classmates showered her with the warmest applause for being the first to take the stage. Shen Mo, which number are you? Yuan Li inquired, her attention particularly focused on the top student. Since the midterm exams, several small tests had taken place, and Shen Mo's position remained unassailable. In the middle, Li Gang chimed in for Shan Mo. Zhou Jie thinks his song title is too cliched, so she won't let him go first or last. Yuan Li couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing banter among the students. However, Li Gang seized the opportunity. Teacher, why don't you perform something? Hold on, don't rush. Wang Hao, go to the office and fetch the other teachers. Zhou Jie, come here. Once the teachers arrive, let Shen Mo perform first. After his performance, the teachers will take their turns. Understood? Got it. Wang Hao, accompanied by a few boys and girls, dashed out, eager to summon the teachers, who soon arrived. Come. Take a seat here, Yuan Li warmly gestured. See how enthusiastic our students are? We have peanuts, sunflower seeds, and candies all prepared. She nodded toward Zhou Jie, who reluctantly rearranged Shen Mo's performance order, still waiting to catch a glimpse out the window. Now, let us welcome our class's talented Shan Mo, who will perform the earth with his self-composed music. She fixed the microphone in place and retreated to the doorway, watching the people in the corridor. Every classroom buzzed with excitement, while the hallway remained eerily quiet, with class leaders from nearby rooms peering in, ready to rush into class 2 to claim their teachers. Come. Shen Mo is about to perform. A few class leaders approached with eager smiles, and Shen Mo slung his guitar over his shoulder, tuning it as his classmates quieted down in anticipation. With a gentle motion of his fingers, a series of notes emerged. How many years of yearning for days now feel ancient and mysterious. How many glorious histories I can no longer recall. Wang Hao was taken aback. Is this a new song? The style seemed reminiscent of a popular tune he had never heard before. Behind me walks a group of simple youths, drifting away effortlessly. Upon hearing this line, several teachers resonated with the sentiment. Recognizing Shan Mo as that very simple youth whose path had transformed from last year's narrow trail to today's golden avenue, he would journey ever further. Chapter 61. Yang Zi. Shen Mo's voice rang clear and uplifting, imbued with an inspiring power. Immersed in his self-accompanied performance, he gazed forward as if not at his teacher, but at a bright future awaiting him. The students below had their mouths slightly agape, captivated by a song they had never heard before. Its melody was delightful, and many were eager to follow along. They clapped rhythmically, their bodies swaying in sync with Shen Mo's voice, as if that fervor were reflecting upon themselves. Many believed Shan Mo was singing for himself, the boy who effortlessly walked away. As he concluded, he was met with an even more fervent round of applause. Shen Mo silently exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing that he mustn't let his guitar skills wane after 3 days without practice. He had stumbled several times during the performance. Yet, thankfully, few could discern his errors, and today, he avoided significant embarrassment. At the doorway, Zhou Jie and Wang Hao exchanged puzzled glances, asking one another, "Have you heard this song before?" Upon hearing the question, they replied in unison, "No." Zhou Jie scoffed, "You little fragrant mist." Wang Hao, taken aback, retorted, "I'll let Shen Mo call me that, but I never said you could. You think you're so trendy, huh? You little Jiangbian Yangzi." In local dialect, Jiangbian Yangzi is a term used to describe someone foolish, not a flattering phrase at all. Zhou Jie shot Wang Hao a glare, recalling that she was wearing leather shoes that day, and swiftly kicked him before dashing to the center of the classroom to take the microphone. With a beaming smile, she cast Wang Hao aside. Let's give our warmest applause to Shan Mo. Li Da Yi nearly clapped his hands raw. Once Shan Mo returned to his seat, he excitedly exclaimed, "Whose song was that? I've never heard it before." "It's mine," Shen Mo declared. "Yeah, right." Li Da Yi was incredulous. "I learned it while serving dishes at a restaurant." Li Da Yi remained skeptical, and no one else was willing to believe him either. No subsequent performance could surpass Shan Mo's until the teachers were coaxed into showcasing their talents. The teachers with children promptly pushed their kids to perform in their stead, with a few earnest little ones singing or telling stories. Wu Gang and Dai Guangwan had no choice but to take the stage themselves, each singing a song. Zhou Jie stood at the doorway, suddenly spotting Li Yu and several girls approaching. "Are you here to see Shen Mo sing?" she asked, stepping forward with curiosity to scrutinize the girls. Li Yu gently nudged her. "What are you staring at? Go invite a few teachers to our class." Shen Mo had become so popular that his performance was moved up. Zhou Jie scrutinized the girls, eager to discern their intentions, but to her surprise, they all bore expressions of disappointment, including Li Yu. How'd he sing? Even though Shan Mo had secured a household registration in Huhai, with parents who were native Huhai residents, she still regarded him as someone from Yunnan. "He can play the guitar, sure, but I never anticipated Shan Mo could play it so well." Glancing back at the classroom, it seemed even Li Dai and Lu Yulin were taken aback. Shen Mo's two best friends wore smiles that were wider than their faces. "Teacher, a class from next door is trying to steal our people." Yuan Li rose. "Let us go, I should visit as well." It wouldn't be fair to favor one class over another. Wang Hao took the opportunity to remind Yuan Li, "Teacher, remember to come back after singing." "All right, I won't forget." Yuan Li and several teachers exited the classroom, still discussing Shen Mo's song. "Have you heard it before? Who sang it?" Among the teachers, Wu Gang and Dai Guangwan were the trendiest, young and more intrigued by new things than their older colleagues. Yet even they had not heard the song. "How strange," Yuan Li murmured as she ventured into another classroom. Dai Guangwan was indeed ahead of the times. She remained lost in thought over the song. "Sister, tomorrow, ask Shen Mo who the song belongs to. This student is quite resourceful. I believe that even without relying solely on studies, he might just secure a place in Huhai." Policies were loosening. As a seasoned teacher, Yuan Li sensed the relaxation in policies. The city was opening more avenues for the children of educated youth to settle down, yet there remained a caveat. These children must strive for excellence. For instance, Shen Mo, had he not yet obtained a Huhai household registration, would be limited to attending an ordinary high school in Huhai and would be ineligible to take the college entrance examination. However, if he were recognized for his exemplary character and academic performance, he could sit for the examination. Furthermore, if Shen Mo's singing proved exceptional and he participated in city competitions, achieving second prize or higher, he too could secure residency. Taking a few steps back, certain technical schools will open up designated slots. If the children of the educated youth can pass the entrance exams, they too will be able to settle down. However, if Shen Mo fails to perform, much like he did in the second year of junior high, he will be left adrift in Hohei. Shen Mo possesses remarkable talent. Yuan Li suddenly felt a sense of relief. A person destined for greatness cannot be hindered. When the teacher departed, the atmosphere seemed to dim slightly. Yet the few individuals surrounding Shen Mo were in high spirits. "Shen Mo, you are brilliant. Quickly, write me the lyrics," Li Dai exclaimed, shaking Shen Mo eagerly. The other boys also expressed their desire for the lyrics, but were silenced by Zhou Jie. "Be quiet. Other students need to perform too, you know?" Li Dai quieted down somewhat, yet remained excited. "You must write the lyrics for me. Later, I borrow Zhou Jie's guitar. I have to give her some face," he added. After Zhou Jie invited the next student to perform, she retreated to the doorway, where Wang Hao teased, "Oh, isn't that Jiangbian Yangzi?" Just as he nearly received a kick, Wang Hao nimbly dodged. He feigned nonchalance. "It's too cold at the door." Being the class monitor is indeed exhausting. Unable to return to his seat, he had to endure the cold wind outside. Fortunately, he got to hear Shen Mo's song tonight, which was quite impressive. He hummed gently, continuing until the end of the evening, feeling that this year's gathering was his most rewarding experience. Several boarding students voluntarily stayed behind to clean the classroom, allowing the day's students to return home sooner. "Hey, Yangzi, can I borrow your guitar for a few days?" Wang Hao began, only to be promptly dismissed by Zhou Jie. "Don't even think about it." He Zuking and Li Yu were puzzled. "Yangzi? Is that what you call her?" Wang Hao eagerly explained. "Now Zhou Jie calls me Jiangbian Yangzi." He Zuking laughed so hard she nearly doubled over. "Jiangbian Yangzi. So, what do you think? Is it stylish or not?" Wang Hao showed no embarrassment. "She calls me Xiang Wu Ning, so I call her Jiangbian Yangzi." "Go away." Zhou Jie thought it unfortunate. She was always the one bestowing nicknames, never expecting to acquire one herself. While Jiangbian Yangzi might not catch on, Yangzi surely would, especially with Lu Yulin and Li Dai nearby, both grinning mischievously. "If you dare to call Yangzi, rest assured we definitely won't." The two chuckled, quickly running off. Zhou Jie pretended to strike, but knew it was too late. She changed the subject. "Hey Liu, you brought several girls today. Who are they?" "Didn't I tell you?" "There are none." Liu refused to betray his female classmates. He Zuking, however, teased, Yangzi, are you still curious about this? Chapter 62. Let me present an essay. Zhou Jie felt frustrated. This nickname was now hers to bear. She also carried a guitar intended to showcase her talent, only for the spotlight to shift to Shan Mo, leaving her with an unwelcome moniker. Shen Mo must be studying at this moment, she thought. Abruptly, Zhou Jie lost interest in continuing the conversation with Izuking, instead gloomily telling Li Yu, "That letter Shen Mo hasn't read is still tucked away in his drawer. Don't worry, he sealed it well. It can't be reopened once opened. I'll return it to you to prevent anyone from tearing it open. Don't you want to know who wrote it?" Izuking was curious. Zhou Jie was too, but she disliked Izuking calling her Yangzi, so she stubbornly replied, "If Shen Mo doesn't want to know, why should I? Li Yu, let me tell you, our class's boys can do anything. What if one day they take the letter and don't return it? That would be amusing." Li Yu wrestled with indecision for a long time. "Then just give it back to me." Zhou Jie returned home, feeling gloomy. Upon entering, she took off the guitar and weakly said, "Dad, look, it's just fine. What happened? You seemed quite happy this afternoon." Zhou Chaodong noted his daughter's unusual mood. "I'm tired," Zhou Jie replied, retreating to her room. She lay on her bed for a while, pulled out her English textbook, and after flipping through it for a moment, felt drowsy. In the classroom, Shen Mo untangled the colorful paper strips entwined around the fluorescent lights. Su Kaiman called out, "Hey, Shen Mo, leave them up for one more day." Shen Mo responded, "These are bad for the eyes." Su Kaiman sighed in disappointment. One more day would be fine. "But forget it, take them down." The other students sweeping the floor chimed in. "Shen Mo, remember to write the lyrics for us." "Don't worry," Shen Mo assured them. The students quickly finished sweeping, and by the time he had removed all the colorful paper strips from the lights, Su Kaiman had already wiped down his desk and sat down to read and solve problems. Shen Mo didn't even wipe his own desk. Several boarding boys helped him clean it, grinning as they waited for the lyrics. "Da Yi will definitely lecture me tomorrow," he remarked. "It's fine, just write an extra copy. And he'll see it when he comes for morning reading," the boys thoughtfully suggested. Shen Mo, speechless, replied, "I'll write one copy, you can each copy it. And I'll keep this one for Da Yi tomorrow." "Sounds good, sounds good," the boys eagerly agreed, while a few girls nearby were also keen to copy. They gathered around quietly, yet excitedly, as Shen Mo penned the lyrics, which were promptly snatched by someone. When he focused, he realized it was Zhang Jie. The others chased after him. "Hey, copy with us." A few girls complained, "Why are you being greedy?" "No way. Copy on the blackboard." The boys immediately echoed, "Yes. Copy on the blackboard. Don't delay Shan Mo from studying." Zhang Jie felt aggrieved. "I worked hard." "No way. Copy on the blackboard." After finishing, he still had to wipe it clean. "We'll wipe." Zhang Jie felt cornered, stuck at the blackboard, clutching chalk to copy the lyrics. Other students from different classes, still lingering, heard the commotion from class 2 and came to see. "What are you all doing? Aren't you afraid of the teacher coming? What time is it now?" They only then realized that there was a gathering today, but the ending time was the same as the first and second grades. So they still had a whole class period left. "Hurry, what song did Shan Mo sing today?" This group urged Zhang Jie, not allowing him to stop, and called in students from other classes, eagerly sharing the excitement. "To be honest, I've never heard it before." The lyrics were novel, and the students in class 2 copied incessantly. Once the girls finished copying, they began to hum. In the distance, a group of simple youths strolled away easily. They adored this line, as if it embodied vibrant youth and boundless strength, achieving all their dreams in every gesture. Shen Mo had not anticipated that they would interpret his song in this manner, but what did it matter? What he never expected was that the next day, when Yuan Li came to class, she mentioned the song Shen Mo had sung the previous night. "Don't think I don't know," after the gathering yesterday. Some students copied the lyrics, and even classmates from other classes came to copy. This was no trivial matter. The teacher liked it too. Li Da Yi, come up and write the lyrics on the blackboard." "What are you staring at? Come on." Li Da Yi held his hands, Shen Mo's handwritten lyrics, and wanted to deny it, but it seemed futile. Yuan Li surely had evidence. When he reached the blackboard, Yuan Li handed him a piece of chalk. "Go ahead. It's not like I'm asking you to write Ohm's law." The students below erupted in laughter. Li Da Yi's Ohm's law was notorious throughout the entire junior high. Li Da Yi grunted as he wrote the lyrics, and Yuan Li sighed. "You really need to practice your handwriting." "All right, you can go back now. Today is the 31st, so there's no evening study and a day off tomorrow. However, I must tell you this. What grade are we in? We are in junior high, right? The lyrics are uplifting, and I require each of you to write an essay of no less than 600 words. A chorus of groans arose from the students below. Yuan Li tapped the desk. "What are you all complaining about? Weren't you all quite happy last night?" Li Dai buried his head, his voice heavy with despair. "Shen Mo, you've ruined me." Shen Mo could only helplessly respond. "I didn't intend for this to happen." Yuan Li suddenly smiled, saying, Don't say that the teacher doesn't care for you. This class will be devoted to writing essays. As the holiday approached, Yuan Li wished to ease the tension among the students. A mere 600 words for a prescribed topic was a task that Shen Mo could easily accomplish. With the holiday commencing tomorrow, Shen Mo planned to return to visit his second uncle. Thus, he intended to leave this afternoon to buy a couple of vegetables on Garden Road. As the last class of the afternoon concluded, nearly everyone stretched lazily. After stretching, Shen Mo felt no desire to return to the dormitory. Instead, he headed directly out of the school gates. Zhou Jia approached him, extending her hand. Please give me that letter. I'll return it to you. Oh, what a good person you are. Thank you. Shen Mo retrieved the letter from his drawer, feeling that if it spent New Year's Eve in there, it might very well disappear upon his return. He's hiking also came over, nudging Zhou Jia. Hey, what are you doing? Let us go. Li Daiyai laughed nearby. Shen Mo, no, you should thank Yang Zi. Zhou Jia shot Li Daiyai a glare. Recalling how he's hiking had called her Yang Zi the previous night, she tucked the letter away and told Shen Mo, no need to worry. Then she said to he's hiking, you go ahead. I still have some matters to attend to. Unbeknownst to he's hiking, who was puzzled by Zhou Jia's intentions. It dawned on her after she left the room and met with Li Yu that the letter was meant for Li Yu. However, Zhou Jia simply did not wish to walk with her. Chapter 63. Early Enrollment? Old Yuan, why the rush? The head of the teaching department, Zhang Junhai, shouted from behind as he hurried over. What is the hurry? I need to return home to cook for my child. Director Zhang. Haven T, I've been a homeroom teacher for the third-year students for many years. My child hasn't eaten a meal I've prepared in ages. With the holiday approaching, I must return to showcase my culinary skills. Let your old yin handle it. You can't afford to be idle tonight. Director Zhang. It's a holiday. Do you think I can spare even that little time for my child's meals? Any matters can wait until next year. Next year? Zhang Junhai was momentarily perplexed, then slapped his forehead. Old Yuan, those students have led you astray. Next year is just the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. And I want to be able to find anyone. Forget it. Forget it. Bring your old yin and your child over to my house for a meal. That is not the same. Yuan Li stepped back, scrutinizing Zhang Junhai. Director Zhang, you're being overly solicitous. There must be an ulterior motive here. Does Principal Yao know about this? Look at you. I haven't said a word yet. Zhang Junhai chuckled. Your sister-in-law is quite a good cook. You should come and try her dishes. No, let us discuss the matter first. Zhang Junhai laughed heartily. Do you remember the last midterm exam? Which key high school? Yuan Li replied without hesitation. Unless it's a city school. If it's a district school, don't even think of targeting Shen Mo. Oh, old Yuan. Look at you, still so impatient. Come on, let us go eat and chat. It's for the district's second high school. The vice principal there is my classmate, and they come for enrollment every year. Second high school? Yuan Li felt disheartened. Director Zhang, how am I supposed to explain this to Shen Mo? Not to mention Shen Mo, even those students ranked just behind him are likely aiming for key high schools in the city. Second high is merely a safety net. Let's talk first. Come on. Can second high simply accept Shen Mo? There will be tuition fee reductions. Yuan Li retorted, is this merely about reducing tuition fees? Come on, let us chat first. She had anticipated that the second high would take the initiative. She thought it should be Yongxing first high, which aligned better with her expectations, as well as Shen Mos and the other students' aspirations. I want to see what your classmate has to say. Yuan Li decided to listen in. If the conditions offered by second high were appealing, it might be worth letting Shan Mo give it a try. As dusk fell, Zhang Junhai's home was bustling with activity, a small table filled with people. Shen Mo had also returned to Shun Chuan's dormitory. As usual, carrying two hearty dishes, one of pig trotters and the other of beef with potatoes, returning home in high spirits. The final exams are approaching, right? Soon. Shen Mo felt no pressure. Instead, he was vaguely excited. Second uncle, this time I'm sure I can rank first again. Will you be helping out at Garden Road during the winter break? Of course. When I went shopping there today, Sister Zoe asked about it. I'll be assisting a bit during the winter break. Shen Mo quickly filled his lunchbox with food, still preoccupied with Shun Chuan's situation. Second uncle. There will be people going abroad next summer. They might be preparing to sell their houses now. Keep an eye out for suitable ones, if money is tight. It's all right. I can earn some more during the winter break. It's not that urgent. Shun Chuan replied ambiguously, reluctant to spend his nephew's money. He felt a sense of guilt about utilizing the money his nephew earned so quickly. He wanted to say that the unit would allocate a house, but securing a property in Huhai was not so simple. Second uncle, please keep searching. If you find something, buy it quickly. Once I'm in university, I can return to help my younger siblings with their homework. Seemingly sensing Shun Chuan as discomfort, Shen Mo poured him a glass of wine. Second uncle, just admit that the wine I brought back is good, all right? It is. Second uncle, Your nephew will achieve even greater success in the future and bring you even better wine. Shen Chuan still found it difficult to adjust his mindset. Wine was wine, and houses were houses. They were not the same. If you're not keeping an eye on the house, I'll have Sister Zhou help. She is a restaurant manager and knows many people. Someone will surely be selling. Shen Mo resolved firmly, second uncle, when you get married, I do like to come back for a meal. It's always better to have a larger place. That night, Shen Chuan found it hard to sleep, pondering his nephew's words. During the summer, Shan Mo had matured significantly, speaking and acting like an adult. He was well regarded by neighbors. But would Yu Fong understand? If the house was bought by his nephew, Yu Fong would certainly comprehend, or anyone else would as well. He turned over, feeling troubled. He didn't know how to broach the subject with his nephew, or how to explain it to his elder brother. Without money, his brother wouldn't think of his son. Once he learned that Xiao Mo could earn money, what would his brother and sister-in-law think? Shen Chuan couldn't help but smile. It seemed his nephew had no intention of revealing his financial capabilities to his brother. Shen Mo truly had no such plans. He didn't even want to inform the rest of the family about his grades. Many around him were aware of his first-place ranking, yet he believed that his family members, aside from his second uncle, were deliberately ignoring him. His second uncle was right. After New Year's Day, the final exams would commence, and following that would be the winter break. Had it been last year, he would have remained in his second uncle's dormitory, waiting to return home with him for the new year. But this year was different. He would go to Garden Road, where he could have a small private room. Although it was a temporary residence, it offered him a sense of freedom. He had a winter break. But that didn't mean everyone else would enjoy the same length of respite. Even though he was in the third-year graduating class and had to attend extra classes, his winter break was still longer than his second uncle's. As the sun rose high, Shen Mo got out of bed. He and his second uncle went out for a hot meal together. Shen Mo donned his blue coat, feeling warm and content, ready to return to school. Although it was the New Year's holiday, it was just a single day, and Shen Mo was quite satisfied to be able to sleep well. He planned to return to school early today, allowing him to sleep sooner that night, avoiding the rush to school the following morning. Second uncle, remember to keep an eye on the house. If you don't, I'll really have Sister Zhou help. All right, I understand. Focus on your studies and don't worry about me. Next year, Ski High School is your goal. After sleeping through the night, Shen Chuan increasingly felt that his nephew was capable of making his own decisions. If he didn't keep an eye on the house, his nephew would indeed ask that lady on Garden Road for assistance. Shen Mo returned to school, only to find several classmates already engrossed in their studies. It seemed that other classes also had their share of diligent students. Upon settling into his seat, Shen Mo quietly began his revision. At some point, Yuan Li appeared at the classroom door, observing the industrious students within, nodding appreciatively. Shen Mo, step outside for a moment. The rest of the classmates merely glanced up before immersing themselves back into their work, stepping out into the warm afternoon sunlight. Shen Mo was greeted by Yuan Li's warm smile. She appraised the student before her, sensing a unique maturity about him. I heard you spent your summer working on Huayuan Road? Yuan Li inquired, eyeing Shen Mo's blue coat. His summer job serving plates was no secret. It had spread through word of mouth via Zhou Jia. Whispers among a few inquisitive students had intensified, especially after Shen Mo secured the top rank in his grade. Only when he confirmed the rumor himself, stating he would continue the work during the winter break, did the gossipers find it less intriguing. Yes, I'll be going back during the winter break. His attire was unassuming, with ordinary military green rubber shoes. Shen Mo had no desire to flaunt his wealth, having already outshone others academically. What are your thoughts on the high school entrance examinations? Have you decided which high school you wish to attend? I aspire to attend Yongxing No. 1 High School, Shen Mo replied without hesitation. Yuan Li nodded inwardly. Yongxing No. 1 was a dream for many students. While Nuzhou District No. 2 High School was also commendable, it ranked slightly lower among the district's key schools, akin to a goalkeeper in the realm of prestigious high schools. What is your family's financial situation like? Yongxing No. 1 boasts excellent teaching quality, but living expenses can be substantial. Yuan Li had previously inquired with Shan Mo's teachers from his first and second years, gaining insight into his circumstances. His parents' divorce had led him to live with his uncle, and life had been quite frugal. Coupled with the recent registration of his household, he likely faced significant debts. My family is fine. We can manage, Shen Mo replied. Yuan Li sighed. One cannot have both fish and bear's paws. The vice principal responsible for admissions at District No. 2 High School has noted your midterm results. Should you wish to attend, they will waive your tuition and fees for 3 years. For an ordinary family, 3 years' worth of fees represented a considerable expense. Without the few thousand yuan he had saved, it would be challenging for Shen Mo to cope. Grateful for Yuan Li's offer, Shen Mo recognized it as a valuable opportunity. Indeed, he was willing to describe it as such, Even if he attended District Number 2, he could still aim for a good university. However, Yuan Li was unaware of his true situation. Thank you, teacher. I wish to strive for Yongxing Number 1. He replied earnestly. Yuan Li tilted her head, observing her student. Indeed, young students often embodied ambition and resilience, determined to pursue their goals. So you'll continue working on Huaiyuan Road during the winter break? Yes, teacher. Even if Yongxing Number 1 does not waive my fees, I will still go. Shen Mo's thoughts were straightforward. Yongxing Number 1 was a key school, and he aimed to secure the best educational resources to compete with the brightest of his generation. Yuan Li smiled, the afternoon sun casting a warm glow on her face. I mentioned to the vice principal that you might not be willing to go, and you have not disappointed me. Shen Mo pressed his lips together, smiling. Teacher, that is Yongxing Number 1. Indeed. However, the earnings from your work on Huaiyuan Road may not suffice. For next year's entrance examination, study diligently, and should you truly gain admission to Yongxing Number 1, if the fees fall short, I will lend you the difference. Shen Mo's eyes widened in surprise. Teacher, that seems inappropriate. He had not anticipated Yuan Li would make such an offer. You are my student. To say you're the most promising among them seems hardly an exaggeration. If even you must bow to financial constraints, how can I stand before my future students? Yuan Li's smile remained unwavering. Now, focus on your studies. You may return. Shen Mo felt a stirring in his heart, reflecting on how long it had been since he had encountered a teacher like her. Indeed, it was the 1980s, not the materialistic year of 2025. What was the term for a teacher again? A gardener. Shen Mo had met such a gardener. He deeply bowed to Yuan Li, straightening up as the sunlight illuminated him. Thank you, teacher. I will work to earn money during the break, but it will not hinder my studies. Do not mention it. After all, you do call me Aunt Yuan, do you not? Yuan Li said with a smile. Return to your studies, and should you encounter any difficulties in life, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. It dawned on Shen Mo that teachers were indeed aware of everything. He bowed once more to Yuan Li, saying, Teacher, I shall return now. Was Yuan Li pragmatic? In 2025, Shen Mo might have perceived her as such, viewing her as investing in a future. Yet now, he understood her as a pure-hearted homeroom teacher through the lens of his peers. Of course, this was contingent upon Shen Mo's success. Had he continued his previous lackadaisical approach to studying, Yuan Li's concern would have merely served to keep him on the right path, redirecting her attention to another student. Perhaps Zhang Yahua or Su Kaiman, or even the mischievous He Zuking. Yet even that would have sufficed. Upon returning to her office, Yuan Li was soon joined by the director of education, Zhang Junhai. Hey, Lao Yuan, have you spoken with Shen Mo yet? I have. The young man is quite ambitious. Unwilling to attend District Number 2, insisting on earning his way into Yongxing Number 1. Zhang Junhai shook his head with a bemused smile. What kind of student could possibly go there? Has Shen Mo even considered his financial situation? He is planning to continue working at the restaurant on Huaiyuan Road during the winter break, depending on his own effort for earnings. If he truly manages to gain admission to Yongxing Number 1 next year, and the fees prove insufficient, as his homeroom teacher, I will contribute some. Yuan Li was resolute in her promise. Zhang Junhai pulled out a cigarette, inhaling its scent thoughtfully before finally saying, such a promising student indeed deserves to attend Number 1. How about this? After next year's entrance exams, I'll contribute a bit too. It wouldn't be fair to let you shoulder the burden alone as a female teacher. Director Zhang, what do you mean by that? Women can hold up half the sky, you know? All right. Lao Yuan, you've convinced me. You'll still be the homeroom teacher for next year's 8th graders. Ah, Lao Zhang, my own kids have nearly forgotten what my cooking tastes like. Have a little conscience, will you? Zhang Junhai chuckled just a moment ago. You call me Director Zhang, and now it's Lao Zhang? All right then, I won't fuss with you any longer. I'm going out for a smoke. If Yuan Li were not to serve as the homeroom teacher for the graduating class, Zhang Junhai would feel quite regretful. He was aware of Shan Mo's situation and had classmates attending Yongxing Number 1. After the final exams, he planned to take Shen Mo's report card to the school, attempting to negotiate a reduction in fees. As he passed by the classroom of Class 3, he peered through the window to see several students diligently studying. The classroom enveloped in a profound silence. The final exams were approaching swiftly. Shen Mo, you must put in your utmost effort. With the New Year's holiday behind them, the rhythm of study grew increasingly intense. During class, each subject teacher would express the urgency of time, assigning a plethora of homework for practice. Shen Mo did not complain of hardship or fatigue. This was merely the beginning. Compared to students of future generations, his current life was fulfilling yet not overly stressful. Since his conversation with Yuan Li, Shen Mo felt a heightened responsibility to perform well in the final exams, lest he disappoint his teacher. He faced no pressure in physics, chemistry, or English. However, Chinese posed a significant challenge. He needed motivation as there was a noticeable gap between his performance in Chinese and the other subjects. While others were fervently tackling physics and chemistry during evening study sessions, Shen Mo dedicated his time to reading comprehension. He aimed to adapt to the thinking style of this era, discerning the intentions of the question setters and crafting the answers they sought. Before graduation, he had no other means of expression but to strive for a few additional points in Chinese. After all, you do call me Aunt Yuan, do you not? This phrase occasionally reverberated in Shen Mo's mind, and each time he recalled it, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Yet, as he engaged in language studies, Li Dai found his rhythm disrupted by Shen Mo recently. Shen Mo had devoted an excessive amount of time to language studies, rendering him somewhat out of sync with his peers. However, it seemed quite justifiable. Shen Mo could only attain full marks in language and politics. And since the weight of politics was comparatively light, it was more advantageous for him to excel in language for a more noticeable boost. Li Dai even speculated that Shen Mo would achieve a high score in the upcoming final exams. How high, he could not ascertain, but certainly far exceeding that of the second-place student. As days passed, Li Dai felt time slipping away too swiftly to the point of inducing anxiety. How was it that, in the blink of an eye, only half of the third year remained? Another evening self-study session commenced, and Yuan Xiu approached. The self-study atmosphere in Class 2 of the third year had grown significantly quieter compared to the beginning of the school year. Though the students were still adolescents, they began to contemplate the imminent high school entrance examinations, aware that their time was limited. The final exams were just around the corner, and words were few. Performing well could attract early offers from high schools, including recommendations and waivers of tuition fees. Conversely, poor results would necessitate a second attempt at the entrance exams. Wang Hao, distribute the examination permits to everyone, Li Dai instructed. The permits were simple, printed by the school, merely displaying names and seat numbers. Wang Hao held them in hand, distributing them one by one. First examination room. Li Dai craned his neck to glimpse Shen Mo's permit, and, indeed, it was for the first examination room, and he was assigned seat number 1. Li Dai envied him, as he had been assigned to the 6th examination room. Sitting alongside Shen Mo, he felt a slight influence. Witnessing Shen Mo's earnest studying made him reluctant to play around, so he occasionally picked up some books, making gradual progress. Seated ahead, Zhuking turned to glance at Zhou Jia. Yangzi, which examination room are you in? The 5th. Zhou Jia replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. She shot a glare at Wang Hao, who was preoccupied with distributing permits and did not respond. Disappointment washed over Zhou Jia. This nickname was inescapable. She felt disheartened, especially since even Zhuking joined in calling her that, a moniker that was closely tied to Zhuking. She remained curious about the letter Shen Mo had written, asking Liu several times, yet never managing to extract the information. Though she was vexed, Liu held Shen Mo in high regard, considering him a gentleman. After the self-study session, Zhou Jia did not leave with Zhuking, nor did she accompany Liu. On her way, she encountered Wang Hao and his group. Oh, Yangzi, why are you alone? Upon hearing this nickname, Zhou Jia fumed, clenching her teeth, the muscles in her cheeks twitching. It's all your fault. What does it have to do with me? Wang Hao protested, feeling wronged, as he had not connected the nickname to her. Zhou Jia shot him a glare, stepping ahead to distance herself, refusing to walk with Wang Hao. Li Dai and Lu Yulin exchanged worried glances. Hey, Wang Hao, do you think it's safe for her to walk alone? Let us follow her for a bit, Wang Hao suggested, ensuring her safety from a distance. Li Dai, ever inquisitive, queried, why isn't Zhou Jia walking with Zhuking anymore? Who knows? Lu Yulin replied, uninterested in gossip. Girls can be unpredictable. Sometimes they're fine. Other times they're not. Tomorrow, I need to take my books home to prepare for the exams. Li Dai continued recently. Shen Mo has been focusing heavily on language. I believe he might surpass Zhuking in that subject. Wang Hao exclaimed in delight. Really? Will that crying genius be left in tears? No, your thoughts are quite unique, Lu Yulin remarked, astonished by Wang Hao's perspective. Yet he too was curious about how Shan Mo would perform. As the final exams approached, day students would no longer leave their books in the dormitory. They would take them home and return them after the next semester commenced. On the morning of the exam, Shen Mo had a bowl of vegetarian noodles in the cafeteria before entering the first examination room. Many familiar names filled the room, all top students of the school. Shen Mo had also become one of those names, perhaps even more renowned. First-year and second-year students often cited Shen Mo's name, which was on the verge of becoming a legend at Zhongxing High School. The first subject was language, since New Year's Day. Shen Mo had been diligently preparing for it, not only for himself but also for Yuan Li. With such a wonderful teacher, studying felt incredibly uplifting. Shen Mo was proficient in various subjects, and while language was universally acknowledged as a weak point, few could surpass him in it. This time, however, Shen Mo had immense confidence. From the first question to the final essay, his performance was exceptional. Upon concluding the exam, he even regretted that it was not the high school entrance examination. The papers were collected for sealing, yet everyone knew the first paper belonged to Shen Mo. The language papers were graded by teacher Feng Hong from the second year, as the two language teachers from the third year were reluctant to grade them, fearing bias. Teacher Feng worked swiftly, finishing the first paper in no time. Sister, Shen Mo did quite well. 94 points. Yuan Li was particularly pleased with Shen Mo's performance. She had initially expected him to score around 90, but 94 points exceeded her expectations by far. Quickly, let us see the next one, Yuan Li urged. Teacher Feng chuckled. What's the hurry? She continued grading the second paper. Sister, Shen Mo performed admirably. You can't expect him to score full marks in language. Let me see a few more papers, will you? 94 points. I won't claim he is first, but he should certainly rank within the top 10, perhaps even the top 5. Tell Shen Mo to leave some room for the other students. He can't dominate every subject. He has left politics for himself, hasn't he? Teacher Feng laughed and shook her head. Who can say? Just look at his 94 in language. How do you know he hasn't put effort into politics? Oh dear, he might actually excel in everything. Yuan Li insisted, eager to see Hezuking-'s paper. She leaned against Teacher Feng's chair, watching with keen interest. After several papers, they reached Hezuking-'s. The familiar handwriting and reassuring responses brought comfort. Teacher Feng graded swiftly, and Yuan Li remained silent, mentally calculating Hezuking-'s score. Simultaneously, Teacher Feng glanced forward, marking the score on the paper with a red pen. 93 points. Chapter 66, Preparing for Winter Break. Sister, what's with that expression of yours? Yuan Li's expression was peculiar, leaving Teacher Feng puzzled. Oh, the crying genius won't know how long they'll cry. Yuan Li straightened up, realizing that the 1-point difference meant Shen Mo had surpassed Hezuking in language. After a semester with Class 2, Shen Mo's most significant impression on Yuan Li was his steadiness. This time, he had outperformed Hezuking in language. While she might have another chance to surpass him, her advantage in language had diminished, widening the gap between them. As the finals approached, students were anxious and teachers were tense, the rhythm becoming increasingly frantic. After the afternoon exam, while dining in the cafeteria with Zhang Yahua and others, Su Feng from the adjacent class approached with his meal. Shen Mo, you did well. 94 in language, surpassing Hezuking by 1 point, the same as Tang Yuzi from our class. I heard no one else has exceeded you too. Zhang Yahua immediately lost his appetite. Su Feng, can we wait until all the exams are over to discuss this? He disliked knowing scores in advance, not just his own, but anyone's. He preferred to quietly complete all exams and discover his total score and ranking at once. Thus, after exams, he never sought answers from others, wishing to avoid anxiety for himself and others. Su Feng grinned. Don't worry, I don't know your score. In truth, he did, but he feared Zhang Yahua would be displeased. Actually, Zhang Yahua had performed well, yet he simply wished to avoid knowing scores beforehand. Even so, Zhang Yahua remained unhappy because Su Feng had revealed another critical piece of information. If no one had exceeded Shen Mo in language, didn't that imply he hadn't surpassed Shen Mo either? Dejectedly, he picked at his brown rice, taking another serving of vegetables. Su Feng, completely oblivious to Shen Mo's dominance, remarked, Hey, might you be able to widen the gap with the second place score even further this time? Su Kaiman inquired, Isn't your class's Tang Yuzi just a crying genius? Of course not, came the reply. She possesses remarkable psychological resilience. It is highly probable that the top spot will once again be claimed by Shan Mo. Su Feng shook his head and, with a flourish, picked up a piece of Shao King K from Zhang Yahua's bowl using his chopsticks. No one in the cafeteria disputed this. It was deemed a foregone conclusion, with everyone merely awaiting the outcome. Hey, are you heading to Huayuan Road to help with the dishes? You'll manage to complete your winter break assignments, right? Zhang Yahua recalled this matter. Of course, I want to be busy all the time. Besides, who eats on New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year? I have plenty of time. A few of them contemplated suggesting that once Shen Mo earned some money, he should treat them to a meal. But the thought of Shen Mo's circumstances made them hesitate to voice such desires. Shen Mo, however, was quite bold. If you go to Huayuan Road to eat, remember to come to Hung Fenjai restaurant. I'll serve you, ensuring ample portions. Several boys exhibited expressions of longing, sighing in unison, Forget it, Huayuan Road is too expensive. The following day, After the exams concluded, there would be a 2-day period for teachers to grade and calculate the rankings, allowing the dormitory to be unoccupied. Although they would need to return to check their scores, everyone knew that winter break had arrived. Shen Mo, clutching a book, walked alongside Yunnan and others. Now, Wang Hao no longer dared to mention the idea of returning home to rely on Shen Mo's support. He was preoccupied with thoughts of what to do after next year's high school entrance examination. This winter break might be challenging for him, as he anticipated being confined at home by his father to study, rarely allowed to venture outside. Wang Hao, feeling anxious, followed the group back. Upon returning to his uncle's dormitory, Shan Mo found it quiet. His uncle would not return until later. He stoked the stove, placed a kettle of water on, and slowly heated it, then made a trip to Huan Road for preliminary preparations. The winter break was imminent, although there would be supplementary classes after the new year. The start of school would occur earlier than the first and second days of the new year. Nevertheless, Shen Mo felt that he would not merely be serving dishes during these days. He intended to take on some translation work. "Xiao Mei, aren't you cold?" Shen Mo asked as he stepped off the electric bike and spotted the welcoming Xiao Mei at the entrance, dressed in thicker winter attire. She appeared less slender than in the summer. "Not at all," she replied, her nose reddened from the chill, smiling brightly upon seeing Shan Mo. "The final exams are over, right?" "Yes, I just finished. I'm waiting for the results, but we haven't officially begun the holiday yet. While there are still 2 days left, I might as well take a little break. You should hurry inside. It's freezing out here," Xiao Mei urged, calling out Sister Zhou. "Xiao, Shun is here." He has finished his final exams. Manager Zhou was elated, for she had been eagerly anticipating this moment. "Sister Zhou, I've completed the exams, but we haven't started the holiday yet." "That is all right. Knowing you have your winter break brings me a great deal of comfort." A few days earlier, Ming Yang had also come by. He was already on break. "Right now, my sister stands straightest on Huayuan Road. For the past 6 months, there had been a continuous demand for translators along Huayuan Road, yet few had managed to find work successfully. Have you found any work?" Shen Mo asked, genuinely surprised. He had been holding back for an entire semester, with his funds only flowing outwards as he needed to save up to buy a house for his uncle. He needed to earn more, especially with regards to Yuan Li. He couldn't genuinely rely on his homeroom teacher to cover his high school tuition for the coming year. Since the reform and opening up, more foreigners had come to experience the festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival in our country, and many locals were also foregoing their holidays, hoping to conduct business with them during the new year. Shen Mo's mind raced, but surely the Foreign Trade Building and the Foreign Language Bureau will be closed for the holidays, right? The Foreign Trade Building may close, but certain tasks can be completed in advance. Once work resumes, we can simply proceed with the processes, came the response. As for the Foreign Language Bureau, there might indeed be someone willing to take on some freelance work. Xiao Shun, if any skilled individuals are willing to come to Huayuan Road, please keep an eye out for me. Rest assured, Sister Zhou, I will definitely keep an eye out. Shen Mo replied enthusiastically. Will you be able to secure the top spot this time? Manager Zhou shifted to a more pleasant topic. Shen Mo feigned concern. Perhaps that person who shares my name will take first place instead. Manager Zhou chuckled. All right, I know you're exceptional. Make sure to rest well before the official holiday. Come back after the break. That's Sister Zhou. I would like to move my things in tomorrow and head straight over after school the day after. No problem. Manager Zhou readily agreed. It will be the same little single room you stayed in during the summer. Thank you, Sister Zhou. Shen Mo returned with 2 hearty dishes and a bottle of fine wine. As dusk fell, his uncle should have returned. Noticing the kettle of warm water and the books in the dormitory, he likely wouldn't bother cooking. Shen Chuan had not prepared a meal. Upon seeing his nephew's belongings, he understood perfectly. He sat by the stove, warming himself, awaiting his nephew's return with the dishes. Feeling a bit idle, Shen Chuan picked up Shen Mo's book and leafed through it. From outside, it was evident that his nephew had been diligent. The pages, compared to those from the first and second years, were noticeably deeper, a result of frequent handling. Textbooks, notes, and the returned test papers all bore more legible handwriting. A stark contrast to the scrawl Shan Mo had previously written, which had made it difficult for Shen Chuan to discern the difference in neatness. Footsteps echoed at the entrance, followed by Shen Mo's voice. "Uncle, I'm back." Shen Mo entered, carrying 2 aluminum lunchboxes. Upon entering the dormitory, he promptly took down the kettle and placed the lunchboxes on the stove. "Let us heat this up. It'll be delicious." Outside, the cold wind howled, while the bulb in the room emitted a warm yellow glow. The uncle and nephew, with chopsticks dancing in unison, created a lively and warm atmosphere. Chapter 67. The house is showing promise. The teachers at school did not enjoy the same comforts as Shen Mo and his uncle. They were still engrossed in grading papers. The first exam paper in the first examination room garnered the most attention, a trend that persisted from the first to the third year. Shen Mo's paper was used as a benchmark, leading several homeroom teachers from the first and second years to grumble. How can the scores of the third years exceed those of the first years? Shen Mo's scores in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, as well as English, were predictably perfect, leaving the teachers with no room for dissent. His performance in politics was also commendable. Despite it being a historical weakness, this weakness was only relative to his Chinese score, as he still ranked high among his peers. Zhang Junhai remained in the office, disregarding the protests from Yuan, Li, and several female teachers, chain-smoking one cigarette after another, justifying it with the excuse that it was too cold outside. Hurry up and calculate. At least get Shen Mo's total score figured out. The holiday is almost here. I need something to present when I go to number 1 middle school, he exclaimed. Oh, come on, Lao Yuan, stop glaring at me. Just give me the scores and I'll be out of here. Here it is. Take a look for yourself. Yuan Li finally managed to retrieve the score for the last subject, politics, and several teachers immediately gathered around. Zhang Junhai, not forgetting to light another cigarette, earned the disdain of those present. I heard Shen Mo did exceptionally well in Chinese. Just tell me how many points he missed from a perfect score. 10 points. Zhang Junhai instantly discarded the cigarette he held, pushing through the crowd. 10 points away? Both Chinese and mathematics are counted as 100 points, making a total of 490. And Shen Mo scored 480 points. Director Zhang, is this score impressive? Yuan Li asked, hands on her hips, with confidence. Impressive indeed. Zhang Junhai stepped forward, noting Shen Mo's scores, smiling contentedly. For next year's entrance exams, I won't speculate on how many points Shen Mo might score. As long as he maintains our school's top position, I shall celebrate in style. Director Zhang, our class's subject teachers can hear you. Let them hear. Drinking alone is dull, Zhang Junhai replied grandly, pulling out another cigarette to light. Yuan Li began to shoo him away. Lao Zhang, you can go outside to smoke. Hey, I haven't even treated you to a meal, and you're already kicking me out? He laughed heartily, leaving with a note in his pocket detailing Shen Mo's scores. With the holidays approaching, he was eager to flaunt his achievements to his old classmates at Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. After dispatching Zhang Junhai, Yuan Li felt even better. The other homeroom teachers began to focus on the rankings below, unwilling to let Yuan Li bask in her triumph too long. However, Shen Mo's scores were simply too dazzling. The top position in Class 1 shifted from Tang Wuzi to Wang Gu, who had reclaimed the title after half a semester, but he trailed Shen Mo by 14 points. The homeroom teacher of Class 1, Gu Nanfan, gazed at Wang Ji's report card, her expression a mixture of perplexity and intrigue. Not a single subject achieved first place in the class, yet astonishingly, his overall score topped the charts. This student certainly possesses a unique charm. As the results from the other classes trickled in, Yuan Li, holding a cup of water, remained composed, her serene smile unwavering. It wasn't until past 8 in the evening that the teachers finally returned home to rest. Shen Mo and his uncle, Shen Chuan, finished their meal, washed their aluminum lunchboxes and chopsticks, and soaked their feet in warm water, feeling cozy and content. A small radio was switched on, filling the air with Teresa Tong's Alone at the West Tower. The haunting lyrics echoed. Silently, I ascend the West Tower. The moon hangs like a hook. As the lights were extinguished, the uncle and nephew nestled beneath the warm blankets, listening to Tong's melodious voice intertwined with the whispers of the wind outside. Life, indeed, is beautiful, especially with the delightful anticipation of what the next song might bring. Uncle, have you found a house? Is there anything suitable? Shen Mo inquired. Today, I visited Huiyuan Road, and Sister Zhou informed me there's work during the winter break, so you needn't worry. Once this winter break concludes, I shall certainly become a person of means. The New Year's Day of 1985 had passed, ushering in 1986. How many would truly become affluent? Shen Chuan felt a tinge of shyness, replying, I've been keeping an eye out. Uncle, I'll ask Sister Zhou to assist as well. Shen Mo sensed his uncle's reluctance to spend his money, yet he wondered why such hesitation existed. In the darkness, Shen Chuan seemed to shift. There was a family nearby planning to emigrate. Their 2-bedroom apartment was slightly smaller than their current residence, yet he believed it would suffice. How could it not be enough? With 2 bedrooms, we could modify it to omit the living room, leaving just enough space for a dining table, allowing for 3 bedrooms instead. How much would it cost? Shen Mo instantly perked up. In the lane, the asking price is 8,000. Shen Chuan's voice lowered significantly, revealing his disbelief at such a figure. The reality is that most housing is publicly owned, with very few private properties available, and the buying process is laden with cumbersome procedures, leading sellers to demand exorbitant prices, awaiting buyers willing to pay through the nose. Yet, Shen Mo boldly declared, if it's 8,000, then so be it. Money earned, but not spent is akin to not earning at all. By the end of the year, I'll have Sister Zoe procure a pig's head and some lamb. Then you can call me Andy, right? We'll send it over to her. Shen Chuan pinched himself, feeling as though he were dreaming. His nephew had become successful. Such unexpected success that he could buy him a house. Let us not rush. They plan to move abroad next year. Very few can readily produce 8,000. It's not a straightforward sale. We should wait. As the weather warms, the prices will drop. Shen Mo grew anxious. But what if they refuse to negotiate? If they don't lower the price, I can wait. Yufeng mentioned that staying in the dormitory is also an option, right? Look around us. Many live in small rooms and manage just fine. It's still a bit cramped. Shen Mo fretted about the potential of prolonged uncertainty. Cramped? Rest assured, there is always a place for you at home. Shen Mo reflected that the two-bedroom apartment was indeed the best option. If it was expensive, so be it. Waiting was feasible, but he must secure it before next summer. Or how would he manage upon his return? Uncle, please don't forget to tell Annie that you can resolve the housing issue. I know. Shen Chuan chuckled, slightly tipsy, his laughter resonating in the dark. Suddenly, a thought struck him during the New Year. I'll wait for you to finish your holiday, and we can celebrate the New Year's Eve in the old house. On the first day of a new year, I'll return to Huayuan Road. There is still money to be made during the festive period. Your father, Shen Chuan, worries for your uncle, doesn't he? Why must you seek another? My father? Shen Mo scoffed. He probably never expected much from me. Each person has their own scale of judgment. Were it not for the presence of his uncle, Shen Mo would have been at a loss during the new year, as the entire family seemed to deliberately overlook him, and his stepmother, Chun Yi, would cast him furtive glares, displaying her displeasure. After several incidents of being caught, Chun Yi began to openly disregard Shen Mo, finding it too exhausting to conceal her true feelings. This year's New Year would likely mirror such scenes. Chapter 68, A Not-So-Easy Winter Break. Upon awakening, Shen Chuan had already left for work. These were the most relaxing 2 days for Shen Mo, with school not in session and no one else at home. He relished the freedom to sleep as long as he wished and engage in whatever activities he desired. In the morning, he tidied up his belongings and had a bowl of noodles for lunch before taking some items to Huayuan Road. He planned to bring his bedding over tomorrow, as he intended to sleep here tonight. Taking advantage of the afternoon lull without guests, Shen Mo moved into a small single room. Coincidentally, Zhao Mingyang was also present to lend a helping hand. Xiao Shun, once you visit the school tomorrow, will it finally be your winter break? Indeed, he confirmed. Manager Zhou smiled, adding, Mingyang mentioned that his break is longer than yours. If anyone needs a translator, you'll be the first to be called, and he'll come after you return to school. Zhao Mingyang appeared a bit bashful. Previously, during summer break, Xiao Shun was quite generous. But since your winter break is short, we're prioritizing you. Hey, can you return to school after the Lantern Festival? Shen Mo shook his head. I must return by the 8th day of the new year. Go ahead. You're definitely first. I have more time than you, after everyone else has finished their holidays. Zhao Mingyang placed his belongings down, surveying the small room. Not bad. It's quite conducive for studying. I heard from Sister Zoe that you ranked first in the midterm exams. How do you think you'll fare in the finals? About the same, unless I encounter a genius. Shen Mo, with his commendable intellect and diligence, coupled with the unique advantage of his reincarnation, could only be challenged by exceptionally gifted individuals, who may not necessarily triumph over him. True geniuses, at least none existed in Zhongxing Middle School. He would only have a chance to meet them at Yongxing No. One high school, which would serve as his true test. After settling his belongings, Manager Zhou instructed the kitchen staff, Old Wu, to prepare 2 exquisite dishes for Shen Mo to take with him. While the kitchen was busy, Manager Zhou briefed Shen Mo on the upcoming tasks. Although your winter break hasn't officially started, Sister has already lined up some work for you. Early the day after tomorrow at 8. You'll have half a day's work for 3 consecutive days. Tomorrow evening, guests will come for dinner, based on previous experience. I'll have them bring the materials in advance, so you can prepare a bit. Understood, Sister Zhou. Shen Mo could no longer think of himself as merely a student. He was now a person striving to make a living. His uncle had set his sights on a 2-bedroom apartment, and Shen Mo contemplated whether earning a bit more could allow him to eventually upgrade his uncle's living situation to something slightly larger before next summer. Real estate is also an investment, as long as his uncle secured that property, even if Shen Mo didn't provide him with financial support. The compensation from potential demolition could bring him joy in his dreams. Shen Mo hadn't yet considered acquiring a place for himself. That could wait. In the future, he hoped to purchase a larger property all at once, and if it happened to be in an area slated for redevelopment, that would be even better. After returning home with the dishes, Shen Chuan arrived back from work. It's good to be home. You can enjoy delicious dishes. Just for a day or two. Tomorrow night, I'll head to Huayuan Road. You'll surely come in first again, right? Shen Chuan's expectations for his nephew rose. He no longer wished to hear anything less than first place, not even second in the grade. We'll find out tomorrow. No. You'll be leaving right after you come back, so I want to have a chance to ask. With Lu Yulin around. You'll know by the day after tomorrow at the latest. By the way, Uncle, please keep an eye out for the house. I'm not completely on break yet. Sister Zoe has already found me work, and I'll need to go in the morning for 3 consecutive days. Suddenly, Shun Chuan felt a pang of sympathy for his nephew. Although he earned a considerable amount, among their acquaintances, how many young individuals were already out working for a living. And his nephew, being the top student in the school, ought to focus solely on his studies. Uncle, after the high school entrance examination, I'd like to treat a few teachers to dinner. That essay must. It's essential, especially since your achievements are due to their guidance in helping you attain first place. It would weigh heavily on my conscience not to treat them. Shen Mo suggested. Let us go to Hong Feng Yi. The price doesn't matter. All right, I'll follow your lead. Shen Mo intended to convey to Yuan Li and the others through this meal that he faced no difficulties in life. Mere words would not suffice to convince Yuan Li. So he invited them to dinner, which would both express his gratitude and signify his financial stability. Shen Chuan drank a few more cups of white liquor, comfortably savoring the remaining alcohol, which he then collected for himself. Before you head to Garden Road tomorrow, leave the report card with me. I'll need it for my drinking session tomorrow night. Shen Mo chuckled, realizing his second uncle was still unwilling to wait. Early the next morning, Lu Yulin awaited Shen Mo at the corner to walk together. Are you going to Garden Road this afternoon? Yes, replied Shen Mo. Lu Yulin sighed with relief. That's great. What's wrong with you? He continued. You're surely going to come first again. If you're not at your second Uncle S. My dad wants to see you, so I can have a slightly easier time. Lu Qiang T beat his son, who was now in the 3rd year junior high, but Lu Yulin had matured enough to understand the embarrassment. Even if his parents didn't scold him, he would still be subjected to some reprimand. As the semester concluded, he accepted the reality of Shen Mo's capability to secure the top spot in the school. Yet he found it hard to comprehend. If only your scores could spare me a few points, Lu Yulin muttered, nurturing a flicker of fantasy. Shen Mo's scores were undoubtedly high, and if he could share a few, he could also rank first. Upon arriving at the classroom, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement as if they hadn't seen each other in ages. Suddenly, someone shouted, I just saw my cousin printing a ton of papers. The classroom fell into a hush, and everyone exchanged glances. Could it be that we're getting our papers during the winter break? A student seated in the front glanced outside, then turned back, his face full of anticipation. He chuckled softly, not just my cousin, my second uncle has papers too. Several teachers approached, arms laden with papers, which they had prepared as winter break assignments for the students. Gu Kun first went to another class, while Wu Gang arrived at the second class. All right, I'm not your homeroom teacher, so let us keep it brief. There is no homework for the winter break. However, let us complete a few papers to ensure we don't lose our motivation for learning over the holiday. Zhou Jie inquired, Teacher, how many papers? If it were just one, would I really need to come back here? I could just ask your homeroom teacher to distribute them. Wu Gang replied with a smile. Come on, pass them around. The English teacher, Dai Guangwan, peeked into the classroom and said, He's zooking, go to the office and bring me the papers. And your deskmate can go along. Instantly, a chorus of lamentations erupted in the classroom. Wu Gang tapped his desk. What's all the fuss about? Your teacher Dai works hard to print these papers. She nearly didn't beat the others. Li Dai whispered. If only you all put in a bit more effort. How could she lose to my cousin? Although he grumbled internally, he understood that if Dai Guangwan had lost, the papers for math and science would have been even more plentiful. Sure enough, before he Zooking returned, Gu Kun came over, asking a few boys to carry the test papers. Before homeroom teacher Yuan Li arrived, all the subject teachers had already distributed the papers. Shen Mo calculated 3 papers in 2 days. Chapter 69, Returning to the World of Adults. The final exams concluded, and the rankings were released. Shen Mo emerged as the top student in our grade group, scoring a total of 490, with 480 on his exam. You might argue that Shen Mo coming first is expected, but I must emphasize that even the top student has room for improvement. This time he scored 94 in Chinese, tying for first place in the grade. 94? Zooking felt her head spin. She had scored just 1 point less than Shen Mo, and her Chinese score had not surpassed his. Yuan Li observed her as she spoke, noticing her eyes redden even before she was reprimanded. All right, you'll receive 3 test papers for Chinese. That should be manageable, right? During the winter break, don't laze about. Read fewer novels and focus more on your textbooks, as the articles within are quite engaging. During the winter break, refrain from playing with fireworks or going near the rivers. The ice in Jiangnan cannot compare to that in the north. It isn't thick enough, and safety is a concern. Yuan Li repeatedly cautioned them, finally uttering the words everyone longed to hear. All right, you may go back. The classroom immediately erupted with activity. Izuking, come here. Yuan Li, truly at a loss with this young girl, felt the need to console her. Zhou Jie pouted, taking her test papers and leaving first. Behind her, a few boys engaged in excited chatter. Wang Hao, remember to report Shen Mo's score. Let us see what your dad says. Am I foolish? Of course. I'll report yours. I'll just say you didn't beat me. And that's that. Returning home, 1 TB easy. We'll be doing papers every day. Shen Mo, you'll manage to finish them, right? Shen Mo clutched his paper carefully, fearing that the ink might smudge and obscure the text. I will definitely finish. Li Dai exclaimed, great. I knew you would. I just checked the Chinese paper. We need to write 3 essays. Forget about it. I'll borrow your other papers for reference. Oh, so you say reference. Wang Hao shouted. I didn't reference anyone. I referenced Shen Mos. Li Dai replied assertively, without a hint of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lu Yulin felt tempted. So, Shen Mo, when will you be back? I'd like to reference yours as well. Oh dear. Wang Hao began to hesitate. He wanted to say he would also reference Shen Mos, but having just looked down on others, he found it difficult to voice that thought, and instead, forced himself to disdain Lu Yulin. The group of them walked merrily ahead. Winter break had arrived. Yet they could not fully let go. In the corridor outside the classroom, Yuan Li continued to console Izuking. As soon as she stepped out of the classroom, Izuking's tears began to flow. Stop crying. Those who don't know might think you've done something wrong. Yuan Li, though patient, could hardly tolerate Izuking's incessant weeping. What is all this crying about? You still placed in the top 5 in the grade, coming in 4th this time, which is an improvement over last time. Izuking's tears wouldn't cease, leaving Yuan Li both exasperated and amused. What will you do during the high school entrance exam? Once the scores are out, who can you cry to? All right, dry your tears and cheer up. You came 2nd in the 2nd year. Let us not even mention Shan Mo. You have another person to surpass. I'll remember that. After a brief bout of crying, Izuking's emotions stabilized considerably. Yuan Li sighed in relief. You may return now. Winter break is a rare opportunity. Rejuvenate your energy for the more intense semester ahead. We're at Zhang Yehua or Su Kaiman, or even Wang Gu or Tang Wu Zi from the neighboring class. She would have brought up Shen Mo to motivate them. But Izuking was different. The girl's psychological resilience was limited, and mentioning Shan Mo again might set her off crying once more. Once Izuking was sent off, Yuan Li turned back to seek out Zhang Junhai. Director Zhang, when are we heading to Yongxing No. 1 High School? With Shen Mo's results, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to rank in the top 10 citywide, would it? I'll take a step back. Even if he doesn't rank in the top 10 overall, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he'll be among the top 10 among the admission sources for Yongxing No. 1 next year, right? Zhang Junhai chuckled. Well, my director has returned. We'll head over tonight. Fret not. I called them this morning to set up a proper discussion. Old Yuan, are you coming with? They're inviting us for dinner. No high school would push away academically capable students. ISNT, it just about waiving a bit of tuition. That's trivial. Bringing in a couple of connections, and the money will be compensated. As a woman, I don't drink, so I want to go. But, Director Zhang, I leave this matter in your hands. You must strive for more. Yuan Li worried that Zhang Junhai might indulge in too much alcohol and forget the important matters. Zhang Junhai patted the pocket of his jacket, where Shen Mo's scores were stowed. Rest assured, Shen Mo's results are right here. They're the ones seeking us out now. The advantage of Yongxing No. 1 High School lay in its proximity. Zhang Junhai considered the entire city and saw a multitude of options. However, neither of them was aware that Shan Mo currently possessed a significant amount of money, surpassing what their families combined could offer. Shen Mo contemplated concocting a story to share with Yuan Li after the school year commenced to alleviate her worries about his situation. Upon returning to his second uncle's dormitory, he wrote down his scores and placed them on a small table, using a teacup to weigh them down before taking his bedding and heading to the Red Maple Leaf. After making the bed and changing his clothes, Shen Mo swiftly stepped into the world of adulthood. Xiao Shan, guests will arrive shortly at the new May private room, instructed Manager Zhou. Understood, Sister Xiao. Downstairs. Xiao Mei ushered a group of guests into the new May private room. Gentlemen, please take a seat. Xiao Shun, bring the tea. Shen Mo fetched the tea, followed closely by Manager Zhou, who took the teapot and poured tea for the seated guests. Tomorrow, Xiao Shan will assist you as your translator. During the summer, he has successfully handled numerous sessions. He is the first person on Huaiyuan Road with such capabilities. Oh, I have heard of him. You're still a middle school student, correct? A middle-aged man chuckled, as the others remained silent, evidently deferring to him. Before Shan Mo could respond, Manager Zhou interjected with a smile. Indeed. The final exams just concluded, and Xiao Shan ranked first in the entire school, achieving full marks in English. Ah, young hero indeed. Full marks in English. The middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. First in the school? That is indeed impressive. In an era where educational attainment is generally low, a middle school graduate capable of such feats compelled the middle-aged man to regard Shen Mo as an equal adult. Yes, Shen Mo replied, eschewing modesty. At this juncture, humility could prompt others to seek alternatives. Manager Zhou promptly added, Gentlemen, Xiao Shan's winter break is limited, and if you approach me an hour earlier, he can serve you. If you delay by an hour, he will be engaged with other clients, specifically summer patrons. Her expression conveyed the fortune of the guests in the private room, making them feel they were receiving great value. Very well. The middle-aged man recognized the embellishments in Manager Zhou's words. Yet, given Shan Mo's successful summer service without incident, he was willing to trust her. May I inquire what topics you plan to discuss tomorrow? I would like to prepare some materials. The middle-aged man produced a few thin sheets of paper from his bag and handed them to Shen Mo. Young man, I am counting on you tomorrow. As the evening drew to a close and the guests departed, Shen Mo returned home to prepare, with Manager Zhou sparing him from further service to allow ample time for his preparations. Xiao Mei, please send some fried rice to Xiao Shen. He may be working late tonight. Understood, Xiao Mei replied briskly, continuing her tasks. In the small, dimly lit room, Shan Mo leaned over a small desk by the bed, perusing a dictionary as he prepared for the following day. Outside, the cold wind howled, causing the window to rattle occasionally, yet the plaintive sound never ceased. Shan Mo relished such moments. If only he could enjoy a cup of coffee alongside a beloved book, it would be even more perfect. Before him lay a book, not a novel or an essay, but an English-Chinese dictionary. The sweetness of his fantasies could only be half fulfilled. The contrast to the howling wind outside and the warm comfort inside was a delightful experience, complemented soon by a bowl of egg-fried rice delivered to him. In Uncle Shi's dormitory, the scene was quite similar, except that Shun Chuan had a stove, atop which a porcelain teacup simmered with tofu and pickled greens, while a radio played songs from the broadcast, and he savored a small drink. This was the leftover from before. Upon returning today, although his nephew's bedding was absent, a report card lay pressed on the table, first in his grade, with 4 subjects achieving full marks. When alone, Shun Chuan refrained from indulging in meat, finding satisfaction in a single dish of tofu. They say drinking alone is dull, but Shun Chuan did not share this sentiment. He was merely uncertain how to face Lu Qiang and the others the following day. He was unaware of Lu Yulan's score, but surely paled in comparison to his nephews. Had they not been in the same grade, Shun Chuan would have relished the opportunity to boast. Tomorrow evening, he planned to dine with Yu Fong to discuss the gifting of New Year's presents. Did his nephew not mention procuring some pig's head and lamb meat? That would be splendid. As he ate and drank, Shun Chuan began to dream of the events following next year's high school entrance examination, confident that his nephew would secure a place at Yongxing No. 1 High School. Meanwhile, in the home of Vice Principal Luo Yuanheng of Yongxing No. 1 High School, several men gathered. Though it was past 8 o'clock, their spirits were high. The news brought by Zhang Junhai had ignited their anticipation for the upcoming year. So Lao Luo, take a look at these scores, Zhang Junhai said, puffing on a cigarette, his face flushed, eyes slightly glazed, yet still gleaming with pride. The results are indeed remarkable. For students like this, everyone at the first high school is eager to have them, he continued. This ISNT just good, with 6 subjects. 4 of them score full marks. If Shan Mo enters Yongxing No. 1, he will surely be on a path to Jinduan University. Ah, Jinduan University. Are you hearing me? Zhang Junhai's triumph was palpable, flowing throughout the dinner table. We heard you. Our school has had students accepted before, Luo Yuanheng replied, refilling Zhang Junhai's glass without any hint of embarrassment, rather with a touch of cordiality. Zhang Junhai smiled broadly as he watched his old classmate pour him more wine. Let us discuss the issue of waiving tuition fees. Recently, Old Wu from District No. 2 High School visited. I'm not afraid to tell you. They are offering complete tuition waivers. And I must remind you, no one from their side has ever been accepted to Jinduan. Consider Shen Mo's standing and their determination. There was no doubt that Shen Mo would prefer to attend Yongxing No. 1. None in attendance questioned this. However, circumstances could dictate otherwise. If Shen Mo could not afford the tuition fees for Yongxing No. 1, he would likely enroll at District No. 2. With such a prodigious talent, all resources at District No. 2 will be directed towards Shan Mo, an opportunity that Yongxing No. 1 could not match. Their offer would merely be the waiver of tuition fees. Of course, Zhang Junhai did not disclose to his old classmate that he and Yuan Li were willing to assist Shen Mo financially. Such matters required preliminary negotiation. Luo Yuanheng lit a cigarette, squinting as he smoked. Tomorrow, I will discuss this with several other leaders at the school. However, This initiative cannot be limited to Shan Mo alone. I propose that next year, all students ranking in the top 10 we admit should have their tuition waived. Lao Zhang. If Shan Mo truly has this ability, then let him come. He raised his glass, clinking it against Zhang Junhai's, who was equally resolute, raising his glass to proclaim, I thank you all on behalf of Shan Mo. Indeed, as one who could attain the position of vice principal, he approached problems with a broader perspective, ensuring ample opportunities for both the school and Shan Mo. Should this tuition waiver policy be announced, it would attract many graduates to apply, all without leaving room for criticism. Zhang Junhai downed his drink, laughing heartily. No need to laugh. For the sake of our friendship, let your school's top students apply here this year. Absolutely. Zhang Junhai agreed readily. Having consumed copious amounts of alcohol and smoked extensively, he stumbled home, falling into a deep slumber until dawn broke. Upon waking, he found Yuan chatting with his wife at home, his hair disheveled and a strong scent of smoke lingering on him. Old Yuan came early. How did your negotiations go yesterday? Zhang Junhai yawned and replied, I had a good drink and smoked nearly 2 packs. Oh, I'm exhausted. Director Zhang. Let us talk business. They have agreed, but Shen Mo must also strive to excel. The top 10 next year will have their tuition waived. As he progresses to the second and third years of high school, it will depend on Shan Mo's own abilities. Yuan felt reassured this is not difficult. Director Zhang, I must thank you on behalf of our class S. Shen Mo. I will take my leave now. Zhang Junhai noticed the small steamed buns and soy milk on the table and urged, have breakfast before you go. His wife pinched him. And Zhang Junhai thought her too frugal. Surely, one breakfast was not too much to ask. Yuan chuckled slightly, unwilling to linger, and turned left as she exited. After seeing Yuan off, Zhang Junhai began to lament about his wife. Who has ever been so stingy as you? Stingy? That was bought by old Yuan. Yet here you are, being polite with someone else's belongings. Zhang Junhai paused for a moment, unable to suppress a laugh. All right. I don't mind taking a hit from you. Let us just eat. He inhaled deeply. The scent of smoke clinging to him seemed overwhelming. He wondered how his wife managed to endure it the previous night. A shower and a change of clothes were in order, or else he would be ill-prepared to face others. Oh, quite self-aware, aren't you? Do you know why old Yuan left? It's simply because he couldn't stand the stench of smoke emanating from you. His wife always seemed to find countless reasons to deter him from smoking. Zhang Junhai found himself speechless. Chapter 71, New Year's Gifts. For 3 consecutive days, Shen Mo dedicated his mornings to translation work, when the tasks remained unfinished. Manager Zhou assigned him 2 more projects, stretching his workload until the 29th day of the lunar year. Even Zhao Mingyang was summoned, and the 2 translators from Red Maple Leaf were inundated with assignments, as translation tasks seemed to materialize on the same day. In the afternoon, Shen Mo returned, weary, carrying egg cakes and candies. Mingyang had also come back, bringing canned goods for everyone to share. Let me have a taste. Shen Mo fondly reminisced about the syrupy sweetness of canned goods from his childhood. Zhao Mingyang, grinning, sat nearby, sipping hot water, leisurely savoring a milk candy from the bag Shen Mo had brought. Manager Zhou opened the cans, and they all shared the contents. It seemed that sharing made the canned food taste even better. Wu Yuan, enjoying the canned goods while munching on the egg cake, even stuffed some candies into his pocket. Our restaurant is the best. I've heard Fan Qiaoqiang from the Yangtze River Hotel also brings gifts. While the staff of Huayuan Hotel have never seen a candy from Xiongming. Manager Zhou chided, just eat your own. Stop gossiping about others. Xiongming not bringing gifts was his own choice. He had the means to enjoy his own solitude. Shen Mo, Zhao Mingyang, and Fan Qiaoqiang were willing to bring gifts, and that reflected their warmth. Shen Mo calculated the days. Sister Zhou, could you help me arrange for a pig's head? What else do you need? How about some ham? You've made quite a bit this year. You should celebrate well. Then I'll also need a ham, and 2 bottles of William Jai. The material wealth was still somewhat limited, and Shen Mo could only think of so much. However, Red Maple Leaf was not lacking. So he decided to include the wine to give his uncle face. Mingyang, do you want some too? I can get you some. Zhao Mingyang pondered for a moment and replied, let me go home and discuss it first, see what my family needs. All right, just let sister know what you want. She can arrange it for you. As the new year approached, the streets of Huhei buzzed with activity. Many parents took advantage of the Sunday to stroll with their children, indulging in snacks, purchasing small toys, and acquiring new clothes. Adults had their own responsibilities, beyond the meager benefits from their workplaces. They were also tasked with preparing New Year's gifts. Regardless of their quality, it was the thought that counted. Xinjiang prepared 2 roosters, 2 fish, and some pastries for his father-in-law's family, intending to deliver them before the little new year. Little Xinjing donned a brand new outfit, not having to attend school, eagerly awaiting the festivities. Before setting off, Chen remembered Shen Mo. What about your eldest son? With his uncle around, what is there to worry about? What am I worried about? I'm concerned that the money in your pocket will dwindle. This new year, if you dare to give Shen Chuan or Shan Mo any money, you can forget about a peaceful time. Shen Jiang felt helpless against his wife, yet was also quite irritated. By heaven's honesty, I hadn't even considered giving them money. I haven't turned into a villain yet, and you're already speaking ill of me. It's better to speak plainly in advance. So you want to later accuse me of picking a fight with you. Chun Yi's face was filled with bitterness. Shen Mo was not her son, and she had no desire to concern herself. If your previous partner truly had a big heart, how could they ignore their own child for years? Is she even a mother? Shen Jiang found his wife's words harsh yet reasonable. He did not believe he was an inadequate father. After all, his son was still under the care of the Shen family. However, he may have truly not shown her face in years. All right, why speak of her during the new year? Let us go. We're off to deliver the holiday gifts. The couple mounted their bicycles and headed towards Chun Yi's family home. Little Shun Jing, bundled up warmly, sat on the front seat of her mother's bicycle. Shen Jiang was responsible for the New Year's goods. Oh, don't say I'm partial. How is your brother's relationship going? If they marry next year, how will we all fit for the new year? I think Shen Mo should go to his maternal grandparents for the new year. Shen Jiang always felt that Chun Yi's reference to his mother carried a hidden tone, but she articulated it so well that it went unnoticed, yet the implication lingered. Nonetheless, his wife's words seemed to hold some truth. It wouldn't be unreasonable for their son to spend the new year at his grandparents'. However, that would only apply to Shan Mo. If it were Chun Yi taking Shen Jing back to her family for the new year, he would vehemently oppose it. Upon arriving at Chun Yi's family home, the elderly couple joyfully embraced their granddaughter upon her return. Your brother has been eagerly mentioning you. It's good to see you back. Chun Yi's elder brother kicked his son lightly. Go take your sister out to play. He was delighted to see the New Year's goods brought by his sister and brother-in-law. In the afternoon, Shen Mo also found time to return. He borrowed manager Zhou's bicycle, carrying the pig's head, ham, and wine, riding back with great enthusiasm. Despite being wrapped in layers of newspaper, it was clear to everyone what was inside, though they were surprised to discover the wine was Wulianjai. Shen Mo, wary of being robbed along the way, chose the main road, and upon reaching his uncle's dormitory, he secured the bicycle and cheerfully carried the items upstairs. Several neighbors downstairs noticed and curiously inquired, "Shout Mo, where did you get that?" The restaurant provided it. I took a little less pay to exchange for this. With the little new year approaching, I'm just sending a gift to my uncle. You're truly filial to your uncle. Several neighbors expressed envy. Who wouldn't he wish for such a nephew? In the afternoon, Shen Chuan returned. Just as he locked his bicycle, overhearing the neighbors say Shan Mo was back. He even brought a big pig's head for you. This kid really came through. Before the neighbors could discuss Shen Mo's salary, Shen Chuan rushed upstairs. What a pity. I wonder if Xiao Shan will return the pig's head. Xiao Mo. Shen Chuan pushed the door open, finding his nephew basking in the sunlight. Uncle quickly closed the door. It's freezing. Did you really bring back a pig's head? And a ham too. Look, Sister Zhou specifically let me pick from the kitchen, saying I could choose whichever I fancied. I just picked the biggest one. I can't tell if it's good or not, but a larger one means more to eat. Oh, this is truly wonderful. Shen Chuan circled around the pig's head and the ham, inspecting them from every angle. Uncle, buy some pastries or something to send to my aunt. No need for you to instruct me. I want to lose out on my end. No, with you here, I want to lose anything. This is the first year I'm delivering New Year's gifts to you Fong's family. I must be cautious. I told the neighbors downstairs that I exchanged it with my wages, but don't let it slip. Shen Chuan pulled a small stool against the wall, sat down with his eyes closed, comfortably saying, sooner or later, the truth will come out. Ha ha ha. Let be a little late. I'm specifically waiting for you to return. I must head back. Aren't you going to eat before heading back? But it's not even mealtime yet. I need to hurry back to earn a bit more. Otherwise, I'll have to face the consequences tonight. Shen Mo laughed heartily. I'll go back and do a few more exercises. I can't just show up empty-handed to the teacher after the new year. Shen Chuan lamented. This is all too rushed. I'm just waiting for you to get married. At which point I'll starve for a couple of days and then feast. Chapter 72, Visiting the Su family. Shen Chuan placed the pig's head outside. The weather was cold, and it would drop below zero at night, so the pig's head would be safe. After work tomorrow, he would buy a few more items to take along. It was unfortunate that his nephew hadn't stayed for dinner. Shen Chuan felt regretful. He boiled some noodles in an enamel mug, listening to music from a small radio, glancing at the pig's head across from him, and chuckling foolishly. Yufang must be waiting for him to pay a visit, right? During this visit to deliver the New Year gifts. Shen Chuan felt that there would be a plethora of topics to discuss. His gifts were quite impressive, nearly all arranged by his nephew. And all he needed to do was figure out how to transport these items. The following day, during the lunch break, Shen Chuan deliberately stepped out from the factory to meet Su Yufeng. They procured their meals and secluded themselves in a corner to dine together, while several acquaintances nearby observed the two young individuals with amused smiles. When it came to matters of romance, everyone was supportive and eager to discuss and encourage the couple until the day of sweet treats finally arrived. The driver, having finished his meal quickly, had already lit a cigarette, watching the pair in the corner with a twinkle of delight in his eyes. Little Shun, ready to deliver the New Year gifts? How's the preparation going? Shen Chuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Brother, it's all set. I'll deliver them tonight. The driver, intrigued, responded, Oh, tonight is it? Yufeng's family should prepare well. The new son-in-law is making his first visit, and it deserves due attention. Su Yufeng's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Usually, she exuded a sharp and competent demeanor while selling tickets in the car. Brother, you smoke. The driver laughed heartily, as it was rare to see Su Yufeng at a loss for words. Their relationship was progressing smoothly, and the driver optimistically suggested that there would be no issue with them obtaining a marriage certificate next year, as if the sweet treats were already laid out before them. Tonight, I'll be heading to your home. My nephew is staying at Yunnan Road during the winter break and arranged for a large pig's head from the restaurant. I'll bring it over tonight. There are quite a few items, so you'll need to help me carry them. Shen Chuan smiled at the driver and whispered to Su Yufeng. Sure, I'll ride my bicycle over this afternoon. Su Yufeng's face tinged with red from the driver's remarks, and her voice softened considerably. The driver, however, was not about to let her off easily. Yufeng, make sure your family prepares a few delicious dishes. Oh, brother, I know. Su Yufeng replied, her tone tinged with the unique helplessness of a young girl. The group erupted in laughter, filled with joy. In the afternoon, Su Yufeng first returned home to relay the details and then rode her bicycle to find Shen Chuan. The neighbors downstairs greeted her with smiles and friendly chatter. Is there a ham too? Su Yufeng exclaimed in disbelief, for it was indeed a prized delicacy. My nephew arranged it. He is not just a scholar. He knows how to live well, Shen Chuan said, placing the pig's head and ham at the back of the bicycle, securing the wine and pastries on Su Yufeng's rear seat with rope, checking to ensure nothing would fall. All right, let us go. Su Yufeng noticed that Shen Chuan's left collar was not flipped down and reached out to adjust it. Let's go. Shen Chuan smiled. Together, they pedaled forward, and the winter wind seemed to lose its chill. Your nephew is quite impressive. How'd he manage to get all this? Su Yufeng was curious, knowing only that Shen Chuan's nephew excelled academically, ranking first again in the recent finals. My nephew is quite capable. You'll see soon enough. Oh, learning to build suspense now, are we? Su Yufeng was in high spirits. She understood that Shan Mo lived with Shen Chuan, and the young boy was remarkably sensible, to the point of endearing her. To facilitate his uncle's marriage, this nephew had voluntarily stayed at Yunnan Road rather than living in his uncle's dormitory. Next year, as he entered high school, Shen Mo would surely choose to board at school. Being first in the entire school, Su Yufeng thought this nephew truly was a gem, thoughtful, with a promising future ahead. Even if he came to stay with them during the winter and summer breaks, she welcomed it, knowing that relatives would always spend a few days together throughout the year. As for Shen Chuan's elder brother, she held no regard for him, having taken a new wife. He seemed to have forgotten his old son. They chose not to dwell on this unpleasant matter as they pedaled happily towards the Su household. The Su family had already begun bustling about in the afternoon, preparing a sumptuous spread to welcome Shen Chuan. Upon their arrival, they were met with warm hospitality, and everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Shen Chuan felt that it might be time to arrange for the elders of both families to meet and discuss the prospect of marriage. After returning home that night, he lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Despite having consumed some alcohol, his mind was more alert than ever. Oh, how I wish next year would arrive swiftly. The days passed steadily, and the atmosphere of the new year grew increasingly palpable. Though he remained at the restaurant, Shan Mo could still sense this festive spirit. Many servers began sharing their family traditions as they awaited their return home for the new year. The farthest away were only Suzhou and Shanghai, or perhaps a bit further south to Siming, reachable by car in half a day. After all, no one ventured out to dine on New Year's Eve, and manager Zhou began instructing the accountant to calculate everyone's wages, with a few bonuses to distribute at year-end. Make sure to come back early next year. The bosses will still be negotiating business before the holiday, and there are profits to be made. The staff from both the front hall and the kitchen approached the accountant, and manager Zhou asked Shen Mo as the year ends, Aren't you going to take some money home for the new year? I think I'll hold off for now. I still have some in my pocket. Enough to last until school starts. I'll withdraw more before classes to cover fees and accommodation. By the way, Zhou Jia, could you help me keep some money ready? I might need it after the new year. Need a substantial amount? Manager Zhou asked curiously, Is something at home going on? There might be someone selling a house abroad after the new year. I want to buy one for my family. Oh my young man, that's quite ambitious. You're already thinking about such matters? Manager Zhou hadn't expected Shen Mo to be contemplating housing, yet it seemed entirely reasonable. Housing in Hohei was quite scarce, with many families crammed into small spaces. With his uncle's upcoming marriage, a respectable place would be necessary, wouldn't it? Shen Mo's reasoning only reinforced Manager Zhou's thoughts. As she remarked, indeed, your uncle treats you quite well. As for the house, it's all right for your uncle to use it for now. Don't worry. Sister will prepare it for you. While I can't guarantee it will be available at any moment, if you give me a week's notice, I could surely gather 10,000 for you. Even Shen Ti realized that this house wasn't merely for Shen Chuan to use, but was intended for him. Before New Year's Eve, Shen Mo completed 6 translations, boosting his savings at Hong Maple Leaf to 9,000. Before returning to school, Manager Zhou felt confident that Shen Mo would not be idle, and his funds at Hong Maple Leaf would surely surpass 5 digits. New Year is just around the corner. What would you like to take back? Sister offered to prepare something for him. Shen Mo shook his head. My family is ready. No need to bring anything else. When my uncle needs it, I'll come back to find you. He had no intention of bringing anything home, knowing that no one would appreciate his efforts. Chapter 73, Handwritten. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, with guests sparse, Shen Mo chose not to return home, instead remaining at Hong Maple Leaf as a server, bustling about with plates of food. Little Shun, you're underutilized. You could return early. Returning home would be idle. The space is small, so it's better to help out here, right, Zhou? The old house indeed lacked room, and with his uncle's wedding next year, there would be no place for Shen Mo to stay during the new year. Yet he was not worried. Next year, he didn't intend to return home for the holiday. After a busy evening, Shen Mo returned to his small room and completed a couple of the exam papers assigned by his teacher for the winter break. Having served plates, he found renewed motivation for study. It was akin to how, decades later, some students, disinterested in their studies, would have parents send them to construction sites or delivery jobs to experience the rigors of labor, only to return to school. Some would enjoy working and would have no motivation to study. However, others, unable to endure physical toil, would be compelled to apply themselves more diligently in their studies. Shen Mo belonged to the latter group. Unable to withstand the hardships of labor, he could only draw motivation for his studies from the difficulties of work. Yet, he could only stay one more night. The next morning, Manager Zhou and the locals would return home for the new year. Shen Mo didn't dare to sleep in. Waking early the next day to take his papers with him, he would have several days of free time, perfect for catching up on his assignments. Sister Zhou, when will the business resume after the new year? Shen Mo has started contemplating the idea of returning to stay. You may come over on the 3rd day of the new year. Perhaps there will be some work available. Indeed, the 3rd day is quite suitable, allowing my second uncle more time to indulge in romance. Shen Mo first went to his second uncle's dormitory, bringing only his winter vacation exam papers. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Lu Yulin. The lad was huffing and stomping his feet, hiding in a sheltered spot, and upon seeing Shen Mo, he greeted him as if he were a long-lost brother. You've finally shown up. I've missed you dearly. If you miss me, you should visit me on Huayuan Road. Forget it. The expenses over there are exorbitant. I can't afford to go. Lu Yulin rubbed his hands together. So, how many of the winter exam papers have you completed? Let me a copy for reference. Shen Mo instantly recalled Wang Hao's exaggerated voice from the holiday, saying reference. No problem. Some of the answers may not be correct, so pay close attention. Yours could be wrong too. Uncle Ge has said that your math paper can serve as the standard answer. Indeed, Ge-kun had expressed such sentiments, particularly appreciating Shan Mo's meticulously structured answers, which were visually pleasing. Shen Mo retrieved the completed paper from his bag and handed it to Lu Yulin. I was afraid Dai would copy everything, so I intentionally got a few questions wrong. It was impossible to prevent Lu Yulin from copying, but he aimed to devise a way for him to copy less. You're quite something. Lu Yulin snatched the paper, glanced at it, and felt it was well done. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Just take a look. You'll see the obvious errors. In reality, there were none. Shen Mo intentionally misled him. Lu Yulin was skeptical. He had originally planned to copy, but now he hesitated. Shen Mo patted his arm and chuckled. Refer to my answers for guidance, but do the smaller problems on your own. I really don't want to do it. Lu Yulin murmured, just as his parents emerged, prompting him to inwardly panic. Indeed, Lu Qiang's face lit up upon seeing Shen Mo Xiaomo. You're back. He approached the two youths, suppressing the impulse to smack his son. You should spend more time with him. I think you should stay at school next year. Guan Suomei wholeheartedly agreed. I think that's a good idea. Since school hasn't started yet, let's devise a plan to ensure this boy learns a lesson. She pinched her son's ear, leaving Lu Yulin with a disgruntled expression. After pinching her son, Guan Suomei quickly turned to Shen Mo with a smile. I envy your second uncle. After the high school entrance exam next year, Xiaoshan will have an entire summer to celebrate. Perhaps even longer. Next year, Xiaoshan will be getting married, so he can celebrate even more. The couple called for their youngest daughter to hurry along as they too were heading back to celebrate the new year. However, once they were out of earshot, they remarked, next year, Xiaoshan will be getting married, or will Xiaomo stay? Shouldn't we resolve this issue before the new year? Are we to let Xiaomo sleep on the streets? Such a worry. Ah, Yunnan, when you return to school, do not mention this to Xiaomo. He must focus on his studies. We cannot afford for him to falter in the entrance exam. Lu Yulin was quite optimistic, believing Shen Mo will undoubtedly excel in the entrance exam for a prestigious high school. What will there be to worry about then? His perspective was rather simplistic, convinced that once Shen Mo gained admission to Yongxing No. 1 High School, all problems would be effortlessly resolved. Shen Mo ascended the stairs and reunited with his second uncle. Have you eaten? The uncle and nephew both inquired and laughed together. Yes, we have. Let us head back then. After their laughter faded, Shun Chuan began to worry. Your second uncle knows you're reluctant to return, but it's necessary to make an appearance during the new year. Second uncle, tomorrow is the first day of the new year. I wish to return to your dormitory to study and work on problems. All right. I will return to Hengfenjai on the third day to resume life there. Shen Chuan felt a twinge of sympathy for his nephew. You're still so young. Don't burden yourself so heavily. Money is plentiful. You've earned enough that would last you a decade. It's not ideal to do nothing. Having some tasks to occupy your mind brings peace. The two did not carry much with them as they rode their bicycles back to the old house. The journey was short, yet Shen Mo's spirits quickly plummeted en route. Though Shan Chuan was pedaling, he seemed attuned to his nephew's thoughts. What are you worried about? Tonight, we'll share a blanket as always, so there is no need to overthink. Upon reaching the old house, it appeared quite lively. Before entering, they could hear Wang Xiaoping and Shun Baihan teasing their granddaughter. Wan, do you want this? Come, get Grandpa a kiss. Oh, such a good girl. Shen Chuan opened the door, freezing the joyful scene inside, with smiles etched on their faces. We're back. Come, we have something good to show you. Wang Xiaoping feigned sternness. What good thing could you possibly have? It's not mine, it's Xiaomo's. You don't know, do you? Xiaomo has ranked first in the entire school in both the midterm and final exams. Shen Chuan pulled out Shen Mo's handwritten grades, presenting them to Wang Xiaoping. Mom, take a look. Older brother, you should see this too. First in the whole school? Shen Jiang found it hard to believe. While in Yunnan, his son had never ranked first, nor had he ever made it into the top 10 of his class. He was even more skeptical, thinking that first place was not easily attainable. The couple glanced at the handwritten paper in Wang Xiaoping's hands and were taken aback. He couldn't help but laugh. Old Shen, your son has really made a name for himself. Scoring 4 perfect marks is impressive, truly impressive. No wonder he is your son. Shen Jiang's face turned crimson. A handwritten list, and his second brother didn't find it embarrassing to show off. Chapter 74. One must know their place. Shen Chuan, perplexed, asked, what is wrong with a handwritten paper, whose grades aren't copied down? Do you think the Education Bureau and schools actually print them out for distribution? Chun-Yi struggled to contain her laughter. Xiaomo, you've done well. For perfect scores, a total of 490, and you scored 480, much better than your father. Shen Mo chuckled. It was hard to believe his second uncle's honesty would not be taken seriously. He added fuel to the fire. Annie, I earned over 10,000 working on Huiyuan Road. Next year, I plan to buy a house for my second uncle. Chun-Yi paused for a moment. She didn't laugh this time, but rather expressed concern to Shun Jiang. Perhaps you should take your son to see it. Though he is not my biological child, it still doesn't seem right. Although she didn't smile, Shun Jiang could detect a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. Moments ago, he had contemplated striking Shan Mo. But upon hearing that Shan Mo had earned over 10,000, he hesitated. Perhaps Chun-Yi was right. He suddenly noticed that Chun-Yi had discreetly approached their daughter, subtly separating her from their son. Xiaomo, did you not perform well on the exam? If not, it's no big deal. Your household registration hasn't been finalized. So you need to return to Yunnan. Chun-Yi held onto Xiao Xinjing, speaking harshly. Old Jiang, you're still young. Don't mention matters of succession today. It's New Year's Eve. Let us not spoil the family's happiness. Thus, Shen Jiang refrained from mentioning it. Shen Mo suddenly smiled. Yes, I did perform well this time. I was deceiving my second uncle. Shen Jiang raised his hand, ready to strike, but Shen Chuan intervened. Older brother. Chun-Yi's smile returned. Old Jiang, what did I just say? It's New Year's Eve. Let us not ruin the family's happiness. The child is grown. Can you still hit him? Shen Jiang glared at Shen Mo. After the entrance exam next year, you'd better find an apprenticeship. Don't just live off your second uncle. If it weren't for New Year's Eve, Shen Mo will have faced consequences. Wang Xiaoping and Shun Baihan regarded Shen Mo with cold expressions. In their eyes, he had become a liar. Shen Chuan was anxious, holding the grades. Why don't you believe me? Shen Mo grasped his arm. Second uncle, you're quite good. Tomorrow, I'll return to your place to work on the exam papers. It's not like that, Shen Chuan lamented. His nephew had succeeded, yet no one believed it. This was not how he had envisioned the scene. It should have been a joyful family gathering to praise his nephew. Second uncle, no need for explanations. It's truly fine this way. On this New Year's Eve, the mood was somewhat disrupted by Shen Mo's academic achievements, but Shen Yi appeared notably cheerful. She did not wish for Shen Mo to succeed. Her only desire was for her biological son, Xiao Shanjing, to thrive, preferably leading a good life and distancing themselves from Shen Mo, the inconvenient older brother. The New Year's Eve dinner was quite delightful, yet Shen Chuan found it lacking in flavor, glancing at his nephew, who seemed to have a hearty appetite. Xiao Chuan, did you visit Yu Fang before the New Year? What did she say? The satisfaction expressed towards me is quite apparent. In due course, I believe it would be appropriate for both sets of elders to meet and engage in conversation. Excellent. Shen Baihan felt a surge of joy. Finally, there was good news at home, and this surely could not be mere illusion. Wang Xiaoping noticed something unusual. Xiao Chuan, what about your watch? Under the table. Shen Mo discreetly nudged his uncle with his foot. Shen Chuan, aware that his nephew wished to keep this from the family, replied, I bought it to save money. It's essential to have something when pursuing a partner. Shen Jiang, intrigued, said, let me see. He grasped Shen Chuan's hand, examined the watch closely, and nodded in approval. Not bad, quite good. It was a respectable high watch, not overly expensive, yet represented the pinnacle for an ordinary worker. Shen Mo remained silent, focusing on his meal. Nearby, Chen Yi coaxed little Shen Jing to eat. Come on, have a piece of fish. May there be abundance every year. Little Shen Jing, however, expressed her distaste for fish and insisted on eating roasted gluten instead. With a sigh, Chen Yi set the fish aside, remarking, it seems that having abundance every year truly involves more than just fish. Little Shen Jing, oblivious, continued to yearn for roasted gluten. Shen Mo understood that Chen Yi found him bothersome. After finishing the New Year's Eve dinner, Shen Mo declared, I still have papers to complete. I shall return to my room. For years, he had shared a space with his uncle Shen Chuan, and tonight marked what would likely be his last New Year's Eve in the old house. Even if there were no home or crimson maple leaves to linger in next year, he would still return to his uncle's dormitory for rest. This minuscule room could barely accommodate a small bed, forcing the uncle and nephew to squeeze together. Yet that single small bed had been their shared refuge for many years. Xiao Mo, do not lose heart. Your father will eventually recognize your achievements. Uncle, it's all right. This arrangement is truly quite satisfactory. Next year, let Grandma get a larger bed. You must bring your aunt back. Are you worried about me? Shen Chuan asked with concern. Me? I will definitely buy you a house next year. I will sleep in your place. With high school approaching, studies will be demanding. Everyone will be here to welcome the new year, allowing me to study in peace. That sounds splendid. Outside, Chen Yi was soothing her daughter, who was struggling against sleep. Her eyelids heavy. Chen Yi entrusted her to Shan Jiang. I will check on Xiao Mo. What do you need to see him for? Hold Jing Jing well. Chen Yi's tone left no room for argument as she turned to knock on the door. When Shen Chuan opened it and saw her, he said, Sister-in-law, are you looking for me? I am looking for Xiao Mo, Xiao Chuan. I need to have a word with him. You can step outside for a moment. Uncle, please step out for a bit. I need to chat with Annie. Chen Yi smiled as she ushered Shen Chuan out, then sat at the bedside, observing Shen Mo, who was pretentiously displaying a test paper before him. Xiao Mo, you're growing up. Next year you will graduate from middle school. With that graduation, many opportunities will unfold. Your uncle has guided you for so many years, and at last, he has found a partner. If all goes well, they may marry next year. So tell me, how will our family fit together next year? Auntie, I particularly admire one of your sentiments. What sentiment? On New Year's Eve, one must not create unhappiness for the family. Shen Mo spoke with unwavering composure, as though he were not the focal point of the conversation. Thus, what you mentioned at the dinner table about having more fish is indeed quite insightful. One must be attuned to the nuances of social interaction. Would you not agree? Next year, after dinner, I shall return to my uncle's dormitory for rest. What do you think? Chen Yi was taken aback. Xiao Mo, it seems you have genuinely matured. Before she could finish, Shan Mo grinned. Annie, one must be attuned to social graces. In the future, should I secure employment, I may not return. What do you say? Xiao Mo, I misspoke. You have indeed matured. You are correct. One must be attuned to social sensibilities. Afterward, you may pursue your own path, and I shall not intrude. You must keep my father in check. What if he secretly slips me money? Shen Mo cautioned. Chen Yi laughed. Has he ever given you money? Xiao Mo, One must be aware of social cues and not indulge in self-deception. Indeed, Auntie, I may have overthought it. Tomorrow morning, after I pay my respects to everyone, I will return to my uncle's dormitory. Chapter 75, Clarifying Matters. The others outside feigned coaxing little Shun Jing to sleep while keenly attuning their ears to the happenings within. Thankfully, no raucous sounds emerged, and there were no signs of conflict, which offered them some relief. Chun-Yi emerged from the room, her face beaming with joy. What did you discuss with Xiao Mo? Shun Jiang inquired anxiously. Though he had been neglectful towards his son, he wished to avoid discord within the family. Chun-Yi glanced at their daughter, little Shin Jing, whose eyelashes fluttered, torn between sleep and the desire to stay awake with everyone. As she emitted soft sounds and shifted her body, Shun Jiang hurriedly soothed her. Be good, dear. Sleep now. She is indeed grown up and is more understanding now. Let us place her in the bed. The couple carefully placed their daughter on the bed and stepped out of the room, finally allowing Shun Jiang's voice to rise slightly. What was just discussed? What have he said? I merely told Xiao Mo to study diligently. What else is there to say? He has indeed matured. And after we celebrate the new year tomorrow morning, he will return to Xiao Chuan's dormitory to study. The thin walls allowed Shen Mo to hear their conversation. He decided to step out, as he had intended to voice these thoughts in the morning. But it seemed he had no plans to let the matter linger overnight, which was agreeable. Upon seeing him emerge, the group's apprehension heightened. Yet he remained the most composed. Annie was correct. Tomorrow morning, I will return to my uncle's dormitory to study. Chun-Yi spread her hands, displaying a blend of naturalness and resignation. You see, I wasn't speaking out of turn. Was I? Annie, one cannot speak partially, can they? Since everyone is present, it is best to clarify everything. Xiao Mo, one must act with integrity. Have I ever pressured you? No. Shen Mo replied calmly, while Shun Jiang felt an unsettling premonition. Next year, uncle is to marry, with such limited space at home. How shall we all fit? Shen Mo posed a very pragmatic question, one to which even Xin Chuan could not provide a satisfactory answer. Shun Jiang was equally at a loss. He had long evaded this issue, but the time had come when evasion was no longer an option. Therefore, after the New Year's Eve dinner next year, I shall return to my uncle's place. Chun-Yi said cheerfully, Xiao Mo, your uncle has been so good to you. You must not neglect your filial duties. Of course, my uncle deserves my respect, but Auntie, you and my father will have to rely on Jing Jing for your filial piety. Just as Shun Jiang opened his mouth, Chun-Yi shot him a glare. That is only natural. Shen Mo was not her son, and she did not harbor such expectations. She simply cast aside even the portion owed to Shun Jiang. The couple was one entity, and their treatment should be equal. For instance, when Shen Mo's father, Shun Jiang, and his former wife, He Mei, had mutually agreed to forego their responsibilities, neither could claim Shen Mo's filiality. No one inquired about Shen Mo's future plans. Shun Chuan trusted his nephew's capabilities, but the others were clearly avoiding the topic. Wang Xiaoping and Shun Baihan did not expect much from their eldest grandson's filiality. As they had two sons, this matter did not fall within the grandchildren's purview. Shun Chuan felt a deep sense of anguish. He longed to see the family united in harmony, yet this dream had remained unfulfilled for many years, merely a fantasy. Shen Jiang felt an unexpected void. Though he had lost a son, a certain burden had been lifted. Chun-Yi did not even broach the subject of encouraging Shan Mo to visit his sister more often. She preferred to limit her connections with him. Very well, your household registration has been taken care of by your uncle. Once you find a partner and marry, you must transfer it. Chun-Yi reminded him. Shen Mo replied, is it not possible to transfer it without a partner? Auntie, you underestimate me. Chun-Yi chuckled. Yes, it is indeed my oversight. Within the room, only Shan Mo and Shan-Yi felt at ease, both believing they had resolved the most significant dilemma. All right, let Xiao Mo return to his studies, Wang Xiaoping suggested, sensing that something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint what exactly felt out of place. Only Xin Chuan was aware that just moments ago, his nephew had spoken the most profound truth to everyone, yet none were willing to believe it. His nephew was undoubtedly disheartened and disappointed. Shin Baihan took out a cigarette, pondered for a moment, then decided against smoking, placing it back instead. Let us all return to our rooms. Let us retire early tonight, as we must rise early tomorrow. Shen Mo was the first to retreat, with Shen Chuan following him into the small room. Little Mo, second uncle in a few years. The restaurants on Garden Road might even be open for New Year's Eve. If that time comes, I want to return to celebrate the new year. However, I will certainly visit you and Annie. If he could just endure for 3 more years, once he was admitted to university, Shen Mo could transfer his household registration. Once that was done, there would be little left to yearn for. Shen Chuan sighed, feeling at a loss for what to do. Second uncle, I plan to buy a house next year. Sister Zoe calculated it for me. I still have a few jobs lined up after the new year. And I could become a person with a 10,000 yuan income. You can rest assured to look for a house. It doesn't matter if you spend all the cash. I can earn more during the summer. This isn't merely about money. Second uncle, in truth, it is about money. Once your house is sorted out, you can just say it's a gift for me. Shen Mo wished to complete his high school education in peace. Shen Chuan sat silently, while Shen Mo diligently completed a test paper and presented it to him. Second uncle, what do you think? Shen Chuan offered a bittersweet smile. Your second uncle can no longer comprehend this. It's time to sleep. Don't tire yourself too much. He felt that this family was on the verge of disintegration. In the adjacent room, Chun Yi and Shun Jiang did not share this sentiment. They felt that their home finally resembled a home. Old Shun, today I can finally look upon your son with a measure of respect. This was no mere exaggeration. It was genuine respect. Shun Jiang snorted disdainfully. You're pushing him so hard. He is just a big child. Can he endure it? Yet I haven't seen you, as his father, doing anything. Observing Shun Jiang's rising anger, Chun Yi swiftly redirected the conversation. Such a promising situation must not be shattered, but it's not entirely your fault. Your predecessor was far worse. Why should the burden of raising a son fall solely on you? Mentioning he may only fueled Shun Jiang's frustration further. All these years, she hasn't even visited little Mo once. Shun Jiang's spirits lifted somewhat. Compared to Hime, he felt he was a much better father. Sleep now. Tomorrow morning, little Mo will head back to Xiao Chuan's side. You must greet him with a smile. Shun Jiang hesitated. Perhaps I should give him some money. You dare. Chun Yi hissed through gritted teeth. Just a moment ago, little Mo asked me how I would feel if you gave him money. Let me reiterate. If little Mo needs money, let him ask his biological mother. It's just New Year's money, Shun Jiang argued. Chun Yi scoffed. Oh, so you remember now? You did give him any in past years. Chapter 76. The number of boarding students increases. As night fell, sporadic firecrackers erupted, disrupting sleep. Shen Mo and Shun Chuan lay at opposite ends of the bed, teasing each other about their smelly feet. After a night's rest, Shen Mo rose to extend New Year's greetings. Little Shen Jing also woke up, well-rested and in high spirits. She curiously observed this somewhat unfamiliar person, unaware of why he was present at her grandparents' home. Shen Mo's name had never graced her ears, as Chen Yi forbade Shun Jiang from mentioning it at home, let alone allowing their daughter to know. Without any New Year's money, Shun Jiang did not provide any. Neither did the grandparents. Shun Chuan likewise refrained, feeling no obligation to do so. After breakfast, Shun Mo grabbed his backpack and announced, I'm heading back to second uncle's to study. I want to be back for lunch. In second uncle's dormitory, there was still some rice and fermented tofu, enough to sustain him until the third day of the new year. Be careful on the road. Take your time. At that moment, the family showed him considerable concern. Rest assured, I am no longer a child, Shun Mo replied, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he exited. The world inside the door felt instantly transformed once it was closed. Shen Baihan and Wang Ziping promptly handed over New Year's money to little Shen Jing. Here you go from Grandpa and Grandma. Xiao Chuan, as second uncle. Where's your New Year's money? Little Mo didn't receive any. How old is little Mo? How old is Wan? Keep that in mind, all right? Shen Chuan, feeling helpless, pulled out 2 yuan in cash and placed it in little Shun Jing's hand. This is from second uncle. Keep it safe. And don't let your parents see. Chun Yi swiftly snatched it from her hand. What does she understand? I'll hold on to it for her. Little Shun Jing looked perplexed, observing the sudden addition and subtraction in her hand. However, the note seemed quite beautiful. Witnessing her bewilderment, everyone erupted into laughter. Upon returning to second uncle's dormitory, Shen Mo found it rather chilly. He first lit the stove and set a kettle of water to boil, raising the room's temperature. After lying on the bed for a moment, he decided to turn on the small radio, adding a touch of liveliness to the silence. After a few minutes, he got up to catch some fresh air on the balcony. Rubbing his face vigorously, he thought, all right, no more idling. He took out the test papers and completed another. Approaching noon, Shen Mo boiled a porcelain cup of noodles and paired it with a bit of fermented tofu, managing a simple lunch before returning to his studies. For 2 consecutive days, he lived this simple existence, determined to finish the papers assigned by his teachers before heading to Garden Road. He even stayed up late over the past few nights. For him, the difficulty of these test papers was minimal, akin to completing routine tasks. On the morning of the third day of the new year, Shun Mo appeared before Manager Zhou, feeling quite relaxed. Oh, Xiao Shun, you've come so early? Manager Zhou, along with several others, was tidying up, preparing for the imminent opening. Shen Mo rolled up his sleeves and joined the crowd. Sister Zhou, can we buy vegetables at the market? There's a saying, ISNT there? Do not say that you start early. There are always those who start even earlier. Where are we? This is Shanghai, a place where you can find cash on the streets. Where does that cash come from? People must go out for it to be found, right? Is that for real? Indeed. Manager Zhou replied with a smile. This noon, Old will showcase a dish for everyone to sample, and guests will arrive in the evening. Shen Mo thought to himself, wondering if he would have any business. It seemed Manager Zhou could read his thoughts. Xiao Shun, did you hear? There will be guests in the evening, in the new May private room. Aren't they taking a holiday? Do individual businesses still think about holidays? Do they wish to forego money? You're returning to school on the 6th day, right? Evening study on the 6th, if I recall correctly? That's right. Perfect. From the 4th to the 6th, you'll be out for 3 consecutive days. I'll find Mingyang later. Thank you, Sister Zhou. Oh, no need for thanks. We've earned plenty as well. At noon, Old Wu prepared a working meal for everyone. The first meal of the new year featured more meat than usual, and everyone gathered to eat with great enthusiasm. After days of just noodles and fermented tofu, Shen Mo finally savored a proper dish, satisfying his taste buds to the fullest, consuming half a bowl more rice than usual. Xiao Shun, have you finished your winter break homework? I have. Why did he dare to slack off these past few days? Impressive. The waitstaff admired him. After all, he was someone destined to earn big money. Back in their day, they hadn't been so diligent, often procrastinating until the last day. Some even crammed on the eve of school reopening. In the evening, guests were few. The new May private room was occupied by a few middle-aged bosses dining together. After they departed, Shen Mo promptly began preparing for the next day's work. For 3 consecutive days, he had been out and successfully increased his savings at Hong Maple Leaf to over 10,000 yuan. Returning on the 6th day at noon, Manager Zhou beamed as she recounted the accounts to him. 10,300. How much will you be withdrawing this time? 50. 50 yuan will suffice for Shan Mo to live quite comfortably at school. You'll be returning to school tonight for evening study. It is a bit early. Sister instructed Old Wu to prepare 2 dishes for you to take back. Manager Zhou handed Shan Mo 50 yuan, advising him to keep it safe. Carrying 2 dishes and a bottle of liquor, Shen Mo returned home. Second uncle was also heading to work, and the 2 of them shared dinner before Shan Mo headed back to school. The antiquated architecture and worn-out desks and chairs exude a distinctive aroma that is characteristic of the school, a scent that deeply resonates with Shan Mo. Perhaps because life at school is comparatively unadulterated, devoid of the complexities and distractions of the outside world. Shen Mo, you're still boarding this year, right? Li Dai inquired as he sat beside him, beginning to copy answers from the exam paper. During the winter break, he had tackled the easier questions, leaving the more challenging ones for tonight. I am, but wait a moment, you've missed several pages from your exam. There with Yunnan, he replied. All right then, I'll keep them for him, and we can exchange after tonight's evening study session. Yunnan had intended to come early to trade, but was intercepted by Wang Hao. Let me take a look. Hey, keep it down. Wang Hao swiftly silenced him. Yunnan chuckled. What did you say to Li Dai and me before the break? Now you've shown your true colors. We shall see the results when it comes to the senior high entrance exam. Wang Hao remained obstinate, while Yunnan merely smiled. I'm boarding this semester too. His parents had deliberated during the winter break and decided that Yunnan should live on campus to save time on commuting, allowing him to study more. Wang Hao's energy visibly waned. Huh? You're boarding too? He had heard that several students who boarded last semester continued studying until the classroom lights were turned off, which made him anxious. After the first evening study session, he received another shocking piece of news. Zuking would also be boarding. The homeroom teacher had yet to take stock, but more students had decided to board, and everyone was beginning to feel the pressure of impending exams. Chapter 77, the 4th evening study session. On the first day of evening study, Yuan Li entered the classroom and noted the relative tranquility, which pleased her. However, she was taken aback to find some students scrambling to complete their assignments. Upon reaching the podium, she cleared her throat. Seeing everyone so earnest, I shouldn't interrupt. But since it's the first day, I must address a few pertinent matters. In a few days, the formal school term begins, and tuition fees will need to be paid. Furthermore, students who wish to board this semester should register with Wang Hao. Wang Hao, please submit the list to me tomorrow. Alright, Shen Montag. Please step outside for a moment. As Shan Mo hastily rose from his seat and stepped into the corridor, whispers erupted in the classroom, with students speculating about the reason behind the homeroom teacher summons. Before Yuan Li, Shan Mo presented himself with utmost sincerity, wishing to convey his deepest respect for her. Yuan Li found herself increasingly fond of this student. During the winter break, Director Zhang had liaised with the authorities of Yongxing No. 1 High School and secured a commendable policy. This year, the top 10 students admitted to Yongxing No. 1 High School would have their tuition fees waived. For the subsequent grades, students would need to maintain their standing within the top 10 to continue enjoying this benefit. Shen Mo, you must not relax, she urged. Shen Mo yearned to assure Yuan Li that he did not require such incentives, but upon meeting her encouraging gaze, filled with anticipation and immense affirmation, he refrained. I will not let you down, teacher, he promised, bowing to her. I believe in you, Yuan Li replied, her smile brightening. How was your winter break? I spent some time working on Huayuan Road, earning enough money to cover my expenses. You need not worry, teacher. I am determined to place in the top 10 of this year's entrance exam. Return to your studies now, and remember to share any difficulties with me, she advised. Thank you, teacher, but I don't need assistance at the moment. Yuan Li watched as Shen Mo returned, her smile unwavering. The youth carried a certain pride that she greatly admired, a pride that could propel him far. Once the first evening study session concluded, the number of students registering for boarding exceeded last semester's figures by nearly 10. Wang Hao felt a pang of anxiety himself. Fortunately, he was to submit the list to the homeroom teacher the next day, and he pondered whether he should board as well. Setting aside other considerations, studying alongside this group would at least provide him with some peace of mind. He had no doubt that others shared his sentiments. It'd be great together. Da Yai, are you boarding? After school that evening, Lu Yulin became animated, fervently persuading Wang Hao to join him, while also nudging Li Dai. Li Dai was reluctant. He preferred sitting next to Shan Mo to avoid excessive competition. Moreover, he discovered a significant advantage in sharing a desk with Shan Mo. Several teachers had not called on him for questions in quite a while. He enjoyed a low-key, quiet existence, savoring the last moments of his middle school years. I think I'll pass. At home, I can wash my face and feet comfortably. You could do that at school too. There is hot water at the boiler room, but it's just not as cozy as home. Wang Hao did not respond immediately. But after discussing at home, he returned the next day and added his name to the list. Yuan Li glanced over the list, nodding in approval. Not bad. Everyone seems to be feeling the pressure. Oh, you're boarding too? That's wonderful. As class monitor, keep an eye on these boys in the dorm. Don't let them cause any trouble, and ensure they get to bed early. Wang Hao had never anticipated being assigned such a duty, and he had fantasized that if his grades were poor, the homeroom teacher might relieve him of his position as class monitor. However, it appeared he was set to carry on until graduation. Many students from other classes also requested to board. Eager to seize every moment of their final semester to exert themselves, a little extra effort could yield greater rewards. If they fought hard enough, they could transition from a regular high school to a key district school. The vacant dormitories were prepared, accommodating these students. The tense atmosphere of the final semester for the 9th graders intensified. Each night, the boarding students would study until the lights went out at 9, then return to the dorm with flashlights for their nightly routines. Yuan Li no longer had to keep a close watch during evening study sessions. Every time she glanced in from the window, she saw earnest students engrossed in their books. Li Dai dared not indulge in distractions. He needed to secure his middle school graduation certificate and pass the graduation exams in May. Shen Mo, possessing ample academic prowess, maintained his dominant lead. The students Wang Ge, Tang Wu, and Zi had all but dismissed hopes of claiming the top spot in their grade, setting their sights on narrowing the gap with Shen Mo to within 10 points. The notion of a 4th evening study session was proposed by someone, quickly adopted by the boarding students, and echoed to the ears of the homeroom teachers of the 4 graduating classes. Yuan Li was particularly pleased. She had previously observed during the 4th evening study session that several top students from different classes would come to class 2 to study, occasionally approaching Shen Mo for assistance, which he graciously provided. Wang Hao and Lu Yulin, puzzled, privately asked Shen Mo, "What are you helping them with? There are only a few months until the entrance exam. What they surpass you?" Shen Mo chuckled. That one tea happened. Teaching them reinforces my own understanding. Besides, my competitors aren't limited to them. My rivals are all the 9th graders in Hohei. Sitting in the front row, Zuking overheard this and recalled that the teachers had mentioned similar sentiments. However, she noticed a curious phenomenon. Shen Mo had never sought assistance from other classmates, nor had he ever approached a teacher for help. Since boarding, she had experienced the study habits of these boys firsthand. As soon as the bell rang, signaling the end of the 3rd evening study session, many days students joyfully rose to return home, while Shen Mo and Zhang Yahua, Su Kaiman, and others merely took a brief restroom break or remained seated, engrossed in their books. What troubled her further was that after the seating arrangements for the new semester, Zhou Jia was now seated much farther away from her. When Wang Hao was compiling the boarding student list, she even sought out Zhou Jia to inquire. "Aren't you boarding?" "I'm not boarding," Zhou Jia thought to herself. "Now that you are, I won't tea either." She was not overly concerned. In fact, she didn't quite understand why Wang Hao wanted to board. What could he possibly achieve in this semester? In the end, Wouldn't he still need to rely on connections like her? Unbeknownst to her, Zuking had inadvertently caused Zhou Jie distress by calling her by her full name. Despite Zuking's persistent entreaties, Zhou Jie remained resolute in her decision, opting to sit in front of Zhang Yehua when the new seating arrangements were made. As the fourth evening study session commenced, a circle of top students from other classes began to gather around Shen Mo. The remaining class supervisors also came to take a look, and when faced with Yuan Li, they almost had no temper left. Sister, you can't possibly have such good luck with the graduating class next year. Oh dear, be a bit more generous. Yuan Li smiled as she observed the diligent students inside, saying, don't you all think our school will perform splendidly this year? Chapter 78, The Graduation Examination. As the weather warmed and the grass grew lush, the midterm examinations of the second semester came to a swift conclusion. Shen Mo continued to maintain his position at the top of the grade, while Wang Ge secured the second place, still trailing Shen Mo by more than 10 points. This left the other top students feeling quite disheartened, despite their diligent efforts. Just as they were closing in on Wang Ge, Shen Mo surged ahead, creating a distinct gap between them. The teachers in the office held high hopes for Shen Mo, recognizing him as a student with a slight inclination towards the sciences, certain that he would gain admission to Jinduan University in the future. While there are many prestigious universities across the nation, in the hearts of the residents of Huhai, Jinduan always ranks first. Recent years have only reinforced this belief, as the admission scores from other provinces often place Jinduan at the top. Yuan Li happily chatted with a few teachers, but as the bell rang, she hurriedly stood up, feeling both guilty and content, exclaiming, I lost track of time chatting. Off to the classroom I go. This class was music, and since the onset of the second semester, all arts and physical education classes have been relegated to mere paperwork, making way for academic subjects, with teachers of other subjects vying for these available time slots. With May just around the corner, there is a great deal to prepare for the graduating class, including the entrance examination, volunteer applications, and physical checkups. Opportunities for Yuan Li to chat like today were few and far between. Upon entering the classroom, Yuan Li surveyed the students and urged them to quiet down before reprimanding them. What time is it? It's May already. Why are you still playing around? Li Dai felt aggrieved. With his head lowered, he quietly said to Shen Mo, by heaven's conscience, I've been studying hard lately. Wait, it's only April. We still have several days until May. The homeroom teacher was searching for chalk. Shen Mo replied softly, prompting Li Dai to sit up straight. I see that several classmates from our class have yet to apply for vocational schools and technical colleges. If they wish to switch back to high school, it is still possible. Similarly, those who wish to change their applications to vocational and technical colleges may do so. Moreover, the physical examination standards for vocational schools are stricter. One can only rely on oneself, no cheating permitted. The graduation examination in May must be taken seriously. Without a graduation certificate, one cannot even enlist in the army. Yuan Li rambled on, anxious that the students below the podium would lose focus, thus maintaining a stern gaze on several key students in the back. With only 2 months left, no matter how exhausting it gets, we must persevere. The weather is warming. Be honest while sleeping at night, and don't catch a cold. After saying this, Yuan Li tapped her notebook on the podium. All right, let us get back to studying. Li Dai sighed in relief and murmured, doesn't it feel like there are only a few days left? Before he could finish, math teacher Gukun entered with the exam papers. Let us work on last year's graduation examination questions to give you a taste of what is to come. In the office, physics teacher Feng Xiaofeng was feeling frustrated. I was just a moment too late. When I looked up, teacher Ge had vanished. Weren't you supposed to attend evening study? I was planning to go anyway, Feng Xiaofeng lamented. The teachers in the office laughed, and chemistry teacher Wu Gang chimed in. Teacher Feng, I need to take the second evening study session. Just giving you a heads up so you don't mistakenly take it. I've agreed to you. But if other teachers snatch it away, what can I do? Then I'll call you uncle. Is that all right? The laughter in the office grew even merrier. By mid-May, the graduation examination commenced. This examination could be taken at one's own school, but was far more standardized than midterm or final exams. With first and second year students on break, before the exam began, Yuan Li repeatedly reminded the students of the important guidelines. Don't think that just because it's a graduation exam, it's insignificant. In previous years, some students didn't take it seriously and ended up failing. We cannot allow such mishaps to occur in our class. Wang Hao, distribute the examination permits. I'll say it again, no cheating. What are the consequences of being caught cheating in this exam? You will be barred from taking the entrance examination. Before the exam, students were instructed to thoroughly check their drawers. If there were any papers or books, they must report it to the supervising teacher immediately. Wang Hao held the examination permits, distributing them one by one. Wait, how can you be in the first examination room for this exam? Wang Hao said to Shen Mo, clearly exasperated. Shen Mo glanced at the permit and indeed found himself assigned to the first examination room. But this time, the surrounding faces were not those of Wang Gu or Tang Wuyuzi. Unfamiliar faces were likely to appear. After the graduation examination concluded, we will take graduation photos. Yuan Li paused before continuing. Even those who did not pass the graduation examination should come for the photos. There is no need to reiterate the rationale. It's evident that this group of students is about to graduate, and those who can be persuaded have already taken their studies seriously. Once again, I must emphasize, no cheating. If you fail the graduation examination, you may still come for the graduation photo, as it serves as a memento. If caught cheating, you'll be immediately expelled from the class. I do not accept such students. Wang Hao expressed some concern. Teacher, what if someone loses their examination permit? Excellent. The class monitor has raised a very pertinent question. What happens if the examination permit is lost? Yuan Li looked at the students in the classroom and said slowly, let me tell you, there is no way around it. If you lose this document, you will not graduate and will lose your eligibility for the entrance examination. No one should harbor any false hopes that the school will provide a replacement. It's impossible. I'm putting this out there now, and I'm waiting to see who will come to me crying. Furthermore, I am not afraid to tell you that every year there are a few such students. I hope this year our class will not have any. In reality, there are ways to resolve it. The homeroom teacher and school leaders will urgently coordinate to allow students to take the exam, but such leniency can only be extended during the graduation examination, not for the entrance examination. Shen Mo recalled the college entrance examination of the future, where every year there are those who lose their permits or arrive late. Isn't this also a form of selection? He carefully stored his examination permit. He could not allow himself to become the protagonist of this unfortunate tale. If his examination permit were lost, it would undoubtedly become a significant chapter in the history of Zhongxing Middle School. During the days of examinations, Shen Mo directly sensed the simplicity of the questions. In order to ensure these students graduate, the question setters had to laboriously lower the standards. Before sleeping at night, the people in the dormitory would discuss how they performed in the exams, with Lu Yulin feeling particularly exhilarated, as he had never done so well before. If only the entrance examination could go this smoothly. The results had yet to be announced, but everyone felt confident about their performance. May had arrived, and summer was drawing near. As summer approaches, I'll ask my parents to visit your family, all right? Shen Chuan was cooking pork ribs and rice cakes in the small dormitory, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Su Yufeng sat beside the small stove, feeling shy despite the absence of outsiders when the topic was brought up. Sure, that sounds good. Chapter 79, Preparing for the Proposal. As summer approached, those planning to study abroad began to feel anxious. Money needed to be prepared in advance, and enduring the wait was not a viable option. Few could afford to spend thousands on a house, and those who could were particularly composed, waiting for others to feel the pressure. Money can be kept in one's pocket, and a house can merely stand there, but once summer passes and studying abroad falls through, the loss would only be their house, which would remain unchanged in significance. After the graduation examination, Shen Mo returned to his uncle's dormitory, still holding vegetables brought from the maple leaves. Uncle, how is the house situation? Shen Chuan chuckled. The seller doesn't want to lower the price. I must hold my ground and not rush. He received the vegetables, leaving the wine unopened. Aren't you going to have a drink? Not today. The weather is too hot. Well then, next time I'll bring you some beer. Shen Chuan hurriedly waved his hand. It's not like that. Your uncle isn't that poor. How did the graduation exam go? Pretty well, no problems. Has anyone lost their exam admission ticket? Indeed. Shen Mo found it difficult to comprehend, especially as the homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, repeatedly emphasized the importance of keeping it safe. Yet Han Feng from their class managed to misplace his. Wasn't that a predicament for attending the examination? Nevertheless, he did take the exam. The homeroom teacher and school leaders swiftly intervened to coordinate the situation. At this moment, Han Feng was in the office facing a barrage of reprimands. Serve him right. Shen Chuan chuckled softly and promptly advised his nephew. During your high school entrance examination, ensure you safeguard your admission ticket. Losing it is simply not an option. Uncle, you need to remind me, his nephew replied. When are you planning to discuss marriage with Aunt? Soon, Shen Chuan assured him. Next week, I shall return with 2 fine bottles of liquor and 2 packs of premium cigarettes. As for pastries and tea, you can decide what to add. He continued. Make sure to secure a house. I don't want to return to find myself without a place to stay. If it costs a bit more, so be it. Shen Chuan felt considerable pressure. Su Yufeng had also raised the issue of housing. Yet, she had not anticipated him purchasing a property, but merely suggested he request a slightly larger accommodation from his workplace. Focus on your studies. Don't let the housing situation distract you. I will handle it, he reassured. I spoke with Sister Zoe today and asked her to help prepare the funds. With summer vacation approaching, that money could be needed at any moment. Shen Chuan felt a twinge of unease at the thought of using his nephew's money. Uncle, please don't mention that it's my money to the family. Aunt can know, but you two will soon be a couple. Shen Mo contemplated whether he should give the money to Su Yufeng instead. After all, it would be far more beneficial for his aunt to receive the funds than his uncle. Shen Chuan also realized he should confide in Yufeng. His nephew would undoubtedly provide him with more money later, and this matter could not remain hidden from her. The affairs concerning the uncle and nephew duo were entering their final stages. Shen Mo's primary task was to maintain his health and avoid illness, while Shen Chuan had to proceed with the formalities at Su Yufeng's family home. After dinner, Shen Mo returned to school, while Shen Chuan headed to the old house, enlisting his parents for assistance as he prepared to meet with Su Yufeng's family to discuss marriage. Xiao Mo, please arrange for 2 fine bottles of liquor and 2 packs of cigarettes from the restaurant. I can pick them up next Sunday, he instructed. How much cash do you need? Wang Xiaoping inquired, prompting Shen Chuan to feel somewhat exasperated and helpless. No cash is required. Xiao Mo still needs to stay there during the summer, so it can be considered on credit, besides the liquor and cigarettes. I need to buy some pastries and tea to take along. Wang Xiaoping did not bring up the liquor and cigarettes again, noting that her eldest grandson had managed to settle the matter. However, she speculated that perhaps he was eager to ingratiate himself with his uncle in anticipation of needing a place to stay in the future. Listen, I have something to tell you, Wang Xiaoping said, suddenly becoming mysterious, catching Shen Chuan off guard. What could his mother possibly be trying to secretly hand him? What is it? He asked, feeling a spark of anticipation. Could it be a silver dollar? After all, there might indeed be something rare at home. Xiao Mo is about to graduate from middle school, and you're getting married, so try not to have him visiting you too often. Oh dear, Xiao Mo has great potential. Why don't you believe in him? Shen Chuan was taken aback that his mother was broaching this topic. How could he possibly distance his nephew? Listen to your mother. She's right, Wang Xiaoping insisted, clearly skeptical that Shan Mo could achieve such commendable grades, attributing his success to her earnest son. All right, I'll have him come see you later, Shen Chuan replied dismissively, effectively silencing Wang Xiaoping. With their eldest son divorced, Wang Xiaoping was reluctant to provoke her current daughter-in-law and thus refrained from engaging her younger son further. He'll have his own dormitory. Why are you worrying about that? Okay, pick a date. Your father and I will both be there. Oh, and don't forget to speak with your leaders. Ask them to assign you a slightly larger room. Is it really that simple? It would be a blessing just to get a single room, given that there are many with more seniority than I. Give it a try. How will you know unless you do? Shen Chuan mused, realizing why Xiao Mo had advised him against mentioning the housing situation to them. If they learned of it, his nephew might find it difficult to focus on high school. All right, I understand. By the way, Xiao Mo's exams will soon be over. Does that mean he can graduate? He should hurry and find an apprenticeship and not waste time. Shen Baihan remarked, as he and Wang Xiaoping had never considered that Shan Mo could attend high school. Shen Chuan felt increasingly frustrated and retorted. I know, he explained. He said after graduation, he plans to apprentice as a chef on Garden Road, where they provide meals and accommodation. Isn't that splendid? Shen Baihan exclaimed. You set the date. And once it's decided, your mother and I will be there. As Shen Chuan made his way back, he rode his bicycle, sighing along the way. The housing situation needed urgent attention. It would not do for Xiao Mo to genuinely have nowhere to go in the future. As summer approached, the restlessness among those in Shanghai with plans to go abroad became increasingly pronounced. They disregarded the significance of the high school entrance and college entrance examinations, viewing them merely as fleeting clouds. Even studying abroad for language acquisition seemed preferable to remaining in the country. What could be achieved after mastering the language? There will always be a way. Even if he ended up washing dishes, he could still earn enough to secure a place to stay. However, this was a time for patience, as many awaited better prices. Not a chance. They believed that just because they were planning to go abroad, they would sell their homes at a lower price. Would they not survive without selling their homes? Can I not sell later? The psychological game began, with buyers and sellers across Shanghai wagering on each other's impatience. Shen Chuan had inquired several times, revealing signs of anxiety, which led to him being cornered on the price. This left him feeling quite dejected, as matters should not have unfolded this way. That night, lying in his dormitory, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He attributed the discomfort to the heat, finding it unbearable to cover himself with a blanket, yet feeling chilly without one. Would Xiao Mo have a solution if he were here? Suddenly, Shen Chuan thought of his nephew, subconsciously beginning to regard him as an adult. Chapter 80. Preparing to propose a week later. Shen Mo once again left the school. On Saturday evening, Zhang Yehua, surprised not to find Shen Mo in the dormitory, exclaimed, Has this kid gone home 2 weeks in a row? Indeed, He dashed out quickly after class. Tonight, I'll sit with you, she decided. As the final sprint approached, Shen Mo's consecutive homecomings left everyone astonished. Many felt somewhat unaccustomed as he studied in the self-study room that evening. Shen Mo first stopped by Garden Road, ordering 2 delectable dishes. Xiao Shun, how's your uncle's housing situation coming along? The funds are ready. I'm still looking. The closer it gets to the end, the harder the prices will be to negotiate. Tell your uncle to hold firm. The difference could amount to 2,000 yuan, which could be put to good use, especially for the wedding banquet, right? How about hosting the banquet here? Shen Mo quickly waved his hands. No, my uncle can just have it at the company cafeteria. How could he dare host it at Hong Maple Leaf? He has earned some money, but it's not meant for extravagant displays. Every yuan must be spent wisely, and showing off will only invite ridicule. Manager Zhou chuckled. Xiao Shun, when you get married, the banquet must be held here. That is a certainty. And you must ensure that your establishment becomes a century-old institution. When my child gets married, we will celebrate here. Manager Zhou found this sentiment delightful, as did the staff. Why are you all just staring? Focus on your work. When the time comes for you to get married, we will host the banquet here. Xiao Mei packaged the 2 dishes Shen Mo requested, placing them in a net bag, and whispered to Xiao Wan. It would be wonderful if we could indeed host the banquet here. Perhaps we can't, but maybe the children can, Xiao Wan optimistically replied. Huhai is vast. There is plenty of opportunity to earn, and I refuse to believe we can't afford a wedding banquet. Manager Zhou handed the net bag to Shen Mo, also giving him 2 bottles of Wulianjai and 2 packs of peony cigarettes. Remember to send us some wedding sweets when your uncle gets married, so we can share in the joy. Absolutely, Shen Mo assured him. If my acceptance letter arrives first, I will treat everyone to a meal, and we can hold it at our restaurant. Wu Yuan's eyes lit up. Shen Mo, you must be aiming for a prestigious high school, right? Let's wait until after the exams. Before the results were announced, Shen Mo resolved to refrain from boasting. For one must remember that one's actions are observed by the heavens. He firmly prohibited any premature celebrations. Waving to the crowd, Shen Mo climbed onto the tram and returned to his uncle's place. With cigarettes and liquor at hand, Shen Chuan only needed to prepare a few additional items. Had the exam results been released, it mattered little. The real challenge lay ahead with the high school entrance examination. The high school entrance exam is to be held at Yongxing No. 1 Middle School, right? I've heard the same. Uncle, do not worry about me. After the exam, I shall return to dine with you. Do keep an eye on the house. I know. After dinner, Shen Chuan was surprised to discover that his nephew intended to leave. Where are you off to? You should return after breakfast tomorrow. Uncle, the high school entrance exam is imminent. The classroom is brimming with students studying, and I dare not linger. Just look at Lu Yulin. He hasn't returned either. Shen Chuan scratched his head. It seems he hasn't tea. Do not overexert yourself. Ensure you get enough rest. I understand. I shall sleep in tomorrow. At least once a week, I can indulge in a lie-in. Skipping this lie-in would be unbearable for Shen Mo. The classmates in the classroom were delighted to see Shen Mo back again. Zuking initially did not look up, but upon hearing the unusual commotion, he realized Shen Mo had returned. Lu Yulin, without hesitation, excitedly sat down beside Shen Mo. Do you have any questions? None. I just want to sit beside you for a while, feeling at ease, Lu Yulin expressed, echoing the sentiments of several students from nearby classes. Shen Mo's reputation had spread far and wide. Regardless of who approached him with queries, he would patiently provide answers, albeit only during the 4th evening study session. After helping his uncle sort out the major supplies, Shen Mo focused on his revision, awaiting the high school entrance exam. Once the lights were out in the evening, this group of students finally enjoyed a moment of relaxation. Many took advantage of the moonlight to wash their clothes, and the dormitory supervisors, on a Saturday night, were not overly strict, turning a blind eye as long as the students refrained from fighting. This jubilant group of students washed their clothes while discussing the upcoming high school entrance exam. I plan to apply to Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. The teachers say my scores might not suffice, but I want to give it a shot. Su Kaiman is reluctant to settle for District No. 2 Middle School. He wishes to aim higher. Lu Yulin sighed. You aiming higher? I'd be content to simply attend a regular high school. He dare not think of vocational school. First, he must secure a place in high school. Wang Hao, where will you apply? Wang Hao confidently replied. Just like you, I'm going for Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. His scores are likely inadequate, but no one doubts he'll appear at Yongxing No. 1. Is Yang Zi also going No. 1? Zhou Jie's nickname was officially called out, and with the actual person absent, the boys were quite animated. She definitely is. Wang Hao smacked his lips. I suppose we'll end up in the same class. Zhou Jie's scores aren't stellar either, so at Yongxing No. 1. They might need to band together for support, providing explanations to their families during midterms and finals. Lu Yulin chuckled. If I make it to a regular high school, I might end up dragging many down with me. You might as well join me. I want tea. Once I reach number 1, I'll strive to be in the same class as Shen Mo suddenly. Wang Hao recalled Li Dai. Hey Shen Mo, if we end up in the same class, how about we be desk mates? That requires us to actually be in the same class first. It's certainly possible, Wang Hao asserted with determination. Lu Yunnan sighed, excelling in math and science is not as valuable as having a good father. Isn't that right, Shen Mo? Shen Mo replied, I don't even have a proper father, so I have to put more effort into math and science. Lu Yulin slapped his own mouth. My bad. My bad. Let us hurry up and wash. Once we're done, it's off to sleep. Tomorrow morning, those who wish to rise early may do so. Just don't wake me. Zhang Yehua, having heard Shen Mo's words, nodded in agreement. If Wang Hao and Zhou Jie could secure spots in the top high school and universities, he could guarantee he'd perform better than Shan Mo and Lu Yulin. On Sunday, these boys rose quite late, as if they had previously been too hard on themselves and desperately needed rest. Many, upon seeing Shen Mo still lying in bed, felt a wave of relief. Shen Chuan did not indulge in sleep. He went out to procure pastries and tea, then met Su Yufeng. He was panting, beads of sweat on his forehead, yet his face glowed with excitement. What is going on? Is everything prepared? Shall we go to your home next Sunday? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet several nearby overheard. The driver quickly expelled the smoke from his lungs, exclaiming, Oh, really? That sounds great. Xiao Shun, I have faith in you. Keep it up. Chapter 81. The marriage proposal confirmed. One evening, Shen Chuan returned to the old house. He found a cardboard box, placing cigarettes, liquor, pastries, and tea inside, carefully securing it to the back of his bicycle. Several aunties downstairs observed him for a while, speculating that he was preparing to visit his prospective in-laws. Was that liquor just now Wu Yanjai? It certainly appeared so. Xiao Shun's fortune seems to be improving. No, it seems the overall fortune of their family has greatly improved. Just look at Xiao Mo, ranked first in the entire school. Even Yulin has been influenced to study at the boarding school. Indeed, it's true. Xiao Mo is almost certain to gain admission to Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. As Shen Chuan rode past, he greeted them. Aunties, I'm off. Off you go. The women chuckled as they spoke to him. Shen Chuan carefully swung his leg over the large beam and rode home with enthusiasm. The spring breeze of Mengshun was warm and gentle, a delightful caress against his skin. Upon arriving at the old house, Shen Chuan carried the box upstairs and began knocking on the door. Mom, open up. Why are you back at this hour? Have you eaten? Not yet. Just boil some porridge or noodles. Anything will do. Shen Chuan pulled up the collar of his shirt to fan himself. He had broken a bit of sweat from riding. Wang Xiaoping opened the box and, upon seeing its contents, exclaimed in surprise, Oh, quite the thorough preparation. I spoke with Yu Feng yesterday. We're heading over next Sunday. Dad, you should get a haircut and shave your beard. I know. You're even lecturing your old man now. Shen Baihan chuckled, feeling that with his second son's marriage, he had accomplished a significant portion of his life's goals. In the future, when his second son has children, he and his spouse could help look after them for a few years. Wang Xiaoping began boiling noodles. If everything goes well next Sunday, you two should quickly get your marriage certificate. Have you decided how to handle the wedding? Where will it be held? Not yet. I was thinking of having it in our factory's cafeteria. It's spacious and there are many co-workers, making it convenient for everyone. That is also a possibility. Shen Baihan began to ponder the wedding arrangements himself. He still had some relatives and friends to invite. Wang Xiaoping cracked an egg for her son, making an effort to keep the egg intact. She smiled. Later, I'll make you a new outfit for the wedding. You know a good tailor, right? I'll buy it from the store. Oh no, what for? Store-bought is expensive and of poor quality. Go find a tailor. Next Sunday, we'll head over to discuss this with the Su family. Money can be spent, but we must avoid unnecessary expenses. This has always been Wang Xiaoping's standard. As they spoke, the noodles were ready. Shen Chuan brought them over, quickly finishing. Don't forget, I'll be over next Sunday morning. Sunday morning is too rushed. You should come back Saturday night, and we'll go together early Sunday. Shen Chuan was still concerned about his nephew. Xiao Mo probably wouldn't he come out from school this week, would he? All right. He placed the box in a small room and cautioned, Mom, please keep an eye on it. Don't let Wan open the pastries. He was not worried about the cigarettes, liquor, or tea, but pastries made him uneasy. Children may not understand much, yet their noses are keen, able to smell deliciousness even through packaging. Oh, rest assured, if Wan wants to eat, I'll buy her some more. Now, the biggest task for the elderly couple was to tidy themselves up for the visit to the Su family on Sunday. When Shen Chuan returned on Saturday night, he suddenly noticed that the old neighbors around were smiling at him. Everyone knew that his family was going to discuss the marriage proposal the next day. Shen Baihan had gotten a haircut and shaved his beard. Wang Xiaoping had also styled her hair and was carefully tidying herself in front of the mirror, although the attire of the two individuals remained commonplace. Their spirits were evidently transformed. What are you staring at? Tomorrow will not bring you embarrassment. Wang Xiaoping chided her second son. Hurry and eat. After your meal, rest early to rejuvenate your spirit. Your elder brother and sister-in-law will come over tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, the Su family was also making preparations. Dad, we need to purchase the ingredients early tomorrow. Make sure to buy fresh produce. Understood, replied Su Zonglei, Su Yufang's father, who had freshly groomed his hair and shaved his beard, preparing to select clothes for receiving guests. At last, I can marry you off. Your mother and I feel considerably more at ease. I plan to return home for meals. If the dishes are not fresh, I shall hold you accountable. Su Yufang's elder brother, Su Yueliang, jest, in that case, let us not let her marry. Su Zonglei shot him a disapproving glance. That's absurd. Keep an eye on Junjun tomorrow. Do not let him be rude in front of the guests. Both families were fervently preparing. By early Sunday morning, the Su household had laid out tea and cigarettes on the table, and even prepared snacks for the little grandson, primarily to keep him from causing a ruckus. The kitchen was already brimming with fresh fish, shrimp, and meat, ready for the midday reception. Just past 9 o'clock, the Shen family arrived, their lively chatter instantly filling the Su home with warmth and laughter. Shen Chuan donned a pristine outfit, his shoes gleaming. The Su family immediately recognized that his shoes were of considerable quality, assuring them that their daughter would not suffer in her new life. Moreover, with the two young people having courted for nearly a year and both being agreeable, the parents embraced the notion of marital freedom. The engagement of Shen Chuan and Su Yufang was now on the horizon, as both families encouraged them to choose an auspicious day to register their marriage. Inside the house, the children, Junjun and Shunjing, clutched snacks in their hands, seemingly more jubilant than the adults. At that moment, no one mentioned Shen Mo or the previous divorce of Shunjiang. Su Yufang felt assured, for Shen Mo's academic performance was stellar. There was no need for concern. She merely needed to boast about him during this year's high school entrance examination or the future college entrance exam, perhaps to friends like the driver. With summer approaching, Shen Mo would soon take his entrance exam, and in a few days, she would discuss with Shen Chuan that after they registered. They must not forget to send congratulatory sweets to Shen Mo. The wedding could be postponed. It was essential not to distract her nephew. Su Yufang recalled her first encounter with Shen Mo and the two uncles. She had even praised Shen Mo for his filial piety. In the classroom, Shen Mo was engrossed in his studies, mindful yet untroubled by his uncle's matters. During evening self-study, their homeroom teacher, Yuan Li, entered. For this upcoming assessment, barring any unforeseen circumstances, our class will pass entirely. Do not be overly excited. This is merely as it should be. It would be surprising if anyone were to fail. Next week we will have a physical examination, and once the results are in, you can apply to your desired schools, so think carefully about your choices. As the entrance exam drew near, Yuan Li had a fairly accurate idea of which schools her students might attend, and she hoped for some surprises to see who could exceed expectations. Chapter 82, Photographing. On the eve of the physical examination, the students in the dormitory began to wash their feet in unison, as it was said they would need to remove their shoes to measure their heights the next day. Those with socks bearing holes hurried to mend them. Usually, no one mocked each other in the dorm, as they were all in similar circumstances. But with the entire grade level required to stand together the next day, especially with female classmates present, no one wished to suffer embarrassment. Homeroom teacher Yuan Li hesitated to enter the boys' dormitory, while the director, Zhang Junhai, inspected each room. Get to bed early, do not delay. After the physical examination, there will still be classes, so rest well. Observing the youths bustling to mend their socks in an effort to conceal imperfections, Zhang Junhai could not help but smile. Recalling similar scenes from previous years, it seemed that none of the students were particularly affluent. Even the socks he wore had a few holes hidden within his shoes. He too planned to mend them that night, for one never knew when they might need to remove their shoes and could not afford to be embarrassed. Wang Hao, however, had no need for repairs. His socks were intact, and he viewed the flurry of activity around him with a sense of natural superiority, especially since even the top student, Shen Mo, was busy mending his socks. The boys' dormitory had a single needle and thread, and everyone took turns using it, with each allowed to repair only one pair of socks. Further repairs could wait until after the next day. The students toiled until lights out, still brimming with excitement, many placing their newly mended socks on their bedside tables as if they were treasures. By the following morning, these treasures adorned their feet, ensuring they did not suffer embarrassment during the physical examination. Throughout the afternoon, the boys remained exhilarated, as if they had accomplished a monumental task. On Sunday evening, Lu Yulin returned home, his spirits high as he approached Shen Mo in class. What with the excitement? One might think you've been accepted early into a prestigious high school. Li Daiyai teased Lu Yulin without any pressure. What nonsense! I came to find Shan Mo. I encountered your second uncle today, and he asked me to convey a message. What message? Shen Mo surmised it was related to the wedding. Yet his mind lingered on the phrase. Your uncle asked me to convey a message, which stubbornly occupied his thoughts. Your second uncle said he will soon be registering his marriage, so do not worry. The wedding will take place after your entrance exam, and you will be able to attend. Yunnan expressed regret. It's a pity the wedding candies will come a bit late. What is regrettable about that? Eating them later is just fine. At least we know we can't have them now and need not dwell on it. Right? Not right. I am preoccupied with it. Yunan's sentiments differed from Shen Mo's. Li Dai interjected, I too am concerned. If I cannot snag a couple before graduation, how will I manage after? After graduation, they might not see each other for a long time, or perhaps never again. All right, focus on your studies. Shen Mo concluded the idle chatter. As the entrance exam approached, nearly every evening self-study session had a teacher present, maintaining a state of heightened efficiency. The last crucial effort must not falter. On Wednesday afternoon, the campus buzzed with activity. Yuan stood at the classroom door, glaring at her students. If even the slightest disturbance occurs outside, you all lose focus. As if on cue, a ruckus erupted from the adjacent class, a throng of students spilling outside, overshadowing Yuan Li's instructions. All right, today we will take graduation photos. Everyone come out. Yuan Li was disheartened that the neighboring class had emerged too soon. Couldn't they have waited just 5 more minutes? Graduation photos held nostalgic significance. Before returning to the 1980s, Shen Mo often saw people sharing graduation photos online. Each time he viewed such images, he instinctively searched among them. Initially, he did not understand what he was seeking, but after a few attempts, he realized he was looking for himself and his former classmates, even if the time, place, and school of those photos did not align with his memories. Where had his previous diplomas gone? Shen Mo racked his brain, recalling only that they were likely stored in the old house back home, but he could not remember where exactly. The faces of former classmates had become blurred in his memory. Even if he returned to those times, he would struggle to name them. This photograph must be preserved with care, and he needed to jot down the names of his classmates. Kulme. Girls in the front, boys in the back. Stand on the benches. Do you really think you're giants? Girls in the front row, squat down, yes. Yuan Li directed the students to line up. The sun shining brightly, warming their skin. Shen Mo adjusted his collar and stood atop the bench, relishing the gentle breeze that accompanied the height. Other boys were still jostling for prime positions. Their voices were hushed, but their determination was palpable. Shen Mo felt no need to vie for the center. The youthful obsession of claiming the spotlight had diminished in importance at that moment. He simply needed to be present in the photograph. Zuking took her place in the middle of the front row, a position that belonged to her. Zhou Jie kept a few spaces between them, refraining from crowding the center. As the class leader, Wang Hao could only embody his role and stand on the opposite side. When Shan Mo glanced toward the center, he noticed Yunnan had claimed a position near the middle, meticulously adjusting his attire. What lay beneath was inconsequential. Even if his socks had holes or his shoes were removed, Yuan Li was somewhat dissatisfied with Shan Mo's placement, desiring him to stand in the middle. However, the photographer remained oblivious to her intentions, muttering, all right, just like this, everyone, please cooperate. Hold it for 1 minute, just 1 minute. Yuan Li settled into her seat, refraining from further interference with the students' formation. The photographer squeezed into the camera's drape, calling out, good, just like that. 1, 2, 3. Great. One more shot, yes, hold still. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, and Shen Mo endeavored to widen his eyes to avoid leaving any regrets for his middle school graduation photo. Once the picture was taken, everyone began to rise from their seats, feeling a wave of relief mixed with a tinge of melancholy associated with parting. Hey, after the high school entrance exam, let's take a few individual shots. Wang Hao slipped over to a few familiar boys, suggesting. Sure. They all eagerly agreed. Yuan Li, unwilling to let the students become too relaxed, began ushering them back to the classroom. All right, time to focus on studying for the entrance exam. Everyone back to the classroom. Passing by Shen Mo, Yuan Li shot him a glare. Fool, don't you know to stand a bit closer to the center? Teacher, being on the side isn't so bad. I might even be photographed more than others. No worries, after the entrance exam, your name will be right in the center. Oh, wait, it will still be on the side. How could the first place stand in the middle? All right, back to studying. And hey, don't eat anything random these days. Stick to the cafeteria. The taste might be subpar, but at least it won't upset your stomach. Okay, teacher. Chapter 83. Preparing for the entrance exam. Old Yuan, old Gu. All of you class teachers for the 3rd year. Come here, we have a meeting. At the office door, Shanghai did not enter, but merely peeked inside, summoning the head teachers of the graduating classes outside. Yuan Li, Gu Nanfan, and several other teachers followed him to the academic affairs office. We need to allocate some people. Nearly 30 students are applying to Yongxing No. 1 high school this year, and we need a teacher to accompany them. Before Zhang Junhai could finish, Yuan Li interjected. Director Zhang, let me accompany the students to Yongxing No. 1 high school this year. Zhang Junhai chuckled. Old Yuan, why the rush? There's also District No. 2 high school. That's a significant number from our school, plus a few vocational schools. Yuan Li remained steadfast, only concerned with Yongxing No. 1. Gu Nanfan volunteered. I'll go to District No. 2 high school. Although there were many students applying there, the proximity made the pressure on the accompanying teacher relatively light. Zhang Junhai glanced at the others. Then Old Yuan and I will head to No. 1 high school, while the rest will escort the students to the vocational schools. The other teachers understood that Yuan Li wished to personally witness Shen Mo enter the examination hall and to see her student achieve a place among the top 10 at Yongxing No. 1. They willingly yielded the opportunity to her. Not having students as formidable as Shen Mo principal, Yao added a reminder. When accompanying the students to the exam, ensure they maintain discipline, avoid staying up late, and return to their dorms to rest post-exams. For those taking the exam at District No. 2, hurry home to recuperate after finishing. No lingering about outside. Pay attention to dietary hygiene, and try to avoid bathing or shampooing in the days leading up to the exam to prevent catching a cold. In Class 32, several students were applying to Yongxing No. 1, including Shen Mo, He Zuking, Zhang Yehua, Su Kaiman, and others. Whether Wang Hao and Zhou Jie could pass was one matter, but they were determined to give it a try. Even if their final scores fell short, they could always return to District No. 2 or other high schools. As long as their scores were decent, those schools would be willing to accept them. The classroom buzzed with excitement, the air thick with the restlessness of youth as the entrance exam approached. Shen Mo felt the weight of his own expectations. He was determined to place among the top 10 at Yongxing No. 1. I have witnessed too many instances where diligence compensates for lack of talent, and too many cases of squandered potential. I have experienced the most rigorous education. In some provinces, while others merely needed to answer how many planets are in the solar system, I was required to name those planets, describe their compositions, outline their orbital and rotational periods, and calculate the gravitational forces between celestial bodies. I can compete with the geniuses of this era. Moreover, Zhang Junhai had secured a waiver for tuition fees for those ranked in the top 10, and to avoid disappointing his teachers, he must strive hard. The teacher's here. A student shouted from the back door, and the classroom fell silent instantly, all eyes fixed on the entrance, awaiting Yuan Li's arrival. Oh dear, look at all those wide eyes, quite intimidating. Yuan Li chuckled as she entered and took her place at the podium. The entrance exam is just around the corner. Are you feeling anxious? Relax, there's no need to be nervous at this time. Treat it as you would your usual studies. Wang Hao, please distribute the examination permits. We cannot afford to lose them again. If anyone misplaces theirs, I'll have to sell my face to find a teacher, as I'm going to accompany the students to Yongxing No. 1. The students applying to Yongxing No. 1 immediately laughed, feeling a sense of reassurance with their homeroom teacher present. Other students inquired, Teacher, who will take us to District No. 2? The homeroom teacher from Class 1, Mr. Gu, will accompany you. He has already told you not to cause trouble outside, and after the exam, hurry home to rest for the next day's test. Yuan Li reiterated the important points until her throat felt strained. All right, enough chit-chat. Students applying to District No. 2 can head home today. The rest of you, prepare your bedding. We will be heading to No. 1 for the exam tomorrow evening. Since there is still time today, make sure to return some items beforehand, and be back at school by noon tomorrow. All right, class dismissed. With a wave of her hand, her students erupted from the classroom, scattering in all directions. Shen Mo transferred his books back to the dormitory and tidied up his clothes before heading back to his uncle's quarters with Lu Yulin. Shen Mo, do you think you can make it into the top 10 at Yongxing? How can one be certain? I'll do my best. If I can make it into the top 10 at District No. 2, that would be enough? No, the top 20 would suffice. Even the top 200 would be splendid. Lu Yulin dared not be too greedy. Even the top 200 felt like a luxury. Being accepted would be great nonetheless. Who knows, you might actually make it into the top 200, Shen Mo encouraged Lu Yulin. With a look of disbelief, Lu Yulin replied, Do you really think it's that easy? Like eating or drinking. We all have the same features, so be a bit more confident. The two strolled along the street, exerting effort, yet buoyed by joy as they made their way back. Once we finish the exams, we'll be free. When your uncle gets married, remember to call me for help. Sure, just keep an eye on the candies and melon seeds, Lu Yulin laughed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Mo moved his belongings upstairs, opting not to venture to Huan Road for groceries. With the impending exams, it was wise to remain prudent. In the evening, as Shun Chuan rode his bicycle home, he spotted some activity on his dorm's balcony from afar. Down below, Lu Yulin fanned himself with a palm leaf, grinning foolishly. The exams are approaching, right? Indeed. Shen Mo called from upstairs. Shen Chuan climbed the stairs quickly, saying, "Hold on, your uncle is bringing you something tasty." "No. The teachers instructed us to maintain a light diet these days. Just some rice and maybe some fermented tofu with pickled vegetables will suffice. I'll boil you a couple of eggs." "That works." Shen Mo felt delighted at the prospect of helping his uncle in the kitchen, but he was gently pushed aside. "Were you applying?" "Yongxing number 1. We're gathering back at school tomorrow noon to head to the exam. The teacher said if you make it into the top 10 at number 1, all tuition fees will be waived." Everyone nearby knew how challenging it was to get into number 1. If he truly made it into the top 10, Shan Chuan wished to make a wish. But he wasn't sure what to wish for. He had unwavering confidence in his nephew. "Then study hard. After returning, your uncle will treat you to something delicious." "Uncle, when are you and Auntie planning to have the wedding?" "July 27th, the 21st day of the 6th lunar month, on a Sunday." The Shen and Su families have deliberated for quite some time to select a suitable day for the occasion. By then, Shen Mo's admission notification may have arrived, making it a delightful moment for a celebratory banquet. "By the way, Uncle, how is the house situation progressing? Has it been purchased yet?" Shen Chuan replied, somewhat breathlessly, "Not yet." However, his voice elevated slightly. "Xiao and Mo, I have a thought. Let us buy it after the wedding. Your aunt is quite persuasive. Let her handle the negotiations. Additionally, I want her to understand that this money is earned by you." Chapter 84. The Concerned Yuan Ma. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Shen Mo felt a sense of surprise and newfound respect for him. Uncle had indeed considered this matter. "That's good." Shen Mo pondered, "But uncle, if the seller lowers the price, we must act swiftly to secure the purchase. It's not necessary for my aunt to witness this. Once we obtain the marriage certificate, we will be family, and she will surely see it then." Shen Chuan resolved to ensure that Yue Fang recognizes his nephew's capabilities. When the time comes for his nephew to return home during the holidays, he would need not utter a word. Yue Fang would naturally arrange everything for Xiao and Mo. Before his nephew's return, Shan Chuan entertained the mischievous notion of how his yet-to-be wife might react upon discovering that his nephew could earn such a substantial amount of money. Would she conspire with him to keep a secret from the rest of the family? He believed she would. Shen Mo then remarked, "Uncle, after my final exams, I wish to indulge in. Oh, I'm so troubled. I don't know what to eat. How about I take you for some June crabs?" "That sounds splendid." Shen Mo couldn't think of anything better. So June crabs it was. That evening, Shen Mo neither bathed nor washed his hair, adhering to his homeroom teacher's advice that during such significant examinations, caution should prevail. At most, he washed his face and feet. A little body odor was inconsequential, as none would recognize one another. "I will take half a day off tomorrow to escort you to school." "Oh, uncle, that is unnecessary. I'm not heading to the second middle school. I'm going to Yongxing number 1 middle school. Can you even take me there? After dinner, I'll step out to purchase a fountain pen and a pencil, just to prepare my stationery." Shen Chuan smacked his forehead. Yes. We must ensure you have an ample supply of stationery. Lu Yulan's family is the same. All examines are advised to prepare extra stationery to guard against unforeseen circumstances." The following morning, Shen Mo and Lu Yulan set off together to procure new pens and pencils. Returning to school filled with excitement. The classroom was already quite deserted, with only a few students present. The homeroom teacher had announced that graduation certificates and photographs would be distributed together. Zhang Yahua had arrived early and was diligently sharpening his pencil. Shen Mo suggested, "You might as well sharpen it when you get to Yongxing number 1 middle school." Zhang Yahua, feeling idle, finished sharpening his pencil and meticulously polished it, as it served as his way to relieve stress. From the neighboring class, Tang Wuzi entered. "Oh, everyone is here?" Zhou Jia had been lamenting the lack of conversation. Having just attempted to engage Su Kaiman in a chat, she had no desire to interact with Wang Hao and Hezuking. "Come quickly. Why aren't you in your own class? Is it because there are hardly any people?" Tang Wuzi replied. "Isn't Yuan Ma accompanying us for the exam? It's simpler to gather in your class, saving Yuan Ma the trouble of searching for us." Wang Gu and others also arrived, clutching their bedding. "Hey, didn't you bring a pillow? I brought my books instead. I'll sleep with my head on them, which gives me peace of mind." The group chuckled, as they too had brought textbooks, perhaps to study, perhaps not. But having them nearby offered a sense of reassurance. No one was so arrogant as to claim they were prepared for everything. Shen Mo brought along the textbooks for the subjects he would be tested on, intending to glance over them before sleep. As noon approached, Yuan Li appeared, having summoned students from several other classes to gather in Class 2, first checking off their names against the roster. Everyone was quite diligent, arriving before noon. The cafeteria prepared lunch today. Everyone should eat a little. We will leave for Yongxing number 1 middle school at 1:30 p.m. It's hot now. Both boys and girls are not permitted to drink cold water directly. Go ahead, after lunch, return to Class 2 for a rest. Do not leave the school premises. As the departure time drew near, Yuan Li kept a close watch on the students, withholding their examination permits to ensure none were lost. She did not return home for lunch, but instead dined with the students in the cafeteria. Before they set off, she reiterated for everyone to double-check their stationery. Let us see, is there anything missing? For the math exam, do you have your compass, pencils, straight edge, and triangular ruler? Did anyone forget anything? Zhang Junhai lit a cigarette, discarding the stub and crushing it underfoot. All right, Yuan, let us set off. Good, let us go. Yuan Li took another head count, confirming everything was in order before leading the group onto the bus. With the windows open, the breeze flowed in as the students animatedly chatted. Zhou Jie even expressed a desire to explore around the school, but apart from Wang Hao, no one showed interest. Yuan Li forbade them from wandering. If you're idle, just stay in the dormitory and read. Who knows, you might encounter something relevant for tomorrow's exam. Though graduation was imminent, Zhou Jie dared not indulge in frivolity in front of Yuan Li and had no choice but to comply. Upon reaching number 1 middle school, Vice Principal Luo Yuanheng greeted them warmly. Old Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Is this Ms. Yuan? Thank you for your efforts. The students' accommodations have been arranged. I will have someone escort them over. Yuan Li, feeling uneasy, asserted, Director Zhang, I'll accompany you to keep an eye on things. You head to the girls' side. I'll supervise the boys. Zhang Junhai produced a cigarette, offering one to Luo Yuanheng. Old Luo, see that boy Shen Mo from class 2? P.S. the top student of our school, capable of achieving perfect scores across 4 subjects, and has come to your institution. Luo Yuanheng glanced in the indicated direction at a lad with a faint mustache above his lip, slender, without glasses, clutching his belongings. Quite spirited indeed. I didn't mean for you to praise him. I wanted to remind you about the earlier discussion concerning the waiver of tuition fees. You must not forget. Rest assured, he will be my student from now on, and I will naturally look after him. Even before the entrance exam, Luo Yuanheng had considerable faith in his old colleague's words. I'll take the students to their dormitories now. Oh, come over for dinner at my place this evening. Bring Ms. Yuan along. Don't worry, she won T-Com. She'll be watching the students. Zhang Junhai was quite certain. Yuan Li was perpetually anxious, and at such a moment, it would be more arduous to remove her from the students than to take her life. Indeed, not too far away, Yuan Li was still instructing the students. The examination permits are with me. They will not be distributed. We are a small group, only a little over 30. Before the exam, pay attention. This is where we will gather, right at the entrance of number 1 middle school. I will be here waiting for everyone. Each person will come to me to collect their permit, and after the exam, we will reconvene here. This is the entrance exam, the first significant turning point in these students' lives, and Yuan Li was particularly attentive, fearing that a student might be careless. Zhang Junhai called out, Hey, old Yuan, we're having dinner at Principal Luo's house tonight. You go ahead. As a female colleague, I won tea drink, so I shall refrain from disrupting your merriment. Yuan Li indeed refused to acquiesce. Principal Yao was impressed. Truly, Principal Yao, please attend to your matters. I shall join later. Very well. I will return to prepare. If anything arises, just let me know, and I will handle it. After some pleasantries, Zhang Junhai escorted the students into the boys' dormitory. There were numerous applicants for No. 1 middle school, all exceptional students from various junior high schools, yet not all would be accepted. Shen Mo, are you feeling pressured? Zhang Junhai asked Shen Mo, not wanting him to feel overwhelmed by the weight of expectations. A bit of pressure is essential for motivation. Yongxing No. 1 middle school can be seen as a microcosm of a prestigious high school in Hohei, and Shen Mo felt a twinge of excitement. He aimed to measure his worth against the brilliance of this era. Chapter 85, Inner Strength. Upon entering the dormitory, several boys hurriedly made their beds. The distinction between upper and lower bunks mattered little, as they would only be staying for 3 days. Wang Hao insisted on sleeping next to Shan Mo, claiming that proximity to him would yield a few extra points on the exam. After making their beds, there was still ample time. Zhang Junhai reiterated that they should not wander outside unnecessarily, encouraging them to remain in the dormitory. If they did not wish to tackle exercises, they could at least memorize vocabulary or recite classical poetry. As Zhang Junhai was about to step out, he suddenly remembered something. With the impending exams, no one was permitted to discuss answers upon exiting the examination hall. Those wishing to compare answers must do so only after leaving the gates of Yizhong. Zhang Yehua immediately responded, Rest assured, teacher, I detest such behavior of comparing answers. Does it really change anything? After leaving the dormitory, Zhang Junhai headed to eat with Luo Yuanheng. Before the exams, everyone felt free to chat, especially Wang Hao, who seemed unburdened, only pondering what to do once they entered. Hey, Shen Mo, how many classes do you think you'll be assigned to after the semester begins? Shen Mo was rendered speechless. Wang Hao's confidence was palpable, and his ambitions seemed grand. How about we just be in the same class? Wang Geeky interjected. What? Is the school run by your family? You can't just dictate which class you want. Of course not. But I believe Shen Mo will perform exceptionally well, and paired with me. The homeroom teacher would have no reason to refuse. Wang Hao showed no sign of modesty. Everyone was aware of his family's influence. And being overly humble would only invite ridicule from the other boys. Fine, let it be one class then. Shen Mo agreed, feeling that having a familiar face in a new environment would be comforting. Suddenly, Zhang Yehua chimed in. Hey, Wang Hao, do you want to be the class monitor? Let's not even talk about that. Me a class monitor? They would have to respect me first. Wang Hao firmly decided to reject the notion, as he considered the role to be beneath him. Laughter ensued. Outside, Zhang Junhai also chuckled. They had brought 30 students, but how many would actually remain at Yizhong? Some might only step foot into Yizhong once in their lifetime. For dinner, they all went to the cafeteria at Yizhong. As the crucial exams approached, it seemed everyone's appetite waned. Shen Mo had a bowl of noodles before retreating early to rest. Everyone maintained a hushed demeanor, awaiting the arrival of the next day's exams. Lying in bed, Shen Mo sought to relax, soon drifting into slumber. Suddenly, he was roused by Wang Hao shaking his bed. Shen Mo, wake up! Shen Mo sprang up, and outside the dormitory, a commotion began as many started their morning routines. The residents of the dorm swiftly donned their clothes, washed up, and headed to the assembly point. Yuan Li meticulously counted the number of students before leading them to breakfast. Keep it light. Remember, if you can avoid eating fried dough sticks, do so. Now is not the time to gamble on whether you'll have an upset stomach. Shen Mo consumed 2 vegetable buns and a bowl of porridge, feeling sufficiently prepared. After breakfast, Yuan Li distributed the admission tickets. When you arrive at the exam hall, answer diligently, remain calm, skip any questions you can't recall initially, tackle the subsequent ones. And don't waste time overthinking. Once the students were ushered into the exam hall, Yuan Li finally felt a sense of relief. Turning to Zhang Junhai beside her, she asked with a hint of irritation, Old Zhang, are you sober now? Zhang Junhai retorted, that was work. Director Yao was so hospitable. How could I refuse? Yuan Li chuckled. Considering you advocated for Shen Mo, this time, the outcome is yours to determine. Upon entering the exam hall, Shen Mo's mind shifted into high gear. This subject was crucial. He was determined to leave no stone unturned. He meticulously read each question, deciphering the intent behind the queries posed by the examiners. After completing the first exam, hunger gnawed at him, touching his stomach. He felt confident he had performed well. Upon reaching the assembly point, Yuan Li immediately inquired, Did Director Zhang say anything to you? No comparing answers, not even discussing the essay. She collected everyone's admission tickets without delay. During lunch, Shen Mo devoured 2 bowls of rice. Observing his hearty appetite, Yuan Li nodded to herself, recognizing that he was serious about the Chinese exam. With the Chinese exam concluded, it was time for Shen Mo to seize the moment. In mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English, he reached an optimal state. Each time he exited the exam hall, he felt ravenous. Finally, after finishing the last exam in political science, Yuan Li could breathe a sigh of relief. All right, if you want to compare answers, go ahead. Remember to come to school tomorrow to collect your graduation certificate and photo. Wang Hao mischievously inquired, Teacher, is there no summer homework? No, why not assign some work? Otherwise, my summer vacation won't feel complete. Zhou Jie exclaimed. You can go home and copy the Chinese textbook 10 times. Everyone relaxed, and Zhang Junhai laughed. All right, enough chatter. Gather your things, we're heading back. Look, the students from other schools have already left. In the campus, students arriving for exams exhibited a mix of excitement and dejection. But all were packing up to leave. Shen Mo calculated the time. It seemed he could return home for dinner with his uncle. After a night's rest, he would head to Huaiyuan Road to earn some money. On the way back, Yuan Li posed a question everyone was curious about. Shen Mo, do you think you can score 4 perfect marks? Shen Mo, rubbing his stomach, hesitated to boast, I believe I can score above 95 in all subjects. Perfect scores should be within reach, but I prefer not to speak too confidently. Tang Wuzi interjected, not quite. Math is out of 120. Don't get carried away. Just say whether it's above 95. Tang Wuzi's eyes widened. If that's the case, I can't find any errors in your reasoning. Adjusting her glasses on her nose, she meticulously recalled her performance. I should be able to achieve 1 perfect score, right? What do you mean by should? Yuan Li chuckled and turned to Wang Ge. And you? Wang Ge laughed. Teacher, you know me. A perfect score is beyond my reach. He bore no signs of disappointment. Everyone recognized his capabilities. While he might not secure the top score in any single subject, he would undoubtedly rank highly overall. Zhang Junhai remarked, once you enter high school, strive for those perfect scores. Remember, just 1 perfect score can open more opportunities for university admission. Wang Ge, you can't be so carefree. Pay more attention. The vehicle halted at the school entrance. Everyone refrained from re-entering the premises, bidding farewell to a few teachers at the gate. Shen Mo gazed earnestly at Yuan Li and Zhang Junhai, stating, "Teacher Yuan, Teacher Zhang, I will return to visit you." Yuan Li observed Shen Mo's earnest demeanor and suddenly smiled, turning to Zhang Junhai. "Director Zhang, did you see? My student is quite prudent. What do you think his words imply?" Zhang Junhai chuckled. "He is certainly confident." Chapter 86, Still 4 Perfect Scores. Zhang Junhai and Yuan Li fervently hoped for Shen Mo to achieve excellent results. Based on previous estimates, they believed he could place in the top 5 at Yongxing Yizhong, considering that other middle schools also had their share of prodigies. With Chinese and political science included, Shen Mo's total score might not hold a significant advantage. But should he truly attain 4 perfect scores, it would undoubtedly draw the resources of Yongxing Yizhong toward him. To take a step back, even if Shen Mo were to underperform, achieving just 1 perfect score would be sufficient for Yongxing Yizhong to regard him seriously. Shen Mo, remember to come to school for your notification letter, Yuan Li reminded him. Okay, teacher, I'll head back now. Due to his parents' circumstances, Shen Mo preferred not to have the admission letter sent elsewhere. His uncle might still be at work, and the chances of missing it were considerable. It was safer to have it sent to the school. Yuan Li was willing to accept it on Shen Mo's behalf, eager to see how well he had performed. Zhang Junhai was even more optimistic, believing that his old classmate Luo Yuanheng would personally deliver the admission letter. Not just the two of them, but nearly all staff at the school were eagerly awaiting the results of the high school entrance examination. Others were more concerned with big data, such as how many students this year would gain admission to Yizhong, how many would enter district Zhang, and how many would enroll in vocational schools. These would be the topics of conversation during meals with relatives and friends. Upon returning to his uncle's dormitory, Shen Mo's stomach was already grumbling. Shen Chuan had just finished work. Hearing the commotion outside, he hurried out, and upon seeing his nephew, stepped forward to take the bedding. Asking, "How did you do?" "Steady." In front of his uncle, Shen Mo dropped the pretense. "Is there food?" "I'm starving." He caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. "Yes. I specifically went to buy June yellow crabs. My cooking skills are decent, aren't they? Hurry and wash your hands." In the small pot lay a generous serving of crab, accompanied by edamame that whetted the appetite. Shen Chuan added a bowl of rice for Shen Mo, observing, "You look as though you haven't eaten in days. Go ahead and eat. I'll serve myself another bowl." As he filled his own bowl once more and turned around, he noticed that Shen Mo had already consumed a significant portion of his rice. "Uncle, I will head to Huayuan Road tomorrow for work. Is it really necessary to go so early? You should take a break. I wouldn't want you to wear yourself out." Shen Chuan felt a pang of concern for his nephew. Such relentless work would be exhausting even for him. "Over there, you won't have to study. It's just serving plates during lunch and dinner, and tidying up. Quite easy, actually. If you can manage to take on extra work, you could even enjoy half a day off." Shen Mo was determined to buy a house for his uncle and also had aspirations of securing a small nest for himself. He was eager to start working, and once his household registration was transferred, he could purchase a property. He planned to choose a slightly remote area, one likely to undergo redevelopment. Some neighborhoods had retained their alleys for ages, making them unsuitable for buying. The small pot of June crabs was nearly devoured by Shen Mo. As Shen Chuan watched with a smile, reminiscing about how long it had been since he had seen his nephew eat with such gusto. Once satiated, Shen Mo patted his belly contentedly. "Uncle, please boil some hot water for me to wash up afterward." He caught a whiff of his own scent. He wanted to feel refreshed before heading to Huayuan Road the next day. In the afternoon, Yunnan returned, appearing quite cheerful, suggesting that he was likely to pass his exams. If he didn't, it would mean facing repercussions. Shen Chuan chuckled, recalling that Yunnan hadn't been on the receiving end of punishment for quite some time. He opened the windows wider to let in more of the breeze. Once the water was boiled, Shen Mo washed himself thoroughly, enjoying the wind as it dried his hair. And after a brief nap, he set off for Huayuan Road. "Xiao Mei." "Oh, Xiao Shun, you're back? Finished your exams?" "Indeed," Shen Mo replied enthusiastically, greeting the crowd that had gathered. Several people surrounded him, inquiring about his performance, but he merely stated that he was confident he would pass, withholding details about his rank. Wu Yuan exclaimed joyfully, "Once your acceptance letter arrives, let us celebrate. Let's have Master Wu work late, so we can set up a few tables in the lobby." Shen Mo confidently responded, "That sounds great." Manager Zhou chimed in, "Excellent. We should inform Mingyang in advance, so he can join us as well." "All right. I'll go change into my server's uniform." "Go ahead." Shen Mo's summer vacation had officially begun, and the legendary first translator of Huayuan Road was back at work. Summer was the time when part-time translators thrived, and Shen Mo was among the first to start earning after finishing his midterm exams. He calculated the dates for the release of acceptance letters, planning to return to school to collect his. The grading for the midterm exams was in full swing. And in the office, a math teacher suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, how about a perfect score here?" This news brought a momentary thrill to the busy teachers, who used the excuse of a tour to take a brief respite before returning to their work. The physics group experienced a similar moment of joy with another perfect score. Meanwhile, the chemistry and English groups also celebrated their own perfect scores, unaware that they all belonged to the same individual. Days later, as the scores were finalized, everyone was astonished to discover that a remarkable talent had emerged from this year's exams. "Principal Luo, the scores are out." Your old classmate was not exaggerating. Shen Mo from their school is indeed impressive. The senior class head, Gao Yonglin, was the first to learn of the latest developments. What makes him impressive? Did he place in the top 10? Luo Yuanheng asked, astonished. Not just the top 10. He achieved 4 perfect scores. His scores in Chinese and political science seemed as though they were from entirely different candidates. He ranked 3rd in our school, with only a 1-point difference between the top 3. Gao Yonglin expressed satisfaction with these 4 perfect scores, noting, in the first year, it may not have been evident. But once they specialize in the second year, his strengths will shine clearly. Who could outscore him in mathematics and science? Excellent. This tuition waiver will be worthwhile. Luo Yuanheng exclaimed, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to Gao Yonglin and a few nearby teachers. With such results, the school should offer him a waiver. And if not, I'll personally cover his fees to ensure Shan Mo doesn't end up at District 2 Middle School. A young teacher, quick on the uptake, produced a match from his pocket and lit the cigarettes, as the group eagerly indulged in the smoke. Make sure to pass Shan Mo's acceptance letter to me. I'll personally deliver it to Old Zhang at Yongxing. After treating me to 2 rounds of drinks, this time I'll make sure to return the favor. Luo Yuanheng found a fitting excuse. Gao Yonglin suggested, why not take all the acceptance letters for Yongxing with you? That is not a bad idea. By the way, what was Shen Mo's total score? Luo Yuanheng recalled this crucial detail. Totaling 530, while our school's acceptance line was set at 467, he scored 510. Wonderful, wonderful. Luo Yuanheng exclaimed repeatedly, preparing to return home to gather himself before heading to Yongxing Middle School to share a drink with Zhang Junhai. With such impressive results, how could Zhang Junhai not offer something good to celebrate? Chapter 87. The acceptance letters arrive. At Yongxing Middle School, several homeroom teachers for the 3rd-year classes lingered in the school, feeling quite idle since the conclusion of the exams, yet internally restless. The shade beneath the phoenix trees along the main road provided a welcome respite, as the wind rustled gently, relieving some of the summer heat. Though the persistent cicada calls overhead reminded them that it was indeed summer, and sweating was to be expected. Half a month had passed since the exams, and students in the 1st and 2nd years were on vacation, while these teachers lounged on cool mats beneath the trees, disregarding their usual professional demeanor. A few male teachers even began playing cards, the sound of their slapping cards echoing loudly. Surrounding the female teachers were a few small children, chatting about familial matters, finding their own joy. The acceptance results should be out soon, right? Gu Nanfan nearly repeated this sentiment daily. It was widely believed that Shen Mo would secure the top spot, yet he was curious about the 2nd place and the gap between them. Zhang Junhai tossed a pair of QS on the table, asserting it should be arriving now. The teachers appeared relaxed but kept a watchful eye on the entrance. Someone's coming. Feng Xiaofeng, with keen eyes, promptly discarded his cards, realizing he had a poor hand. Wu Gang, nearby, observed the spectacle and laughed. Hey uncle, why have you stopped playing? Yuan glanced back at Feng Xiaofeng and said, your uncle seems to have a bad hand. Once the students had departed, the teachers began to call each other by their nicknames, feeling nostalgic since there were no others around. Some school leaders even expressed envy, pondering how students might not have the audacity to nickname them. Old Yuan, if your class were to give me a nickname, what do you think it would be? Zhang Junhai couldn't resist asking Yuan Li. Yuan Li, still focused on the entrance, replied dismissively, then you'd just be called Old Zhang. Zhang Junhai, however, was quite pleased with this. Old Zhang, I can accept that. He tossed his playing cards aside, recognizing the newcomer as his old classmate from Yongxing No. 1 High School. Luo Yuanheng, how do we do? How many students from our school were accepted? 21. That's a good number, isn't it? Zhang Junhai responded cheerfully. Indeed, indeed. Let's go. Let's go. Off to the office, come on, old Yuan, old Gu. He beckoned the homeroom teachers as Principal Yao Bang engaged Luo Yuanheng in conversation ahead of them. Upon reaching the office, Zhang Junhai immediately poured water for Luo Yuanheng. No discussions today. You must dine at my place. What is our highest score? 510, Shen Mo's. He ranks 3rd among our accepted students. Yuan Li expressed some dissatisfaction. That rascal lost a few points in Chinese and political science. Luo Yuanheng chuckled. You certainly know him well as his homeroom teacher. 4 perfect scores indeed. In his view, the delight of those 4 perfect scores outweighed any other. Principal Yao Bang was more concerned with the rankings. What did the first and second place score? Both are from our middle school. One scored 512 and the other 511. So what do you think, old Yao? Are you satisfied? How many subjects did they score full marks in? Yuan Li's focus differed. Only Shen Mo achieved full marks in mathematics, chemistry, and physics. Luo Yuan Hung touched the teacup, still warm. This was the downside of summer, waiting for a sip of water. Mastering mathematics, physics, and chemistry. One fears no journey. Gu Nanfan enthusiastically exclaimed, then inquired, Principal Luo, may I see our school's results? It's here. Luo Yuan Hung opened his bag, revealing not only the admission notices, but also a printed score sheet showcasing the rankings of students from Zhongxing Middle School. Gu Nanfan's gaze fixated on the second place, Wang Ge, with a score of 491. The gap of 19 points to Shen Mo seemed to widen as the total scores increased. Gu Nanfan mused that had Shen Mo not scored 120 in Chinese and mathematics, he might have claimed the top position. The subsequent rankings displayed no such vast disparities, mostly differing by 2 or 3 points. Principal Luo, the tuition fees for the top 10 students are completely waived, right? Yuan Li recalled the conditions Zhang Junhai had secured. Rest assured, such students will undoubtedly be exempt. If the school doesn't provide the waiver, I shall cover it myself. Yao Bang examined the student score sheets and said to Zhang Junhai, please invite Principal Luo to your home. I will bring 2 bottles of fine wine. Some students had not gained admission to Yongxing No. 1 High School, but they must not be left without a school. Yao Bang would visit District No. 2 Middle School tomorrow to ensure these students receive their admissions there. The group was quite boisterous when Yuan Li reminded Principal Yao, we need to post the results on red paper. Right, let us put it at the entrance. Otherwise, these students might not even realize the admission notices have arrived. Zhang Junhai volunteered, my handwriting is decent. I'll do the writing. Shen Mo's name topped the list with an impressive score of 510. Zhang Junhai felt regretful that he could not include Shen Mo's 4 full marks. However, Yuan Li was quite pleased. Such a high score of 510 would allow onlookers to calculate for themselves. In the afternoon, a red sheet was affixed to the school's entrance, with the words Joyful Report prominently displayed. Passers-by merely smiled, sensing that this year Zhongxing Middle School had performed commendably, though only those with students taking the entrance exam took a closer look. The first to collect the admission notice was Wang Ge. He had not anticipated placing highly, but was elated to have been accepted. He didn't even wish to know Shen Mo's score, focusing instead on Tang Mu's score. And fortunately, he had triumphed this time. The second and third students soon followed, including He Zuking, who ranked 5th. Yuan Li smiled broadly, saying, it's all right. Just work hard in high school. No crying this time. If you do, the teachers will be at a loss. He Zuking did not cry this time. She had achieved the result she wanted, yet felt somewhat dissatisfied. When she had just advanced to the 3rd year of middle school last year, she had fantasized about ascending to Yongxing No. 1 High School as the top student. Outside the school, people came and went, cars passed by, and news of the entrance exam admission spread. Many students rushed to see if their admission notices had arrived, but District No. 2 would be a bit delayed, waiting for Yongxing No. 1's results. Some students, though unsuccessful, would still be valued at District No. 2, vying for their chance. For days, Yuan Li had been seated in her office, awaiting Shen Mo's arrival. Had the boy forgotten about the admissions in his eagerness to serve? Xiao Shun, the entrance exam results are out. Manager Zhou called out to Shan Mo. How do you know, sister? Shen Mo asked in surprise. As manager, Zhou seemed to have hardly ventured out. A guest just booked a table for a celebration for their child tonight. You should check if your admission notice has arrived. Chapter 88, Preparing for Feast. Shen Mo promptly prepared to leave when Xiao Mei called out, Hey, Xiao Shun, are you going out like that? Change into something else first. You still have to come back to work. Manager Zhou added, Go home and talk to your family first. Come back tomorrow. Shen Mo scratched his head. That makes sense. I'll change my clothes. I might need to come back later. How about 2 dishes? Sister will ask Lao Wu to cook for you. See what your uncle wants to drink, and I'll prepare that as well. Thank you, Sister Zhou. I'll go change. Shen Mo quickly returned to his small room, changed into casual clothes, waved goodbye to everyone, and hopped onto the electric bike. Unfortunately, the ticket collector was not Su Yufeng, and Shan Mo suddenly longed to encounter his not-yet-married aunt. Upon reaching the station, Shen Mo first noticed the large red paper at the school's entrance, with Joyful Report prominently displayed. He dashed over, eager to see his information. Zhongxing Junior High School had achieved remarkable results in this year's entrance exam, with 21 students admitted to the Key City High School, Yongxing No. 1. Shen Mo scanned quickly without lingering too long, directly searching for his name. First place, just as expected, 510 points. It seemed a bit unfair to his Chinese and political science teachers. Hey, Shen Mo, Several classmates nearby greeted him excitedly. Don't just look. Yuan Ma's been waiting for you for a long time. I'm coming. Shen Mo entered the office, where several teachers greeted him with smiles. Sister, your star pupil has arrived. What's this? Shen Mo, how did you do in Chinese? Speak honestly. Shen Mo felt a bit shy. Perhaps I didn't perform very well. Yuan Li's tense expression instantly relaxed. Unable to contain her laughter, there is still room for improvement. Once you enter high school, you must prioritize your Chinese studies. The top student at Yongxing number 1 only scored 2 points higher than you. Xiaofeng interjected. Once the subjects are divided into arts and sciences, he may not be your match. A 2-point difference could easily be compensated for with a little extra effort in the essay section. Perhaps just quoting a classic poem would suffice. Shen Mo felt no regret for not securing first place. Rather, he was delighted. 2 points represented the difference between him and the prodigy of this era. A gap not insurmountable. As Xiaofeng suggested, once the subjects were divided, his strengths would shine through. And it might even turn out that he would lead by a point or two. Yuan Li retrieved the admission notice and handed it to Shan Mo, who wiped his hands on his pants and accepted it with both hands. Thanks to your efforts. Our school's admission notices were delivered by the vice principal of Yongxing number 1 this time, whereas previously they were sent by the post office. The notice itself was simple, a craft paper envelope with standard content, only the name handwritten. Dear Shan Mo, congratulations on your admission to our school. Please present this notice on August 31st, 1986, at 9:00 a.m. for registration and enrollment. Thank you, teacher. No need to thank us. Our school is grateful to you for your 4 full marks. Several middle schools around here are aware of it. It's due to your excellent teaching. Yuan Li smiled. But it's ultimately your own hard work. The master opens the door, but the journey is up to the individual. We increasingly find this saying to be true. Is it tiring on Huowen Road? Not at all. It's quite easy. Everyone treats me well because of my age. That's good. Recently, there should be people dining at your restaurant to celebrate their admission to Yongxing number 1 or district number 2. You'll serve them. Yuan Li mused. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to eat. Shen Mo thought, indeed, there was a table for tonight. As long as they weren't classmates from high school, it would be fine. He recalled meeting Zhou Jie last year at Hengfenjai and hoped that wouldn't happen again this year. Even if it did, it wouldn't matter. One must not be overly boastful, lest the other be the top student. Low probabilities do not equate to impossibilities. Shen Mo had always believed in this. Yuan Li chuckled. Don't say that. It's quite possible. The admission notice is safely stored. Director Zhang has communicated with the leaders of the other school. And your name is on the list. There are no tuition fees. Just focus on your studies moving forward. Although I will no longer be teaching you. If you encounter any difficulties, you can still discuss them with me. Thank you, teacher. All right, head home. Don't let your teachers down over the 3 years of high school. I want to use you as an example in the future. Shen Mo also smiled. Having a role model ahead is indeed advantageous, and now he has become that very exemplar. Perhaps the teachers in the office will return home and regale their children with tales of the remarkable student they once taught. As Shen Mo approached the office door, he turned around and bowed deeply to these esteemed educators. Yuan Li chuckled. What is this for? Are you not coming back to see us? Suddenly, her nose tinged with a hint of sadness. The other teachers laughed. Oh, he will definitely return. I shall come back without fail. Shen Mo beamed at everyone before turning to leave. Yuan Li placed a hand on her heart, feeling an emptiness. Gu Nanfen jest. Shall I retrieve Shen Mo's admission notice and make him repeat a year? You dare. Shen Mo, clutching the admission notice, was elated beyond measure. He must hurry back to find his second uncle. Glancing at the sun, he noted it was still early, so he decided to pick some vegetables from Huoyuan Road first. What kind of liquor does his uncle prefer? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to procure a bottle of Jiannan Shan. He hopped into the car, brimming with excitement as he returned to Huoyuan Road. At the restaurant, expectant gazes filled the air. Little Shun, how did it go? Yongxing number 1 high school. Manager Zhou playfully chided. Sister knows it's Yongxing number 1. What rank did you achieve? 3rd place. Manager Zhou expressed a tinge of regret. If you had come to Hengfenjai for work, perhaps you would have been first. She had a knack for attributing objective reasons for Shen Mo's performance. Sister, if you think that way, I'm still the top of Zhongxing Junior High, right? Manager Zhou chuckled. All right. What would you like to eat today? It's rather hot. Shall I prepare some white-cut chicken paired with a fresh herb salad? That sounds wonderful. Let us have a bottle of Jiannan Shan. Wu Yuan inquired. Little Shun, are you coming back tonight? What for? I want to be back tonight. Manager Zhou understood that he was looking forward to that meal. Yet Shen Mo was eager to spend time with his family. Shen Mo replied, Brother Wu, I'll be back tomorrow. Sister, please prepare a couple of tables of dishes. After sending off the guests tomorrow night, I'll treat everyone. Cheers erupted in the restaurant. Everyone worked hard for a living. Yet they had never genuinely savored a banquet prepared by the head chef. Great. There's ample time. I'll have Mignon come over as well. Old Wu from the kitchen rushed out to admire Shen Mo's admission notice, studying it for quite a while before returning it to him. I've seen admission notices from key high schools. If my little coffin doesn't perform well in 2 years. He shook his large spoon. Then it won't be a matter of merely earning a living. Chapter 89. Connections. Shen Mo returned home, carrying vegetables and wine, his spirits soaring high. Though the weather was sweltering, a refreshing breeze swept through. Having achieved his second goal in the 1980s, Shen Mo felt a sense of joy throughout his being. He yearned to run freely across the fields, from east to west, from south to north, until he was utterly exhausted, lying amidst the hay after the harvest. With closed eyes, relishing the sun, the breeze, the chirping of birds, and the hum of cicadas, Shen Mo attempted to close his eyes, inviting these fantasies to emerge. Then he opened them again, realizing it was amiss. In the future, he vowed to create a place where he could peacefully enjoy all of this. The tram moved forward, transporting Shen Mo back to his uncle's dormitory. He ascended the stairs, opened the window, and let the wind in. The noise from downstairs filled him with delight. After 5 o'clock, the streets bustled with more pedestrians, and the army of bicycles appeared, their bells ringing merrily. Shen Chuan chatted with his co-workers, joyfully pedaling forward. Little Shun, has the admission notice for the high school come? How did your nephew fare? He's south still at Huayuan Road, earning a living. He probably hasn't heard the news. I'll ask him later to take a trip to the school. Shen Chuan held great confidence in his nephew, but also wished to learn the results sooner. Oh, old Lu, how did your Yunnan fare? Lu Qiang chuckled, just barely made the cut. He hadn't expected his son to perform exceptionally well. Merely gaining admission to a high school was satisfactory. Previously, he could compare his son to Shen Mo, but now he felt no desire to do so. It was better that the two young men went their separate ways. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Lu Qiang looked up and remarked, Little Shun, your nephew might be back. Shen Chuan glanced and saw the window was open. He should be back. Lu Ge, let us have some old liquor together sometime. Lu Qiang agreed. Once upstairs, Shen Chuan noticed 2 delicious dishes and a bottle of Jiannan Shan on the small table, though he hadn't yet inquired. His heart was reassured. Oh, Jiannan Shan, how generous of you. Bring me that notice to take a look. Shen Mo handed the admission notice to Shen Chuan. Second uncle, I ranked first in the school, third in Yongxing No. 1 high school, just 2 points shy of the first place. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Your second uncle will walk with a straight back. Tomorrow at the workshop, I'll have to exert myself a bit more. Shen Chuan was elated, gazing at the notice with joy, and hearing his nephew's rank delighted him even further. Ah, does that mean you can get into a good university now? Can you skip Izan? If you say that, it wouldn't be fitting if I don't perform well. Shen Mo chuckled. I see you're keen to take the exam, aren't you? Shen Chuan also laughed, carefully storing the admission notice, feeling uneasy about where to place it in the cramped dormitory. By the way, second uncle, the tuition fees for being in the top 10 at Yongxing No. 1 high school are waived. Really? This news made Shen Chuan even happier. What'd I lie to you for? Shen Chuan opened the small wardrobe and placed the admission notice inside, feeling significantly reassured, turning around. He casually tucked the bottle of Jiannan Shan away into the wardrobe as well. Second uncle, what are you doing? You should drink it. There will be more in the future. This liquor is too good. It would be excessive for me to drink it alone. Shen Mo replied. Don't even think about going back to drink with my father. Also, don't mention my admission to Yongxing No. 1 high school to him, just yet. Shen Chuan paused, realizing he had indeed planned to do so. In his mind, he still yearned for familial harmony. Second uncle, have you and Annie applied for your marriage certificate yet? We'll go get it in the next couple of days. If we don't, we'll have to plan a banquet soon. Don't skimp on the banquet expenses. Your nephew will be quite busy this summer and can earn a good amount. Shen Chuan waved his hand. Let your second uncle off the hook. The thought of spending your money to buy a house makes me anxious. Don't worry about the banquet. I still have some savings. Second uncle, after you and Annie get your certificate, I'll come back for the wedding candy. The candy will be given out before the banquet. There's no way you'll miss out. With his nephew's admission to a key high school secured, Shen Chuan decided to inform Su Yufang early. If his nephew didn't want him to tell his elder brother, surely he wouldn't mind sharing with Yufang. His nephew likely wished for her to know as well. Are you going back to Huayuan Road tonight? Not going back. I'll be sleeping here tonight. Good. I'll boil some water. Let us take a bath later. Shen Chuan relished this summer, where all his aspirations were becoming reality. Shen Mo enjoyed a peaceful night at his second uncle's place. The following day, as noon approached, he hurried back to Hengfenjai, quickly donning a server's uniform to begin his duties. By the afternoon, Zhao Mingyang arrived, still somewhat incredulous upon seeing Shan Mo. You're among the top 3 at Yongxing No. 1 high school? Not the top 3, just 3rd place. Brother Mingyong. The way you say top 3 makes it sound as if I'm 2nd. Zhao Mingyong laughed. Just a couple of points difference. What does it matter? In fact, I'll lend a hand this afternoon. It wouldn't be right to enjoy that dinner for free. Xiao Mei chimed in. Last night, we had a table of guests whose child was admitted to Yongxing No. 1 high school. They were absolutely elated. What rank did they achieve? Did little Shun perform better? Surely not. When I was serving, I kept my ears perked. They didn't mention ranks at all. If they had made it into the top 10, they would have surely mentioned it. Xiao Mei recalled last summer when Shen Mo worked here. Had a female classmate come to celebrate her birthday? Little Shun, how did your female classmate fare this year? Can she attend Yongxing No. 1 high school? Her results weren't great, but she can still enroll in a regular high school. That is quite impressive. Xiao Mei thought Zhou Jia had performed excellently. Shen Mo's claim of not great was merely relative to his own achievements. The admission notices have been disseminated, and many parents of children who did not gain admission to Yongxing No. 1 high school are striving diligently. Some are seeking connections at District No. 2 high school to secure a place for their children. Others are steadfastly pursuing Yongxing No. 1 high school, believing that with only a few more points, a little influence could yield hope. Zhou Jia, however, is considerably behind. Like Wang Hao, she too must rely on significant connections. Despite their usual quarrels, the two are united in this endeavor, frequently inquiring about one another's progress. I'm almost there. My father has been busy these past few days. How about you? Pretty much the same. My father hasn't returned yet. If this works out, shall we arrange a banquet at Shen Mo's restaurant? Wang Hao proposed. But Zhou Jia found the idea quite unappealing. What's the point of going there? I don't want to be the subject of his mockery. Listen, I need to sit at the same table as Shen Mo if I get in No. 1 high. What do you think? What do I think? You sitting with Shan Mo? That would require a different price altogether. Zhou Jia felt that being among the top 10 at Yongxing No. 1 high meant she and Wang Hao would not be able to sit with Shan Mo without a greater sacrifice from their parents. If my father really succeeds, I must meet Shen Mo. Even if I can't secure a table, I want to greet him. Shan Mo's uncle getting married soon? I could at least snag some wedding sweets. That is not too much to ask. Chapter 90. Su Yufeng was taken aback. The dishes are here. Wu Yuan called out loudly, bringing the cold dishes to the table. Hey, can we get some help here? Xiao Mei and others stifled their laughter, extending their hands to set the dishes properly on the table. Manager Zhou, seated with a beaming smile, reveled in the fact that after years in the restaurant business, he could finally host his own guests. With 3 tables filled by staff and kitchen personnel, even Zhao Mingyong joined the gathering. And the smiles on everyone's faces were strikingly similar. Save a spot for me and the master. Xiao Yu peeked in before retreating back to the kitchen. Sister, fetch a few bottles of good wine. With no customers tonight, we can relax a bit, enjoy the evening, and be ready to work by morning. Bring some yellow wine. Manager Zhou suggested to save Shen Mo some money, offering a rationale. Yellow wine doesn't give headaches. We need to work tomorrow. The older patrons were not picky, so yellow wine it was. Xiao Mei and Xiao Wan, who abstained from alcohol, opted for beverages instead. The dishes kept coming, and after old Wu prepared the last dish of steamed base, he wiped his face with a towel and happily took a seat. Everyone's here, and the dishes are ready. Let us raise our glasses in celebration of Xiao Shun's admission to Yongxing No. 1 high. Congratulations. A chorus of voices lifted their glasses in the center of the table. Shen Mo, holding a glass filled with a drink, repeatedly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. Thank you. Wu Yuan sat down, grabbed his chopsticks, and started serving. With a mouthful, he mumbled, Xiao Shun, treat us again when you get into university. No problem. Shen Mo replied, acknowledging Wu Yuan's expectations and blessings, which perhaps, in Wu Yuan's eyes, was merely another meal. As the other restaurants on Garden Road bid farewell to their last customers, their staff curiously gazed at the lights of the Red Maple Leaf. Is business really that good? It's already this late, and there are still customers? No. I heard from Xiao Mei that Shen Mo is treating tonight. Another staff member, munching on sunflower seeds, looked on with envy at the Red Maple Leaf's lights. Why is that? Why? Shen Mo got into Yongxing No. 1 high. That's worth celebrating, but isn't it rather expensive at the Red Maple Leaf? Of course it's not cheap. But who is Shen Mo? How much money has he earned? Surely he wouldn't hold back on such a small amount. Moreover, he is the top student from Zhongxing Middle School. Xiao Mei refrained from mentioning that Shen Mo ranked 3rd at Yongxing No. 1, as being the top student from Zhongxing Middle School sounded far more commendable. Why isn't Shen Mo dining at a restaurant? A meal at the Red Maple Leaf rendered the surrounding staff extremely envious, for after working there for so long, many could only indulge in employee meals. Yet life must persist. The following morning, the employees of the Red Maple Leaf could only reminisce, awaiting their next opportunity. Shen Chuan was equally occupied. He took a day off to register his marriage with Su Yufeng. After obtaining their marriage certificate, the couple hurriedly set off to purchase wedding suites. Hey, is Shan Mo still working at Garden Road? Indeed, he'll return when school starts, then report to Yongxing No. One hi, Shen Chuan remarked with a sense of pride. My nephew is too considerate, perhaps even more so than I, his uncle. Su Yufeng smiled. What is wrong with a thoughtful nephew? Do you need an ungrateful one to feel secure? At the end of August, when Shen Mo returns, it will be cramped for 3 of us. You should go to my dorm first to give Shen Mo some space. Having obtained their certificate, Shen Chuan felt emboldened, daring to hold Su Yufeng's south hand in the street. If all goes smoothly, let us go meet my nephew. But we haven't bought the sweets yet. Su Yufeng felt a bit shy under the gazes of passers-by, pulling her hand away unsuccessfully. Shen Chuan, with a hint of pride, replied, Right, let us buy the sweets. Make sure to get the good ones. Are we celebrating or not? Su Yufeng immediately stepped into her role as a wife. We are. You'll soon see why I insisted on buying the better ones. Shen Chuan teased, while Su Yufeng clicked her tongue, suspecting that he was just concerned about their nephew's reputation at the restaurant. They purchased some milk candies, and Shen Chuan took Su Yufeng on the tram to the Red Maple Leaf. Once on board, the driver and ticket collector exchanged smiles with the couple. Oh, the bride has arrived. Here, take some sweets. Shen Chuan pulled out a handful of candy from a bag and placed it in the ticket collector's hand, then whispered to Su Yufeng, How is that? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Su Yufeng's cheeks flushed as she gently kicked Shen Chuan. She was still concerned that by giving out milk candies, her colleagues would expect the same upon their return, creating a sense of inequality. The driver asked Xiao Su, Where are you two headed? We're going Garden Road to find Shen Chuan's nephew. Sounds good. Seizing the opportunity during a stop, he unwrapped a milk candy and popped it into his mouth, savoring its sweetness. Upon arriving at Garden Road, the driver and ticket collector simultaneously reminded the couple that they had reached their stop, watching them disembark with approving glances. What a lovely pair. Xiao Shun, your uncle has arrived, and he brought someone, must be your aunt. Xiao Mei, with keen eyes, recognized Shen Chuan at once. Shen Mo rushed out to greet them. You got your certificate. You brought your aunt to deliver some wedding sweets. Shen Mo felt a stir in his heart, recalling his uncle's previous words. He accepted the wedding sweets, pocketing a few before handing the rest to Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei, can you help me distribute these? Congratulations, uncle. Xiao Mei, with her sweet tongue, quickly embraced her role as a junior. Uncle, aunt, please come in. Shen Mo ushered them inside, calling out to Manager Zhou, Sister, my uncle is here. Manager Zhou instantly understood Shen Mo's underlying message. She had been waiting for this money for quite some time. With a radiant smile, she approached. You've arrived? Oh, is this a wedding? Congratulations. Shen Chuan chuckled. We just got our certificate. We haven't held the banquet yet. I told Xiao Shun to have it here, but he wouldn't dare agree. Neither would I. Shen Chuan laughed. Shen Mo added, Sister, since my uncle is here, I'll let him take the money away. Of course, it's best to keep the money with me. I wouldn't want to worry all day long. Su Yufeng discreetly pinched Shen Chuan, whispering, So you've been thinking about the money your nephew earns. Shen Chuan held back his laughter. You'll be surprised soon. Yufeng is quite pleasant, not greedy. She asked the same before and after the certificate. Uncle, aunt, let us head to the counter. Manager Zhou shooed away the other staff. Oh, what is there to see? Xiao Mei has wedding sweets, milk candies. Go help yourselves. If you don't hurry, there won't be any left. Xiao Mei, don't finish them all. Save some for the kitchen. She approached the counter and pulled out the notebook. Xiao Shan has requested 9,000 yuan this time, entrusted to me. I'm truly anxious about this. Please count it. If everything is in order, I will mark it off. Su Yufeng's mind was racing. How much? 9,000 yuan? Is the Shun family really so affluent? Chapter 91. The wedding approaches. Su Yufeng's hands trembled slightly. She had never encountered such a substantial sum before. Accompanied by Shan Chuan, she counted it several times. Yet the figures never seemed to align. Shen Chuan feigned maturity. Having seen 3,000 yuan before, he possessed some degree of immunity. Shen Mo joined in, and even with the 3 of them working together, it took multiple attempts before they finally got it right. Second uncle, secure it well. Shen Mo wrapped it in newspaper, found a bag meant for carrying wine, and packed it carefully, placing 2 aluminum lunchboxes on top for added concealment. Shen Chuan handed the bag to Su Yufeng, who clutched it nervously. Aunt, don't hold it so tightly. Su Yufeng dared not loosen her grip. It's easy for you to say. She clutched it even more tightly. Shen Mo cautioned, once you're outside, take the tram. Su Yufeng not det hu the den. She planned to sit in the last row to avoid drawing attention from her colleagues. Shen Mo escorted her and second uncle to the station, and the 3 waited for the tram together. Su Yufeng anxiously scanned her surroundings, fearing a robbery. Never before had Su Yufeng felt such panic. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, instinctively gripping the bag with all her might, unable to hear what Shen Mo and Shen Chuan were discussing, merely following Shen Chuan onto the tram and back off it again. Upon arriving at Shen Chuan's modest residence, she regained some clarity. Yet, the small space felt even more constricting as she searched for a secure spot to hide the money. Feeling as though the entire world was aware of their newfound wealth and were plotting to steal it from her hands, Shen Chuan busied himself with preparing a small pot of noodles, while Su Yufeng continued her frantic search for a hiding place. There's still 3,000 yuan in the house. If you can find it, it's all yours to manage. What? There's still 3,000? Su Yufeng felt overwhelmed. This little room was practically a vault. Sit down. Sit down. Dinner will be ready soon. Shen Chuan cracked 2 eggs into the pot, carefully cooked them, and served them, while Su Yufeng was still restless. Sit down. Sit down. Eat first. Shen Chuan pressed her onto a small stool, and she finally quieted down a bit. Su Yufeng seemed to have heard about purchasing something with the cash, but her mind was so muddled that she could not recall the details. Shen Chuan remarked, "We'll buy a house. We're getting married, and it wouldn't do to keep squeezing into the dormitory, would it? Xiao Mo has given us the money to buy a slightly larger house. He specifically said that the cash should go to you. Any leftovers after bargaining should be yours as well, fearing that I wouldn't manage it properly." Shen Chuan's thoughts were simple and straightforward. He wished to avoid complicating family matters. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps the mother-in-law relationship could be navigated in this manner too. Su Yufeng, incredulous, asked, "You want me to manage it? Wait, how did so much money end up at the restaurant?" "Xiao Mo earned it," Shen Chuan replied, cautioning. "He said not to let his father know." "Oh," Su Yufeng responded, but her anxiety resurfaced. What has Xiao Mo done to earn so much money? It's not anything illegal, is it? In her understanding, there was no legitimate way to acquire such a sum. Xiao Mo ranked first in the recent entrance exam, third in the entire school at Yongxing No. 1 High School. Shen Chuan began to boast about his nephew, and naturally, Xiao Mo was now also Su Yufeng's nephew. He scored full marks in 4 subjects, one of which was English. During the winter and summer vacations, he worked as a translator and earned this. "I see." Su Yufeng felt relieved, but then grew anxious again. "Is it all right not to tell your elder brother? That's over 10,000 yuan. Shen Chuan, showing rare firmness, stated, "Elder brother doesn't even know how many points Xiao Mo scored. If this money goes to him, where will Xiao Mo go for his winter and summer breaks? He wants to even have a place to stay." Su Yufeng picked up a few noodles and brought them to her mouth. "What does your elder brother think?" "Such a wonderful son." "Good question. Elder brother is very kind to my niece. I suspect it's because of the previous sister-in-law. But she wasn't good to Xiao Mo either. Is it because of your elder brother?" Su Yufeng mused. "I can't think of anything else. Now eat." She took a few more noodles but suddenly declared, "I'm not hungry." It seemed she was overly excited, so much so that she had lost her appetite. "This one do. You need to eat the eggs." Shen Chuan pushed an egg from his bowl to Su Yufeng's. "I'll have the noodles. This should be all right? Oh dear, over 10,000 yuan. Su Yufeng supported her chin, staring at her bowl. How can Xiao Mo be so impressive? Eat. Shen Chuan finished his noodles, casually finishing Su Yufeng's as well, leaving her 2 poached eggs. Su Yufeng hesitated as she placed her chopsticks on the egg, a conflicted expression crossing her face. "I still can't eat. You go ahead." She gave Shen Chuan 1 egg, but after taking a single bite of the other, she declared, "I really can't eat anymore. You finish it." Shen Chuan refused. "No, you have to eat this egg. In a few days, we'll be bargaining. If you don't fill up, you won't have the strength, and without strength, the price won't come down. That would be a loss, wouldn't it?" Su Yufeng finished the egg in small bites, sipped the noodle soup, and sighed in relief. Finally completed the task. "When we host the banquet, your elder brother will definitely be coming, right? What do you think? Let us see what he asks. Xiao Mo will be there too, regardless of what Xiao Mo says. We'll just agree." Su Yufeng sighed. "It's fortunate that Xiao Mo has you as his second uncle, and thankfully, you have Xiao Mo as your nephew." She made an effort to cheer herself up. "The first time I saw Xiao Mo, I knew he was a dutiful child." The first time she encountered Shan Mo, he seemed to be heading to Huayuan Road. All right, my dear wife. You have a discerning eye. Tomorrow, I need to take 500 yuan to Master Who in the cafeteria to prepare for the banquet." After obtaining their marriage certificate, they naturally needed to prepare for the banquet. Master Who's culinary skills were quite good, and he usually handled the catering for weddings in the factory. In addition to the banquet, Shen Chuan also needed to prepare outfits for himself and Su Yufeng for the wedding and set aside time for taking wedding photos. All these tasks seemed to crowd together, leaving little time for rest. Yet, work itself felt like a respite, and aside from work, nothing else needed to be considered. As the wedding day drew nearer, both the Shen and Su families were busy preparing. However, Shen Xuan and Su Yufeng seemed remarkably capable and low maintenance, with many tasks that didn't require their involvement. They could only focus on selecting outfits to avoid any embarrassment on the wedding day. Shen Jiang contemplated his son's future. With the entrance exams concluded, he could no longer allow his son to go to his younger brother's place. It was time for him to find something to occupy himself, especially with his younger brother about to marry. Chapter 92. My Red Pants Brother, Wang Hao. In recent days, Shen Xuan had been taking intermittent leave, which the workshop leaders approved. On the table lay the wedding candies Shen Xuan had provided. Had he really married a fairy? The treats were all milk candies, quite a rarity. They had heard that Shen Xuan didn't discriminate among his colleagues. Everyone in the workshop received the same candies. Shen Xuan and Su Yufeng were engaged in tense negotiations with the sellers. As August approached and the departure date loomed closer, the sellers could no longer delay. Look at how wonderful this house is. I'm not bound to sell it this summer. If you want to negotiate, I can lower the price by a few dozen yuan as a token of goodwill, but anything more is out of the question. Opposite them stood a middle-aged woman with a stylish haircut, exuding an air of competence. Su Yufeng shed her shyness. We're not in a rush to buy this summer. We can wait a few years. We haven't even held the banquet or had children yet, so why hurry? Shen Xuan and the middle-aged man remained silent, allowing their wives to engage. The exchange between Su Yufeng and the woman grew increasingly spirited, and as they spoke, Su Yufeng's confidence blossomed. Indeed, why the rush? Before obtaining their marriage certificate, she had meticulously planned everything. When Shen Mo was on break, she intended to stay with Shen Xuan in their dormitory for a few days. What harm could it possibly do? It was merely the excessive cash that unsettled her. Having it close at hand felt insecure. After several discussions, the other party could no longer endure the wait. Shen Xuan and Su Yufeng spent 7,500 yuan to acquire an apartment exceeding 80 square meters from them. Upon returning home that evening, Su Yufeng, while cooking noodles, sighed, on average, that is nearly 100 yuan per square meter. We might as well rob someone. She was still dissatisfied with her own performance. Shen Xuan, however, felt quite content. The location is decent, situated conveniently between our workplaces and closer to yours. That was the only redeeming aspect. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed so readily. Su Yufeng felt reassured. Once Shan Mo returns, at least we'll have a place to stay. How will you explain this to your elder brother? I'll just say it was a gift for the leaders, and that they helped find a place from another unit to stay temporarily. That is a plausible explanation. Shen Xuan felt a wave of relaxation. At last, we have our own place. Isn't it thanks to your wonderful nephew? I've always treated my nephew well. The transfer of the property was still in process. They were merely awaiting the necessary procedures, but it wouldn't be finalized before the wedding, which was a minor regret. Have the invitations been sent out? I've sent ours. Have you sent yours? Yes, we have. The two were merely awaiting the wedding day to arrive, harboring grand illusions about the ceremony. Yet, in the bustle of recent days, they found themselves eager to quickly conclude the banquet and embark on their own little life together. On the day of the wedding, Shen Mo rose early, donned a clean outfit, and tidied her hair in front of the mirror, pocketing some change before heading out to Hung Fenjai. Sister, I may be back quite late today. No worries, take your time. To attend her second uncle's wedding, Shen Mo had postponed her translation work for the morning, assigning it to Zhao Mingyang, who decided to bring some snacks for everyone the following day so that Shen Mo could enjoy them. As Shen Mo exited Hung Fenjai, she unexpectedly encountered a long-missed figure. Hey, Wang Hao. Hey, Wang Hao, just having alighted from a vehicle, was overjoyed to see Shen Mo. He hurried over, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Are you heading out? Indeed, my second uncle is getting married, and I'm off to the banquet. Lucky I arrived early, otherwise, my trip would have been in vain. You look radiant. Any good news? Indeed, my father has secured a connection for me, and I'll be attending Yongxingno. One high school. Ah, how splendid. If we were in the same class, wouldn't it be delightful to sit together? Shen Mo felt a flicker of excitement. Absolutely. It would be even better to be desk mates for 3 years. In a sense, Wang Hao, now in high school, might be akin to Li Dai in 9th grade, possibly oblivious to what he should inquire about. It's settled then, Wang Hao exclaimed, elated. I'll tell my father. He'll surely be thrilled. Shen Mo mused. Your father will undoubtedly ask about your grades by the end of the term. This isn't like when we were in 8th grade. Be cautious. You have some wedding candy, right? Shen Mo dug out a few milk candies from her pocket and handed them to Wang Hao, who gleefully accepted them as they awaited their bus. In a few days, I'll swing by Jinling and bring you some photos when school starts. Make sure to visit Mingzialing. I've heard it's a historical site. I certainly will. Do you know where Dai has gone? Shen Mo reminisced fondly about her desk mate. You can ask Yunnan later. I've heard he apprenticing as a watchmaker. He really taken up an apprenticeship? That's good. It's a means of livelihood. The tram arrived, and Shen Mo boarded first, leaning against the window as she called out, "See you at school. See you at school." It was Sunday, and the cafeteria of the textile factory buzzed with excitement as Shen Chuan and Su Yufeng's wedding feast was laid out. Lu Yulin, who lived nearby, had arrived early with his parents. At this moment, he was reluctant to enter, opting instead to wait outside for Shen Mo. Not far from the entrance stood the platform, and Lu Yulin craned his neck, watching attentively for each approaching vehicle. "Shen Mo, over here!" Lu Yulin shouted excitedly upon spotting her. "Thank goodness you have a conscience. You didn't keep me waiting too long. Why did you come so early?" "My dad woke me up, saying I should come and see if there was anything I could help with, even if it's just arranging tables and chairs." "Has my second uncle arrived?" "Don't even mention your second uncle. Your entire family is here." "The whole family? So that means my stepmother is here too." "Let us go inside. We need to grab some sunflower seeds." Lu Yulin said with envy. "Getting into Yongxing No. 1 high school has straightened your back." "Don't interrupt later." Shen Mo anticipated her father might inquire about the high school entrance examination, and she doubted Shenjiang would visit the front gate of Zhongxing Junior High to check the announcement. Lu Yulin believed that today, on such a joyous occasion for Shen Chuan, Shen Mo's father would reprimand his son in this setting. "You're overthinking it. Let us go." The two entered together, attracting the attention of several guests. Lu Qiang wore a perpetual smile, turning to Shenjiang. "Your son is quite impressive. He has been admitted to Yongxing No. 1 high school. My Yulin can't compare. He has lagged behind significantly." Shenjiang was taken aback. His son had been admitted to Yongxing No. 1 high school? Shen Mo had accurately predicted that Shenjiang had passed by the entrance of Zhongxing Junior High several times. Yet he hadn't taken a glance at the large red announcement. He was also puzzled. How had Shen Mo managed to gain admission to such a prestigious high school? Little Shen Jing was joyfully walking about, with a piece of candy in each hand and another in her mouth. "Mo, come here." Shenjiang needed clarification. As Shen Mo approached, Shenjiang asked, "Did you really get into Yongxing No. 1 high school?" Observing the skepticism in his father's eyes, Shen Mo replied, "I have the opportunity." "What do you mean by the opportunity?" Shen Mo explained, "I have a classmate named Wang Hao. He is exceptionally bright and comes from a wealthy family. I'm not far behind him, and he insisted on bringing me along. His father pulled some strings to facilitate my admission." Lu Qiang was about to mention Shen Mo's 4 perfect scores when Lu Yulin subtly pinched him. "Dad, let us not delve into their family matters. Yishun Tia brought it up earlier." Chapter 93, The Second Uncle's Wedding. Lu Qiang finally recalled that Shenjiang had divorced, and standing beside him was his second wife, Chun Yi. He had initially been thinking of discussing the Shun family's glory, but Chen Yi might not wish to engage in that conversation. Upon hearing Shen Mo's words, Lu Qiang's mouth fell open in astonishment. He knew Wang Hao, who was on par with his son, often leaning on one another for support. Chen Yi smiled as she approached, playfully nudging Shenjiang. "Old Shun, today is a joyous day for Xiao Chuan. If you're going to cause any discomfort for Xiao Mo, I 1T stand for it. Besides, Xiao Mo's ability to have such friends is commendable. Why worry?" Nearby, Su Yufeng, dressed in red, felt that the conversation between her brother and sister-in-law was rather off. Not just slightly off, but profoundly so. Today, Shen Chuan would be consuming a great deal of alcohol, and she didn't have time to question him now. She would wait until tomorrow when he was sober. "Xiao Mo, why don't you and Yulin go outside and see how many guests have arrived?" Su Yufeng hurriedly sent Shen Mo away. Shen Mo, feeling a bit bored, scooped up Su Yufeng's little nephew, Junjun. "Come on, big brother will take you out to play." Chen Yi wouldn't think it improper that Shen Mo hadn't brought a girl along. She had never considered asking Shen Mo to look after little Shenjing. Little Junjun gleefully held onto his candy, looking around with curiosity. He couldn't stay still in Shen Mo's arms, squirming to the ground to search for odd little treasures. "You really dare to talk about your father's situation. Wang Hao's grades are worse than mine this year. Just mention whether he got into No. 1 high school." Lu Yulin scoffed, "I know. I laugh at him every time I see him. He is quite bold to approach you guys." Inside the cafeteria, Chen Yi forbade Xinjiang from stirring up any further issues, especially continuing this topic. "Old Shun, if you're truly at a loose end, why not go mingle with the guests for a bit and smoke? Today, you're especially allowed to indulge." Chen Yi finally noticed that today, as cigarettes seemed quite fine. Perhaps peony brand. "Xiao Chuan, you young folks are quite generous with your wedding." The recent scene left Shen Chuan feeling rather discontented. While he held out some hope that his elder brother might express his anger, the fact that his sister-in-law forbade him from doing so only deepened his disappointment. All of this was orchestrated by the Yu family. Su Yueliang wore a bemused expression. He had not assisted with this endeavor, as it was evident that his sister and brother-in-law were managing it themselves. Just as he was about to speak, he caught his sister's glare and prudently fell silent. After all, it was their young couple's day to celebrate, and, as the elder brother-in-law, he should refrain from overstepping. Besides, today was a momentous occasion, and discordant voices were unwelcome. This was a lesson he still needed to learn from Chun-Yi. However, it seemed that the facade belonged to their own family, which was quite agreeable. Everything was orchestrated by Yueliang, all by Yueliang. My sister has always had a mind of her own since childhood. Su Yueliang chuckled. Chun-Yi chose not to comment further, sharing cheerful conversation with the guests for a while before beckoning Shan Jiang aside. Is today your day to assert dominance? I rarely see you so invested, yet here you are. I must tell you, Shen Mo has the potential to excel in high school, and I harbor no jealousy whatsoever. However, as for living expenses, I see that the second couple is doing quite well, should you dare to meddle. I will not let this matter rest, and will make sure you feel the weight of it daily. Entering high school will only lead to greater expenses. The villainous Chun-Yi has already taken her stand. It is up to Shen Mo to prove himself. If he can stand on his own, I will not envy him. But should he falter and alienate the second couple, my sympathy will be non-existent. I believe the latter scenario is far more likely. Some acquaintances in the cafeteria observed the couple in the corner, many perceiving Chun-Yi as capable, discerning the important from the trivial, managing to minimize the situation on such a grand day. This won't do. I still need to speak to him later. He cannot continue visiting his uncle without cause. Chun-Yi pinched him lightly. If you dare let Shen Mo come here, I will not let this matter rest. Shen Jiang quickly complied, and Chun-Yi continued, stop overthinking. Go and take care of the little one. The couple had conversed extensively prior, and Chun-Yi had never shown any signs of yielding. Having graduated from middle school, he could now become an apprentice. Supporting himself would not pose an issue. Returning to the crowd, Shen Jiang heeded his wife's words and focused on attending to the guests. Shen Baihan and Wang Xiaoping were engaged in conversation with the in-laws, and the four elders were quite satisfied with the day's proceedings. At noon, guests gathered, and under the guidance of the MC, Shen Chuan and Su Yueliang performed the ceremony, earning heartfelt congratulations from all. Shen Mo sat at the host's table, engaging in casual conversation with the Su family, while the Shen family scarcely spoke to him. The food was delightful, and with no particular tasks at hand. Shen Mo simply ensured he was well fed. As the noon festivities concluded, Shen Chuan had a few close colleagues waiting to celebrate the bridal chamber, while Shen Mo opted to leave early. Uncle, Aunt, I shall return to Garden Road now. There are many matters to attend to, and the manager has asked that I assist. Chun-Yi cast a proud glance at Shen Chuan. The children have grown up, and many matters no longer require instruction. He knows what he needs to do. Others shared similar sentiments. Yet they observed Su Yueliang handing a small bag of candy to Shen Mo. Do not work too hard at Garden Road. Remember to rest and visit your aunt and uncle more often. Ah, Shan Mo responded enthusiastically, eliciting a slight furrow of Wang Xiaoping's brow. Was their eldest grandson too earnest or simply naive? Was he taking the courtesy too seriously? Once the guests depart, I must remind Xiao Chuan a few things. However, they remained unaware that Su Yueliang's words were not merely polite. She was contemplating how to weave a web of deceit after their move. A few colleagues playfully disrupted the bridal chamber, leaving behind a few packs of cigarettes and some candy before departing. Finally, Shen Chuan and Su Yueliang could enjoy a moment of tranquility. I'm exhausted. Su Yueliang felt as though her bones might crumble. Yet Shen Chuan had not indulged excessively in drink, which surprised her. Shen Chuan wore a hint of pride. Shen Mo will bring me liquor. I've built up my tolerance. You mustn't cultivate a bad habit of drinking, Wang Xiaoping cautioned. What pleasure is there in alcohol? Once consumed, it only brings discomfort, and your wife suffers as well. She then pulled Su Yueliang aside, whispering, silly girl, you are married now. You must carve out your own life together and not let Shen Mo come over anymore. Su Yueliang suddenly understood. Indeed. Moving forward, Shen Mo could stay with his mother. Wang Xiaoping found herself momentarily speechless. She feared sending Shen Mo over might upset her eldest daughter-in-law, though she also didn't wish for him to go. After a lengthy pause, Wang Xiaoping finally said, during summer and winter breaks, he should stay at Garden Road, where he has a place to stay. You two should focus on building your own life together. Chapter 94, A Night in the New House. The children of divorced parents often feel like mere weeds. Su Yueliang suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her nephew. At his age, even taking on apprenticeship would surely cause parents some concern. Wouldn't it? What might the relationship with his master be like? Would he be bullied? These were matters that only Shen Chuan seemed to care about. Others appeared indifferent. But it was all right. She would have more time for him later. Now Su Yueliang understood why her nephew refrained from sharing the truth with his uncle and her. Had she been in his shoes, she would have done the same. Elder brother Su Yueliang found fault with the furnishings in the small dormitory. The radio is rather small. Su Yueliang replied, "What need is there for such a large one? I think it's just fine," with no further argument to make. Su Yueliang conceded as his sister had accepted it. Shun Baihan and Wang Xiaoping felt a momentary tension rise, only to relax upon hearing Su Yueliang's words. Indeed, what need is there for such a large radio? But rest assured, the funds for the radio are prepared by both me and his father. Wang Xiaoping retrieved a stack of cash from her bag, handing it to Su Yueliang. If you wish to exchange it for a larger one, do so. If not, keep the money for yourselves. Su Yueliang estimated the stack to be around 500. That would suffice. He had not given much thought to housing. Everyone was in similar circumstances, and how much larger could it truly be? In the afternoon, the Shun and Su families gathered once more for a meal. Thanks to Wang Xiaoping's gift of 500 yuan to Su Yueliang, the atmosphere at the table was quite pleasant. Several times, Shun Chuan attempted to show his brother the acceptance letter from school, but never found an opportunity for a private moment. Once everyone had departed, he finally retrieved the letter for himself. Su Yueliang leaned in. "Have you pulled that out again? How many times have you looked at it?" "It's not a matter of how many times. Is it that sister-in-law is unwilling to look after Shen Mo?" Shun Chuan suddenly chuckled bitterly. "What does it have to do with sister-in-law? Before my brother married her, he had no intention of taking responsibility for Shan Mo." Su Yueliang gently took his hand. "But now it's just the two of us. I assent it." She was not motivated by the substantial sum of money Shan Mo had provided. Long before she learned of it, she had already devised plans for his return. At Garden Road, Shan Mo sneezed. August was fast approaching, and autumn was not far behind. Recently, many had come to dine at Red Maple Leaf, and since attending his uncle's wedding, Shan Mo had not returned home, nearly putting down roots at the restaurant. Xiao Mei and her friends found amusement in listening in on conversations among diners of similar age to Shen Mo, pretending to be discovered. That evening, another table gathered. Xiao Mei feigned eavesdropping for quite a while, until her parents caught her. "Little girl, my child has been accepted into Yongxing No. 1 Middle School. Does your restaurant offer any discounts?" After listening for a long time, Xiao Mei had heard enough to understand the significance of barely passing. "Actually, no discounts. But we do have a young man who helped out after the high school entrance exam." "Which school did he get into?" A group of adults guessed it might be an ordinary high school. "Yongxing No. 1 Middle School," Xiao Mei replied cheerily. The woman remarked, "Oh dear little girl, you shouldn't deceive like that. I'm serious." This year, the top student at Zhongxing Junior High School ranked third at Yongxing No. 1 High School, achieving perfect scores in 4 subjects. Xiao Mei's eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting her innocence, though internally she was bursting with laughter. Wasn't his name Shen Mo? The boy who had come to dine recalled this name, which resonated widely among junior high students, primarily due to those 4 perfect scores. "Oh, you know him? Should we have him come serve you tonight?" No, that's unnecessary," the young man hastily declined. However, the male parent interjected, "Little girl, let Shen Mo come over. I wish to see what sort of person can achieve 4 perfect scores." "All right," Xiao Mei cheerfully responded, turning to fetch Shen Mo's sister Xiao Mei. "Have you pulled another prank?" "Of course not," she instinctively denied. "Now hurry along." Shen Mo entered the private room, noticing that the dishes were nearly served. He promptly filled the water jug on the table. It wouldn't do to have come for nothing. "Young man, you are Shen Mo, correct?" "Yes." "For perfect scores?" "Indeed." The father suddenly exclaimed with joviality, "Excellent, excellent. You can drink, right? How about a toast with your uncle?" "Certainly." Shen Mo raised his glass, clinking it with the parent, who laughed heartily. "Wonderful. My son is named Wang Yu. If you end up in the same class, I hope he can seek your guidance." "I wouldn't dare." "We can learn from each other," Shen Mo quickly replied. He stepped back outside, and the atmosphere inside seemed to brighten further with his presence. "Xiao Yu, once you're at Yongxing No. 1 High School, you must study diligently. You cannot afford to perform worse than the students from District No. 2, right?" Shen Mo heard this as he stood at the door, finding the parents' logic sound, though the reality might differ. The students admitted to District No. 2 had scores lower than those at Yongxing No. 1, yet 3 years down the line, they too would produce university graduates, perhaps not many, yet still fewer than the students who would fail to enroll from Yongxing No. 1. If Wang Yu could not keep pace at Yongxing No. 1, he would quickly fall behind, ultimately losing to classmates he had bested in the past. In August, Shen Mo completed 16 orders at Hung Finjai, and his finances flourished. As the school year approached, he began packing, preparing to leave. "Sister, I will return during the winter break. Come, you must come. I'll save your little room for you," she assured. Shen Mo had placed all his money at Hung Finjai, allowing manager Zhou to manage a larger fund. Thus reserving a room for Shen Mo was quite reasonable. At the entrance, Xiao Wan called out, "Little Shun, your second uncle and aunt have arrived." "Second uncle, aunt? What brings you here?" "My admission notice is still with you. I need to return once more." Shun Chuan chuckled, "We timed our visit. Come. We'll buy you some clothes for school. Let us take everything off the wall." Shen Mo recalled a famous scene from web novels. Su Yufeng paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What do you mean, take everything off the wall?" "We're going to the mall." Shen Mo considered that his school fees would be waived, and that mall clothes wouldn't be suitable. He preferred to buy some essentials nearby, since the school would provide uniforms. He could purchase better clothes when he attended university. Shen Mo wished to spare Yuan Li and Zhang Junhai from criticism from the school leaders. While he might enjoy wearing new clothes, what if Zhang Junhai later wanted to advocate for other students? "All right, just don't neglect yourself at school," Shen Chuan advised. "I know, second uncle." Shen Mo recalled the matter of the house. "By the way, has the house been purchased?" Shen Chuan and Su Yufeng exchanged smiles. "Yes, it's been bought. The walls have been painted, and the furniture is still being arranged. Your little bed has also been moved in. You'll sleep in the new house tonight. And tomorrow your aunt and I will take you for enrollment." Chapter 95, High School Enrollment. The new house spans over 80 square meters, arranged as a 3-bedroom apartment. Shen Chuan and Su Yufeng are meticulous in their living, combining the living and dining areas for maximum functionality. Shen Mo only bought a sweater, adding nothing else. Su Yufeng wished to purchase more for him, but he refused, eager to see the new house. "How is it? You'll sleep in this room." She indicated a south-facing room bathed in sunlight. Shen Mo noticed another room to the north and said, "Second uncle, aunt, could you switch me to the northern room? How many days can I actually sleep here throughout the year? I don't need a south-facing room." Su Yufeng replied, "That is not permissible. Even if you only sleep here for a day, this room is reserved for you. The master bedroom is not for you. Your uncle and I require a bit more space. Please make sure to tell them we sought permission from the leaders," Shen Mo joked. Su Yufeng laughed. "All right. We'll return in a few days to tell your grandparents. On the day of our wedding, your grandmother gave me 500 yuan. It's just enough to have a reason." Shen Chuan thought to himself, feeling somewhat inept, as he hadn't considered such a rationale. That evening, Su Yufeng didn't let Shen Mo venture out to prepare a meal. She cooked several simple dishes herself. Aunt's culinary skills can't compare to a chef's. But give it a try. When I was with your uncle, we either made porridge or noodles. When I was with uncle, it was the same. It was either porridge or noodles, but with fermented tofu and preserved vegetables. Try it. Shen Mo noticed the bottle of Jian Nan Chun in the cabinet, which his uncle had yet to open. Su Yufeng arranged the chopsticks, and following Shen Mo's gaze, she said to Shen Chuan, "Choose a day to drink it. This bottle has been reserved by your dad, your brother, and my dad and brother. Once you drink it, I'll say it was a gift for the leaders. We still need to entertain them in the new home. We can always buy a few bottles of decent wine later, right?" Su Yufeng didn't dare leave any lingering thoughts for these individuals. If Shen Mo were to bring good wine for Shen Chuan again, she would hide it, but first, she needed to get the furniture arranged. The three of them enjoyed dinner together, although there was only one dish of stir-fried celery with meat. Its flavor bore the hallmark of a skilled chef. Shen Chuan asked, "Can you taste the cafeteria's flavor? Your aunt learned from the chefs over there." Shen Mo merely smiled, taking a portion of the shredded meat and several mouthfuls of rice. The employee meals at Hung Fenjai were decent, but they always lacked the warmth of home-cooked meals. After dinner, he took a shower and lay in his small room, opening the windows slightly. The night was tranquil, with autumn insects serenading. A few mosquitoes buzzed about, pretending to join the chorus while biting Shen Mo several times. Awakening from his slumber, he found Su Yufeng already boiling noodles. "Up already? Go wash up after breakfast. Your uncle and I will take you for enrollment," she cheerfully announced, having never set foot in Yongxing No. 1 High School. She cracked several eggs into the pot. Enhancing the flavor, she also added a dash of sesame oil, filling the house with a delightful aroma. "Come eat." Shen Mo's bowl contained 2 eggs, while Su Yufeng and Shen Chuan each had 1. "Hurry and eat. What goes into your stomach is what belongs to you." Shen Mo lifted the noodles, blowing on them before tasting. Indeed, they were delicious. After finishing his meal, Su Yufeng tidied the table, saying, "Let us go. We'll first take Xiao Mo to school, and then I'll wash the pots and pans when we return." She soaked them in water to save effort later. Yongxing No. 1 High School was relatively far, requiring multiple transfers. Yet once aboard the bus, it seemed everyone was familiar with Su Yufeng. The ticket collectors eyed the trio, not charging them, merely smiling. "Hey, Yufeng, where are you off to?" "Today's the start of school. I'm taking my nephew for enrollment at Yongxing No. 1 High School." Su Yufeng emphasized the name, drawing admiration from fellow passengers. "Incredible. Your nephew is surely destined for a prestigious university." Su Yufeng's colleagues were very supportive. After several transfers, they reached the entrance of the high school, where Shen Chuan excitedly clutched Shan Mo's bag as they entered. There were many parents accompanying their children for enrollment. As it was their first time and fees needed to be paid, they first checked the class assignment. Shen Mo, having ranked third, was placed in class 3 of the first year. In this current session at Yongxing No. 1 High School, there remain only 4 classes, devoid of the extensive expansion seen in subsequent years. While perusing the class assignment information, Wang Hao suddenly appeared, exclaiming, "Shen Mo, over here, come." He had arrived a bit earlier and was thrilled to see his former classmates, regardless of who they were. "Who else is in our class? Zhou Ji, are you satisfied? Wang Gu and Zhang Yahua are in class 3, and He Zuqing is in class 1. Upon encountering Shen Chuan, Wang Hao politely greeted him. "Hello, uncle. Where's your father?" "He's over there, conversing with the head of the grade group." The head, surnamed Wang, was known for his stern demeanor. "Is he stricter than Aunt Yuan?" "Still unknown." "Come on." The homeroom teacher has asked Wang how to scratch the back of his head, making an effort to recall, and excitedly announced, "It's Lu Qinfei." He saw one of our Zhongxing students and immediately inquired if you were coming. Shen Chuan chuckled. "Good students receive favorable treatment." Wang Hao led them to a table. "Shen Mo, you've arrived?" Lu Qinfei, in his 30s, donned black-rimmed glasses and was slender yet vibrant. Upon seeing the top student approach, he expressed his delight. "According to school policy, your tuition fees are fully waived, including accommodation costs." "Oh, and who are these two?" Adjusting his glasses, he noticed Shen Chuan and Su Yufeng. "These are my uncle and aunt, who brought me for registration." Lu Qinfei thought to himself. The rumors were indeed true. Shen Mo's parents had not shown up. He shook hands with Shen Chuan, assuring him, "Rest assured, your child is in good hands at our school." He felt quite pleased with Shan Mo, yet his satisfaction with Wang Hao and Zhou Jia was markedly less. However, it was a necessary compromise. Without enrolling Wang Hao and Zhou Jia, how could Shen Mo's tuition fees be entirely waived? Shen Chuan quickly added from now on, "The well-being of the child is in your hands. If there are any shortcomings, please do not hesitate to criticize or discipline him." Lu Qinfei smiled. "We are already familiar with Shan Mo. He is an exemplary student with no history of mischief. Our goal is to work together to ensure Shen Mo reaches university." Wang Hao stood nearby, grinning as he listened to the conversation. His father, Wang Jianhai, noticing the commotion, hurriedly bid farewell to Director Huang and made his way over. His son expressed a desire to sit with Shen Mo, and he was entirely agreeable to it. Seizing the moment, he needed to secure this arrangement with the homeroom teacher. Lest teacher Lu change his mind. "Ah, you are Shen Mo's uncle and aunt," Wang Hao introduced. "Dad, this is Shen Mo, my very good friend." Wang Jianhai, having heard about Shen Mo, suddenly realized that his son's academic performance had previously been on par with Shen Mo's. "Splendid. From now on, you two must support one another in school." He playfully nudged his son. "Remember to share any delicious treats with Shen Mo. Don't indulge yourself alone." Chapter 96, A Gathering at the New House. Lu Qinfei did not expect Wang Hao to look after Shen Mo. As long as he did not create trouble for Shen Mo, he would be immensely grateful to the entire Wang family. Nevertheless, Wang Hao's family was indeed well off. Wang Hao's score of just over 300 was sufficient to gain admission to No. 1 high school, a fact that could not be contested. "Shen Mo?" Another voice called out, and Shen Mo recognized it as somewhat familiar. "Hey, you haven't forgotten me, have you? I'm Wang Yu." Wang Yu's father stood nearby, smiling and nodding at him. "Good to see you again." Suddenly recalling something, he hurried to Lu Qinfei and asked, "Teacher, since the semester just began, could you allow Wang Yu to sit with Shen Mo?" Lu Qinfei hesitated. Shen Mo's desk partner has already been arranged. It is one of his previous classmates. "Oh, I see." Wang Yu's father expressed his disappointment, glancing at Wang Hao and his father, whose attire distinctly set them apart from the others. They were undoubtedly the ones. Not far away, Zhou Jia and a few others had completed their registration and were chatting under the shade of a tree. "Good students receive favorable treatment," Zhou Jia chattered. Unabashed even with adults nearby, she had never considered that her parents might compare her to Shen Mo. Zhou Chao Dong envied Shen Mo. "Dad doesn't expect you to surpass Shen Mo, but how about this? Let us set a realistic goal for you this semester, surpass Wang Hao." "Can you do that?" "Absolutely. If you achieve that, what reward will there be?" "What do you want, little girl? You're in your first year and still desire a reward? How about I take you out for a fancy dinner?" Zhang Yahua, Wang Gu, and others merely listened, thinking how distant a fancy dinner seemed, uncertain if they would ever have such an opportunity. Their parents wore smiles that were tinged with slight awkwardness compared to affluent families. They could only find a semblance of pride in having a successful child. "You all must study diligently at school. After all, you have Shen Mo with you." Communicate more if anything is unclear. After Shan Mo completed his registration, he approached a few former classmates to greet them. Zhou Chaodong inquired, I heard from Zhou Jia that you play the guitar? A bit. I learned on Huayuan Road. To be honest, I was just strumming randomly that day. No one seemed to notice. Since you'll be classmates, please help Zhou Jia out, alright? Mutual learning, mutual assistance. Shen Chuan and Su Yuefang stood out among the gathering parents, exuding confidence without needing to speak or dress elaborately. Their nephew's achievement spoke volumes for them. Lu Chenfei called out, Parents may head back now. I will take them to their dormitories shortly. However, the parents were reluctant to leave, insisting on accompanying him to see the dormitories first. The accommodation conditions were relatively similar, yet parents always found something to critique. Uncle, Aunt, you should head back. Shen Mo suggested, choosing the upper bunk. I'll make my bed and then head to the classroom to prepare for book collection. Other students began to usher their parents away as well. Shen Chuan smiled. All right, your aunt and I will leave shortly. You must study hard at school. There's no need for us to remind you of anything else. They were unconcerned about safety. Their nephew ranked among the top 3 at Yongxing No. 1 High School, a key focus of protection. Wang Jianhai was intrigued by Shen Chuan and Su Yuefang as a couple, despite being ordinary workers. They appeared entirely composed in the presence of him and Wang Yu's father, displaying no signs of timidity. Little did Wang Jianhai know that Shan Mo had already earned over 20,000 yuan, while Shen Chuan and Su Yuefang had managed over 10,000, just recently. They had even spent more than 7,000. With such financial backing, their confidence soared, as everyone bid farewell at the school gate. Shen Chuan and Su Yuefang hopped into their car to return. The next task was to invite their families to gather at their new home. You're rather tongue-tied. Speak less, Su Yuefang said with a smile. Understood. We must get through this hurdle as soon as possible. Let us head directly to my parents and invite them over for dinner next Sunday. And your parents too. They should be invited. I'm not in a rush for my parents. Let us first handle your parents and elder brother. Su Yuefang was unperturbed about her family. How much trouble could they possibly bring? The real concern lay with her in-laws. She must not let them discover Shen Mo's wealth. While their new house still bore a somewhat bare feeling, she intended to play the part of being financially strapped. The spacious 80-plus square meter house brought her increasing satisfaction. With no shared expenses yet, the space felt somewhat open. They first returned to her parents' old home, where Wang Xiaopin was delighted to see her second son and daughter-in-law. What brings you back today? All right, it's Sunday. Mom, we've come to invite you and Dad for dinner next Sunday. Huh? Wang Xiaopin struggled to keep up with her daughter-in-law's rhythm. You're inviting me and your father for dinner? She scrutinized Su Yuefang and suddenly asked with surprise, Are you pregnant? Su Yuefang's face turned crimson. Elders always thought about grandchildren. She gently pinched Shen Chuan, who quickly interjected, Mom, I managed to get a bigger house through my supervisor and wanted to invite the family over for dinner. Also to let you and my elder brother know where our new home is. Wang Xiaopin inquired with curiosity, How big is the house? Over 80 square meters. Su Yuefang blurted out, startling Wang Xiaopin. Xiao Chuan, how did your leader agree to give you that? Shen Chuan chuckled foolishly and, recalling Su Yuefang's earlier instructions, replied, I brought a little something for the leader. Where did you get the cash? Wang Xiaoping suddenly remembered that she had given Su Yuefang 500 yuan. Could it be that money? Was it meant to secure a place for Xiao Mo? Wang Xiaoping grasped the crux of the matter and sighed. It's just you. My second uncle. Thankfully, Yuefang doesn't hold our situation against us, since there are no outsiders here. Let me ask you, do you think your elder brother will appreciate your kindness? She felt a pang for that money. What could you two possibly use it for? Once spent, it may not yield any returns. Su Yuefang believed that her elder brother would certainly not acknowledge their goodwill, especially in the future. Once Xiao Mo no longer had to conceal the money he earned, she even suspected that her sister-in-law, Chen Yi, would claim that they had led Xiao Mo astray, estranging him from their family. Shen Chuan remarked, Mom, is it really feasible for Xiao Mo to have nowhere to go during the break? He did not ponder too deeply, simply wishing for his nephew to have a place to stay, even if just for a day. That's fine. After all, high school only lasts 3 years, and he will still be living on campus. After high school, regardless of the circumstances, he will need to find something to occupy himself, and by then, he will have his own dormitory. You two mustn't be foolish any longer. Su Yuefang mused that by the time Xiao Mo graduated from high school, perhaps they would all voluntarily prepare a room for him. Chapter 97. To keep an eye on parents' wallets. The first-year classroom was on the 3rd floor. Shen Mo's class. Class 3 was located near the stairwell, only a single class away from the office. However, the teachers could appear at the classroom door at any moment unless they first returned to the office. The classroom was bustling with noise. The homeroom teacher, Lu Chenfei, had brought a few boys to move books and distribute them to everyone. During registration, he inquired about several student situations, discovering that several had previously served as class leaders. He chose a tall boy named Lu Changjun as the class monitor, planning to re-elect class officers after half a semester. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he stated, "Today is registration day. We won't have classes, but we do have a thorough cleaning to tackle this afternoon. The tasks for our class are clear. The monitor will guide you to complete tonight's duties as we commence evening study sessions. We are first-year students." Observing the students, Lu Qinfei chuckled. 3 evening study sessions. Not unfamiliar to you, right? From today onward, you must enter a state of learning. Begin your preparations, as the evening schedule will be written on the blackboard. In the afternoon, they embarked on rigorous labor, cleaning and weeding. After dinner, Shen Mo sat in the classroom, resting his head on his desk, relishing this campus life. After working hard all summer, he cherished this simple school life even more. He had nothing to think about, only the need to study diligently. Wang Hao also leaned on his desk, tilting his head to speak with him. "I've gathered intel on the 2 students ahead of you. The first is named Lu Qing." He gestured. "I've heard he's nearly 1.7 meters tall. The second is Feng Tsang, a hefty fellow over 1.7 meters, wearing glasses." Wow. Shen Mo felt he might be facing formidable rivals. The names and images of these 2 resembled legendary prodigies. Yet in other classes, his name and image had been included in the ranks of these exceptional individuals. The third was Shen Mo, whose appearance was rather unremarkable. It was said that his parents were educated youth from Yunnan and had divorced, leaving him to earn his living by serving dishes. "Wow, our cohort is truly interesting," Wang Hao remarked. In just one evening, several top-ranking students from the first year were talked about, adorned with various legendary embellishments. Their life experiences were considered vital factors in their journey to academic excellence. Homeroom teacher Lu Qinfei entered and tapped on the desk. "Classes begin tomorrow. You can forget about middle school. The pressure at our school will be immense, and the pace of learning will be rapid. If you can keep up, you're a university student. If not, you are merely a high school graduate. Our graduation certificate from this school is no more prestigious than those from other high schools." A month later, a monthly exam would reveal everyone's preliminary learning outcomes, serving as an alert for some. Shen Mo felt a surge of anticipation. He aimed to push himself and see if he could surpass the 2 geniuses ahead of him. Perhaps only a reincarnator could contend with prodigies, he thought. Lu Qinfei wrote the weekly class schedule for the semester on the blackboard, chalk dust cascading down. Music, art, and physical education classes would proceed normally. In the first and second years, these were times for relaxation and adjustment, but if there was genuine interest, one could also pursue development in these areas. Shen Mo copied the class schedule and placed it on his desk. The high school desks were relatively clean, devoid of any early carvings, likely because the previous students lacked the energy for such endeavors. Thus commenced Shen Mo's life at Yongxing No. 1 High School. With this second chance, Shen Mo approached his studies with utmost seriousness. High school was of paramount importance, leaving no room for carelessness or assumptions. Mathematics, physics, and chemistry had the advantage of correcting everyone's subjective thoughts. If one was unwilling, it would lead to an irreparable split, never to return to the right path. Initially, Wang Hao struggled to keep up, busily referencing Shen Mo's homework during evening study sessions. "I really must return home for a good meal this Sunday. I can hardly bear it," Wang Hao muttered, finding this period even more arduous than the last year of middle school. "You need to keep up, or you'll face the consequences when you return home." Shen Mo continued diligently working on math problems. Wang Hao sighed and continued referencing. After enduring a week, Wang Hao hurried home. "Shen Mo, wait for me. I'll bring you something delicious." Zhou Jia also dashed away. Although only a week had passed, she missed home dearly. As she exited the classroom, she glanced back, noticing many classmates still at their desks, engrossed in study. "These guys really get on my nerves," Zhou Jia muttered, instantly resonating with Wang Hao. "Let us go home. I've been starving for a week." Other classes also had similar relationships, and as long as they didn't cause disturbances, teachers were not stringent with their requirements. However, once home, Wang Hao was called over by his father, Wang Jianhai. "You're sitting beside Shan Mo, right?" "Yes." His father had modest expectations. "Let us aim for a 1-place improvement by midterms, okay?" Since he was sitting next to Shen Mo, Wang Jianhai hoped his son would be positively influenced. Wang Hao wished to express that Li Daiyai had never thought this way. But since Li Daiyai was no longer at this school, he feared being scolded for poor performance. All right, he couldn't dare to refuse. If he did, not only would he be reprimanded by his father, but he might not be able to sit beside Shen Mo in the next semester. Though his grades were poor, he did want to sit with other underperformers. Return to school early on Sunday. Wang Jianhai didn't want his son to waste time. High school lasted 3 years. and a little effort could yield hope. After breakfast on Sunday, Wang Hao was promptly sent back to school, missing out on lunch, which left him feeling quite dejected. Hurry up and prepare the vegetables. It's almost noon. Su Yufeng efficiently instructed Shen Chuan to his sister. Check outside. Have Dad and your elder brother arrived yet? Shen Chuan peered out the window. Not yet. There's still time. Come help. Shen Chuan assisted in preparing the vegetables and washing the ribs, while Su Yufeng tidied the fish. Amidst their busyness, the doorbell rang. They're here. Su Yufeng responded and went to open the door. Shen Baihan, Wang Xiaoping, Shen Jiang, Chen Yi, and little Shen Jing had all arrived. Chen Yi surveyed the house and felt a tinge of envy. It's quite spacious. By chance, we met. Who knows how long we can stay? We'll have to find a way in the future. Su Yufeng wiped her hands on her apron and welcomed everyone inside. Shen Jiang believed the house indeed felt quite large, with a strong sense of emptiness. He exchanged glances with his wife, both reading the unspoken thoughts in each other's eyes. They must ensure their parents keep a close watch on their wallets and refrain from giving any more money to the second couple. In such a large house, regardless of how it was acquired, they certainly did not possess one like it. To rely on my parents for financial assistance for such a house is simply excessive.